Chapter 1. The Apothecary. Where am I? What does this woman intend to do? In the dimly lit chamber, encased within a steaming vat of potent elixirs, Fang Han's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. The confusion and foolishness that had previously clouded his gaze vanished entirely, replaced by a clarity tinged with bewilderment. Before the vat stood a woman clad in a flowing purple gown, her graceful figure poised as she loosened her attire. Surrounding Fang Han within the vat were rare and aged herbs such as jiang grass, chunyang fruit, yin-yang flower, and longyang ginseng, all prized for their ability to enhance one's primal essence. Fang Han's skin flushed on intense crimson. He resembled a roaring furnace, and with every breath, an intoxicating aroma of medicinal herbs filled the air. I, Su Qinyu, possess both beauty and grace, drawing countless talented youths in Yinming City to bow before me. Yet they seek in vain. Were it not for the rampant Insha energy within me, necessitating your transformation into a pure yang elixir to sustain my life, I would never have consented to our engagement, nor would I be so generous as to bestow myself upon you tonight. You foolish one, the woman in the purple gown mused to herself, casting a glance at Fang Han. She failed to notice any change in him from his former self. Yet, upon hearing her words, Fang Han felt a jolt of understanding as fragments of memories and information surged through his mind. Once, he was the Sword Emperor of Tanglong Star, wielding the Canglong Sword to subdue countless prodigies across the realms, reigning supreme for millennia. However, during his ascent to the exalted realm of divine sovereignty, he was betrayed by his closest companions, the 8 stunning female Tao partners, leading to his failure and the shattering of his essence. Only a remnant of his soul escaped, reincarnating in this new realm, Qian Kuan continent, as the son of Fang Zhendong, the patriarch of the Fang family in Yinming City of the Yanlong Kingdom. Due to the damage to his soul, he had failed to awaken his past memories for many years, nor had he displayed any talent for cultivation. The Fang family expended considerable resources to send him to the Longyuan Sword House 4 years ago for training. After a year there, he managed to refine his body with a special elixir, barely becoming a novice warrior. Hope ignited within him, only for it to be snuffed out when he suddenly succumbed to a condition that rendered him foolish, leading to his expulsion from the Longyuan Sword House and a return home to recuperate. For years, his parents sought renowned physicians, yet to no avail. 6 months prior, Su Yuanda, the head of the Su family, proposed an engagement between his daughter, Su Qinyu, and him. Su Qinyu was a paragon of beauty, and given the long-standing friendship between the Fang and Su families, the Fang family readily accepted the arrangement. Shortly after their engagement, Su Qinyu concocted an excuse to take Fang Han to the Divine Physician Valley for treatment, only to confine him in a secret estate on the outskirts of Yinming City. There, she subjected him to a month-long immersion in various potent concoctions, transforming him into an apothecary. Throughout that month, Su Qinyu and her 2 accomplices treated him like livestock, ruthlessly inundating his body with countless elixirs. He endured excruciating physical and mental torment, and just as he was about to be sacrificed as an elixir vessel, he finally awakened. After 20 years of stupor, I now realize who I am. Had I awakened even a moment later, I would have been refined by Su Qinyu, and even if I survived, I would have been rendered utterly useless. Fang Han comprehended that Su Qianyu's engagement to him had been premeditated, a scheme set in motion years prior, and a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. In his past life, he had been revered as the Canglong Sword Emperor, a true harbinger of death on Tanglong Star, controlling the fates of countless lives. How could he allow himself to be humiliated in such a manner? Just as he prepared to burst forth from the vat and exact vengeance upon Su Qinyu, he discovered that his lower dantian was nearly devoid of energy. His heart sank as he realized that while the Canglong sword still resided in his upper dantian, without his divine consciousness, he could not wield it. Moreover, long exposure to the elixirs had rendered his body weak and feeble. Despite possessing a myriad of martial techniques and swordplay from his previous life, he found himself unable to manifest any of them. Meanwhile, Su Qinyu, a high-level warrior on the verge of breaking through to the martial master realm, had firmly resolved to use him as her elixir vessel, placing him at her mercy. I, the illustrious Sword Emperor, cannot possibly allow myself to be reduced to a mere vessel for this vile woman. How could the heavens be so cruel? He inwardly cursed. Unaware of Fang Han's awakening, Su Qinyu had discarded her purple gown and stepped into the large vat. With delicate hands, she caressed Fang Han's abdomen, exclaiming, "You foolish one, you possess a fine physique that stirs my heart. To perish beneath my peony blossom would, at least, be a blessing from your past life." As Fang Han had surmised, this merciless woman intended to eliminate him after the deed was done. Su Qinyu, for over a century, the Su family has thrived under the favor of the Fang family. It is thanks to us that you enjoy your current standing. Yet you dare to use me as a vessel for your elixirs, trading my life for yours? You possess an audacious spirit. When Su Qinyu draped her arms over Fang Han's shoulders, he abruptly pushed her away. His eyes gleamed with unmasked fury. Before death, this fool has regained his wits? Very well. I shall ensure you meet your end with clarity. Taken aback by his push, Su Qinyu felt a flicker of surprise, but she quickly regained her composure. With a mocking smile, she declared, "Your unique constitution makes you naturally suited to become a pure yang elixir vessel. Otherwise, why would my father have proposed our union? Do you truly believe the Su family is marrying you out of a sense of friendship? Do you know that upon our engagement, the entire Yinming city mocked the union as a flower blooming from cow dung? This place is a secret sanctuary of the Su family. Even if you are no longer foolish, I am a high-level warrior, and you are merely a novice. Tonight, there is no escape for you. Yet, as my nominal fiancé, rest assured, when you perish, I shall ensure that extra offerings are burned for you each Qingming festival. The most absurd part is that your parents and sister will, after your death, express gratitude for my care during this time. Would you not agree that your entire family is composed of simpletons? As for men, I shall surely find one 1,000 times stronger than you, who will cherish me deeply. After refining you, I shall not only expel the Yinsha energy, but also enhance my own talents, becoming a disciple of the Qingxian Sword House, and perhaps even ascend to the Qingxian sect to cultivate, truly becoming a prodigy. The future Su family will undoubtedly soar to greatness who would still need the Fang family's assistance. Following her scathing tirade, Su Qinyu prepared to forcibly refine Fang Han. To awaken only to become a vessel for this wretched woman—is there any point in awakening at all? Dying in a daze would be far less painful. Fang Han yearned to push Su Qinyu away once more, but found himself utterly powerless, his heart sinking into despair. Yet a fire of defiance still burned within him. At that moment, a tremor surged through his upper dantian, and a thread of true essence suddenly erupted, swiftly coursing through his meridians. Is this the remnant of my life essence from the Canglong sword, nurtured within my upper dantian during my past cultivation? Heaven has not abandoned me. A surge of joy filled Fang Han's heart with this thread of life essence. He could easily retaliate against Su Qinyu. He covertly circulated his life essence, infiltrating Su Qianyu's body without her notice, as she was caught up in her own exhilaration. This woman's Yinsha energy is indeed potent. It shall serve my purpose well. With a thought, he activated the Qinsei He-Ming technique, a unique art from his previous life. This technique could absorb and refine the energies of the world for one's own use. When perfected, it could cleanse the marrow, reshape the meridians, and transform mediocrity into genius. Now, relying on a sliver of life essence, he could only manifest a fraction of the technique's potential, but absorbing and refining the Yinsha energy was a simple task. In an instant, the Yinsha energy within Su Qinyu was drawn toward him, flooding into his own body. The rare medicinal liquids infused into him by Yunji Lan, along with the herbs steeped in the vat, began to take effect. These substances rapidly transformed into true essence, nourishing his limbs and meridians, undergoing refinement, and ultimately converging in the lower dantian, just beneath his navel. Su Qinyu sensed something amiss. Attempting to resist, she found herself utterly powerless, her body limp, and could only submit to Fang Han's will. Chapter 2, Will I Let You Go? In just a moment, Fang Han's spirit and vigor surged considerably. Seizing the opportunity, he locked onto Su Qianyu's pulse point, and a harmony of strings technique flowed with even greater ease. Before long, Su Qianyu's body swayed, leaning against the barrel wall, and she fell into a faint. Meanwhile, Fang Han continued to channel his energy. His bones began to crack, and soon after, his internal organs and meridians resonated with a thunderous roar. In merely half an hour, he absorbed all the yin-sha energy from Su Qianyu's body. His intentions were not to compassionately treat this woman's affliction. Rather, killing her outright would be too merciful. He also placed a minor restriction on Su Qianyu, ensuring that from this point forward, no matter how she practiced, her cultivation would not progress an inch in no time. Fang Han's aura continued to swell, akin to an unparalleled sword being unsheathed, causing the medicinal liquid in the barrel to erupt and transform into mist. Yet he deliberately controlled the release of his aura. Otherwise, the guards patrolling outside the secret chamber would undoubtedly sense his overwhelming presence. In such a short span, he had transformed from an ordinary person, completed the initial body tempering, transcended the realm of a martial artist, and then opened the major meridians throughout his body, ascending to the realm of an initial stage martial master. The first level of cultivation is known as the mortal martial realm, which further divides into 3 tiers: martial artist, martial master, and martial sovereign, each with initial, intermediate, and advanced distinctions that Su Qianyu had begun her cultivation from a young age. Yet she had only reached the rank of an advanced martial artist. Now, however, Fang Han had surpassed her, becoming an initial stage martial master. Fang Han initially intended to kill Su Qianyu directly, but to do so would be excessively merciful. He extracted her from the medicinal barrel and discarded her onto a nearby wooden platform. He swiftly washed away the impurities expelled from his body due to his elevation in rank, donned a green martial outfit, and retrieved a long whip hanging on the wall of the secret chamber. Crack! With a casual flick, the whip struck like lightning, landing accurately on Su Qianyu in an instant. A long crimson line appeared on her body. Su Qianyu awoke from her stupor with a shriek, quickly scrambling up from the wooden platform. "What have you done to me? If you have taken advantage of me, I will see you torn apart 1,000 times. Her eyes, filled with shock and fury, radiated a chilling, murderous intent. She recalled her attempt to refine Fang Han, but was ensnared by his strange technique, leaving her limp and then unconscious. The events that followed were a blur. She feared that she had failed to refine Fang Han, this pure young medicinal cauldron, and that he had now taken over her body, which would be a tremendous loss. Taken advantage of you. You were my betrothed. Even if I did something, it would be perfectly justified. However, you overestimate yourself. Why would I have any interest in a woman like you?" Fang Han replied coldly, "You have plotted against me. Now I offer you a choice on how to die. Now that you are no longer foolish, you have grown arrogant. I shall first break your hands and feet, and then you will serve as my underling." Enraged, Su Qianyu quickly donned her purple skirt, her figure shifting as her fingers clawed towards Fang Han's shoulder with the swiftness of the wind. She was an advanced martial artist, and she believed it would be exceedingly simple to subdue Fang Han. Fang Han's countenance turned icy, and the long whip struck again. Crack! Before Su Qianyu could reach him, she was met with another lash. The whip coiled around her like a serpent, binding her tightly. With a flick of his wrist, Fang Han sent her flying, crashing to the ground. The purple skirt she wore was torn by the whip, leaving a distinct blood mark on her body. After a pained scream, Su Qianyu gazed in horror. When did this useless fool acquire such high cultivation? For months, she had been with Fang Han, treating him as a mere plaything, refining him into a medicinal puppet. In her eyes, he was the weakest of the weak. Yet now he had effortlessly defeated her. Not only that, but she realized that Fang Han's whip technique was exquisite, and his martial prowess seemed to surpass her own. This revelation left her greatly shaken and in disbelief. Fang Han offered no response, yet the murderous intent in his gaze towards Su Qianyu intensified. "Miss Qianyu, what has transpired?" Outside the secret chamber, the sound of hurried footsteps soon filled the air, followed by a loud thud as the door was forcefully flung open. 4 men rushed in, 2 of whom were Su Qianyu's guards. while the other two were Pan Long and Pan Hu, who had assisted Su Qinyu in refining Fang Han into a medicinal puppet. They had been guarding outside the chamber, and upon hearing Su Qinyu scream, they realized something had gone awry. Upon seeing the four men, particularly Pan Long and Pan Hu, Fang Han's killing intent surged. "You are not foolish anymore. You have gained cultivation. Quickly seize him. Do not let him escape." Su Qinyu rose from the ground, declaring, "You, boy, being able to serve as Miss Qinyu's medicinal cauldron must mean your ancestors are smiling down from the grave. Now kneel and beg for mercy. Comply obediently, and you may die a swift death. Otherwise, you will wish for a fate worse than death, and your entire Fang family will pay the price." The two guards flanked Su Qinyu, advancing towards Fang Han, one of them mocking him coldly. They were aware of Fang Han's background, yet still regarded him with disdain. Hearing their taunts, Fang Han snorted coldly, and the long whip in his hand struck out in an instant. The whip, infused with true essence, moved so swiftly it left behind an afterimage. The force of the whip howled as it swept past the throats of the two guards. These unfortunate souls had no time to react before their throats were shattered in an instant. Pan Long and Pan Hu, sensing the shift in circumstances, exchanged glances and immediately sprang into action, drawing their swords to attack Fang Han. Both brothers were initial stage martial masters, their cultivation level matching Fang Han's. However, Fang Han struck first, the long whip sweeping towards the brothers' faces. In martial arts, a longer weapon is stronger. Before Pan Long and Pan Hu could close the distance or thrust their swords, the whip flickered, and a gust of wind rushed towards them. Startled, they swung their swords at the tip of the whip, attempting to sever it. Yet, the whip coiled in the air like a serpent, cracking twice as it struck their wrists. After two agonized cries, the swords fell from the brothers' hands. Before they could retrieve their weapons, Fang Han deftly lifted the long whip, ensnaring the two swords from the ground. The swords flew forth, piercing through Pan Long and Pan Hu's throats. Slowly, the brothers collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from their throats and staining the chamber floor. They were nearly equal to Fang Han in cultivation, but the disparity in martial skill and experience was vast, leading to a significant difference in true combat prowess. Before long, the two brothers had departed for the afterlife, and Fang Han did not even blink, having killed four men as if they were mere ants. At this moment, Su Qinyu began to genuinely fear him. She understood all too well that given her past actions against Fang Han, it was highly likely he would not spare her life. "Now it is your turn." As anticipated, Fang Han turned his gaze towards Su Qinyu, and the long whip swung once more. Su Qinyu hurriedly dodged. In a life-or-death moment, she unleashed extraordinary speed. Crack! Yet she still could not evade Fang Han's whip. Her clothing tore, and a long crimson mark adorned her body. But Fang Han showed no mercy, unleashing several more strikes. Fragments of her purple skirt flew about as Su Qinyu continued to wail in anguish. "Husband, please stop. I beg you. I realize my mistakes. From now on, I will wholeheartedly submit to you and truly become your woman." After enduring over 10 lashes, she could no longer bear it, kneeling on the ground in supplication. Fang Han paused momentarily, his eyes devoid of warmth. "Do you truly believe I would let you off? Husband, you would never dare to kill me." Su Qinyu raised her head, her sultry eyes glimmering as she gazed at Fang Han. Her long-lashed, enchanting eyes sparkled, and her voice was utterly beguiling. Chapter 3. The leader, Su Qinyu, was 22 years old, 2 years older than Fang Han. She had always portrayed herself as dignified in front of the Fang family, but had secretly practiced the art of seduction for unexpected circumstances. Now, she was confident in her ability to completely control Fang Han's mind, orchestrating a counterattack against him. It seemed that Fang Han was indeed affected. He discarded the whip and slowly approached Su Qinyu. "Husband, the night is fleeting. Tonight belongs to you." Su Qinyu believed her seduction technique had worked, and her heart swelled with joy as she rose from the ground. Swaying her hips with unparalleled allure, lunging toward Fang Han's embrace, to prevent any lingering uncertainties, she aimed to quickly subdue Fang Han and refine him as her medicinal puppet. Crack! Yet what Su Qinyu did not expect was that she would be met with Fang Han's fierce slap. As soon as she drew near, She was sent flying, crashing to the ground and causing blood to spill from the corner of her mouth. You speak of being my wife while plotting to refine me? You truly are a wretched woman who will not shed tears until faced with a coffin. Fang Han scoffed, pulling the bloodied sword from Pan Long's lifeless body and swinging it violently towards Su Qinyu. Blood splattered as an arm flew off. Drenched in crimson, Su Qinyu screamed, nearly fainting from the pain. "Oh, not kill me. I swear I will never dare again." Su Qinyu trembled in terror, kneeling once more, her body quaking. "For all you have done, 1,000 deaths cannot atone for your sins." Fang Han wielded his sword, an aura of murderous intent enveloping the entire secret chamber, as if the very air within had solidified. In that moment, he resembled a deity of death. "My lord, I am willing to trade everything belonging to the Su family for my life. From this moment forth, I and the Su family shall serve you at your command, generation after generation, as your slaves and servants. Should I betray this oath, may the heavens strike me down, and may my soul be condemned to the depths of the underworld, never to rise again." Su Qinyu implored, her voice laden with pain. In her desperate bid to survive, she was prepared to make any promise. You presume to call me my lord, you wretched creature, if you wish to live. First recount how the Su family conspired with the Zhao family to harm me. Should you utter a single falsehood, I will take your life, Fang Han replied, his tone frigidly indifferent. When he initially entered the Longyuan sword sect to cultivate, Zhao Zi, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, held the position of sword leader. This woman, with her astonishing innate talent and striking beauty, was exceedingly arrogant and rarely deigned to acknowledge him. However, she unexpectedly invited him for tea one day, and he became infatuated. After more than 2 years of foolishness, he became engaged to Su Qinyu, only for Zhao Zi to suddenly become Su Qinyu's close confidant, actively seeking out the divine physician's valley to treat him. Ultimately, they did not take him to the divine physician's valley, but instead imprisoned him here. He recalled that not long ago, Zhao Zi had visited this very chamber, seemingly instructing Su Qinyu on how to expedite his transformation into a medicinal being. Thus, the reckoning would not be limited to the Su family. The Zhao family would also face annihilation. "My lord, please do not kill me. I will reveal everything that I was born with a sinister constitution. 3 years ago, my father learned of your secret as a latent pure yang body. He conspired with the Zhao family to exterminate the Fang family, intending to seize all of Fang's assets as the price for Zhao Zi poisoning you. After the poisoning, you fell into a stupor. This sinister constitution of mine requires the essence of a pure yang body to be refined at the moment of its eruption for optimal efficacy. Therefore, my father proposed to marry me to you months ago," Su Qinyu admitted, recognizing that Fang Han had regained his senses and recalled everything, leaving her no choice but to divulge these hidden truths. "The Zhao family, I shall soon bring about your destruction," Fang Han declared, a surge of murderous intent coursing through him. He coldly regarded Su Qinyu and stated, "Within 3 days, return tenfold the betrothal gifts my Fang family provided and publicly apologize to my family. I shall formally annul our engagement. From now on, the Su family shall pay my Fang family a monthly tribute of 100,000 taels of silver, along with 10 refining pills and 5 meridian-opening pills. Should you fail to comply, prepare for the obliteration of your clan." His tone was icy to the core. It was worth noting that the existence of his latent pure yang body was a secret known only to his parents and the entire Fang family. Yet the Su family was aware of it. In his eyes, Su Qinyu's actions to turn him into a medicinal being were not merely her personal endeavor. They were part of a grand scheme orchestrated by the Su family, making them deserving of their fate. Having awakened memories from his previous life, his mind brimmed with countless supreme cultivation techniques that he aspired to become the most formidable being in the Qian Kuan continent. A goal within his reach that he intended to teach women like Su Qinyu a lesson, and he could do so at any time and with ease. For him, the priority remained cultivation and rapidly enhancing his abilities. In his previous life, he had been betrayed by 8 stunning female companions. A grievance he could not swallow, he yearned to forge an unparalleled foundation for his path and return to Tunglong Star to settle accounts with those 8 women. Cultivation emphasizes the significance of law, companions, wealth, and land. Wealth was a crucial aspect, necessary for purchasing rare herbs for alchemy and setting up spirit-gathering formations, all of which demanded substantial financial resources and spirit stones. Killing Su Qinyu or annihilating the Su family would be too merciful. He intended for the Su family to remain his subservient vassals, continuously generating wealth for him. Moreover, his parents had expended an immense amount of resources for his treatment. Their household required replenishment. Annihilating the Su family would merely provide momentary satisfaction. He sought enduring gratification. Naturally, if the Su family disobeyed, he would not hesitate to eradicate the Zhao family root and branch, severing them with a single strike. "Thank you, my lord, for sparing my life. I will fulfill your commands without fail," Su Qinyu thought, secretly pleased. Fang Han had chosen not to kill her, yet she believed he was still not entirely astute. Once she returned to Yinming City, she could easily turn the tables on him and potentially eradicate the Fang family. As for returning the betrothal gifts and publicly apologizing, she found it laughable that Fang Han could even dream of such a thing. "Dispose of the bodies here, then leave," Fang Han said dismissively. Ignoring the pain from her severed hand, Su Qinyu retrieved a vial of black liquid from a hidden compartment in the medicinal cabinet and sprayed it over the corpses of her 4 subordinates. In no time, the bodies disintegrated into ashes. She then picked up her bloody, severed hand and limped away. "Fang Han, you likely remain unaware that the ones you killed, Pan Long and Pan Hu, were affiliated with the divine physicians Valley. I have long been in covert communication with Zhao Jian of the Zhao family and the genius Wu Lei of the Wu family. Once I return to Yinming City, your end shall swiftly arrive," Su Qinyu muttered to herself as she mounted her horse in the stable of the estate. Soon, the sound of hooves faded into the vast night. This woman had more than one ally and source of support. Once Su Qinyu departed, Fang Han took a seat and extracted a drop of blood from his right hand, letting it fall onto a ring on his left thumb. The crimson blood rapidly spread, transforming the ring, which had been dull and lifeless, into something warm and lustrous, even revealing a fleeting dragon silhouette shimmering upon it. This was one of the storage treasures he possessed in his previous life, known as the Zonglong Ring. Within the Zonglong Ring lay little more than a mysterious iron sword and a special mask he had favored in his past life. However, activating the Zonglong Ring would greatly facilitate his future storage needs. His Zonglong Sword was nurtured within his upper dantian, and as he had yet to cultivate his divine sense, he could not summon the Zonglong Sword from his upper dantian. For the time being, wielding the mysterious iron sword as a weapon was a sound choice. Next, Fang Han thoroughly looted the valuable herbs and goods within the secret chamber, stuffing them all into the Zonglong Ring. Once he reached the martial sovereign realm, he would be able to refine numerous pills using these herbs. Subsequently, Fang Han prepared to return home under the cover of night. His family had devoted all their resources to treat his condition of foolishness, and he had been away from home for over a month. He yearned to see his family again. Moments later, Fang Han emerged from the estate's gates, holding a torch, just as he was about to set the estate ablaze. He noticed a movement. From the nearby grove, a creature resembling a giant monkey, the iron armor water ape, burst forth. Fang Han recognized it at once. This was a juvenile beast, only a few months old. The young creature appeared frightened and was darting about in panic. In recent decades, the aura of the Qiankuan continent had surged, giving rise to prodigious talents and an explosive increase in the number of beasts. Furthermore, the ancient seals on several demonic domains have begun to weaken, allowing demonic beings to emerge. These beasts and demonic entities wreaked havoc, severely threatening the safety of humanity. The Yanlong Kingdom had even established specialized organizations, such as the Demon Suppression Division and the Demon Suppression Army, to combat these threats. Things are coming to a head, Fang Han thought, elated at the sight of the iron armor water ape. His body remained frail, and the essence of beast blood was ideal for tempering his physique, far superior to ordinary refining pills. In the next instant, the mysterious iron sword from the Zonglong Ring appeared in Fang Han's grasp. This sword measured 3.5 feet in length, entirely black and unassuming. With a swift motion, Fang Han lunged, piercing the juvenile beast's heart. The essence of the beast lay within its heart. In an instant, he yanked the sword free, a small orb of essence sliding down the blood groove of the sword. This was indeed a rare breed of iron armor water ape, and its essence far surpassed that of ordinary beasts. Though toxic, he could refine it directly using his stringed instruments technique. Fang Han felt a surge of excitement and swiftly retrieved a small porcelain vial he had prepared from the secret chamber, capturing the essence and sealing it within. Kid, you dare to kill the iron armor water ape we've been pursuing all night. Taking its essence, are you seeking death? Just as Fang Han sealed the vial within the Songlong ring, two beautiful women burst forth from the grove. The one in front, a girl clad in a skirt, called out to him, her longbow drawn with an arrow aimed directly at him, radiating murderous intent. Fang Han felt a surge of displeasure, yet his gaze did not linger on the young girl, but rather shifted to another individual. This was a woman in her early 20s, wielding a sword and clad in black attire, her tall figure exuding an air of confidence. Her face bore a striking beauty, with eyebrows resembling distant mountains and a presence that could captivate any onlooker. In his past life, having traversed through countless blooms, he was instantly drawn to her. 4 years prior, at the tender age of 16, he had encountered her by chance while on his way to the Longyuan Sword Manor in Tianyuan Prefecture. Even then, he had felt a strange familiarity, and now, for years later, they crossed paths once more. Her name was Dantai Chiua, one of the 9 leaders of the Demon Suppression Division, overseeing all affairs within Tianyuan Prefecture. She was a prodigy renowned for vanquishing demon beasts and safeguarding humanity, her fame echoing throughout Yinming City and the entirety of Tianyuan Prefecture. Furthermore, she held the title of the most beautiful woman in Tianyuan Prefecture. There existed a list ranking beauties in the region, and since her arrival, she had never relinquished the top position. Tianyuan Prefecture governed Yinming City and 17 other cities, rendering the beauty rankings there all the more prestigious. Young man, are you deaf? Do you dare to keep staring at my sister Chiua? The bow-wielding girl's words only intensified Fang Han's defiance. She glared at him, declaring, I'll count to 10. If you don't hand over the demon beast's essence and apologize, I will shoot you down with an arrow. Apologize? Compensate? I killed a demon beast, not your pet, miss. Are you out of your mind? Perhaps you should visit a physician, Fang Han replied with an air of calm confidence. You dare insult me? The headstrong beauty, incensed by Fang Han's derision, exploded. I am Yi Qianqian, daughter of the city, Lord Yi Chong of Yinming City. Speak another word, and I shall take your life. She drew her longbow taut, the arrow poised and ready to unleash its fury at any moment. This bow, known as the Breaking Moon Bow, was no ordinary weapon, but a mid-grade magical artifact. Once infused with her true essence, the arrows would greatly amplify in power. The bow shimmered with an otherworldly light, emanating an overwhelming pressure that was truly fearsome. Qianqian, this young man is unaware that we are pursuing the armored water ape. I suggest we let this go, Dantai Chiu interjected, swiftly stepping in to temper the situation. Unlike her counterpart, she exhibited a sense of reason, refraining from bullying others, cognizant of her significant power as one of the leaders of the Demon Suppression Division. Young man, since my sister Chiua has spoken, if you apologize, we shall consider this matter resolved out of course. Should you refuse to be sensible, I wouldn't hesitate to make you my target, Yi Qianqian retorted, lowering her bow slightly while casting a sideways glance at Fang Han. Target? Young lady, the juvenile armored water ape is already dead, and the adult may strike at any moment. Perhaps you should focus on your own safety. A brazen woman like you should not expect my assistance. Fang Han chuckled lightly. Fang Han, unfazed by Yi Qianqian's arrogance, refused to yield just because she was the daughter of the city lord. In his past life on the Tunglong Star, countless distinguished figures had bowed before him. How could a mere daughter of a city lord in Yinming City hope to intimidate him? You are merely at the initial stage of a martial artist, while I am at the intermediate stage. My sister Chiua is a high-level martial master. Her combat prowess comparable to that of an early Foundation establishment expert. If danger were to arise, it would be you seeking our aid. Do you speak such words without fear of ridicule? Why not take a moment to reflect upon your own worth? Yi Qianqian, momentarily taken aback, appraised Fang Han again, dismissively stating, if you're truly so confident, let us spar a few rounds if you can defeat me. Both my sister and I shall serve you as handmaidens. The headstrong girl had her own motives, deliberately involving Dantai Chiyue in her challenge. Should Fang Han offend Dantai Chiyue with his words, she would undoubtedly take pleasure in punishing him tonight, or perhaps even ending his life without remorse. Upon hearing Fang Han's assertions, Dantai Chiyue couldn't help but feel he was being previously. Fang Han had remarked that she was unworthy of being a maid, which greatly displeased her. Yet now, she persistently urged Fang Han to flee, demonstrating that she is a woman of considerable stature. Sister Chiu, I will not run. Tonight we stand united in life and death, Yi Qianqian said, struggling to rise from the ground, her voice tinged with tears. She had come to realize that both she and Dantai Chiu might very well perish here tonight. She was willful and headstrong, yet loyal, never contemplating escape on her own. Why should I flee? Fang Han replied with an air of nonchalance. You, a mere novice martial artist, believe you can withstand the iron-armored water ape? Dantai Chiu thought Fang Han must be lacking sense, her irritation mounting. The iron-armored water ape possessed extraordinary strength, likely at the Lord level. If she could not contend with it, how could he? She estimated that only a master above the martial sect could hope to slay such a beast. If Fang Han chose not to run, and she was gravely injured by the iron-armored water ape, then escape would be utterly impossible. This trivial variant of the iron-armored water ape is of no concern. Once it is slain, its vital blood shall belong to me, Fang Han said with indifference. I must remind you, however, that this beast's claws are laced with a potent poison. You are both already afflicted. If I do not assist you, you will perish from the backlash of your own life force. Upon hearing this, Yi Qianqian felt an urge to curse. She believed Fang Han was merely trying to frighten them. Yet, suddenly, she felt a wave of heat followed by an icy chill coursing through her body. She hastily attempted to circulate her true essence, only to find it stagnating, nearly impossible to mobilize. What is happening to me? Am I truly poisoned? Yi Qianqian gasped in horror, realizing she might indeed meet her end at the jaws of the iron-armored water ape. Chapter 5. Struggle. Yi Qianqian considered Fang Han to be exceptionally ill-fated, for what he spoke seemed to manifest into reality. Nevertheless, even at this moment, she regarded him merely as an arrogant braggart. Incapable of saving her, she figured that if Fang Han faced the iron-armored water ape, he would be torn to shreds in an instant. Yet he continued to act as if he were invincible, oblivious to the concept of mortality. Thus, she held no hope for his assistance. However, this demonic poison was not something that could be endured solely through willpower. She was in excruciating discomfort, her true essence running amok within her meridians. The pain akin to being cut by blades. I am the illustrious daughter of Yanming City. I cannot perish here, Yi Qianqian thought, attempting to seal several of her acupoints to prevent the poison from spreading further. She pressed her fingers against her body repeatedly, only to discover that her true essence was nearly impossible to channel. She could not even seal her acupoints. If you wish to survive, you must plead for my help, Fang Han said, standing unmoved, showing no intention of rescuing Yi Qianqian. Such a self-righteous woman deserved to be taught a lesson. You, who cannot even safeguard your own life, expect me to beg you, if I perish. Do you think you would escape the clutches of the iron-armored water ape? Yi Qianqian swayed unsteadily, lunging towards Fang Han. Even in her poisoned state, she felt compelled to teach him a lesson. But Fang Han casually kicked a small stone on the ground, which struck the acupoint on Yi Qianqian's leg. Unbalanced, she fell hard to the ground. You dare to strike my acupoint? Yi Qianqian fumed. You scoundrel! If it weren't for my poisoning, I would have long since slain you with a single sword stroke. Fang Han merely replied with indifference, ignoring her further, and turned his gaze towards Dantai Chiu. Yi Qianqian wished to hurl more insults at Fang Han, but found herself gripped by fear, unable to voice her thoughts. After all, she was deeply poisoned, and even though Fang Han's cultivation was not high, he could easily overpower her. Dantai Chiu, too, was poisoned. With her profound cultivation as a high-level martial sect master, she managed to slow the spread of the poison through her techniques. However, after evading multiple assaults from the iron-armored water ape, her steps had become unsteady. When the giant paw of the iron-armored water ape came crashing down once more, she could no longer evade it, and in desperation, could only raise her sword to block, resulting in a brutal clash. Boom! The iron-armored water ape's claw, akin to an iron hook, struck her sword, sending both her and the blade flying. Thud! Dan Tai Chiuyu landed hard, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Before she could rise, the iron-armored water ape roared, its gaping maw wide open, leaping high, extending its massive paw to strike. Dan Tai Chiuyu's face turned ashen. The force of the iron-armored water ape strike was easily several tens of thousands of pounds. If she were struck, she would be crushed into the earth, unable to die more thoroughly. The fierce wind rushed towards her as she beheld the beast's furry paw and the long, sharp fangs within its gaping maw, feeling as though she had one foot in the underworld. Just when she found herself with no means of escape, a sound pierced through the night. She was astonished to see a streak of light shoot forth. Piercing into the iron-armored water, ape's open MAWIT was a rapidly spinning black sword. Dan Tai Chiuyu found herself in a state of sheer panic, struggling within Fang Han's embrace. As a prodigy of the younger generation, she was acutely aware that in the presence of the powerful, the weak possess no agency, especially considering the previous conflict between Yi Qianqian and Fang Han. The prospect of Fang Han seeking revenge and targeting both of them left her in a state of despair. After all, they were poisoned and could only submit to Fang Han's whims. Chapter 6. No choices to make. The more Dan Tai Chiuyu struggled, the more she sensed her body alternating between heat and cold, her vital energy in turmoil. The demonic poison within her had erupted. Although her cultivation level far surpassed that of Yi Qianqian and her will was considerably stronger, she was still unable to withstand the effects of the poison. In fact, those with deeper cultivation often suffered even more acutely from such toxins, as their meridians were more extensively developed, allowing the poison to spread rapidly and mercilessly, leaving her insides feeling as if they were being sliced apart by knives. "Of course, I will help you detoxify," Fang Han said, gazing down at the exquisite figure in his arms, his pace unrelenting as he spoke in a calm tone. After thousands of years in his previous life, he had endured much. Coupled with the betrayal of his most trusted 8 stunning female companions, his interest in women had waned significantly, even towards beauties of Yi Qianqian's caliber. However, Dan Tai Chiuyu was indeed a rare gem in the world. As he held her, the subtle fragrance of her body wafted towards him, continuously stimulating his senses that he found himself slightly shaken, struggling to maintain his composure. For him, this situation was truly astonishing in his past life. During his reign over Tonglong Star for millennia, the sight of an extraordinary beauty would captivate him, prompting thoughts of bringing her by his side as a companion. His 8 partners were all unparalleled beauties. He guided them in their cultivation and harmonized with them through music, and under his tutelage, they all became renowned figures across Tonglong Star. Yet, in the end, those 8 women harbored ulterior motives. They sought to take advantage of his moment of weakness to seize his Tonglong Sword and other treasures. As a result, upon his reincarnation, he was left with only the Tonglong Sword, Tonglong Ring, and Xiantai Sword, while all other weapons, artifacts, elixirs, talismans, and rare materials were taken by those women. He had suffered greatly due to the treachery of these 8 stunning companions. Otherwise, he would have attained the status of a divine sovereign on Tonglong Star, invincible and dominant, and would never have reincarnated into this realm to restart his cultivation. Having learned from the lessons of his past life, he believed that a man, particularly one on the path of cultivation, should not be overly indulgent in the affection of women, for beauties are far more perilous than ordinary women. His fiancée, Su Qinyu, was a prime example. She was undeniably beautiful, ranking among the top in Yanming City, yet she was also exceedingly malicious. Had he not awakened in time, he might have perished at her hands. Thus, in this life, he could no longer afford to trust women casually, nor could he allow himself to be swayed by their allure. This moment, expending his vital energy to save Dan Tai Chiuyu was hardly a prudent choice. He had already depleted a considerable amount of his energy in dispatching the anomalous iron-armored water ape. He knew that his purported fiancée, Su Qinyu, appeared to be submissive on the surface, but her true intentions remained uncertain. He had severed one of her hands and compelled the Su family to issue a formal apology and compensation. He was acutely aware that the Su family could retaliate at any moment. Given his current strength, if he were to be attacked by a formidable opponent while treating Dantai Chiyue, he would still be in danger. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, the sight of Dantai Chiyue stirred within him a flicker of belief that there could exist between men and women something beyond mere interests, a genuine affection. Dantai Chiyue reminded him of his first love in his past life. She was an extraordinarily talented woman who willingly sacrificed everything for him. However, at that time, he was merely in his 20s and lacked sufficient strength. She perished at the hands of their enemies while trying to save him. Even after the passage of millennia, the thought of her still brought him immense sorrow. The memory of her death was forever etched in his mind. Though he had reincarnated, his memories of her remained vivid and indelible. This was his eternal regret. Moreover, Dantai Chiyue bore a striking resemblance to his first love, particularly in profile. It was almost as if they were one and the same. This was likely why, 4 years ago, when he first encountered Dantai Chiyue in Tianyuan County, he felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. This perhaps explained his motivation to save her. Otherwise, he might not have chosen to act as a benefactor. Young Master Fang, I possess a message talisman. Please set me down quickly. I will immediately contact the Demon Suppression Division's command in Yinming City to send the antidote for me and Yi Qianqian. Dantai Chiyue, still conscious, made every effort to remain lucid as she spoke to Fang Han intermittently. She had previously slain iron-armored water apes, but she had not anticipated that this one was an anomalous beast. Having undergone complete mutation, becoming not only immensely powerful, but also venomous, one of the 9 leaders of the Demon Suppression Division. She had slain countless demon beasts and was on the verge of advancing from the mortal martial realm to the true martial realm, becoming a foundational cultivator. Yet, this time, it felt as though she had been outwitted and blindsided. There is no time left. By the time your subordinates arrive, it will only be to collect your corpse. Moreover, the antidote from your Demon Suppression Division may not even be effective against this poison. Only I can save you now. However, Fang Han did not release Dantai Chiyue and continued to walk deeper into the manor. Dantai Chiyue continued to struggle violently, but as Fang Han held her securely, her efforts were in vain, and she soon found herself gasping for breath. The breath of the beauty was like a fragrant breeze. Utterly delightful. What are you worried about? I am merely detoxifying you. I will not act recklessly. Fang Han reassured her after a moment of distraction. He harbored only a faint affection for Dantai Chiyue. He had not yet fallen in love with her. Who would believe you? Dantai Chiyue retorted, her heart racing even more at his words. Though she had never been involved with a man, she was far from naive. She understood well that a man's words could be deceitful and untrustworthy. She felt that Fang Han's assurances were laced with deception. Her worry intensified, fearing that his intentions for saving her might be ulterior. After all, there were not a few men who had been infatuated with her. Fang Han, you scoundrel. You saved Sister Chiyue, but not me. It's simply because Sister Chiyue is more beautiful than I am, isn't it? But let me tell you, I am not lacking either. If I survive, I will not let you off easily. You dare say I am unworthy to be your maid? Then I shall make you my servant and torment you thoroughly. Meanwhile, Yi Qianqian, who lay on the ground unable to rise and had fully succumbed to the poison, could not help but curse as she witnessed Fang Han carrying Dantai Chiyue into the Su family manor. At that moment, she was in excruciating pain, and her hatred for Fang Han had reached its peak. Chapter 7. A New Flame. Several hours later, as dawn broke, the sunlight streamed into the largest bedroom of the manor. Awakening 2 women who simultaneously screamed in shock, they discovered that they were completely unclothed. Naturally, these 2 were Dantai Chiyue and Yi Qianqian. Sister Chiyue, did that scoundrel Fang Han violate us? After the initial shock, Yi Qianqian quickly wrapped herself in a blanket, her face flushed as she inquired of Dantai Chiyue. Wasn't he supposed to not save me? Why am I here too? Men truly are deceitful, not to be trusted. She had lost consciousness on the grassy meadow outside the manor due to the poison and was oblivious to what had transpired thereafter. Though she appeared fearless, she was now filled with trepidation. After all, it was her first encounter with a man, and having had a conflict, if she had been taken advantage of, it would be a harrowing ordeal for her to face. Fang Han used his energy to detoxify me. At that time, I made an unconditional request for him to save you as well. Dantai Chiue hurriedly covered herself with the blanket. Her cheeks flushed as she explained. She vividly recalled that after Fang Han carried her inside, he did not act recklessly. Instead, he quickly acupunctured her with dozens of points and infused her with a stream of pure vital energy. This vital energy was incredibly refined yet gentle, flowing like a tranquil spring, alleviating her agitation and discomfort. She had asked Fang Han to also save Yi Qianqian, but he had not responded affirmatively, and she soon lost consciousness, unaware of what had happened afterward. Sister Chiue, how can we two stunning beauties be stripped bare by him? And you believe he would do nothing after saving us? Yi Qianqian's face was filled with disbelief and concern that if she had truly been compromised by Fang Han, it would be a source of great sorrow for her. Upon hearing this, Dantai Chiue's expression shifted slightly. She too found it hard to believe that any man could remain unmoved in such a situation, unless he were abnormal. She quickly wrapped herself completely in the blanket to check her body. Fang Han is indeed a gentleman. He did not take advantage of me in a swift motion. Dantai Chiue lifted the blanket once more and let out a long sigh. In truth, there was something she had yet to divulge. The true essence from Fang Han had fused with the qi within her body, creating a continuously spinning yin-yang symbol within her dantian. This incessant rotation refined her qi to an extraordinary degree, to the point where a portion of it was on the verge of liquefaction. She felt as though she had touched the threshold of the foundation establishment realm. The path of cultivation is divided into stages: martial artist, martial master, and martial sovereign, all of which belong to the mortal martial realm. Although a martial sovereign is undeniably powerful, they ultimately remain within the realm of mortals. Beyond the mortal martial realm lies the true martial realm, which is further divided into foundation establishment, divine thought, and essence core stages. Only upon entering the foundation establishment realm does one truly transcend the mortal domain and become a genuine cultivator. Dantai Chiue had already attained the high-tier martial sovereign stage for 2 years. Initially, she would have required at least another 3 years for a potential breakthrough. Yet now she sensed that the moment of transcendence was imminent. The essence Fang Han imparted to her was true essence, not mere qi, which was ample proof that he was a martial master, not a martial sovereign. For the hallmark of entering the martial sovereign stage is the transformation of true essence into qi. Despite Fang Han's lower cultivation level, the purity of his true essence surpassed her qi, and his combat prowess was astonishing. She found herself increasingly intrigued by Fang Han, eager to learn more about him. What if he had not acted against her? Could he have consumed me instead? Yi Qianqian, the willful girl, was growing anxious. After a meticulous examination, she confirmed that she remained a girl, and she scoffed, having seen me in such a state. You must take responsibility. Otherwise, I shall capture you as my servant, and should you disobey, I shall whip you daily. Upon hearing this, Dantai Chiue felt a twinge of concern. Fang Han had rescued her, although she could not claim to be in love with him just yet. He had quietly carved a place for himself in her heart. She knew Yi Qianqian to be a woman of her word, and if Yi Qianqian developed feelings for Fang Han, it was entirely possible that their relationship could shift from sisterly bonds to rivalrous animosity. Meanwhile, Fang Han was in the adjacent room, recuperating. Dantai Chiue discovered that she was a lunar sacred body, and compared to the Tunglong star of her previous life, the Qiankuan continent seemed a lower tier of existence. Yet, the emergence of a lunar sacred body here hinted at the continent's exceptional nature. If she were to become his Dao partner, his ascension to the divine sovereign stage and return to the Tunglong star would be merely a matter of time. After completing his meditation, Fang Han rose to his feet, his mind stirring. Last night, he had employed the lute and zither harmonization technique to heal the two women, resulting in significant depletion of his true essence. However, now he had not only fully recovered but also experienced an enhancement in his cultivation, showing signs of a breakthrough from an initial tier martial master to a mid-tier martial master. Yet he remained undecided about whether to pursue Dantai Chiue. In his previous life, he had indulged in romantic escapades. In this life, he intended to let things progress naturally, without the impulse to transform every stunning beauty into a Dao partner. What he sought was a companion with whom he could share life and death. and he had no desire to harbor venomous snakes that could eventually bite him. Listening to the conversation between Dantai Chiuyue and Yi Qianqian, he found himself both amused and exasperated, especially at Yi Qianqian's insistence on him taking responsibility and her talk of making him a servant, which left him feeling quite overwhelmed. Had he known this would unfold, he would not have saved her last night. In reality, both women had expelled the demonic poison from their bodies, rendering their garments unwearable, which explained their current state of undress. Soon enough, Fang Han quietly departed the estate, leading a horse. Dantai Chiuyue and Yi Qianqian searched for clothing to wear, scouring the estate and its surroundings, yet they found no trace of Fang Han, save for the bodies of two armored water apes lying in the meadow outside. The flesh and blood of a lord-level demonic beast, while not as precious as essence blood, was still highly beneficial for cultivators, enhancing vitality and fortifying the body. Moreover, despite the poisonous nature of the mutated armored water ape's flesh, it held significant value. Its hide could be fashioned into armor, and its bones and fangs could be used to forge weapons. However, Dantai Chiuyue chose to return to the city with Yi Qianqian, intending to leave the disposal of the mutated armored water apes' remains to her subordinates. She had little inclination to concern herself with that matter any longer. Her priority was to locate Fang Han. Recently, there had been a spate of demonic beasts appearing in the urban area of Tianyuan County, and she wished to recruit a formidable individual like Fang Han for the Demon Suppression Division. She sensed that Fang Han was far more than he appeared to be as an initial-tier martial master. Her interest in him was piqued, and she yearned to see him again. Unbeknownst to her, Fang Han had already sown a seed in her heart. Fang Han rode a black horse, galloping from the outskirts, and within a little over an hour, he returned to Yanming City. His cultivation was still low. He had yet to reach the point of flying on a sword, and could only ride a horse for the time being. In this life, his father Fang Zhendong, mother Tang Yumei, and sister Fang Yingxue treated him with great kindness. After 3 years of foolishness, they had worried incessantly for him, sacrificing much that he missed them dearly and longed to see them again, after which he would seek retribution against the Zhao family. After all, he had been turned into a medicinal being, with the Zhao family playing a significant role alongside the Su family. Moreover, the Zhao family harbored ambitions to annex the Fang family. As he approached the city gate, the discussions among the city guard soldiers piqued Fang Han's interest. "Did you hear? That fool from the Fang family died in the Divine Physician Valley. It is said that his condition worsened, driving him mad, and he fell from a cliff, leaving no remains." This incident had occurred several days prior, and the news had originated from the Su family, as Yu Qinyu, though still young, had become a widow, which was indeed a pity. They were merely engaged. How could she possibly not remarry? I have heard that she has recently been flirting with Zhao Jian, the third young master of the Zhao family, as well as Wu Lei, the scion of the esteemed Wu family in Yanming City. Su Qinyu juggling 3 suitors. Fang Han's life was worth living. It is said that after becoming engaged to the stunning Su Qinyu, he enjoyed her company day and night, experiencing the utmost pleasure. You are mistaken. It is rumored that Fang Han never even held Su Qinyu's hand. That fool is truly the epitome of foolishness. If I could marry such a beauty, I would revel in every moment. Old Hay, stop dreaming. Women like Su Qinyu are not for the likes of us. You are already in your 30s. Your fate is sealed as a lifelong bachelor. Although the voices of these soldiers were low, Fang Han heard them clearly. His hearing had greatly improved since becoming an initial-tier martial master. If I had truly perished last night due to Su Qinyu's absorption and she became Zhao Jian's or Wu Lei's woman, my life would have been a complete farce, and even my Fang family would become a laughingstock. However, since I am still alive and have awakened memories of my past life, I shall ensure that the people of Yanming City come to know that Su Qinyu and the Su family, as well as the Zhao and Wu families, are the true jesters. Within 3 days, if the Su family does not come to our Fang family to apologize, they should not blame me for my ruthless methods. If Zhao Jian and Wu Lei truly have an affair with Su Qinyu, they shall also meet their end. He certainly would not hold a grudge against these soldiers. Instead, he activated his mind and retrieved a mask from the Canglong ring, donning it as he galloped swiftly into the city. This mask was something he had favored in his previous life, as the renowned Songlong Sword Emperor. There were times when it was inconvenient to reveal his identity publicly. Now, in the eyes of the people of Yinming City, he was considered dead, and wearing the mask would save him some trouble, at the very least. The guards at the city gate did not recognize the imposing figure riding into the city as the so-called fool. Fang Han. The Fang family was not merely losing one Fang Han. Misfortunes came in waves, and the family was on the brink of collapse. Old Hey, what inside information do you have? This is no mere rumor. I have a childhood friend who is a high-tier warrior. He's working for the Zhao family under the third young master. Last night, while drinking, he mentioned that today he would lead a group to seize the Fang family's ancestral grave. And then he would be engaged to Su Qianyu. Is that true? The Zhao family is one of the three major families in Yinming City. They intend to steal Fang family's woman, destroy the Fang family, and even dig up ancestral graves? I initially thought my friend was drunk and rambling, but before I came to guard the city gate, I saw Zhao Jian leading a group in a menacing manner towards the Fang family's ancestral grave. As Fang Han passed by the soldiers, he suddenly overheard such shocking remarks. The Zhao family aims to move against my Fang family. Zhao Zi, you pride yourself on being a genius, yet you engage in despicable acts of poisoning me. Your brother Zhao Jian dares to pursue Su Qianyu even before I have publicly divorced her. This is a death wish. Once I annihilate your Zhao family, I will come to the Longyuan Sword Manor to settle the score with you. Do not think that the Longyuan Sword Manor or the Longyuan Sword Sect behind it can protect you. A murderous intent surged within Fang Han as he urged his horse towards the direction of the Fang family's ancestral grave. Today he would unleash a bloody massacre. Chapter 8. The bedwarming servant at the Fang family ancestral tomb, Fang Han's father, Fang Zhendong, his mother, Tang Yumei, and his sister, Fang Yingxue, stood before a newly erected grave to pay their respects. Scattered upon the grave were numerous offerings of joss paper. Atop the grave stood a large stone tablet, prominently inscribed with Fang Han's name. Just days prior, the Fang family had received news from the Su family, claiming that Fang Han's condition of madness had worsened at the Divine Physician Valley, culminating in a frenzied night escape that led him to fall from a cliff, leaving no remains. Fang Han's parents and sister believed the news to be true. Overwhelmed with grief, they buried Fang Han's clothing and personal effects, designating it as a ceremonial grave. As the sky darkened and autumn winds surged, the joss paper and offerings swirled in the air. In the nearby woods, an unknown bird emitted mournful cries, further deepening the atmosphere of sorrow. My unfortunate son, had I known, I would never have allowed Su Qianyu to take you to the Divine Physician Valley. If so, you could have stayed by your mother's side a while longer, yet now, I have not even been able to see you one last time, Tang Yumei murmured, her eyes reddened as tears streamed down her cheeks. Despite being middle-aged, she retained a slender figure, exuding a lingering beauty, yet her pallor was evident, a testament to her profound sorrow. Fang Zhendong's expression mirrored her grief, his demeanor heavy with despair. Meanwhile, Fang Yingxue on the ground, burning paper offerings, softly weeping. Fang Zhendong, Tang Yumei, you truly hide away here to mourn? It seems I have not come to the wrong place. A voice suddenly interrupted. Zhao Jian, the third young master of the Zhao family, barged in with a group of followers. Zhao Jian, around the same age as Fang Han, appeared to be in his 20s. Although technically a junior to Fang Zhendong and Tang Yumei, his words dripped with disdain and sarcasm. Behind him, a dozen burly men clad in rugged attire, half-wielding mining hammers, flanked him. These individuals were at least high-tier warriors, with three among them already at the mid-tier martial artist level, representing the elite of the Zhao family. The soldier at the city gate, known as Old Hey, had not spoken in vain. The Zhao family had indeed come to the Fang family's ancestral tomb. Third young master Zhao, what brings you and your associates here? Fang Zhendong sensed Zhao Jian's ill intentions, but maintained his composure. The Zhao family was one of the three prominent families in Yinming City, almost monopolizing the sales of weapons and medicinal pills, their power far surpassing that of the Fang family. While the Fang family also practiced alchemy, they could only produce inferior body refining pills, whereas the Zhao family not only crafted superior body refining pills, but also sold the channeling pills from the Divine Physician Valley. For practitioners, body refining pills were essential in laying the foundation for becoming a martial artist, while channeling pills enabled warriors to open their major meridians and ascend to the martial artist realm. In essence, the Fang family's pills were merely for the cultivation of the financially disadvantaged, occupying only the low-end market in Yanming City, while the wealthy and powerful sought the Zhao family's offerings. Thus, the Fang family could barely be considered a second-tier family in the city. Unless absolutely necessary, the Fang family could not afford to offend the Zhao family in the past, due to a lack of genuine competition between the two families. The Zhao family had rarely troubled the Fangs. However, both Fang Jindong and Tang Yumei had an ominous premonition this time that why Zhao family has taken a liking to this ancestral tomb of yours. You are to relocate the grave within 7 days, Zhao Jian declared, standing before Fang Han's ceremonial grave with an air of authority. Zhao Jian, what is the meaning of this? Fang Jindong exclaimed in anger after a moment of surprise. Tang Yumei and Fang Yingshue's expressions shifted dramatically as well. Because of the engagement between Su Qianyu and that fool Fang Han, your family has offered up the 100 acres of medicinal fields in the east of the city as part of the betrothal gifts to the Su family. And since Su Qianyu was able to take Fang Han to the Divine Physician Valley for treatment, that was facilitated by my Zhao family, and you should show your gratitude accordingly, Zhao Jian sneered. I have had my people investigate. Beneath your Fang family's ancestral tomb lies a deposit of purple gold fine iron is it too much to ask for my Zhao family to take this land? Unbeknownst to him, Fang Han was not dead. He had merely severed one of Su Qianyu's hands. Upon hearing Zhao Jian's words, Fang Jindong, Tang Yumei, and Fang Yingxue were first taken aback, then consumed by rage. Is there anything more outrageous than encroaching upon someone's ancestral tomb? Fang Yingxue, who had been kneeling to burn offerings, could no longer contain herself and stood up, glaring at Zhao Jian. Her cultivation talent was mediocre. Currently at the mid-tier warrior level, the Fang family had expended considerable resources to send Fang Han to the Longyuan Sword Academy, which meant she could only train in the ancestral martial arts and could never hope to study at prestigious places like the Qingxian Academy, Sungyun Academy, or Longyuan Sword Academy. If the Zhao family continues to bully us, the Fang family will never relent. Although Fang Jindong appeared cultured and mild-mannered, he stood tall, meeting Zhao Jian's gaze with unwavering resolve. Tang Yumei, though filled with fury, wore a worried expression and remained silent, for she was merely a woman with no cultivation prowess. Will the Fang family have the audacity to speak of relentless vengeance? Zhao Jian sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Fang Jindong. Your family patriarch, old man Fang Gaoyang, is merely a mid-tier martial artist, while my grandfather is a high-tier martial artist. Should you provoke me, he could effortlessly annihilate your entire family with a single bloodied blade. Moreover, my sister, Zhao Zi, is the sword master of the Longyuan Sword Academy. She has passed the assessments of the Longyuan Sword sect and is about to become an official disciple, Zhao Jian continued. Fang Jindong, Tang Yumei, and Fang Yingxue felt their confidence wane upon hearing this. Zhao Jian was no exaggerating. Zhao Banshan had achieved the martial artist realm 30 years ago and had become a high-tier martial artist a decade prior. In all of Yanming City, aside from the first family, the Wu family, and the city lord, Yi Chong, there were few who could rival him. Old man Fang Gaoyang was also a martial artist, but only at the mid-tier level, creating a significant disparity in strength. In Tanyuan Prefecture, there were 3 cultivation sects, Qingxian sect, Wuzhizang, and Longyuan Sword sect. The Qingxian Academy, Wuzhizang Academy, and Longyuan Sword Academy were established by these 3 sects to select young disciples. Once young talents were chosen to train in these sects, they would undoubtedly become formidable figures in the true martial realm, with boundless prospects. While martial artists were impressive, they still belonged to the realm of mundane martial arts and were relatively weak in comparison to the true martial realm's experts. If Zhao Zi were to become a true martial artist, the Zhao family would have the opportunity to surpass the Wu family and become the foremost family in Yanming City. Thus, if the Zhao family truly sought to harm the Fang family, the latter would stand no chance of resistance. You think the older generation of the Fang family pales in comparison to my Zhao family, but the middle generation has someone like Fang Sihai to hold the fort? Zhao Jian's voice rang out once more. Let me share some good news. Fang Sihai led a team to hunt down demon beasts yesterday and was injured by one, resulting in severed meridians, rendering him a cripple. Furthermore, this failure was attributed to his poor command, and he has been dismissed from the Demon Suppression Office. Henceforth, your Fang family will no longer have the means to leverage the Demon Suppression Office against my Zhao family. How is this possible? Fang Jindong's face paled. The Fang family's enterprises revolve around mining and cultivating medicinal herbs for refining body-refining pills. While he was the family head, his expertise lay in alchemy, not martial arts, and even now, he was merely a high-tier martial artist. Fang Sihai, his younger brother, was 40 years old and already a low-tier martial artist, the strongest combatant in the Fang family aside from their patriarch, Fang Gaoyang. Moreover, Fang Sihai served as the deputy commander of the Demon Suppression Office stationed in Yanming City. If Fang Sihai were truly rendered incapacitated, the blow to the Fang family would be catastrophic. However, before Fang Jindong could voice his concerns, a middle-aged man with a long, donkey-like face rushed into the Fang family ancestral tomb in a panic. This individual was a servant of the Fang family, known colloquially as Fang Mahu due to his distinctive appearance. Patriarch, it's terrible. Second Master has suffered severed meridians and has been brought back, Fang Mahu shouted as he approached. Upon hearing this dreadful news, Fang Jindong stumbled, his footing faltering. Tang Yume and Fang Yingxue turned pale with shock. They could hardly believe that Zhao Jian's words were, in fact, true. Zhao Jian laughed once more. Fang Jindong, those who recognize the times are the true wise. I am here on behalf of the Zhao family to formally inform you. Relocate your Fang family's ancestral grave within 7 days. That if you fail to comply, I shall bring my men to raze this place to the ground and commence mining. Should your ancestors' remains be left exposed, do not blame me. His tone was arrogant and domineering, clearly confident in his domination over the Fang family. Zhao Jian, was your Zhao family responsible for my uncle's fate? Do not push your luck? Fang Yingxue could no longer hold back her rage, glaring at Zhao Jian. Yingxue, you truly are sharp-witted. Indeed, your uncle Fang Sihai is a thorn in the side of my Zhao family. And of course, we had to eliminate him. However, your angry demeanor is quite captivating. The more I look, the more intrigued I become. Zhao Jian replied with a mischievous smile that, oh, and I forgot to mention, if your Zhao family wishes to maintain a foothold in Yanming City, you will need to serve as my maid. Rest assured, I will cherish you every night. Moreover, with Fang Han deceased, Su Qinyu has already agreed to be my woman that I in due time. You and Su Qinyu will serve me together. How could Su Qinyu possibly marry you? Even if my brother is dead, she has already been betrothed to him and must mourn for 3 years. Fang Yingxue retorted, her anger boiling over. It seems the Su family has played the Zhao family for fools. Yet you remain oblivious, still expressing gratitude. Zhao Jian taunted. Zhao Jian chuckled. Fang Han is dead. His woman and sister now belong to me. Just thinking about it fills me with delight. Zhao Jian, do you dare to lay a finger on my daughter? Fang Jindong was now utterly enraged. Family was his bottom line. Even if the Fang family was not as powerful as the Zhao family, he could no longer endure such humiliation. Old fool, do you still dare to act tough in front of me? There are 2 matters at hand. First, hand over the ancestral burial site of the Fang family to the Zhao family. Second, deliver Fang Yingxue to the Zhao family to serve as my maid and warm my bed. Zhao Jian coldly scoffed. I will count to 3. If you do not agree to these 2 matters, I shall immediately shatter the tombstone of your son Fang Han, and even dig up your ancestral grave. At that moment, Fang Jindong, Tang Yume, and Fang Yingxue were at a loss. If the ancestral tomb were truly destroyed, it would be a disgrace to their ancestors, rendering them sinners of the Fang family. Yet, if they acquiesced to Zhao Jian's demands, the Fang family would also suffer disgrace and become a laughingstock. They were thus caught in a dilemma. The servant Fang Mahu, who had come to deliver the message, trembled and feared. It seemed that the people of the Fang family would not shed tears until they saw the coffin. However, Zhao Jian had already lost his patience and ordered his men. Smash it! A burly man with a pockmarked face immediately lifted a heavy hammer and aimed it at Fang Han's tombstone. This man was already a high-level martial artist, and with that mighty blow, it was as if 1,000 pounds of force were unleashed. A tremendous crash resounded as the tombstone of Fang Han, the well-dressed grave, was struck in two, sending shards of stone flying in all directions. "You bunch of bastards, I will fight you to the end." Fang Yingshua's eyes turned red as she lunged at the pockmarked-faced martial artist. Yet, an elder beside Zhao Jian swiftly intercepted her, attempting to capture her with a martial arts maneuver. This elder was also a high-level martial artist, far beyond Fang Yingshua's ability to resist. Meanwhile, the pockmarked warrior raised his hammer again, preparing to smash a nearby tombstone. "Who has dared to strike my tombstone? Who dares to bully my sister? Who dares to get engaged to her before I formally annul my engagement with Su Qinyu? Are you seeking trouble?" Suddenly, an incredibly cold voice, laden with murderous intent, pierced through from beyond the ancestral tomb. Simultaneously, two stones whistled through the air, streaking towards their targets. Chapter 9. This time, I come to protect you. The two stones, propelled by an unseen force, reached their targets with astonishing speed, simultaneously piercing the throats of Zhao Jian's two high-level martial artists. They slowly collapsed to the ground. They attempted to speak, but the blood gushing from their throats obstructed their voices, leaving them only able to emit faint gurgles before succumbing to death. In the next instant, a figure swiftly appeared, a masked man clad in Azure garb, positioning himself protectively in front of Fang Yingxua. This sudden turn of events left Zhao Jian and his subordinates aghast. For a moment, no one dared to continue smashing the tombstone. The Zhao family members were not fools. They sensed that this mysterious individual had effortlessly slain two high-level martial artists, showcasing immense strength. "Who are you? How dare you interfere in Zhao family matters?" Zhao Jian glared at the masked man, a flicker of trepidation crossing his mind. I could see that moment. He had yet to comprehend the identity of the visitor. The questions of who had struck his tombstone, who dared to bully his sister, and who had sought to engage her before he had formally annulled his engagement with Su Qinyu left him in a fog. Within the Fang family's ancestral tomb, those whose names adorned the tombstones had long since passed. Among them, only Fang Han was Fang Yingshua's brother. But with Fang Han deceased, it was impossible for him to appear here. Moreover, Fang Han was notorious for his lack of martial prowess. Prior to his mental incapacitation, he had merely reached the initial level of a martial artist, and after becoming mentally incapacitated, his abilities had diminished to the point where he was comparable to someone who had never trained at all. The name Fang Han flitted through Zhao Jian's mind, only to be cast aside. "Zhao Jian, you dare to covet the ancestral tomb of the Fang family and humiliate us. You have quite the audacity." The masked man removed his mask, revealing a somewhat handsome face. "Fang Han, you fool, you are not dead?" Zhao Jian's eyes widened in shock upon recognizing the face in broad daylight. It was as if he had seen a ghost. "Brother, Honor," Fang Yingxua, Fang Zhendong, and Tang Yumei all exclaimed simultaneously, hardly able to believe their eyes. They had received news from the Su family stating that Fang Han had been dead for several days. Yet here he stood alive before them. Fang Mahu, who had come to deliver the news, was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, realizing that two members of the Zhao family had died. He understood that a grave incident had occurred and stumbled away in a panic, that he was but an insignificant character, and Zhao Jian's attention was entirely focused on Fang Han, so he was not hindered. "Father, mother, sister, I have returned to normal. I am sorry for causing you worry over these past 3 years." Fang Han addressed Fang Zhendong, Tang Yumei, and Fang Yingxua from now on, as long as I am here. "The Fang family shall no longer be bullied by anyone. You rest aside. This scoundrel Zhao Jian deserves to die, and I will deal with him. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, subjected to scorn in his youth. In this life, save for the year he spent at Longyuan Sword Manor, he had lived alongside his family, who had shown him profound care. Naturally, he felt it was his duty to protect them." Fang Han's words made Fang Zhendong, Tang Yumei, and Fang Yingxua realize he was no longer the same. Previously, even before his mental incapacitation, Fang Han had only been an initial-level martial artist, acting meekly due to his limited strength. Yet now he had just slain two high-level martial artists with a single blow, but their concern deepened. They knew the Zhao family would not let this go lightly. Honor, do not worry about us. Take your sister and flee. Your father and I will hold them off. The Zhao family is not something we can provoke. Tang Yumei urged. In light of the current situation, for Fang Han and Fang Yingxue to survive. They could only flee far away as for the fate of the Fang family. She could no longer concern herself with it that moment. Zhao Jian had exhaled a sigh of relief, since it was this worthless Fang Han who had arrived. He had nothing to fear. He believed Fang Han's sudden surge in strength was due to the infusion of countless medicinal liquids. Yet a waste is still a waste, no matter how powerful he became. He was no match for any of his 3 intermediate martial artists. Zhao Jian's expression turned sinister as he declared, "Think you can escape? Originally, I had shown mercy, granting your Fang family 7 days to relocate the graves. But to my surprise, you remain ungrateful in that case. None of you shall escape." With a wave of his hand, his subordinates immediately spread out, surrounding Fang Han, Fang Jindong, Tang Yumei, and Fang Yingxue. "Young Master Zhao, our Fang family bears no grudge against you. I implore you to spare us." Tang Yumei pleaded, I need a reason to bully you." Tang Yumei, you are already in your 40s. Do you not understand the principle of the weak being preyed upon by the strong? Furthermore, since Fang Han has killed members of my Zhao family, do you truly think I would let you off? Zhao Jian chuckled darkly. "Except for Fang Yingxue, whom I have taken a liking to and will keep as my maid. The 3 of you must die. Otherwise, how will the Zhao family maintain its reputation in Yanming City? Rest assured, I will take good care of Fang Yingxue, as well as Su Qianyu. Mother, do not plead with them. If Zhao Jian dares to humiliate our Fang family, I shall send him to his demise." Tang Yumei attempted to say more, but Fang Han interrupted her. Having awakened his memories, Zhao Jian was now nothing more than an ant to him, easily extinguished, and he must be eliminated. Certainly, he would no longer desire a woman like Su Qianyu, but until he had formally annulled his engagement with her, no other man could lay claim to her. "Fang Han, you are Su Qianyu's medicinal vessel. You should have been refined last night. Since you have not died, it must be that you suddenly regained your senses and escaped while Su Qianyu was unguarded." Zhao Jian scrutinized Fang Han, mocking, "But you are seeking trouble by coming here. In my grasp, I will certainly deliver you to the Su family, and you will still face the fate of being a medicinal vessel. You have been turned into a medicinal being by Su Qianyu for over a month. Your suffering far exceeds that of a slow death by slicing. But the absurdity lies in the fact that your parents and sister remain grateful to the Su family, giving away the medicinal fields in the east of the city to them. That constitutes nearly half of the Fang family's assets. You are all fools." Zhao Jian's words struck Fang Jindong, Tang Yumei, and Fang Yingxue like a bolt of lightning. The Fang and Su families have been close allies for generations. Su Qianyu's willingness to marry Fang Han had always been met with gratitude. And despite some dissent within the family, they had presented the Su family with the most lavish betrothal gifts. But if this was indeed a conspiracy between the Su and Zhao families to turn Fang Han into a medicinal vessel for treating Su Qianyu's condition and then seize the Fang family's entire fortune, they would truly be the fools manipulated by the Su family. This is impossible. Fang Jindong found it hard to believe Zhao Jian's words, suspecting that the Zhao family was sowing discord. "Father, Zhao Jian speaks the truth. I was indeed turned into a medicinal being by Su Qianyu, and my mental incapacitation was caused by Zhao Zi's poison at Longyuan Sword Manor. The Su and Zhao families have long conspired together to use me to treat Su Qianyu's condition, with all of the Fang family's assets to be handed over to the Zhao family, and now they are seeking to unite through marriage." Fang Han spoke, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Fang Jindong, Tang Yumei, and Fang Yingxue had always placed their trust in Fang Han. Realizing that Fang Han was no fool, they acknowledged the truth of his words and comprehended that they had been thoroughly manipulated by the Su family, igniting a profound fury within them. "Now you may perish, for it is I who has spared you from folly. You should be grateful to me." Zhao Jian sneered at Fang Jindong and Tang Yumei. "Fang Han, I shall hold them off. You take your mother and sister and break through," Fang Jindong proclaimed, his aura surging to 8T this critical juncture. He prepared to fight fiercely against Zhao Jian and his cohorts. "Father, you have shielded me for so many years. This time, I shall protect you. The Zhao and Su families have conspired against me, humiliated me. Zhao Jian must die. In Fang Han's grasp appeared a sword forged from mysterious iron. "You, a worthless fool. Think you can contend with my Zhao family? Zhao Jian scoffed, yet he remained unaware of the dire straits he had fallen into, soon to meet the king of hell. Fool, you will soon understand who the true worthless one is. Fang Han retorted coldly, flipping his wrist as the sword surged forth with ferocity. Chapter 10. The thrill of revenge and grievance. Fang Zhendong, the head of the Fang family, had devoted years to the art of alchemy, rendering him relatively weaker in combat among his peers. Nevertheless, being a high-level martial artist, he was more than capable of holding his ground against Zhao, Jian, and his 3 mid-level martial artists. If he fought with all his might, there was indeed a glimmer of hope to secure an escape for Tang Yumei, Fang Han, and Fang Yingxue. Although Fang Han's declaration of protection moved him, he felt that Fang Han was still too impulsive. You fool, armed with a mere broken sword. Do you think you can intimidate Zhao Sanshao? I know not what fortuitous event has granted you the initial martial artist realm. But before me, you remain but a waste. Yes, Fang Han made his move, a sinister old man clad in black, exuding an eerie aura, let out a cold laugh, and swiftly snatched at his sword with a bare hand. This black-clad elder was one of the strongest among Zhao Jian's entourage, possessing the prowess of a mid-level martial artist. Earlier, Fang Han had slain 2 high-level martial artists of the Zhao family with stones. Yet this elder had not deemed it worthy of serious concern, for he could see through Fang Han's initial martial artist status and believed there to be a significant gap between them. Thus refraining from using the broad knife he bore on his back, this old man, indeed, had the arrogance to back it up. His attack was vicious, and with a swift motion, he seized Fang Han's sword. Old Han, do not kill him. We still have use for this medicinal man that I can persuade the Su family to willingly part with a substantial sum for the Zhao family, allowing me to wed Su Qianyu without spending a dime. Yet profiting greatly, Zhao Jian commanded with a smug expression that he was certain that Fang Han was no match for the black-clad elder, Old Han, who could capture Fang Han as easily as plucking an item from a bag. You dare attempt to seize my sword? Just then, a smile crept across Fang Han's lips. With a slight tremor of his arm, the mysterious iron sword vibrated with intensity. A resonant hum filled the air as a powerful surge of true essence coursed from his arm into the sword. In the next instant, blood sprayed forth as the self-important Old Han's 5 fingers were severed, turning into a mist of crimson. With a cry of agony, Old Han retreated rapidly, having suffered a significant setback. He realized that Fang Han's strength exceeded his wildest expectations. He prepared to draw the broad knife from his back, no longer underestimating him, ready to unleash his ultimate blade techniques in a desperate fight. But with a flash of the sword light before he could unsheath his knife, Fang Han's mysterious iron sword had already descended upon his neck. His head flew from his shoulders, blood raining down. In just 2 moves, Fang Han had slain mid-level martial artist Old Han. This scene caused Zhao Jian's expression to shift dramatically, and his subordinates hesitated in their resolve. Fang Han was undeniably formidable. If Old Han, a mid-level martial artist, could be dispatched so swiftly, then the majority of his men, possessing merely martial artist cultivation, would stand no chance against Fang Han, akin to courting death. Fang Zhendong, Tang Yumei, and Fang Yingxue could scarcely believe their eyes. Warriors temper their bodies, while martial artists channel their meridians. The combat prowess of a martial artist far surpasses that of a high-level warrior. Just over a month ago, Fang Han had been an initial martial artist, and now he had transformed into such a formidable force. It defied all logic. Everyone charged together. Whoever captures Fang Han shall be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver and 3 meridian opening pills. Zhao Jian bellowed as he retreated. Humph! Yet Fang Han responded with a cold grunt, the sword light surging forth. Without a moment's hesitation, he advanced toward Zhao Jian's subordinates. None could withstand a single exchange with Fang Han. Wherever he went, severed limbs and heads flew, blood mist spraying in mere moments. Several high-level warriors met their untimely demise. These subordinates, accustomed to bullying the weak in favorable conditions, were now paralyzed with dread before the god of slaughter that was Fang Han. A number of high-level warriors attempted to flee, but Fang Han's sword was swifter. As they turned, they found a gaping wound in their backs. Even the 2 remaining mid-level martial artists could not withstand the sword in Fang Han's hand. Their heads severed, The dozen or so subordinates brought by Zhao Jian lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Fang Zhendong and Tang Yumei felt a mix of relief and concern. They were relieved because the Zhao family's arrogance had warranted punishment. Yet they worried that Fang Han's actions would irrevocably entangle them in a bitter feud with the Zhao family. Though Fang Han had grown immensely powerful, he could not possibly contend with Zhao Tianxing, the head of the Zhao family and the elder Zhao Banshan. The Fang family might very well lose their foothold in Yinming City due to the events of today, or even face extermination. Meanwhile, Zhao Jian, ever the cunning one, seized the opportunity to lunge toward Fang Yingxue, intending to capture her as a hostage. Seeking death, Fang Han's figure flickered like a streak of light, before Zhao Jian could even reach Fang Yingxue. The mysterious iron sword was already poised against Zhao Jian's throat. Fang Han, you have slain so many of my Zhao family. We will annihilate your entire clan. Zhao Jian glared at Fang Han, his eyes ablaze with fury. Previously, he had flaunted his power before Fang Zhendong, Tang Yumei, and Fang Yingxue, but with Fang Han's arrival, the tide had turned, leaving him utterly defeated. Yet he still believed that Fang Han would not dare to kill him. For the overall strength of the Fang family paled in comparison to that of the Zhao family. You, a defeated foe, from whence comes your confidence? Fang Han sneered, this moment, I could sever your head with ease. Do you dare to kill me? Can your Fang family withstand the wrath of my father and grandfather? Zhao Jian's bravado began to waver, though he still attempted to maintain a facade of strength. What does it matter to kill you? Zhao Zi poisoned me, and your Zhao and Su families conspired to engulf my Su family. Anyone involved in this matter must die, Fang Han replied indifferently. Though he did not exude overwhelming murderous intent, a chilling aura emanated from his gaze that Honor, do not kill Zhao Jian. Do not act impulsively. Let him go, Fang Zhendong urged hastily. He certainly believed Zhao Jian deserved death. Yet if Zhao Jian were to fall by Fang Han's sword, the Fang family would face dire consequences. As the head of the Fang family, he could not seek momentary satisfaction at the cost of his family's safety. He remained unaware that Fang Han was the reincarnation of the Sword Sovereign. In time, not even the most powerful figures would dare to stand against him. Son, the greater picture is paramount. Although Zhao Jian deserves death, he truly must not be killed, Tang Yumei added. Both she and Fang Zhendong felt that as long as Zhao Jian remained alive, there was still a chance for reconciliation between the Fang and Zhao families. Fang Han, will you not lower your sword? Should you harm even a hair on my head, your Fang family cannot bear the consequences. Seeing Fang Zhendong and Tang Yumei speak thus, Zhao Jian grew emboldened. Believing the Fang family would not dare to offend the Zhao family to such an extent, he remained oblivious to the fact that crossing Fang Han's bottom line was akin to sealing his own fate. Is that so? A glimmer of cold light flashed in Fang Han's eyes. In his past life, he emerged as a formidable warrior from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. To slay a Zhao Jian was, to him, akin to crushing an ant beneath his foot. He had never harbored mercy for his enemies. Some individuals, after killing too many, cultivate inner demons. Yet for him, vanquishing foes only sharpened his resolve. Zhao Jian sensed Fang Han's murderous intent and was instantly filled with dread. Please don't kill me, he stammered, but as the words escaped his lips, Fang Han's hand moved with the sword, and his head was already soaring through the air. Chapter 11. The madman Zhao Jian's severed head flew a considerable distance before it plummeted to the ground, rolling away amid blood and bone. Only then did his body collapse slowly to the earth. Though he had succumbed to death, his eyes remained wide open, seemingly filled with unquenchable resentment. Perhaps he had never anticipated that Fang Han would truly take his life. In Yinming City, apart from the Yi family of the Lord's estate and the Wu family, the foremost among the three great clans, everyone else would avoid him. He had swaggered into the Fang family's ancestral tomb, believing he could easily dominate them, only to perish at the hands of a fool who had just regained his senses. Fang Mazu, who had been sent to deliver a message to Fang Zhendong, had now fled to the entrance of the Fang family's ancestral tomb. Hearing no one pursuing him, he couldn't help but glance back, only to be paralyzed by fear, collapsing to the ground, for he beheld Fang Han surrounded by blood and corpses, with even Zhao Jian having been slain by Fang Han's sword. Fang Han had grown up before his eyes. He had always considered Fang Han to be, at best, a mediocre talent, someone who had merely become a beginner martial artist thanks to the family's abundant resources. Akin in strength to Fang Mazu, who was merely a messenger. During the 3 years of Fang Han's apparent madness, the servants had quietly speculated that Fang Jindong and Tang Yumei's efforts to utilize the family's resources to save him were entirely in vain. Especially since Fang Han had become engaged to Su Qianyu, the Fang family had given the Su family vast tracts of medicinal fields as a dowry, significantly reducing their income, leading to a cut in monthly allowances for both family members and servants, thus breeding discontent. Having slain Zhao Jian, if the Fang family did not replace its family head, they would surely face ruin. I must hurry back to inform the elder hall, Fang Mazu thought, scrambling to his feet and mounting the horse tethered to a nearby tree. Galloping away. Brother, how have you become so powerful? Fang Yingxue exclaimed, her face awash with astonishment as she rushed to Fang Han's side, gripping his hand and asking excitedly. She had always shared a close bond with Fang Han and had taken care of him during his 3 years of foolishness. Now that he had returned to normalcy, her heart swelled with joy that I have always been a genius. I simply lacked enlightenment in the past. Now that I have awakened, my cultivation will naturally progress by leaps and bounds. Rest assured, I will not allow anyone to harm you or our parents, Fang Han said, affectionately stroking Fang Yingxue's hair. I could see this moment. He could not reveal to his sister that he was the reincarnation of the Sword Emperor of the ascending dragon star. He could only joke to deflect her curiosity. Meanwhile, Fang Jindong and Tang Yumei's faces were ashen. With Zhao Jian's death, it was as though the heavens had been torn asunder in Yiming City. And the Fang family lacked the strength to withstand the Zhao family's revenge. Especially now that the Fang family's second strongest, Fang Sihai, had his meridians destroyed, the family's power had sustained a devastating blow. Honor, what is your current level of cultivation? How did you escape from Su Qianyu's clutches? Fang Jindong asked after steadying his emotions. Father, I am now a beginner martial master, but breaking through to martial sect or even higher foundational realms will be effortless for me. Fang Han replied that I did not escape. I suddenly awakened last night and discovered Su Qianyu's crimes. I severed her hand as a lesson that I demand that the Su family come to our Fang family to apologize within 3 days. Return the bride price tenfold, and I will publicly annul the engagement with Su Qianyu. Furthermore, the Su family must pay as anticipated. Fang Han swiftly supported his mother, Tang Yumei, preventing her from kneeling. Since time immemorial, it has been a natural order for children to kneel before their parents, not the other way around. Even if Fang Han had once been the illustrious Sword Emperor in his previous life, he could not bear the weight of such a bow from his mother, Tang Yumei, that he understood the concerns of his father and mother, realizing that her actions were a desperate plea for him to leave immediately. He was acutely aware that, at times, words could prove inadequate. Should he boast of his capability to handle the Zhao family, his parents would not only remain unconvinced but would be further troubled. After all, in Yinming City, let alone the entirety of Tianyuan County, defeating an opponent by transcending minor realms was already the mark of a genius. For a novice martial artist to vanquish a martial sect master, one would need to overcome several realms, a feat nearly unprecedented. Moreover, the Zhao family boasted more than a single martial sect master. The only way Fang Han could deal with the Zhao family was to let his actions speak for themselves in due time, allowing his parents to see that he had not succumbed to arrogance, but rather possessed the strength to back it up. Naturally, he had no intention of actually fleeing Yinming City with his sister. Fang Yingxue, although he still felt weak, no one in this small city could force him to flee. He planned to find a place to settle his sister first, then closely observe the movements of the Zhao and Su families. The news of Zhao Jin's demise would not reach the Zhao family swiftly. After all, Zhao Jin often roamed outside, sometimes spending nights in brothels, indulging in pleasures, and would be absent from home for days. Thus, he had a few days to enhance his cultivation. The essence blood of the iron-armored water ape he had obtained remained unrefined, and by refining it, he could significantly boost his combat prowess. When the Zhao and Su families sought trouble with the Fang family, he would emerge with formidable strength. He could see that moment. His parents would surely believe in his capabilities. That Honor, take good care of your sister, and do not act impulsively or seek the spotlight. Tang Yume sighed with relief upon hearing Fang Han agree to leave, before imparting her advice. Although Fang Han was no longer foolish, his newfound arrogance worried her greatly. Yanming City was a small place, where high-level martial sect masters were considered top-tier figures. But beyond its borders lay the foundation establishment, spiritual sense, and essence Dan realms, not to mention formidable beings above these levels. Fang Han's temperament could easily attract unwanted troubles. Mother, father, do not worry. Please take care of yourselves as well. Fang Han nodded, accepting several silver notes from his father, Fang Zhendong, before departing the ancestral tomb with Fang Yingxue. Soon, they mounted their horses and galloped eastward. Meanwhile, within the ancestral tomb, Tang Yume finally broke into tears. She felt that fate was cruel. Just as Fang Han's affliction had healed, their family had reunited. They were now faced with the prospect of separation. She feared that this journey would be the last time she would see them. Fang Zhendong did not shed tears, yet his heart ached for both Fang Han and Fang Yingxue at the same time. The sight of the scattered corpses and splattered blood within the ancestral tomb weighed heavily upon him. The Fang family had endured for centuries in Yanming City, though they had not risen to the status of a top-tier clan. They had persevered and expanded. Yet, it seemed this time, the Fang family was facing an unavoidable calamity. Of course, he did not hold Fang Han's ruthless actions against him. He understood that the Su and Zhao families had colluded, intent on using Fang Han's life to save Su Qinyu. Regardless of whether Fang Han killed Zhao Jian, the Su and Zhao families would still seek to annihilate the Fang family. 5 years prior, his father, Fang Gaoyang, began secluding himself to attain a higher realm and pass the family leadership to him. He had hoped to elevate the family, yet in just a few short years, they faced the threat of extinction. If the Fang family perished under his stewardship, how could he face his ancestors in the afterlife? Brother, where are we going? Are we truly leaving Yanming City for another country? When we return, will our parents still be alive? Will there be anyone left in the Fang family? Fang Yingxue, riding closely behind Fang Han, could not help but inquire. Although she had ceased to weep aloud, tears continued to fall from her eyes. At that moment, dark clouds loomed lower, as if a torrential downpour were imminent. That will not happen, as long as I am here. Anyone who seeks to destroy the Fang family shall face my wrath. Fang Han halted his horse, turned the reins, and addressed Fang Yingxue. All you need to do is follow me. In a few days, at most half a month, you will return to the Fang family and see our parents. Fang Yingxue nodded, albeit with skepticism. She sensed that her brother had changed significantly, leaving her uncertain whether to trust him. Nevertheless, she was certain of one thing. Fang Han would never harm her. Zhao Jian had been killed in the morning, and the news quickly reached the Fang family. Since Fang Zhendong and Tang Yume had yet to return, Fang Mahu, who had come to the ancestral tomb with a message, informed the Elder Hall of the explosive news that Fang Han was alive and had killed Zhao Jian. Fang Zhendong had not anticipated that the first trouble he would face would not come from the Zhao or Su families, but from within his own. Wearing a mask, Fang Han, alongside his veiled sister Fang Yingxue, purchased provisions at the market before exiting the city, riding eastward until they reached Yinyang Mountain, the boundary between Yanming City and Tianyi City. Yinyang Mountain lay 200 miles from the urban center of Yanming City. By the time they arrived at the foot of the mountain, it was already afternoon. The sky grew increasingly dark, yet the rain had yet to fall. This mountain, stretching hundreds of miles, was deemed a forbidden site within Tianyuan County. The residents of Yanming City and Tianyi City, nearest to it, generally dared not venture into its depths. Within the mountain, there were times when flames erupted from the earth, resembling fire dragons soaring through the terrain, while at other times, ominous mist coalesced, casting a gloomy pallor and hinting at ghostly wails. It was said that malevolent spirits roamed this mountain. Of course, this was merely rumor, its truth uncertain, yet it was undeniable that fierce beasts resided within. The Demon Suppression Division of the Yanlong Kingdom was a formidable organization dedicated to hunting these beasts and safeguarding humanity. Most large-scale demon beasts in the vicinity of Yanming City had been vanquished by the division, leaving only a handful roaming free. However, within Yinyang Mountain, the number of demon beasts remained substantial, and even the Demon Suppression Division dared only to hunt at the periphery, avoiding deeper incursions. "Brother, why have you brought me here?" Fang Yingxue asked, perplexed by the swirling black mist enveloping the mountain. "I have come to find someone to temporarily entrust you to, so I can focus on dealing with the Zhao and Su families." Fang Han replied, "Who are you entrusting me to? This place is desolate. You would not leave me here, would you? Uncle Sihai was injured here by a demon beast and severed his meridians," Fang Yingxue continued, expressing her fear of the eerie surroundings. "You will know shortly." Fang Han glanced toward the northwest. "The person I seek should be arriving soon." Fang Yingxue remained bewildered. Soon, the sound of galloping hooves echoed as dozens of riders charged down the mountain path from the northwest. These individuals, clad in armor and wielding weapons, appeared formidable. "That aren't these the members of the Demon Suppression Division?" Fang Yingxue recognized the insignia on their armor and pulled on the reins, preparing to yield the path to them. As the mountain road was narrow. However, Fang Han did not yield. Instead, he removed his mask and positioned his horse in the center of the road. Fang Yingxue's confusion deepened. "Who dares obstruct the path of the Demon Suppression Division?" A booming voice soon rang out from within the ranks of the division that a single rider charged forth. "Fang Han, is that you, you fool? Are you not dead? Have you risen from the grave or returned to life?" The speaker was a young man of about 20, none other than Wang Wei, Fang Han's classmate from Longyuan Sword Mansion. Wang Wei was a resident of Tianyuan County and had often bullied Fang Han in the past. "Wang Wei, please inform your commander, Dantai Chiyue, that I wish to see her." Fang Han had no time to dwell on past grievances. He had saved Dantai Chiyue's life the previous night, along with the city lord's daughter. Yi Qianqian, Dantai Chiyue had promised him 3 unconditional favors. He intended to temporarily entrust his sister, Fang Yingxue, to her care. Although he found it difficult to trust women in this life, Dantai Chiyue evoked a different sentiment within him. "Who do you think you are? You worthless fool. Do you think you can meet our commander? Get lost." Wang Wei let out a cold laugh, and with a swift motion, lashed his riding whip directly at Fang Han. Chapter 13. The fragrance of blossoms. Years ago, Wang Wei and Fang Han were classmates, with Wang Wei's prowess far surpassing that of Fang Han. After all, he hailed from the affluent Tianyuan County, where his family background was substantial. Before entering the Longyuan Sword Academy, he had received considerable training from his family, becoming a novice martial master. After a year of study at the academy, while Fang Han struggled to achieve the rank of novice martial artist, Wang Wei had already advanced to the intermediate level, and now he had ascended to the high-grade martial master realm. Although he failed to pass the Longyuan Sword Sect assessment to become a true disciple of the sect, he secured a position in the Demon Suppression Division's Tianyuan office. For many cultivators, the allure of the Demon Suppression Division was immense. The leader of the division, known as the Chief, is currently held by the King of the North. The Yanlong Kingdom comprises 9 counties, each with its own branch of the Demon Suppression Division. In every city under the county, there exists a command office. For instance, the office in Tianyuan County is referred to as the Tianyuan Office of the Demon Suppression Division, while the office in Yinming City is called the Yinming City Command Office. At merely 20 years of age, Wang Wei is considered a standout among the younger generation in the Tianyuan office. In the Demon Suppression Division, one can earn medicinal rewards and even martial arts techniques by slaying a sufficient number of demon beasts, thus significantly enhancing their own capabilities. He harbors great hopes of stepping into the realm of martial sovereign. And if fortune smiles upon him, he might even break through to the foundation establishment stage. Embarking on the path of a powerful warrior, he is certainly aware that Fang Han's uncle, Fang Sihai, serves as the deputy commander at the Yinming City Command Office. Initially, he held some trepidation towards this fact, but after Fang Sihai's recent incident and subsequent expulsion from the Demon Suppression Division, all caution dissipated. Wang Wei yearns to ascend the ranks, and with Fang Han, whom he finds distasteful, obstructing his path, he sees an opportunity to showcase himself before the formidable Dantai Chiyue. The whip used by the Tianyuan office of the Demon Suppression Division is specially crafted, longer than an ordinary whip, measuring nearly 10 feet, and can easily serve as a weapon. Charged with the might of true essence, it swept towards Fang Han with tremendous force. Who dares to block the path of the Demon Suppression Division? Wang Wei thought to himself, reveling in the prospect of a diversion from the fruitless search for demon beasts today. The cavalry of the Demon Suppression Division was already approaching, eager to witness the unfolding drama. They discerned that Fang Han was merely a novice martial artist, and it was indeed audacious for someone of his standing to obstruct their esteemed leader, Dantai Chiyu, with Wang Wei now taking action. It was inevitable that Fang Han would receive a thorough beating. At best, he would suffer a bruised visage, and at worst, he could sustain grievous injuries, or even worse, become crippled in Yinming City. Being a novice martial artist is commendable among the youth, but it pales in comparison to the elite of the Demon Suppression Division. Be careful. Fang Yingxue, perplexed by Fang Han's decision to seek an audience with Dantai Chiyu, felt a surge of concern for him upon witnessing Wang Wei's ruthless demeanor and quickly called out a warning. Wang Wei, confident that a single lash would unseat Fang Han, wore a smug expression on his face. However, at that moment, Fang Han made his move. Fang Han casually reached forward and, with precise accuracy, seized the incoming whip. Wang Wei was taken aback, immediately exerting force to reclaim his weapon. Yet, out of nowhere, an overwhelming force surged forth, propelling him from his saddle and sending him hurtling through the air with a resounding thud. Wang Wei crashed on the mountain path over 2 yards away, landing in an undignified heap. Observing this spectacle, the members of the Tianyuan office of the Demon Suppression Division were taken aback. It is important to note that, although Wang Wei had underestimated his opponent, he was not one to be easily dispatched with a single strike. Some individuals discreetly placed their hands on the hilts of their blades, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. They did not recognize Fang Han and were unaware of his background, but upon hearing that he sought an audience with the esteemed leader, Dantai Chiyu, they suspected he harbored ill intentions or was merely a spoiled heir from a wealthy family attempting to entangle himself with her. Fang Yingxue, witnessing Fang Han's unexpected victory, did not breathe a sigh of relief. Instead, she realized that Fang Han had likely stirred up considerable trouble. However, she was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Fang Han, meanwhile, rode up to Wang Wei, looking down upon the bruised and battered figure sprawled on the ground, and said, "We were once classmates. There is no need for such grand gestures. Quickly inform Commander Dantai of my presence, and I may spare you this time. You dare to harm me? You are courting death." Wang Wei, taken aback by Fang Han's audacity, was incensed that he swiftly scrambled to his feet, drawing a knife from his back. If he failed to teach Fang Han a lesson today, and word reached his comrades that Fang Han was an incompetent fool, he would become a laughingstock within the Demon Suppression Division and throughout Tianyuan County. Before Wang Wei could brandish his knife, Fang Han tugged at the reins, causing his black steed to rear up and deliver a powerful kick to Wang Wei's abdomen. Wang Wei lost his balance and was sent sprawling to the ground once more. "Why are you still kneeling?" Fang Han chuckled. Wang Wei, still underestimating Fang Han as he had in the past, realized he needed to show this insolent brat a lesson. "I'll kill you," Wang Wei bellowed, slashing his knife towards Fang Han. "Wang Wei, if you wish to live, cease this at once." But before Wang Wei's blade could reach Fang Han, a delicate voice rang out. Wang Wei hesitated, abruptly retracting his half-extended strike. The sound of hooves echoed as a figure on horseback rushed in from behind the cavalry. The ranks of the Demon Suppression Division parted to make way. The person who arrived was none other than Dantai Chiyu, the esteemed leader of the Tianyuan office of the Demon Suppression Division. Clad in black armor, her hair tied in a high ponytail, one hand grasping the reins, and the other wielding a whip, with a sword strapped to her back, she exuded an air of heroism, akin to a celestial being. Fang Yingxue was utterly entranced upon seeing Dantai Chiyu. She had not anticipated the existence of such a strikingly beautiful and valiant woman in the world. She surmised that this was indeed the leader of the Tianyuan office, the most beautiful woman in Tianyuan County. The foremost figure on the list of unparalleled beauties, Dantai Chiyu. As Dantai Chiyu laid eyes on Fang Han, memories of the previous night surfaced, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Upon returning to the city that morning, her first order of business had been to send someone to locate Fang Han, though she had been unable to find him. Subsequently, she received word from the Yinming City Command Office, detailing that several demon beasts had been sighted in the eastern outskirts of Yinming City the previous day. Fang Sahai, the deputy commander, had led a pursuit but had recklessly ventured into Yinyang Mountain, resulting in the tragic loss of over a dozen comrades, with only Fang Sihai himself surviving, albeit with all his meridians severed, rendering him nearly a cripple. The commander of the Yinming City Command Office, Jiang Hongxian, had acted without consulting her, directly expelling Fang Sihai from the Demon Suppression Division. Dantai Chiyue had not objected to this decision, for Yinyang Mountain was a forbidden area. Since her appointment as the leader of the Tianyuan office, she had long since decreed that no one from the Demon Suppression Division was permitted to venture deep into Yinyang Mountain without her approval. Given the significant loss of lives due to Fang Sihai's mismanagement, a severe punishment was warranted. Thus, she had dispatched dozens of elite personnel from Tianyuan County to investigate the situation herself. After conducting an extensive search, she found nothing, no sign of the demon beasts, nor any remains of her fallen subordinates. To her surprise, as she returned, she encountered Fang Han seeking her out. While she had been searching for him, he seemed to know her whereabouts, further solidifying her belief that he was no ordinary individual. "Commander, this fellow is Fang Han, the nephew of Fang Sihai. He is nothing but a fool and a waste of space," Wang Wei interjected, stepping forward to report that "I saw him obstructing the path here, undoubtedly harboring resentment over Fang Sihai's expulsion from the Demon Suppression Division. Such a person must be taught a lesson. Just give the word, and I will dispose of him immediately. But if someone wishes to see me, you need only announce it," Dantai Chiyue replied coldly, her gaze fixed on Wang Wei. "Are you, a mere newcomer to the Demon Suppression Division, attempting to instruct me, your commanding officer, on how to conduct my duties?" Her imposing aura radiated outward, silencing Wang Wei. "Your subordinate dares not," he mumbled, shrinking back to the side of the road, unable to meet Dantai Chiyue's gaze, and refraining from further speech. However, he remained oblivious to any special connection between Fang Han and Dantai Chiyue. "All of you, move ahead and wait for me a mile away," Dantai Chiyue commanded her subordinates. She understood that Fang Han had come from afar and must have something important to discuss privately with her. Go. The cavalry of the Tianyuan office of the Demon Suppression Division quickly departed. Wang Wei followed suit, casting a venomous glare at Fang Han before leaving. Having lost face before his comrades today, he felt compelled to eradicate Fang Han. Otherwise, he would forever bear the shame of being a laughingstock in the Demon Suppression Division in Tianyuan County. He remained unaware that Fang Han had awakened the memories of the Sword Emperor from his previous life, and any attempt to harm him would surely lead to his own demise. Soon, the cavalry left, leaving only Fang Han, Dantai Chiyue, and Fang Yingxue. "What brings you here? How did you know I was present?" Dantai Chiyue asked, getting straight to the point as she regarded Fang Han. "Yesterday, several members of the Yinming City Command Office of the Demon Suppression Division perished nearby. I surmised you would come to investigate." Fang Han paused before inquiring, "What have you discovered?" "Nothing at all," Dantai Chiyue replied. "Was the deputy commander in charge truly your second uncle? Last night, when Yi Qianqian and I were pursuing the juvenile iron-armored water ape, we encountered him. He claimed to have been ambushed and rendered unconscious, but was unaware of what transpired afterward. Fang Sihai is indeed my uncle. Do you truly believe he is deceiving you?" Fang Han replied, "Allow me to enlighten you. This matter is a conspiracy devised by the Zhao family of Yinming City, targeting my Fang family. The Zhao family has bribed individuals from your Demon Suppression Division to ambush my uncle. With so many casualties within the Demon Suppression Division this time, you ought to investigate from within." Upon hearing this, the commander of the Yinming City Command Center, Jiang Hong, emerged as the prime suspect colluding with the Zhao family. After a brief contemplation, Dantai Chiyue identified a likely culprit. "You are my savior, and you have also rescued Yi Qianqian. I shall investigate this matter thoroughly and provide you with an explanation as soon as possible," she promised. She initially assumed Fang Han sought her out solely for Fang Sihai. However, she was also intrigued as to why the Zhao family would dare to trouble the Fang family, given Fang Han's strength. Yet, having only met the previous night, she refrained from questioning him further. "You have agreed to assist me with 3 matters. First, uncover who among the Zhao family colluded to harm my uncle. You must provide me with answers within 10 days. Otherwise, I shall take matters into my own hands and confront the Zhao family directly to ascertain the identity of this traitor. Second, I wish to temporarily entrust my sister, Fang Yingxue, to you. You must ensure her safety. Fang Han continued. He was not overly concerned about others knowing Fang Yingxue was in Dan Tai Qiuyu's company, for in Yinming City, no one could dare to harm her. By placing Fang Yingxue in Dan Tai Qiuyu's care, her safety was assured. That he hesitated to confront the Zhao family immediately for two reasons. Firstly, he needed to elevate his cultivation to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Secondly, he was aware that many within the Fang family harbored resentment towards his parents. With the Fang family now in turmoil, he intended to wait for these individuals to reveal themselves before addressing them all at once. Do you trust me? Dan Tai Qiuyu asked, somewhat surprised, given their recent acquaintance. Indeed, Fang Han replied with a nod, offering no further explanation. In this lifetime, he was not inclined to trust women lightly. However, after witnessing Dan Tai Qiuyu's earnest plea to save Yi Qianqian under such dire circumstances, he recognized her as a person of loyalty and integrity. Rest assured, I shall take good care of your sister, Dan Tai Qiuyu assured him. Greetings, Commander Dan Tai. I am Fang Yingxue, she said, unveiling her face and dismounting to bow respectfully to Dan Tai Qiuyu. Although Dan Tai Qiuyu was renowned in Tianyuan County, it was their first meeting. Initially concerned that her brother Fang Han might offend someone, she felt reassured upon learning that he had saved Dan Tai Qiuyu. Furthermore, with Dan Tai Qiuyu's assistance, her uncle Fang Sihai would likely clear his name, and the Fang family would no longer need to fear the Zhao family. Yingxue, there is no need for such formality. Quickly mount your horse. As Fang Han's sister, you are my sister as well. When there are others present, address me as Commander Dan Tai, but when we are alone, you may call me Sister Qiuyu. During this time, you shall share my meals, living quarters, and rest. Should anyone bully you, do not hesitate to inform me, Dan Tai Qiuyu instructed. Thank you, Sister Qiuyu, Fang Yingxue responded, her heart brimming with joy. She glanced at Fang Han, then at Dan Tai Qiuyu, suddenly feeling they made quite the pair. How wonderful it would be if Sister Qiuyu were to become my sister-in-law. She seems to be 2 or 3 years older than my brother. But as the saying goes, a woman 3 years older is like a treasure. The young girl's imagination began to wander. Soon, Dan Tai Qiuyu led Fang Yingxue away, preparing to return to Yinming City. However, Fang Han remained behind. The yin-yang energy in this place was chaotic, far denser than elsewhere. This energy was not spiritual energy. Ordinary individuals could not cultivate in such an environment. Yet for him, it was a treasure trove, as he possessed the skill of harmonious resonance, allowing him to absorb this yin-yang energy and transform it into true essence, rapidly enhancing his cultivation. Moreover, gazing at the swirling clouds enveloping Yin-Yang Mountain, he sensed there was something extraordinary or fortuitous hidden within. Thus, he chose to remain alone. Both Dan Tai Qiuyu and Fang Yingxue harbored numerous questions, but did not pose them to Fang Han. He dismounted, tethered his horse at the foot of the mountain, and ascended on foot. Upon reaching the mountain's side, dark clouds had shrouded Yin-Yang Mountain, reducing visibility to mere meters. It seems there exists something here that poses a threat to me. Fang Han refrained from continuing up the mountain path. Instead, he sought out a cave, intending to elevate his cultivation first. With the presence of yin-yang energy and the essence of the iron-armored water ape he had acquired the previous night, he would be able to ascend to the intermediate martial master level and even begin his training in the savage body refinement technique. However, just as he stepped into the cave, torrential rain began to pour. Fortunately, before departing Yinming City, he had gathered some food, water, and essential items such as fire sticks and torches. Stowing them within his Songlong ring, he retrieved a fire stick and ignited a torch, illuminating the cave considerably. Young master, I am drenched. May I seek refuge from the rain inside? A melodious voice echoed from the cave entrance before he could commence his training. Though the voice seemed to inquire, Fang Han did not respond. And a woman clad in a thin dress entered, swaying like a willow in the wind. She was indeed soaked, her dress clinging to her body, revealing her exquisite figure. The woman appeared to be around 25 years old, with skin as white as snow and an alluring aura that captivated anyone who beheld her. Upon entering the cave, Fang Han was enveloped by a fragrant breeze that made his heart flutter. In such a desolate place, he had unexpectedly encountered a captivating beauty. Chapter 14. The Enchantress of the Huan Sect. Yet Fang Han merely glanced at the alluring figure, drenched by the rain and burdened with a floral-patterned bundle. Without uttering a word, he was no naive fool. He understood that the sudden appearance of a strikingly beautiful woman in such a remote cave was anything but fortuitous. He was acutely aware that this woman was most likely here for him. "Young master, I need to dry my clothes. Could you kindly help me start a fire?" the enchanting woman said, gracefully approaching Fang Han. Her voice was indeed melodious, and in the dimly lit cave, it felt like a gentle spring breeze, refreshing and uplifting. Moreover, her tone effortlessly elicited a sense of protectiveness in men. "The cave is small and poorly ventilated. Starting a fire would only suffocate me. Besides, where'd I find firewood at this moment?" Fang Han remained unmoved, sitting cross-legged on a stone within the cave, casually responding as he began to consume the meat pie and a flask of aged wine he had taken from the Tsanglong ring. Though he was merely 20 years old, the prime of his vitality, experiencing a reaction upon seeing a beautiful woman was natural. However, with his memories spanning thousands of years from his previous life, he was not easily manipulated by women. His fiancée, Su Qinyu, was skilled in charm techniques, and even when she had bathed with him in the same tub, she had failed to ensnare him. Since awakening the memories of the Sword Emperor, the only woman who had genuinely stirred his heart was Dan Tai Chiuyu. She was a hidden Taiyin sacred body, while he was a concealed pure Yang sacred body. Creating a unique attraction between them, as for other women, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to capture his heart. "Young master, I feel rather cold," the enchanting woman purred, showing no signs of restraint as she settled beside Fang Han. The fragrance of her body was indeed pleasant, subtle yet alluring, enveloping him in comfort. "What does that have to do with me?" Fang Han replied, "There are plenty of caves nearby. You can start a fire in another one." His voice was neither cold nor warm, but rather indifferent, exuding a lack of romantic sentiment. "I was on an expedition with others, but became lost in this mountain, and now, with the heavy rain, I cannot descend. I am quite frightened and fortunate to encounter you, young master. I do not wish to seek refuge in another cave. I long for your warmth." The enchanting woman pressed, shifting her body closer to Fang Han and even entwining her arm around his. By the end of her statement, her voice had taken on an exceedingly shy tone. "Miss, please maintain your decorum." Fang Han gently pushed the enchanting woman away, stating coolly, "There is no need for you to accompany me in drinking. I fear you might become even more unruly after a drink. What does the young master take me for?" The enchanting woman, appearing as though someone had stepped on her tail, rose to her feet in a huff. Her lips, pouting and vividly red, exuded a unique charm even in her anger. However, Fang Han paid her little heed, continuing to eat his pastry and drink while observing her antics. Although his cultivation was still in its infancy, he could easily discern that this woman belonged to the human race, rather than being some ghostly specter. The nature of her identity and the reasons for her entanglement with him remained a mystery. Yet, from his past life, he understood a fundamental truth. Most schemes, both overt and covert, were insignificant in the face of absolute strength, which explained his indifference to such trivial matters. Thus, he refrained from intervening directly. Patiently awaiting the moment when she would reveal her true colors, the alluring woman did not leave the cave. Instead, she unfastened the cloth bag she carried and said, "I shall change my attire now. You wouldn't wish to allow me to light a fire, would you? Perhaps you are eager to steal a glance at my figure. In that case, I shall see if you truly are a gentleman." To his astonishment, she began to loosen her garments right before Fang Han's eyes. Her soaked thin shirt was soon laid upon a clean stone within the cave, leaving her clad only in a delicate undergarment. This garment, though capable of concealing some areas, could hardly mask the allure of her most enticing features. Outside, the wind howled and rain poured, yet a draft still crept into the cave, causing the torch's flame to flicker. Ironically, this wavering light cast upon the woman's snow-white skin and the red of her undergarment heightened her sensuality even further. Moreover, she swayed her hips gracefully, like willows in a breeze, her beautiful eyes gazing at Fang Han with a mix of openness and bashfulness. Exuding an indescribable allure, Fang Han made no attempt to avert his gaze. He continued to consume his meat pie and sip his drink, watching the spectacle before him unabashedly. "My lord, perhaps you should close your eyes." "How can I change my clothes with you watching?" she teased, playfully coy yet inviting. Generally, men found such behavior irresistible, and this woman had expertly discerned the inclinations of the male psyche. "Are you not simply hoping for my attention? Why bother with this charade?" Fang Han replied with a chuckle. "My lord, do you find me beautiful?" she asked sweetly, stepping closer to him. As she moved, the sight of her pristine bosom created an awe-inspiring spectacle. In this secluded cave, she teased Fang Han, who was now left with only a mere undergarment, believing he would succumb to her charms. "While you are indeed pleasing to the eye, it stirs no feelings within me," Fang Han remarked after taking a sip of his drink. "You ought to perform in a brothel rather than flaunt yourself in this desolate cave." The woman was undoubtedly captivating, yet she did not possess the power to ensnare him entirely. "Fang Han, if I did not know you were a medicinal vessel, I might have thought you a feckless gentleman. Since you are so devoid of romantic sensibilities, I shall cease my playful antics and take you by force," she declared, momentarily taken aback by his indifference. However, she quickly recovered, laughing, "After merely sharing a bath with Su Qinyu, the dark energy within me was purged. Should I refine you, I would surely ascend from a high-tier martial artist to the foundational realm, or even the realm of divine consciousness." Her gaze shifted from soft affection to one of avarice, as if Fang Han were a fruit of immortality, and consuming him would grant her immense power. Little did she know that the dark energy within Su Qinyu had been absorbed by Fang Han's unique technique. "What is your connection to the Su family?" Fang Han's eyes gleamed with curiosity. "That is not for you to know. What you need to understand is that I, am a member of the Huan sect. Su Qinyu wishes for me to capture you, to refine you, and enhance her cultivation. However, I see that your inner essence is pure and vigorous, indicating you possess a hidden pure yang body that a man like you shall not be allowed to fall into another's grasp. You belong to me now." The enchanting woman laughed, her aura surging as she lunged toward Fang Han. "Are you intending to take me in this dilapidated cave? Earlier, you claimed I lacked romantic sensibility, yet appears you are the one oblivious to the nuances of intimacy." Fang Han retorted, sensing the formidable presence of Humei, the seductive disciple of the Huan sect. "I in this cave, while I refine you, listening to the tempest outside, is indeed a form of pleasure. One might even call it wild delight. Moreover, I assure you that as long as you willingly become my partner, I shall not take your life." She laughed, her hands already reaching for Fang Han's shoulder. Having attained high-tier martial artist status, her true energy could manifest externally in an attack. Yet, she underestimated Fang Han, dismissing him as merely a novice martial artist, which was why she had previously toyed with him so carelessly at this juncture. She still sought to deceive him into cooperating while he was to serve as her medicinal vessel. However, just as she was about to seize Fang Han's shoulder, he advanced rather than retreating, delivering a powerful punch that resonated with an explosive sound. This was the 8 Desolation Fist. Although Fang Han's punch was formidable, she did not take it to heart, continuing her attempt to grapple with him. The two exchanged blows in a flash, the ground of the cave cracking beneath them. "You little rascal have hidden your true strength, but the gap between us remains vast. I offer you one last chance. Become my partner, and we shall both reap the benefits and enhance our cultivation," Humei suggested, somewhat astonished that her strategy had failed to yield an advantage. The seductive woman, clad only in a vibrant red undergarment, exposed her fair thighs, fragrant shoulders, and back, presenting a striking visual impact that was difficult to ignore. "Indeed, my cultivation may appear to be in its infancy, yet yours is likely inflated by the strength of others. With such limited prowess, do you truly believe you can overpower me?" Fang Han replied, his resolve unwavering. Furthermore, who is unaware that the Huan sect is a nefarious organization. Any man who has been intimately involved with you is ultimately turned to dust. Your sweet words hold no sway over me. I am quite discerning when it comes to women, and you, my dear, do not pique my interest. With that, he stepped forward, unleashing a flurry of punches, the 8 Desolation Fist. Imbued with the essence of destruction, struck fiercely. "You are courting disaster. Soon, I shall grant you your wish and render you to dust." Humei fumed, summoning her true energy to employ her martial techniques, preparing to immobilize Fang Han. Yet, before her energy could manifest, Fang Han's fists were already upon her. She had no choice but to engage him in close combat. Though she was a high-tier martial artist, she was not as feeble as Fang Han had claimed. Her palms moved with the grace of butterflies, weaving through the air, their seemingly delicate motions concealing immense power. The two engaged in combat within the cave, exchanging blows for several rounds, with Humei growing increasingly alarmed. Not only had she failed to gain the upper hand, but she found herself being suppressed by Fang Han. His 8 Desolation fist was not only fierce and unyielding, but it also contained an underlying softness, hiding lethal precision within its gentle guise. Furthermore, Fang Han's ability to seize opportunities seemed to surpass her own. Her offensive and defensive maneuvers were consistently anticipated by him, leaving her feeling increasingly constrained. Realizing that close combat was detrimental to her, she began to retreat toward the cave entrance, seeking to create distance and unleash her true energy. However, Fang Han's relentless attacks shadowed her every move, preventing her from escaping. If this continued, she risked injury from his fists. "You little rascal, your hidden pure yang body is surprisingly potent, forcing me to employ my most formidable techniques." Suddenly, a short sword glimmering with a greenish hue appeared in Humei's hand. As Fang Han's fist came crashing toward her, she let out a cold snort and thrust the sword toward his vital points. This seductive woman was not to be underestimated. She possessed a storage treasure. The short sword she wielded was no ordinary weapon, but rather a superior magical artifact, sharp enough to slice through steel effortlessly. I have yet to begin cultivating my body refinement techniques. My physique remains too weak, Fang Han thought, retreating instinctively. "Fang Han, you claim my cultivation is inflated. Allow me to demonstrate my swordsmanship," Humei declared, seizing the advantage her weapon afforded her. She channeled her true energy and swung the short sword, unleashing a fierce wave of sword chi aimed at Fang Han. At this point, Fang Han realized that confronting her barehanded was no longer feasible. Utilizing martial techniques would deplete a considerable amount of his true energy. And given their current location on Yinyang Mountain, where danger lurked at every turn, he could not afford to place himself in peril. With a flick of his mind, the Xiantai sword book materialized in his grasp. "Defend!" He let out a low grunt, and with a swift sweep of the black iron sword, he blocked the sword energy unleashed by the enchanting demoness Humei. The black iron sword appeared unremarkable. Yet Humei's sword energy left no mark upon it whatsoever. Before Humei could strike again, the iron sword moved with the grace of a dragon, creating a flurry of afterimages as it bore down upon her. Clang! The two swords clashed repeatedly within the cavern, producing sounds that were at times crisp and at others eerily silent. Fang Han's sword momentum flowed like a mighty river, quickly overwhelming the demoness Humei. "You young rascal, you are far too adept at concealment," Humei exclaimed, her astonishment growing. She was certain that Fang Han's black iron sword was of a higher grade than her own short sword. While her short sword was a superior magical artifact, Fang Han's black iron sword was at least a spiritual weapon, if not more. Despite being a fool for 3 years, Fang Han possessed a storage treasure, a spiritual weapon, and such exquisite martial arts. This was entirely beyond her imagination. She no longer harbored hopes of capturing Fang Han, but instead sought to retreat. She understood all too well that if the battle continued, she risked being defeated by him. Yet Fang Han was relentless, his sword momentum intensifying, enveloping her completely. The speed of Fang Han's black iron sword reached its zenith, layered and intricate, rendering her unable to discern its movements. "Your undergarment has fallen." However, in the next moment, Fang Han suddenly laughed. Humei was taken aback, realizing that the only strap of her scanty garment had indeed been severed by Fang Han's sword. Her vibrant and alluring undergarment was now cascading towards the ground. In her moment of disarray, Fang Han's sword struck her pristine back. Crack! With a sharp sound, a line of blood appeared on her body, and she was propelled forward. Falling to the ground, the sense of dread washed over her. Initially, she had believed she could easily manipulate Fang Han, but now she found herself at his mercy. While she could enchant other men, Fang Han's gaze seemed too discerning, leaving her with no confidence whatsoever. Chapter 16. Conquest. The demoness Humei of the Huan sect fell to the ground like a kite with its strings severed. Her vibrant little undergarment floated like a delicate maple leaf, landing upon a stone, glaringly conspicuous in the dim cave, as if narrating her current predicament. Yet, as a high-ranking martial artist, this seemingly fierce fall did not inflict any serious damage upon her. A glint of cold light flashed in her eyes, and she sprang back up from the ground, her delicate face filled with fury and indignation. She was determined to retaliate against Fang Han immediately. Crack! Just as she was about to rise, Fang Han's black iron sword struck once more like a bolt of lightning. The sword shimmered with a chilling light, resembling the scythe of death. Her already delicate frame was slammed back down to the ground by this immense force with a ferocity far greater than before. She felt as though the world was spinning around her, nearly losing consciousness. The vital energy that had been flowing smoothly within her was suddenly disrupted, scattering like a breached dam, unable to coalesce again. Simultaneously, the short sword she had been gripping slipped from her grasp. The sword flew through the air like an arrow released from its bow, leaving a trail of cold light before embedding itself deeply into the cave's hard stone wall. The short sword trembled slightly, emitting a buzzing sound, as if lamenting the fierce battle that had transpired. "You would do well to behave. Otherwise, I shall strike you down with a single sword in the next instant." Fang Han's black iron sword, radiating a piercing cold light, was poised against Humei's fair and slender neck. The sword, dark as night, emanated an aura that instilled fear, its icy touch causing goosebumps to rise on Humei's skin. Fang Han's voice was as frigid as the winter winds from the depths of the underworld, each word a sharp iced dagger piercing into the heart, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet. This chill was not merely a physical threat, but penetrated to the very depths of her soul, evoking an endless fear as if death itself had focused its gaze upon her. Any thoughts of struggle vanished in that instant. She dared not act recklessly. She had initially planned to tease Fang Han before subduing him, much like a cat plays with a mouse, adding a touch of amusement to the situation, all under her control. But now, the circumstances had taken a dramatic turn. Her graceful form lay completely exposed upon the cold ground, devoid of any covering, while the reins of power lay entirely in Fang Han's hands. As if fate had cruelly played a jest upon her, regret flooded her heart. She lamented her earlier underestimation of her. Fang Han should have been a mere pawn, a discarded wretch forged into a drug servant by the Su family in the Apothecary Valley. Someone easily manipulated. Yet she had never anticipated that this seemingly feeble Fang Han possessed such extraordinary combat prowess, overpowering her completely. My lord, how cruel you are! Earlier, I was merely jesting with you, and you resorted to striking me with your sword. Do you have a penchant for violence? If only you had mentioned it sooner, I would have gladly obliged. Humei's reaction was nothing short of remarkable, true to her nature as a demoness of the Huan sect. Her previously terrified expression vanished in an instant, replaced by a bewitching demeanor. She mused that Fang Han's earlier severing of her undergarment strap was undoubtedly a sign of his interest in her. Such actions from a man were subtle hints of a latent desire for her body. Therefore, she believed she still had a chance to survive. She needed to fully exploit her charms as a woman. This was her sole opportunity as a disciple of the Huan sect. She, like all her peers, was adept in the art of seduction. She had absolute confidence in her physique, her skin as white as snow, and her graceful curves were akin to divine artistry, meticulously crafted by the heavens. She was convinced that as long as Fang Han was not as stoic as Liu Xiaowei, he would be unable to resist her allure in such an intoxicating and seductive setting. Well aware of the principle of desire and retreat, she sought to reach a higher level of seduction. Her body curled slightly after a moment of hesitation. Humei spoke, revealing that her earlier intention to tease Fang Han while undressing had transformed into a sense of discomfort as she knelt before him. Completely unclothed, Fang Han nodded. Upon hearing this, Humei hurriedly rose and retrieved a white dress from her cloth bag, changing into it. The white gown, coupled with her newfound modesty, lent her an air of purity that was quite striking. "My lord, a decade ago, I was wronged by a man and was rescued by Elder Qin of the Huan sect. Subsequently, I became his disciple and joined the sect. Now, we are but a handful. hiding within the Yin mountain, and Su Qianyu's mother, Ouyang Yin, is also one of us. This morning, my master sent a message via the Qing Miao, instructing me to assist the Su family in capturing you. Ever since Su Qianyu became engaged to you, I have been tasked with monitoring the Fang family. After you entered the city this morning, instead of returning home, you went directly to the ancestral tomb. I have been secretly following you since then, and later, when you arrived at the foot of Yinyang Mountain with your sister Fang Yingxue, I stealthily trailed behind. That I learned from the Su family that not only are you a medicinal person, but you also possess a pure yang body. Refining you could significantly enhance my cultivation, which is why I entertained ulterior motives, intending to use you as a medicinal cauldron in this cave. Humei soon divulged all that she knew. The realization that this potential mother-in-law of his was a remnant of the He Huan sect struck Fang Han, and oh wonder Su Qianyu was adept in the art of seduction. Fang Han's heart stirred. After Su Qianyu returned home last night, she contacted the remnants of the He Huan sect to capture him. He understood then that the Su family would not only refuse to apologize to the Fang family, but were also contemplating revenge against him. It seemed that unless he took drastic measures, the Su family would never yield. Initially, he had intended to manipulate the Su family for profit and resources, but since they did not value this opportunity, he resolved to annihilate them and seize everything they possessed. As for the Zhao family, he would not spare them either. Their collusion with the Su family was a path to destruction, especially given their audacious attempt to usurp the Fang family's ancestral tomb, which had crossed a line for him. Surely, you must be aware of what transpired within my family's ancestral tomb. Fang Han remarked coolly. He felt that his cultivation level was still too low. As he had failed to detect Humei's tracking, he needed to elevate his abilities swiftly. Humei began to speak evasively. Not speaking the truth could lead to her demise, and Fang Han had already drawn his conclusions. My lord, after you and your sister departed from the ancestral tomb, I furtively took a glance and discovered that Zhao, Jian, and over a dozen others from the Zhao family were all dead. Initially, I was curious about who had slain them, as your father's high-level martial arts prowess could not account for the deaths of so many without sustaining any injury. Now I understand they fell by your hand. Humei spoke with trepidation. But I will guard this secret. Please do not kill me. Is it truly necessary to keep this information secret? The most formidable elder of the Zhao family, Zhao Banshan, is merely a high-level martial artist and cannot surpass you by much. The Zhao family's aggression toward the Fang family is their own undoing, Fang Han scoffed. He had no fear of the Zhao family. But to prevent unforeseen complications, he hoped the news of Zhao Jian's demise would not reach them for a few days. In that time, he aimed to elevate his cultivation and combat prowess to new heights. Indeed, the Zhao family's offense against you is tantamount to courting death. Humei cautiously echoed Fang Han's sentiments. She dared not provoke his ire, aware that her life rested in his hands. How many genuine strong practitioners do the remnants of the He Huan sect at Yinyang Mountain possess? Why have you chosen this place as your sanctuary? Fang Han continued to inquire. Earlier, at the foot of the mountain, he had sensed something peculiar about Yinyang Mountain, potentially indicating great fortune. However, with his current strength, it was prudent to avoid confrontations with cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and above. Most are martial artists, but my master, Elder Qin, is a formidable practitioner at the foundation establishment stage, Humei replied after a moment of contemplation. As for why my master and the others chose to hide in Yinyang Mountain, it is likely due to its remoteness and the difficulty of being discovered. I am still a novice in the He Huan sect, and there are many things I'm not fully aware of. Humei, you have not been entirely forthright with me. Fang Han's expression darkened, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. With his recollections from a previous life, he could see through Humei's cunning. Even the most adept of liars would betray themselves with subtle expressions. Humei was now thoroughly panicked. Originally, she had perceived Fang Han as merely a young man of 20, whose extraordinary combat abilities might be easily manipulated. However, she now felt exposed before him, as if all her intentions were laid bare. My lord, I shall speak the truth. Humei trembled, abandoning deceit. This matter is something I cannot fully ascertain. But I once overheard my master conversing with a mysterious figure, mentioning that a guarded treasure is about to emerge. However, I have no knowledge of what this treasure is or its exact location within Yinyang Mountain. Indeed, there was a treasure hidden within Yin Yang Mountain. Fang Han was intrigued to discover its nature. He sensed that this time, Humei was not fabricating her words. The rich Yin and Yang energies within Yin Yang Mountain made it an ideal location for his cultivation, akin to practicing within a spirit-gathering array. Furthermore, the presence of demonic beasts provided opportunities to slay them and collect their essence for enhancing his training in the barbaric body refining technique. Thus, for him, this place was a sanctuary for cultivation. My Lord, I have disclosed everything I know, with not a word of falsehood. I beseech you to allow me to leave, Humei implored as Fang Han remained silent. Her anxiety mounting that in the world of cultivation, where the weak are devoured by the strong, and trust is a rare commodity, she feared that Fang Han might deem her worthless and take her life. Moreover, he had not genuinely promised her freedom upon her full disclosure. I offer you a chance at life, Fang Han declared, fixing his gaze on Humei. You have been surveilling my family for the Su family, correct? Should either the Su or Zhao families make any moves against me in the coming days, you will inform me immediately. If you fail to do so, no matter where you flee, I will hunt you down. Without waiting for Humei to respond, he promptly released her viewpoint. In an instant, the true qi within her meridians began to flow freely. Thank you, my lord, for sparing my life. I will remember your instructions. Humei expressed her gratitude before swiftly retrieving the dagger embedded in the stone wall and exiting the cave. Vanishing into the tempestuous storm, I have granted you an opportunity. Whether you live or perish now rests upon your choices. Fang Han approached the cave entrance, gazing at Humei, who vanished amidst the torrential downpour, murmuring to himself. He harbored no fear of Humei returning with others to seek vengeance upon him. Soon enough, he settled upon a stone within the cave, retrieving a sealed porcelain vial from the Songlong ring. Inside this vial lay the essence blood of the iron-armored water ape. He intended to refine his body with this essence blood. Practicing the wild barbarian body refinement technique. Chapter 17. The arrival of enchantresses. The wild barbarian body refinement technique was a supreme method Fang Han had acquired during his trials on the barbarian continent of Tunglong Star in a past life. Subsequently, he amalgamated it with several other body refinement techniques, infusing it with the experiences he had accumulated through countless battles and training, resulting in comprehensive enhancements to the wild barbarian body refinement technique. Through his refinements, this technique became even more exquisite, its power exponentially amplified. Once cultivated to a minor success, the benefits of this technique were beyond imagination. His physique would undergo a transformation akin to a phoenix reborn from flames. Achieving unprecedented fortification, his skin would turn as resilient as steel, impervious to blades and fire, while his bones would resemble divine iron, extraordinarily hard with remarkable endurance. This process of refining skin and bones would lay an incredibly solid foundation for his future cultivation, akin to establishing a stable cornerstone beneath a towering edifice, enabling him to traverse further along the path of cultivation. The 8 breathtaking companions he had on Tunglong Star had all attained formidable realms of cultivation. If he wished to return for revenge, he must forge an unparalleled foundation in the Tao to succeed. Otherwise, even if he returned to Tunglong Star, he would be swiftly vanquished by those 8 wretches united against him. In this life, he resolved to advance steadily, for a more robust foundation would yield a higher ceiling in cultivation, allowing him to venture further. In his previous life, he had been somewhat impulsive. Had he cultivated the wild barbarian body refinement technique to its ultimate perfection before breaking into the divine sovereign realm, he would not have suffered grievous injuries from the ambush by those 8 female companions. In fact, he could have retaliated against them on the spot, sparing himself the need for reincarnation and recultivation. Fang Han slowly opened the porcelain vial, and in an instant, a powerful stench of blood surged forth, enveloping the cave. The essence blood of the iron-armored water ape was a vibrant crimson, reminiscent of an abyss brimming with immense power. Fang Han first consumed all the essence blood of the young iron-armored water ape, then focused his mind on his dantian, guiding the flow of true essence within his body according to the techniques of the wild barbarian body refinement. As the first strand of blood essence power merged with his skin, bones, and meridians, he He felt as if countless sharp blades were incessantly slicing through him, an excruciating pain radiating throughout his entire being. Veins bulged on his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth, enduring the agonizing torment as he continued to guide the blood essence power. Time drifted by, and as more blood essence power surged in, his body began to undergo wondrous transformations. A glimmer of confidence flashed in Fang Han's eyes as he pondered silently. This moment, a wave of concern for his family surged within him. He was acutely aware that his parents, Fang Jindong and Tang Yumei, were enduring immense pressure, and he wished to alleviate their plight without delay. Every moment of waiting was a torment for them, and he felt compelled to return and protect his loved ones. That he understood that the Su family would soon make their move against the Fang family, and the Zhao family would swiftly learn of Zhao Jin's demise. There was even a possibility that someone from the Fang family might rise in rebellion at this critical juncture. He had to hurry back. Just as Fang Han prepared to depart, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside the cave. The noise, stark against the stillness of the cavern, was as jarring as a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, instantly alerting him. Was it the enchanting demoness Humei from the Hahuan sect? Indeed, such a woman was not to be trusted. With a flicker of thought, Fang Han's figure vanished from the cave's interior. The torrential rain had ceased the previous day, and the sky today appeared as if washed clean. A brilliant azure. The sun, a fiery orb, rose languidly in the east, casting golden rays like a myriad of sharp arrows upon the earth. The mountainside, bathed in this resplendent sunlight, resembled a luxurious golden veil. A sight so beautiful it felt like a dream. However, the peaks of Yinyang Mountain remained shrouded in thick mist, as if sealed by some mysterious force. The fog swirled like heavy cotton, obscuring the true forms of the mountains within a vast expanse of white. Lending an air of enigma and strangeness, Fang Han's suspicions proved correct. The visitor was indeed Humei. Yet this time, she was not alone. A young woman stood beside her. The woman appeared to be in her 30s. Exuding grace and allure, much like a poppy blooming in the darkness, radiating a deadly allure. She wore a form-fitting, deep crimson gown that seemed alive, flowing like flames under the morning sun, dancing as if in a gentle breeze. The dress accentuated her curvaceous figure, showcasing the elegance and seduction of femininity. Although there was a considerable distance of over 10 zhang between Fang Han and the young woman, he could faintly detect a subtle fragrance. Delicate yet potent, like the whispers of a lover, it lingered at his nostrils, stirring his heartstrings while imbued with an indescribable sense of danger. Fang Han immediately discerned that the young woman was far beyond Humei in cultivation. Having reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, had it not been for his recent surge in strength, dealing with her would have posed a significant challenge. You are still here? I thought I would have to have my master use his techniques to trace your aura to find you. It seems that has been spared, Humei exclaimed, her surprise mingled with excitement upon seeing Fang Han. Without a doubt, the alluring woman was her master. Elder Q, I Humei, it appears you are unwilling to accept defeat and have come seeking revenge against me. Fang Han replied, his expression calm and his tone as placid as a still pond, betraying no hint of turmoil. The reason he had refrained from striking Humei down 2 days prior, allowing her to leave, was to use her to draw the core figures of the Hahuan sect to this location. Given Humei's lowly status within the sect, her knowledge of secrets was naturally limited. Capturing a key figure from the Hahuan sect would afford him the opportunity to extract information regarding the treasures hidden within Yinyang Mountain and further uncover the obscure truths surrounding Su Qianyu's mother, Ouyang Yin. All the while, Humei remained blissfully unaware that her every move was playing directly into Fang Han's calculations. Fang Han, though you defeated me the other day, instilling fear that kept me from speaking falsely. You are still but a fledgling. Your greatest mistake was sparing my life. Humei laughed. Now that my master has arrived, prepare to be refined into a medicinal elixir. Disciple, this time you have done well. The aura emanating from Fang Han is so pure and formidable that allowing Su Qianyu to benefit from it would indeed be a waste. If I were to become a Dao partner with Fang Han, merging Yin and Yang, I would surely ascend directly from the foundation establishment stage into the realm of divine consciousness. Elder Qin remarked with a smile after assessing Fang Han closely. Moreover, I shall not fully refine him. I will also give you a chance to cultivate alongside him, allowing you to transcend your current limitations. Thank you, Master, Humei replied, elated. She believed that no matter how formidable Fang Han might be, he could not possibly rival her master, Qin Baiyun. Today, her master would feast while she savored the leftovers. Chapter 18. Misjudgment. Do you truly think you can refine me? Spare me the idle chatter. Come at me together, in the morning light. Fang Han's eyes narrowed as he addressed Humei and Elder Qin with a calm demeanor. To owe him. The demoness Humei had lost all value and was as good as dead. He was not one to show leniency, especially when Humei had sought her own demise. As for Elder Qin, he still had questions regarding the Huan sect and the treasures of Yinyang Mountain. And while he did not intend to leave her alive, he was willing to prolong her existence for the time being. Fang Han, you truly underestimate the situation. Your victory over me the other day was due to cunning. This time, I will make you kneel before me, begging for mercy. Humei sneered, her short sword suddenly appearing in her grasp, and a surge of murderous intent enveloped her. Having been defeated by Fang Han and forced to kneel, she regarded it as a humiliation that must be avenged. Failing to reclaim her honor would taint her resolve in future cultivation. You dare speak of bravery after your defeat? Fang Han replied coolly. Today, I shall not spare your life. You will be sent to the afterlife shortly. Master, I must reclaim the humiliation of that day. Grant me permission to capture Fang Han and present him to you. Humei was incensed by Fang Han's provocation, but refrained from immediate action. Seeking Elder Qin's approval, it was evident that disciples of the Huan sect were bound to adhere strictly to their master's commands. Very well, Elder Qin assented with a nod, adding, but do not kill him. He is a vital source of nourishment for both my master and you. She believed that Humei's defeat had merely been a case of underestimating her opponent or perhaps an accident. Now they could easily control Fang Han. Rest assured, Master, Humei nodded, her short sword slicing through the in an instant. A wave of Azure Sword energy surged forth, aimed at Fang Han, a high-tier martial scholar. She had meticulously strategized, knowing that as long as she maintained distance, she could effortlessly dispatch Fang Han. The sword energy whistled ominously through the air, its sheer force intimidating. However, Fang Han remained unfazed. He swiftly channeled his inner essence. Stepping forward and unleashing the mountain splitter technique from the 8 desolate fist, a faint golden glow flickered around his fist, resembling a rising sun, brimming with boundless power as it hurtled toward the sword energy. Is this fool attempting to block my sword energy with his bare fists? Humei thought, momentarily taken aback, before a look of disbelief crossed her face. She had anticipated Fang Han would resort to agile footwork to engage her in close combat. But instead, he chose to confront her head-on, which she deemed utterly foolish. This would soon lead to his defeat. Little did she know that the mountain splitter technique, when perfected, could shatter even the mightiest of mountains. In comparison, her sword energy was trivial. With a resounding crash, Fang Han's fist collided with the Azure Sword energy, shattering it like fragile glass. The remnants of the sword energy scattered like arrows in all directions. Nearby trees were struck, leaving deep gashes in their trunks, while smaller trees were utterly destroyed, their frail branches snapping and leaves swirling in the air. Even a nearby boulder succumbed to the onslaught. Disintegrating into shards, the scene descended into chaos, and Humei was taken aback, unable to fathom the sheer power behind Fang Han's punch. Elder Qin, observing from the sidelines, wore a look of astonishment. This lad is no mere cultivation failure. It appears he has been secretly training here, absorbing the medicinal properties from the elixirs Su Qinyu infused into him, resulting in a significant enhancement of his abilities. Her anticipation grew, for she believed Fang Han to be an unparalleled alchemical vessel. Capturing and refining him could yield benefits equivalent to decades of arduous cultivation. Let us see how many of my sword energies you can withstand, Humei retorted coldly, a fierce glint in her eyes. With a swift motion, she unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, each energy wave cascading like a tempest, intertwining and creating an impenetrable net that descended upon Fang Han. ensnared by Humei's relentless barrage of sword energies. Fang Han found himself akin to a prey, caught in a spider's web. Break! Just when Humei believed that Fang Han had exhausted all his options, a faint voice emerged from the web of sword energy. A fist, radiating a soft, golden glow, suddenly appeared and struck fiercely against the seemingly indestructible layers of sword energy. In an instant, the vast network of sword energy collapsed. Fang Han, resembling an arrow released from a bowstring, surged forth from the scattered sword energies with astonishing speed that Humei was taken aback and hastily unleashed another wave of sword energy in an attempt to intercept Fang Han. She was acutely aware of the terror he posed in close combat. Should he close the distance, she would undoubtedly find herself in a dire struggle. However, Fang Han's movements were as elusive as a specter, easily evading the sword energies she had unleashed the next moment. A fierce gust accompanied Fang Han's golden-flecked fist, crashing toward Humei's chest with overwhelming force. She sought to block and evade with her sword, but it was already too late, as Fang Han's speed had increased dramatically compared to 2 days prior. This sudden strike caught her completely off guard. She desperately attempted to sidestep, but was nonetheless struck by Fang Han's fist upon her shoulder. The might of the 8 Desolation Fist, combined with Fang Han's mastery of the Savage Body Refinement technique, forged a terrifying power in that blow, one Humei could not withstand. A sharp crack echoed as her shoulder shattered, blood erupting forth. Like a kite severed from its string, she was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily against a boulder over 20 yards away. The impact inflicted further grievous injuries upon her. She was drenched in blood, her bones and meridians broken, the excruciating pain nearly causing her to lose consciousness. Her short sword clattered to the ground, and even her dantian was shattered. This was undeniably a fatal blow for a cultivator. At this point, she was on the brink of death, her life force flickering like a candle in the wind, swiftly waning. Even if Fang Han ceased his assault, her demise was inevitable. You dare to harm my disciple. I shall ensure you suffer a torturous death. Elder Qin's complexion changed dramatically as a long sword materialized in her hand, and her aura surged, enveloping a radius of several dozen feet. A palpable pressure bore down upon Fang Han. Not even a typical high-level martial artist could withstand the oppressive force emanating from a peak foundation establishment expert like her. They would be rendered immobile instantly. Yet, Fang Han felt none of it. He regarded Elder Qin with indifference, stating, "Demonis, before you perish, do leave your name." With unabashed arrogance, he added, "But I wouldn't mind revealing my name to enlighten you." Provoked by Fang Han's words, Elder Qin charged forward, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Boy, remember this. My name is Qin Baiyun. Today, you shall become a ghost beneath my pomegranate skirt," with her garments billowing. Qin Baiyun leapt the distance of several dozen feet in an instant, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent rushing toward Fang Han. Moreover, the sword in her hand exuded a bone-chilling cold, evidently not an ordinary weapon. Qin Baiyun had no intention of maintaining distance. Aware of Fang Han's prowess in close combat, she aimed to defeat him outright in that very realm, utterly obliterating him as a foundation establishment powerhouse. She still regarded Fang Han with disdain, despite his severe injury to her disciple Humei. After all, for a peak foundation establishment expert, slaughtering a martial sovereign was akin to butchering livestock, let alone a martial artist. The sword wielded by this woman was in fact a mid-grade spirit weapon, complemented by Humei's short sword, which was a top-grade magical artifact. Once she reached the martial sovereign realm, she could reforge these two weapons and create a sword of top-grade spirit weapon caliber for her sister. Upon seeing the frost sword in Qin Baiyun's grasp, Fang Han's interest was piqued in the realm of Qian Kuan continent. Weapons and treasures are strictly categorized by levels, ranging from ordinary weapons, magical artifacts, spirit weapons, to the legendary divine weapons, immortal weapons, and sacred weapons. Among others, that a weapon of exceptional quality is undeniably a boon for a cultivator, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. In Yinming City, spirit weapons are exceedingly rare. Take, for instance, the city lord Yi Chang's daughter, Yi Qianqian. Her prideful broken moon bow is merely a mid-grade magical artifact. Furthermore, Dan Tai Chiyue, the supreme commander of the Demon Suppression Department, possesses only a top-grade magical artifact for her sword. Far from reaching the spirit weapon level, the fact that Qin Baiyun's sword is a mid-grade spirit weapon speaks volumes about her standing within the Hawan sect. A flicker of thought crossed Fang Han's mind as the Xiantai sword swiftly appeared in his hand. He dared not underestimate Qin Baiyun. He executed the creation sword technique, his form akin to lightning, hurtling directly toward Elder Qin, still opting for a head-on clash. Observing this, Qin Baiyun's lips curled into a slight smirk. A hint of disdain illuminating her features. Her narrow eyes narrowed as she scrutinized the dark blade in Fang Han's hand, deeming it unremarkable, easily severable with a single stroke, with a thunderous clash. The two swords met, producing a deafening sound. Fang Han's sword not only remained intact, but showed no signs of damage. Moreover, Qin Baiyun was unable to repel Fang Han. To her astonishment, a series of powerful shock waves emanated from Fang Han's Xiantai sword. Leaving her taken aback, she quickly changed her approach, dissipating the tidal force that surged from Fang Han's sword and resumed her offensive as a master swordswoman. Her swordplay was sometimes as ferocious as a tempest, and at other times as gentle as a spring rain, penetrating every defense. Her sword's might was overwhelming, each strike targeting Fang Han's vital points. Wherever her sword reached, mountains and trees turned to dust, obliterating all in its path. Such was the power of a peak foundation establishment expert. The two engaged in dozens of exchanges, yet Qin Baiyun could not gain the upper hand against Fang Han. His swordplay was ancient and grand, with strikes that appeared as elusive as a deer's antlers, leaving no trace. Regardless of how Qin Baiyun intensified her assault, Fang Han effortlessly countered and swiftly retaliated. How could this be? I am at the peak of foundation establishment, yet I find myself at a disadvantage against a high-level martial artist. Qin Baiyun had initially anticipated an easy victory over Fang Han, intending to capture him and refine his essence. However, she sensed that Fang Han's sword techniques were subtly suppressing her, causing her to feel uneasy. Although she appeared to be in her 30s, she was, in truth, a woman of advanced years, her youthful appearance a result of her profound cultivation. She had encountered some prodigies capable of battling above their rank, but typically only across one major realm. For instance, a prodigy of a martial artist realm could contend with a martial sovereign. Yet she had never witnessed a high-level martial artist capable of challenging a peak foundation establishment expert. As this transcended two major realms, such a phenomenon was, in her understanding, utterly unprecedented. After the initial shock, she surmised that Fang Han must have employed some secret martial technique, momentarily boosting his strength at the cost of his true essence. However, she believed that such a secret technique would deplete his true essence excessively and could not be sustained. She thought that if she could wear him down, he would soon exhaust his true essence and be at her mercy. Little did she know that Fang Han's true essence was not solely stored within his dantian. He had opened numerous nodes along every meridian, allowing him to store true essence abundantly. Thus, it was nearly impossible for him to deplete it entirely. After several more exchanges, Fang Han's sword energy intensified, sending tremors through Qin Baiyun's arms, causing her blood to surge. She realized that if this continued, she might very well perish at Fang Han's hands. Channeling her true energy, she unleashed several arcs of sword energy from the frost sword. These waves of sword energy carried an icy chill, instantly freezing any trees in their path. A foundation establishment expert. Qin Baiyun's combat prowess was undeniably exceptional. Any cultivator beneath her realm would be unable to withstand the frozen sword intent she wielded. Qin Baiyun, isn't this the extent of your abilities? Fang Han taunted, unaffected by her assault. You might as well surrender, lest you suffer further harm. Previously, he had regarded Qin Baiyun merely as a sharpening stone to hone his swordsmanship, refraining from exerting his full strength. Now he felt no need to toy with her any longer. Fang Han's sword intent shifted dramatically, the Xiantai sword harnessing the fury of wind and thunder as it struck against Qin Baiyun's sword energy. Boom! Qin Baiyun's sword energy was utterly obliterated by Fang Han's strike. This boy is too defiant. Qin Baiyun gasped in shock, realizing she was no match for Fang Han. Using the momentum from his attack, She leaped away in an attempt to escape. Within the shadow in Yang Mountain, the mid-slope was shrouded in swirling white mist and black fog. She was well acquainted with the terrain. If she could just slip into the depths of that mist and fog, Fang Han would certainly be unable to pursue her, still thinking of fleeing. However, just as Qin Baiyun soared upward for a distance of several dozen zhang, Fang Han's voice resonated in her ears. And in an instant, his mysterious iron sword was upon her. With no other recourse, Qin Baiyun had to turn back and continue the fierce battle with Fang Han. Yet, Fang Han's sword strikes came with a rapidity and weight that soon left her gasping for breath. At this moment, her hatred for the Su family and her own disciple, Humei, reached a boiling point. They had all claimed that Fang Han was merely at the level of a martial artist. But in reality, Fang Han's strength far surpassed their expectations, leading her to a grave misjudgment. Chapter 19. The young noble at this juncture, the enchantress Humei was not yet dead, though her meridians were severed and her bones shattered. She clung to consciousness, determined to await her master Qin Baiyun's capture of Fang Han. But now, even Qin Baiyun found herself unable to contend with Fang Han and sought to withdraw. The phrase, "when calamity strikes, each must fly," echoed in her mind. How could this be possible? In her shock, she realized her impending doom. Despair filled her heart, and regret surged like a tidal wave. Had she kept her counsel upon leaving the cave 2 days prior and secretly aided Fang Han as he suggested, she might have truly secured a powerful ally. In that case, she could have even attained a legitimate identity, no longer needing to live as a remnant of the Huan sect. Alas, there are no rhyme as soon as the words fell. He continued to operate the harmonious strings and melodies technique. The vital energy he had just consumed from Qin Baiyun swiftly coursed through his body, instantaneously purified by that miraculous method. Immediately after, he opened his mouth, and a plume of black mist erupted forth like an arrow, carrying a pungent, metallic scent. "How could you do this, you freak?" Qin Baiyun's eyes widened in terror and disbelief, her lips trembling as each word seemed to struggle its way out from between her clenched teeth. Deep down, she understood that Fang Han had thoroughly purified and integrated the vital energy he had devoured from her. That moment, it felt as if she had plunged into an endless abyss of darkness. Her heart cold as ashes. In truth, she had realized long ago, when Fang Han had suppressed her with his godlike swordsmanship, that his sudden surge in cultivation was far from merely absorbing the medicinal liquid after being refined into a medicine person. She keenly sensed that the sword techniques Fang Han wielded possessed a mysterious and formidable power, far surpassing the level of her own swordsmanship. The disparity was akin to the glow of a firefly against the brilliance of a full moon. Now, doubt crept into her heart. Was it possible that Fang Han had been possessed by some ancient being? Fang Han offered no explanation, his sword falling in an instant, severing Qin Baiyun's head. Amidst the splatter of blood, her life came to a swift end. The mountain wind howled past, dispersing the black smoke that lingered in the air, allowing Humei to witness Fang Han executing Qin Baiyun in that very moment. Her mouth gaped wide, yearning to scream, to say something, yet her throat felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, producing no sound whatsoever. Fear filled her eyes, and her body trembled slightly from sheer terror. However, fate granted her no respite. In the next instant, a stone shot towards her like a meteor. The stone accurately pierced her forehead, instantly penetrating her skull. Her gaze became vacant and devoid of life. And soon her soul departed from this world. The 3-day deadline I had set with Su Qinyu had passed. The Su family would undoubtedly not come to the Fang family to apologize or offer compensation. Thus, it was time for me to settle the score with the Su family. That a glint of coldness flashed in Fang Han's eyes as he strode down the mountain. He estimated that news of Su Jian's death at his hands would soon erupt, and there were numerous matters awaiting his attention back at the Fang family. Shortly thereafter, Fang Han descended from Yinyang Mountain, donning his mask. The horse he had tethered to the tree by the mountain path a day before had vanished. It was only natural for the horse to have run off after the heavy rain that had fallen the previous afternoon. Without a horse, returning to the city would require considerable effort. He needed to cultivate his divine consciousness swiftly to enable him to ride the sword. Fang Han's heart stirred. Generally, one must reach the realm of foundation establishment to cultivate divine consciousness, Yet he possessed a unique method that allowed him to cultivate it upon reaching the martial master level. After devouring Qin Baiyun's cultivation from the Hawan sect, it was merely a matter of time before he could break through to the martial master realm or even foundation establishment. However, his training in the savage body refinement technique had not kept pace, and his physical body had yet to reach its most perfected state. Thus, he did not intend to break through just yet, just as Fang Han planned to hasten his way back to the city. The sound of hooves suddenly echoed. A cavalry of over 10 riders emerged from around a bend in the mountain trail, swiftly surrounding him. Leading the charge was a young man in his mid-20s, clad in black. This young man exuded an extraordinary air of nobility, and the black horse he rode was exceptionally tall and majestic, free of any blemish, a true divine steed. The other riders were robust men, all clad in sturdy attire, each carrying a ghost-headed knife on their backs. Though they wore no military armor, they radiated an aura of iron-blooded ferocity. It was evident that they were all followers of this noble young man. Young Master Yi, this masked fellow just came down from Yinyang Mountain. There's an 80% chance he's a demon. Should we capture him for questioning? A burly man suggested, casting a glance at Fang Han. His tone dripping with flattery. Do not act rashly. I shall personally capture this demon, that I will present him to my father, lest he accuse me of idling my days away. The noble young man atop his horse looked down at Fang Han with a smile. A delivery right to my doorstep. Fang Han understood their intentions and couldn't help but smile faintly that he was in need of a horse. If these people did not impede him, he would be reluctant to seize it. Given the current situation, not only would he take the noble young man's horse, but he would also teach this fellow a lesson. What did you say? The noble young man, taken aback, retorted angrily, You, wearing a mask in broad daylight, must surely be a demon with something to hide. If you surrender obediently, you might have a slim chance of survival. Otherwise, I shall kill you, demon. If you truly encountered a demon, you would likely be terrified to the point of losing control. Fang Han retorted sarcastically, having long perceived this noble young man as nothing more than a spoiled brat. You dare mock me? You're asking for a beating. The young master leaped down from his black horse, his right hand clawing towards Fang Han's face, intent on removing his mask. Humph! Fang Han snorted coldly, his sword pointing directly at the young man's vital points. This noble young man was merely at the initial stage of a martial artist. How could he possibly be Fang Han's opponent? A scream echoed as Fang Han struck his vital point, causing him to retract his hand immediately. I shall borrow your horse, before the noble young man and his subordinates could react. Fang Han burst into laughter. Leaping onto the back of the black horse, he tugged at the reins, and the black horse leaped, vaulting over the surrounding men and horses, dashing away like lightning. After him, the noble young man, furious, yanked one of his subordinates off his horse and mounted it himself, pursuing Fang Han. The other 10 or so subordinates drew their ghost-headed knives, also galloping after him. Chapter 20. The palace coup. The noble young man and his entourage possessed exceptional equestrian skills. Once they caught up to Fang Han, they would undoubtedly strike him down with their ghost-headed knives. Given that they could so casually regard Fang Han as a demon descending from Yinyang Mountain, they would not hesitate to kill. For them, human life was likely as insignificant as weeds. Moreover, they had probably engaged in such lawless acts many times before. However, Fang Han had stolen the noble young man's divine steed, and coupled with his own equestrian prowess, these men would find it impossible to catch up. Riding the black horse, Fang Han tore through the wilderness, the steed resembling a streak of black lightning as it galloped toward Yinming City. The sound of hooves thundered like a storm in the open fields, each impact sending clouds of dust into the air. In the blink of an eye, he had distanced himself from his pursuers. The noble young man and his followers were frantic, striking their mounts with their ghost-headed knives, shouting incessantly in an effort to urge their horses to run faster. Yet the horses had already exerted their utmost, failing to close the gap between them and Fang Han, forced to watch as he grew ever more distant. You little brat, I will tear you to shreds and eradicate your entire clan. The noble young man, seeing he could not catch up to Fang Han, turned crimson with rage, veins bulging on his neck as he bellowed. He had originally set out with malicious intent, expecting to bully Fang Han at will, only to find himself in a dire predicament. Not only had he lost his divine steed, but he had also suffered a sharp blow from Fang Han's sword finger, and even now, pain throbbed his wrist as a reminder of his humiliation. Eradicate my clan. Do you have the capability for that? Fang Han, riding atop his horse, extended a hand without turning to look back, his fingers flicking lightly. In an instant, several seemingly inconspicuous pebbles shot forth like arrows, tracing sharp trajectories in the sunlight as they struck the front hooves of several pursuing horses. Those galloping steeds, as if suddenly robbed of their strength, faltered to the front, their bodies pitching forward. The riders, taken completely off guard, were hurled through the air like kites with severed strings as their horses fell. The subordinates, though possessing some skill, merely suffered minor injuries in this unexpected turn of events, scrambling up from the ground, their faces pale with shock. However, the pampered noble young man was far less fortunate. His body, propelled by the force of inertia, crashed directly into a sturdy tree by the roadside. With a resounding thud, his forehead struck the trunk, blood gushing from his wound and streaming down his cheek in a ghastly manner. "You little brat, just wait until I, Yi Chinchio, find you." The young nobleman wore a grimace of fury, his eyes glinting with a venomous light. Clutching his bleeding head, he struggled to rise from the ground, his gaze fixed intently on the direction in which Fang Han had disappeared atop his steed. Cursing vehemently, this individual was no ordinary person. He was Yi Chinchio, the son of Yi Chong, the lord of Yinming City, and the elder brother of Yi Qianqian. His status was exceedingly prestigious, making him a figure of considerable influence within Yinming City, where he wielded considerable power. Yi Chinchio was notorious in Yinming City, infamous for being the foremost dandy, often arrogant and tyrannical, with no one daring to provoke him. Recently, he had found himself ensnared by love. Having developed feelings for Dan Tai Chua, she was like a flower on a high peak, beautiful yet aloof, deliberately ignoring Yi Chinchio's numerous attempts to win her favor. This had dealt a severe blow to his pride, leading him to seek various means to prove himself worthy of her attention. However, he had not anticipated suffering such a significant setback today at the hands of Fang Han. Just 2 days prior, news had reached him that several individuals from the Demon Suppression Division's Yinming City Command had perished at the foot of Yinyang Mountain, with even Deputy Commander Fang Sihai rendered incapacitated. Dan Tai Chiyue had personally led the elite forces of the Demon Suppression Division to investigate Yinyang Mountain, yet had uncovered nothing. Thus he, along with his entourage, had secretly ventured to Yinyang Mountain without informing his father, Yi Chong. They had roamed the mountain for an entire day, even camping there the previous night, but had failed to encounter any demons or beasts. Moments ago, upon seeing Fang Han descend from Yinyang Mountain wearing a peculiar mask, Yi Chinchio had thought that even if Fang Han was not a demon, capturing him could force a confession, allowing him to frame him as a demon and perhaps even implicate him in the murders at Yinyang Mountain. He believed that aiding Dan Tai Chiyue in this manner would surely alter her perception of him. To his dismay, he had not only failed to capture Fang Han, but had also lost his horse and sustained injuries, leaving him in a most disgraceful state. "Young master, your steed is a divine horse. Clearly, whether this fellow keeps it or sells it, we can easily track him down." One of his attendants skillfully bandaged Yi Chinchio's head while stating, "Moreover, he is heading towards Yinming City, not Tianyi City. Once he enters Yinming City, it will be akin to walking into a trap, making him an easy target. Return to Yinming City immediately and inform the city guard that anyone seen riding my black horse is to be apprehended without exception." Yi Chinchio commanded decisively. He understood that pursuing the masked individual was futile now, but he had never faced such humiliation before and was resolute in not letting it go unpunished. Meanwhile, Fang Han rode Yi Chinchio's black horse, racing back to Yinming City. Thanks to his mask, no one recognized him as he entered the city. By the time the clock struck noon, he had returned to the Fang residence. The Fang family had been established in Yinming City for centuries. Although they were merely a second-rate family, their ancestral home was vast and impressive. The ancestral residence housed the direct descendants of the Fang lineage, while collateral relatives were not permitted to reside there. The previous head of the family was Fang Han's grandfather, Fang Gaoyang, while the current patriarch was Fang Han's father, Fang Zhendong. Thus, Fang Han was indeed the true young master of the Fang family. having grown up in the ancestral home. After being secretly detained by Su Qianyu and transformed into an alchemist, and subsequently awakening his past memories, he had endured great hardships over the past month. Now that he had returned, everything felt remarkably familiar. Upon arriving at the entrance of the ancestral home, Fang Han sensed an unusual atmosphere surrounding the Fang family today. Normally, there were only 4 guards at the entrance. But today there were a full 12, all armed and exuding a formidable aura of vigilance. However, he realized that the Zhao and Su families had likely not yet come to cause trouble. So his return was not too late. As he dismounted and approached the grand entrance, he was immediately confronted by the guards. "Who goes there? What business do you have at the Fang residence?" They demanded that "It is I," Fang Han replied, removing his mask to reveal his face. "Young master, you truly are alive. You should leave at once. Fang Mahu has already informed the Elder Council about your actions regarding Zhao Jian. Although the Zhao family is still unaware, the collateral relatives are claiming you acted recklessly. The elders are currently in session, deliberating on bringing you back for punishment, and may even strip your father of his position as head of the family." An elderly guard named Lao Su exclaimed, his concern evident. Upon hearing Lao Su's words, Fang Han quickly grasped the situation within the Fang family, finding it aligned with his expectations. The Zhao family had not yet sought vengeance. But internal strife had already begun. Let him go. How could we allow this fool to escape? If we do not hand him over to the Zhao family, then we, the Fang family, are doomed. You lot. Seize him at once. The leading guard, Fang Polu, sneered, issuing commands to the other guard, "T once." 6 guards moved to encircle Fang Han. "What are you doing? This is our young master. Do you dare to seize him?" Lao Su protested, rallying the other 4 guards to block the 6 advancing guards. Clearly, the guards had divided into 2 factions, one loyal to the family head, Fang Zhendong, protecting Fang Han, while the other sought to undermine Fang Zhendong by suppressing Fang Han. "Lao Su, I understand you are a trusted confidant of Fang Zhendong, but the Fang family is in decline precisely because of this fool's incompetence. If you truly wish to see the Fang family thrive, you should assist in capturing Fang Han and deliver him to the Elder Council for judgment," Fang Polu retorted, furrowing his brow. He had not anticipated that, in such turbulent times, many still stood with Fang Han and Fang Zhendong. "The Elder Council is in session. You have no authority to apprehend the young master." Lao Su and the other 4 guards firmly stood their ground. "Those who follow Fang Zhendong have no future. He is about to be ousted. Those who know how to adapt to the times will thrive. Consider your own futures," Fang Polu threatened, his imposing demeanor intensifying as he glared at Lao Su and the others. "You dare to harm me in my presence? Then I shall teach you a lesson," Fang Han interjected calmly, stepping in front of Lao Su before launching a palm strike at Fang Polu. His technique, known as the cloud-piercing palm, was executed with a gentle and silent grace. Though it was not the most advanced of techniques, it was more than sufficient to deal with Fang Polu. "You foolish young master, do you think that because you killed Zhao Jian with your father's assistance, you can disregard me?" Fang Polu chuckled, underestimating Fang Han's abilities. He believed Zhao Jian had been severely injured by Fang Zhendong before being slain by Fang Han. Otherwise, Fang Han would have never been a match for Zhao Jian. In his eyes, Fang Han was merely a waste, having spent a year at Longyuan Sword Academy to barely achieve body refinement and become a low-tier warrior. After 3 years of foolishness, Fang Han's combat prowess likely fell below that of even initial-stage warriors. The weakest among the Fang guards were mid-tier warriors, easily capable of defeating Fang Han, but a cold smile crept across Fang Han's face. Bang! The 2 palms clashed, producing a muffled thud. "Young master, be careful," Lao Su shouted anxiously, fearing for Fang Han's safety. Yet in the next moment, Fang Polu was sent flying, crashing to the ground several yards away, spitting blood and unable to rise. The sight stunned all the guards, especially the 6 who had stood alongside Fang Polu, who were left speechless. For someone to defeat an initial-stage warrior like Fang Polu with a single move, that individual must be a martial sovereign. And yet, Fang Han was merely regarded as a waste and a fool that DOU6 wished to capture me as well. Fang Han addressed them, his voice steady. Fang Han's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he scrutinized the 6 guards. For a moment, these 6 men found themselves at a loss for words. "Fang Han, however, chose not to chastise them further and strode into the ancestral home with determination. Lao Su watched Fang Han's retreating figure, wanting to voice something, but ultimately refraining. Fang Han made his way directly towards the elder hall, fully aware that many members of the Fang family had already emerged to trouble his parents. His intuition proved accurate. Within the elder hall, all key figures of the Fang family were present, except for Fang Han's grandfather, Fang Gaoyang. At this moment, over a dozen collateral relatives of the Fang family had encircled Fang Han's father, Fang Zhendong. Leading them was Fang Kuan-nan, Fang Han's paternal uncle, a man in his 40s. Fang Zhendong, your son has offended the Zhao family, and they will undoubtedly come seeking retribution to avert the crisis facing the Fang family. You must take your son to the Zhao family and plead for forgiveness. Thus, the position of family head is no longer suitable for you. It rightfully belongs to me, and you should resign. Fang Kuan-nan proclaimed with righteous indignation. Resign, resign, shouted the collateral relatives of the Fang family, raising their arms in fervent agreement, pressing for Fang Zhendong's abdication, so much so that when Fang Han quietly pushed open the door to the elder hall and entered, no one noticed his arrival. Chapter 21. A chaotic dance of demons. The elder hall held a special significance within the Fang family, being an ancient structure that had stood for centuries. It served as the core of power, where the family head and elders convened to deliberate on significant family matters. The Fang family, a vast clan with numerous branches, was far from limited to Fang Zhendong's lineage. Many collateral branches spread like limbs of a great tree. Those qualified to enter the elder hall and participate in discussions held substantial positions within the family, either as seasoned elders or influential figures in family affairs. Additionally, core descendants such as Fang Han, Fang Yingxue, and Fang Qing possessed the right to partake in these deliberations. However, even considering all these individuals, the number of participants in the elder hall would not typically exceed 20. Yet today, over 40 individuals filled the hall, creating a scene of utter chaos, rife with tumultuous noise. Each person exhibited fervent expressions, pressing for Fang Zhendong's resignation. However, these individuals were not the true elders of the Fang family and lacked the qualifications to enter the elder hall for discussions. Their intrusion shattered the existing order, akin to unwelcome guests disrupting a gathering. What was even more astonishing was that Fang Kuan-nan's son, Fang Xiao, who was of the same age as Fang Han, was among those intimidating Fang Zhendong into stepping down. He was tall and robust, exuding an intensity that belied his youth. Fang Han stood quietly in a corner, observing the unfolding events. All eyes were focused on his father. Fang Zhendong, with no one noticing his presence, he witnessed his father, once a figure of formidable authority, now rendered helpless. The words of the crowd struck his father like arrows, yet Fang Zhendong stood isolated and defenseless. Fang Han refrained from interjecting, understanding that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Fang Kuan-nan was his uncle, who had long remained silent within the family, akin to a leopard lying in wait, biding his time for the opportune moment. Now, this individual had suddenly emerged, clearly having made ample preparations. Fang Han realized that many from the collateral branches had likely been swayed by Fang Kuan-nan, driven by interests or other motivations to position themselves against his father, Fang Zhendong. Moreover, he entertained deeper suspicions, suspecting that Fang Kuan-nan might merely be a figurehead, while the true mastermind orchestrating the events from behind the scenes was his father. Fang Yuan'o, Fang Yuan II, by lineage, was Fang Han's great-uncle, possessing numerous supporters among the collateral branches of the Fang family long ago. This man harbored ambitious designs and had once sought to contest for the position of family head against Fang Han's grandfather, Fang Gaoyang. Now, having instigated Fang Kuan-nan to create turmoil, he likely sought to reignite the power struggle within the family to fulfill his long-standing ambitions. Fang Kuan-nan, do not overstep your bounds. The elder hall is not a place for your recklessness. At that tense moment, a furious voice suddenly resonated. The crowd turned to see an 18 or 19-year-old youth solemnly pushing a wheelchair forward. Seated in the wheelchair was a man nearing 40, his eyes ablaze with fury directed at the rebellious assembly before him. This man was Fang Han's uncle, Fang Sihai, once a vigorous figure holding the position of deputy commander in the Demon Suppression Division in Yinming City. He was now confined to a wheelchair. The youth pushing the wheelchair was Fang Sihai's son, Fang Qing, who stood tall, his gaze resolute, yet furrowed in concern over the unfolding situation. Fang Kuan Nan, do you recall the grave mistakes you and your father, Fang Yuan too, committed years ago, which nearly plunged our family into irretrievable ruin? It was precisely because of this that my father was incensed, issuing a severe decree forbidding both of you from participating in family decisions. Your sole role in the Elder Hall is to listen, and now you dare to recklessly storm the Elder Hall, threatening the family head and attempting to usurp power? This is an act of profound treachery. Fang Sihai's voice thundered with indignation, as if it could consume Fang Kuan Nan in its fury. Fang Han, still in the corner, shifted his gaze to Fang Sihai. He observed his once magnificent uncle now appearing despondent, devoid of any aura of vitality, and his heart ached. He understood that Fang Sihai had truly suffered a catastrophic loss of his meridians and cultivation, a fate far more brutal than death for a practitioner. Of course, he knew that this was orchestrated by the Zhao family, and he would hold them accountable. He was confident that Dantai Chiomei would swiftly uncover who from the Demon Suppression Division had participated in this scheme. Fang Sihai's remarks evoked silence and reflection among the elders in the hall. 20 years prior, Fang Yuan too and Fang Kuan Nan had succumbed to gambling addiction, spiraling deeper into debt as they lost substantial wealth. To repay their enormous gambling debts, they covertly absconded with the Fang family's alchemical formulas, selling them to others. The formulas were the very foundation of the Fang family, and fortunately, this transgression was discovered in time by Fang Han's grandfather, Fang Gaoyang, who managed to retrieve the formulas and prevent their leakage. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The family elders were outraged by the actions of Fang Yuan too and Fang Kuan Nan, with many demanding their execution. However, Fang Gaoyang, considering their familial ties, ultimately granted them a reprieve, stripping them of their authority to participate in core family decisions, hoping they would mend their ways and adhere to their proper roles. Yet, no one anticipated that after 20 years, at a time when the Fang family faced peril, Fang Yuan too and Fang Kuan Nan would emerge to attempt a coup. They resembled venomous serpents lying in wait, revealing their fangs at the family's most vulnerable moment. Fang Sihai's words stirred memories among the elder generation of the Fang family. Fang Kuan Nan, you shall not disrespect the family head. One elder suddenly interjected, rebuking him. Fang Kuan Nan, you are to leave this hall immediately with these collateral relatives, or I shall not hesitate to take action against you. Another elder proclaimed, his voice resounding like a bell, exuding an undeniable authority. Both elders were of advanced age, their faces etched with deep wrinkles, yet their gazes remained sharp as hawks. Furthermore, in terms of lineage, they were of the same generation as Fang Zhendong, Fang Sihai, and Fang Kuan Nan, commanding great respect within the family. Great crime. You've been rendered powerless, yet you still exert yourself to defend Fang Zhendong. Fang Kuan Nan disregarded the elder's admonitions, sneering at Fang Sihai. Fang Zhendong can only concoct a few inferior body-refining pills. His martial prowess is abysmal, yet he has taken on the role of family head, all thanks to your reckless support. And now, you have committed a grave error in the Demon Suppression Division and have been expelled. Henceforth, you are but a burden to the family, akin to your nephew Fang Han. I suggest you keep a low profile. You no longer possess the qualifications to partake in family matters. You speak the truth. My father and I indeed committed grave errors in the past, but for these years, we have repented and adhered to the rules set by the late family head, refraining from involvement in family affairs. In fact, my father and I have scarcely attended Elder Hall meetings, instead dedicating ourselves to cultivating medicinal fields and refining alchemical techniques for the family's advancement. Despite the years spent by Fang Zhendong depleting the family's resources to nurture his ineffectual son, Fang Han, even going so far as to offer the Su family a vast expanse of medicinal fields as a bride price for Fang Han's marriage, we remained silent. However, this time, Fang Zhendong and Fang Han audaciously conspired to murder the third young master of the Zhao family, Zhao Jian. The Fang family now faces imminent disaster. Zhao Jian has been dead for over 2 days, Yet Fang Zhendong has failed to devise any strategy. Such indecisiveness disqualifies him from leading the Fang family. If the Fang family were not on the brink of annihilation, would I have brought my collateral relatives into the Elder Hall? This is not treason, but a sacrifice for the heritage of the Fang family, ensuring its continuity for generations to come. Thus, I am willing to assume the role of the villain, bearing the ignominy to preserve the lineage of the Fang family. Fang Kuan-Nan's words rang with a certain grandeur and were indeed motivating. The two elders who had vehemently condemned him and prepared to expel him fell silent. While they had no strong objections to the resources spent on Fang Han, the fact that the Fang family has offended the Zhao family puts it at grave risk, compelling them to contemplate the future of the clan. Esteemed elders, I trust that you all have the family's best interests at heart. Why Father acts today to save the Fang family, and I implore you to support him. Moreover, when the Fang family encounters genuine peril, it is imperative that Uncle Fang Zhendong steps up as the head of the family and does not allow us to become mere pawns in this conflict. Seizing this moment, Fang Kuan-Nan's son, Fang Xiao, who also spoke up. This lad, merely 20 years of age, just a month younger than Fang Han, demonstrated a remarkable synergy with Fang Kuan-Nan. Indeed, it is time for the Fang family to appoint a capable leader. We all support Uncle Kuan-Nan as the head of the family. Only Uncle Kuan-Nan can rescue the Fang family. With his father, the venerable Fang Yuan too, backing him, the Fang family has no alternative. Fang Zhendong, if sacrificing yourself and your son Fang Han could spare the lives of the entire Fang family, would you refuse? Your selfishness disqualifies you from leading the family. Step aside for the worthy. Step aside for the worthy. A group of collateral relatives surrounding Fang Zhendong began to shout again. The elders who had previously supported the current head, Fang Zhendong, fell silent, their resolve beginning to waver. They too realized that in the grand scheme of preserving the family, their individual lives were trivial, and they did not wish to witness the annihilation of the Fang family at the hands of the Zhao family. So, is the solution that you father and son proposed to the Zhao family's threat to offer my uncle and brother Fang Han as sacrifices? Are you even aware of why Fang Han killed Zhao Jian? Just then, a somewhat youthful voice interjected. It was Fang Qing, pushing Fang Sihai's wheelchair. Beneath our Fang family's ancestral tomb lies a gold and iron mine that the Zhao family has greedily sought, demanding we relocate the grave within 7 days. While Zhao Jian attempted to smash our ancestor's tombstone. In such circumstances, true descendants of the Fang family cannot remain passive, can they? Moreover, my father was attacked on Yinyang Mountain, and his meridians were severed, which is inextricably linked to the Zhao family. Even Fang Han's sudden madness at Longyuan Sor Manor was the result of a plot devised by the Zhao and Su families. Our ancestral teachings dictate that we shall not sacrifice any member of the Fang family for mere profit. If we are to offer both the head and the heir of the Fang family to the Zhao family in exchange for a chance to survive, then what are we? I, Fang Qing, refuse to live such a life. Fang Qing's words were resolute, his gaze unwavering. Upon hearing Fang Qing, all eyes turned toward him. Fang Han secretly admired the unwavering support from his uncle Fang Sihai and cousin Fang Qing during this critical moment, and he felt a sense of relief. Fang Qing, your words are easy to say, but should we, the Fang family, be reduced to accompanying Fang Zhendong and Fang Han in death? Fang Xiao, who scoffed. Given that his father Fang Kuan-Nan or grandfather Fang Yuan too might one day ascend to the head of the family, he felt an exhilarating thrill. Yes, let Fang Zhendong and Fang Han perish. But do not let their demise implicate us. Fang Zhendong, step aside for the worthy. After exchanging glances with the collateral relatives, Fang Kuan-Nan incited the throng surrounding Fang Zhendong to renew their clamoring, creating a chaotic uproar. It is truly laughable that a group of cowardly individuals would aspire to usurp my father's position as the head of the family. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed through the hall as Fang Han emerged from a corner of the Elder Hall. He realized that if he did not act soon, the situation would spiral further out of control, for the elders were already wavering in their loyalty and might unite to force his father to step down, an eventuality he would never allow. As Fang Han spoke, the elders finally acknowledged his presence, their faces registering shock, particularly Fang Zhendong, Fang Hai and Fang Qing were overtaken by concern. They understood the precariousness of the situation. Should Fang Han return, not only would the Zhao family attempt to kill him, but those colluding with Fang Kun then would also not spare him. Fang Han, you foolish boy, you dare to return. Ah, we have pressed your father for your and your sister's whereabouts, yet he has remained silent. And here you are, returning of your own volition. How fortuitous! Now, I shall have you captured and delivered to the Zhao family. Fang Kuinan was the first to break into laughter. Once I called you uncle, but now it appears you are less than a beast. Fang Han replied coolly, I am right here, if you have the ability. Come and seize me. However, should you dare to make a move today, I will incapacitate every last one of you. Hunter, what are you doing back? You must flee. Fang Zhendong's face turned pale as he shouted at Fang Han. Flee? Where to? Fang Kuinan swiftly positioned himself to block the exit of the Elder Hall, sneering, Fang Han, you worthless fool, you are not worth my effort. My son Fang Xiao, who can subdue you with ease. Surrender. Fang Xiao, who, understanding his father's desire to establish his authority, stepped forward with determination, lunging at Fang Han. Chapter 22. A stunning revelation. Fang Xiao, who? What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Fang Qing cried out as he pushed Fang Hai's wheelchair forward. Brother Han is the heir of the Fang family. Your actions are in direct violation of family protocol, a grave betrayal. Do not make the situation worse. His eyes were filled with concern, as he was only 2 years younger than Fang Han. Having grown up alongside him and acutely aware of Fang Han's condition, Fang Han was merely an entry-level martial artist, and given his recent recovery from madness, his physical state was likely quite frail. In his eyes, Fang Han was far from being a match for Fang Xiao. It is important to note that Fang Xiao had already attained a high-level martial artist status, making him a standout among the younger generation of the Fang family. Even Fang Qing could only hope to match Fang Xiao, who evenly. What does he count as an heir? Fang Xiao, who mocked. His laughter laced with disdain and contempt. If the Fang family were ever to appoint Fang Han, this imbecile, as the next family head, their demise would be inevitable. His eyes glinted with malice as he continued. While Fang Zhendong possesses some alchemical skills, what does Fang Han have? Compared to me, a genius of the family, he is nothing but worthless detritus. Only I am worthy of being the future heir of the Fang family. My father and I are the ones who can lead the family to resurgence. In an instant, like a ferocious tiger, he lunged towards Fang Han, aiming a strike at his shoulder. This was not merely an attempt to subdue Fang Han, but a malicious intent to inflict severe injury. His nefarious motives glaringly obvious. Fang Qing remained vigilant to Fang Xiao, whose every move. Just as Fang Xiao, who closed in on Fang Han, Fang Qing sprang from behind Fang Hai's wheelchair, meeting Fang Xiao, whose strike with one of his own. Both employed the Fang family's ancestral martial technique, the Li Weiying palm, executing the same maneuver. The force of the attack was formidable, exuding an overwhelming intensity that filled the air with a scorching aura. Bang! A dull thud reverberated as Fang Qing's face blanched, devoid of color like a sheet of paper. His body was jolted as though struck by lightning, and he stumbled back several steps before managing to regain his balance. His right hand trembled uncontrollably, as if it had borne an immense weight, the excruciating pain radiating from his palm throughout his body, rendering him nearly unsteady. In just one exchange, Fang Qing suffered a significant setback against Fang Xiao, who, not long ago, their abilities had been comparable, both being high-level martial artists considered the most gifted among the younger generation of the Fang family. Yet now, the outcome was painfully clear. Fang Xiao, who, you have actually broken through and become an entry-level martial artist. Fang Qing exclaimed incredulously. He felt a surge of blood rush to his head, and he nearly coughed up blood. An entry-level martial artist? This is truly astonishing. An elder of the Fang family exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, his voice trembling as he declared, our Fang family has produced an entry-level martial artist among the younger generation. What an honor! The young Master Xiaohu is undeniably gifted. If this continues, he is destined to become a martial sovereign, the pillar of the Fang family, and may even lead us to true prominence in a few decades. Indeed, this child Xiaohu is truly remarkable. Another elder nodded in agreement, his eyes brimming with admiration. His prowess is entirely the result of his own diligent training. Such tenacity and talent promise an immeasurable future. The elders of the Fang family, witnessing Fang Xiaohu display such formidable strength, not only refrained from perceiving his earlier actions as overly aggressive, but began to genuinely admire him. After all, in the realm of Qingquan continent, power reigns supreme, and the fortunes of a family are tethered to the strength of its members. Only the mighty can lead their families to greatness, establishing their foothold in this perilous world filled with strife. A family devoid of strong warriors will be mercilessly eradicated by rival forces, akin to a flickering candle in a tempest, extinguishable at any moment. As the elders deliberated, a smug smile gradually spread across Fang Kuinan's face. He believed today would be the day Fang Zhendong would step aside for the sake of virtue. He had long harbored dissatisfaction with Fang Zhendong's leadership, deeming him unworthy of the position. When Fang Zhendong first assumed the role of family head, numerous elders expressed their dissent. The reasoning was straightforward. In their eyes, Fang Zhendong was merely a mid-tier martial artist, far from the realm of martial sovereign. Lacking the strength required to shoulder the family's responsibilities, most elders favored Fang Sihai, for he was the only martial sovereign aside from the former head, Fang Gaoyang, possessing the strength and prestige to earn the family's trust. However, the former head, Fang Gaoyang, insisted on Fang Zhendong's succession despite the opposition. Fang Sihai, prioritizing the greater good, pledged his full support to his elder brother, Fang Zhendong, which ultimately facilitated Fang Zhendong's smooth ascension to the current family head. Do you think I am as ineffectual as you, Fang Han, or Fang Yingshui? You have received the most resources from the family, yet compared to me, you are all utterly worthless, Xiaohu declared arrogantly. Casting a disdainful glance at Fang Qing, that if you dare interfere with my pursuit of Fang Han, I shall cripple you. With an air of entitlement, Xiaohu lunged once more at Fang Qing, his eyes glinting with ferocity. As though Fang Qing were already in his grasp. Fang Xiaohu, you must not harm him. Fang Zhendong's expression darkened as he bellowed. Fang Qing was his most cherished nephew, and he was unwilling to witness him suffer at Xiaohu's hands. Furthermore, Xiaohu's brazen actions within the Elder Hall were utterly outrageous. He could not allow this to continue. He would intervene personally. However, Xiaohu was presently consumed by ambition and rage, disregarding his authority as the family head, continuing his assault on Fang Qing. Fang Han, if it is me you wish to capture, then I shall indulge you in a few exchanges. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, with Fang Qing on the brink of injury at the hands of Fang Xiaohu, Fang Han sprang into action before his father Fang Zhendong could intervene, that he swiftly positioned himself in front of Fang Qing, shielding him. Fang Qing was the son of his uncle Fang Sihai, and having grown up together, they shared a bond akin to that of brothers. He could not bear to watch Fang Qing come to harm. Very well. Then I shall seize you, you worthless fool, and thoroughly teach Fang Qing a lesson. Xiaohu sneered, his lips curling into a cruel smile as he directed a palm strike towards Fang Han's chest. He regarded Fang Han with utter disdain, viewing him as nothing more than a novice martial artist unworthy of his attention. Be careful. Fang Sihai, seated in his wheelchair, wore a face of concern, loudly warning Fang Han. His gaze was filled with anxiety and care, fixated on Fang Han, as his hands gripped the armrests of his wheelchair tightly, the veins on his hands visibly protruding. Fang Zhendong shared his concern, but his worry stemmed not from the fear of his son being harmed by Fang Xiaohu, but rather from apprehension that Fang Kuinan might strike against Fang Han. He was already aware that Fang Han had reached the initial tier of martial artist, and his combat prowess was formidable. Yet could Fang Han defeat Fang Xiaohu or Fang Kuinan? He sensed that this younger cousin of his was exuding an impressive aura, likely having achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation. Both had been mid-tier martial artists, but now he surmised that Fang Han was no longer Fang Kuinan's match. Unbeknownst to him, Fang Han's current strength was sufficient to annihilate a martial sovereign. Son, you mustn't kill this worthless fool, or it'll be difficult to explain to the Zhao family. Fang Kuinan gleefully reminded Fang Xiao. In his view, the so-called prodigy of the family, Fang Qing, could barely withstand a single strike from Fang Xiaohu. and thus Fang Han was even less likely to endure. "Fear not, father. I shall only cripple his limbs," Xiaohu replied with a smile in the blink of an eye. Fang Han and Fang Xiaohu clashed with a resounding impact. Except for Fang Zhendong, everyone believed Fang Han was courting death. Many even doubted whether Fang Han had truly recovered from his mental afflictions. Otherwise, why would he so foolishly engage in a direct confrontation with Fang Xiaohu? A tremendous roar resounded. The noise from their clash was far louder than earlier exchanges between Fang Xiaohu and Fang Qing. A massive figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. The assembly within the Elder Hall was left astounded, for it was not the worthless fool Fang Han who was sent flying, but rather Fang Xiaohu. Moreover, Fang Xiaohu landed directly before Fang Kuan-nan. Subsequently, Fang Xiaohu coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. He attempted to rise, but with numerous bones shattered, he could not stand, his combat strength utterly depleted. How is this possible? Fang Han had apparently attained the realm of high-tier martial artist. Yet even if he were a high-tier martial artist, he stood on equal ground with Fang Xiaohu. How could he have defeated him with a single strike? I have heard that Fang Han was transformed into a medicinal being by Su Qianyu. Could it be that he has turned misfortune into fortune, achieving a significant breakthrough? Yet, such a possibility seemed exceedingly slim. Fang Han's strength indicated to me that Zhao Jian was the one he killed, not the family head. He had transformed from a worthless individual into a genius. In an instant, all eyes turned to Fang Han. Some were so astonished that their eyes nearly fell from their sockets, for the former Fang Han was merely an initial-tier martial artist, considered the weakest among the younger generation of the Fang family, inferior even to the guards stationed at the entrance. Yet now, Fang Han had made an astonishing rise. With such meager strength, you dare to cause a ruckus in the Elder Hall, demanding my father to abdicate. Fang Han remarked coolly, gazing down at the sprawled Fang Xiaohu, as if he were a dead dog, his eyes filled with contempt. In truth, he had already shown mercy with that last strike. He had even slain a foundational realm master from the Huan sect, and high-tier martial artists appeared pitifully weak before him. Fang Han, you were once a waste. How could you possibly defeat me? I refused to accept this. Fang Xiaohu's gaze remained fixed on Fang Han, disbelieving that he had lost to him so easily. That I am a waste. Then what do you consider yourself? Fang Han replied nonchalantly. If you refuse to accept it, then rise and continue our battle. That I can choose not to kill you, nor harm those whom you have misguided. But if you and your father conspire to rebel, I shall undoubtedly cripple your cultivation, ensuring you can never commit evil again. Yu Fang Xiaohu was unable to rise and momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Fang Han, you have quite the audacity. I shall see how you intend to cripple me. Today, having resolved to replace your father Fang Zhendong as the head of the Fang family, no one can obstruct me. Moreover, you are merely a medicinal being, having absorbed a modicum of medicinal power, and you truly believe yourself a genius. I can revert you back to your original state with just a few moves. Fang Kuan-nan, witnessing Fang Xiaohu's grievous injury, was naturally infuriated and began to advance toward Fang Han. The aura surrounding him swelled, each step leaving a deep imprint on the thick blue bricks of the Elder Hall. Moreover, with each stride, the imprints grew deeper. Fang Kuan-nan's aura was formidable. Had he attained the realm of high-tier martial artist? No, his aura continued to rise. He had now reached the initial tier of martial sovereign. In just a few years, his strength had far surpassed that of the family head. Now, with Fang Sihai incapacitated, his cultivation was only second to the former head, making him the true backbone of the Fang family. It seemed that in the future, the Fang family would indeed be led by him. The elders of the Fang family were left in awe at Fang Kuan-nan's strength. It is important to note that within Yanming City, a martial sovereign was considered a top-tier figure. After all, there were likely no more than 3 individuals who surpassed the realm of martial sovereign throughout the entire city. Fang Han, you must flee. You are no match for this scoundrel Fang Kuan-nan. Heed your uncle's advice. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Fang Sihai, seated in his wheelchair, grew anxious, urgently calling out to Fang Han. Prior to the ambush on Yinyang Mountain, he had also been a high-tier martial sovereign, and he believed that while Fang Han's strength had surged, it was impossible for him to contend with Fang Kuan-nan. Hunter, I will hold off Fang Nan. You must flee and never return. Fang Zhendong added, stepping forward to block Fang Nan on this day. He would rather sacrifice himself and allow harm to come to his son. Fang Han, surround him. Yet, with a mere wave of Fang Nan's hand, the dozen or so collateral descendants encircled Fang Zhendong once again. These collateral kin, who had previously felt a measure of trepidation following Fang Xiao, whose severe defeat at the hands of Fang Han, were emboldened upon witnessing Fang Nan's ascension to the rank of martial sovereign. Father, uncle, there is no need for your concern. In the past, you shielded me from the storms of life. Now, allow me to take care of this Fang Nan. I intend to demonstrate to the esteemed elders and those among the collateral line who harbor rebellious thoughts precisely who the true waste is, Fang Han declared to Fang Zhendong and Fang Hai. After making this proclamation, he turned to Fang Nan and remarked, "You needn't flaunt your meager skills. Should you manage to defeat me today, I shall relinquish my father's position as the family head to you." The audacity of Fang Han's statement left many astonished. Fang Zhendong, Fang Hai, and Fang Qing were momentarily stunned, for Fang Han's words seemed a deliberate pitfall he was digging for himself. Although Fang Han's strength had surged dramatically, it appeared his intellect had not evolved correspondingly. Alas, it seemed Fang Han was indeed unfit for the heavy responsibilities of leadership. He could never assume the role of the Fang family's young master. This sentiment was echoed among several elders who began to murmur amongst themselves. Fang Han, do you truly believe you can represent your father? Not only would you fail to defeat me, but even with your father, Fang Hai, and Fang Qing beside you, you are no match for me. Fang Nan laughed, sensing Fang Han's mental state was far from stable. Why do you prattle on so, if you do not make your move soon? I shall strike, Fang Han replied with an air of indifference that, in the next instant, his figure transformed into an afterimage, appearing directly before Fang Nan. His speed was astonishingly swift, employing merely the foundational techniques of the Fang family's introductory boxing style. However, Fang Nan's smile vanished abruptly, for Fang Han's velocity was unprecedented, and his punch unleashed a shockwave of explosive energy, signaling imminent danger. The attack of so-called waste had unexpectedly heightened his alertness. This was certainly abnormal. Chapter 23. The Su family approaches Fang Nan. Much like his father Fang Yuan too, was a man of caution, bearing the weight of the grave errors committed 2 decades prior, which had cast a shadow over their family. Over the years, they had lurked in the shadows, biding their time to seize control of the family's power, meticulously concealing their true abilities. Consequently, few were aware of their ambitions, and even fewer comprehended the extent of their cultivation, which had significantly advanced during this time. Yet now, Fang Nan felt there was no further need for secrecy, especially now, as he sensed a hint of danger. He acted without hesitation, unleashing his true energy in a powerful punch. Engaging in close combat, he did not release his true energy outwardly, yet his fist shimmered with a greenish glow, exuding an aura that suggested it could shatter all obstacles in its path. Fang Han, how dare you engage me with the family's introductory Meng fist against my father's breaking army fist? You are courting death. Fang Xiao, whose mouth was still bleeding, witnessed this scene and grew increasingly arrogant. While Fang Han was indeed formidable, far beyond his capacity to contend with, he believed Fang Han's challenge against Fang Nan was tantamount to seeking his own demise, should his father capture Fang Han and render him incapacitated for the Zhao family. Fang Han would surely perish, and he would retain his status as the family's foremost genius, as well as the future young master of the Fang clan. The Meng Fist, as its name implies, was merely a rudimentary boxing method practiced by family members during their initial training, representing only the most basic of skills. In stark contrast, the breaking army fist was a creation of the Fang family's ancestors. Designed for charging into battle, and once unleashed, it was said to prevail against all foes. Among the myriad martial techniques of the Fang family, the breaking army fist was regarded as the pinnacle of their martial arts. Yet its cultivation was exceedingly challenging, with only a handful within the family achieving mastery over it that moment. Fang Zhendong, Fang Hai, Fang Qing, and others observed this perilous encounter, their hearts filled with anxiety and urgency. They yearned to rush forth to rescue Fang Han, yet the events unfolded too swiftly, leaving them in despair, unable to act before Fang Han and Fang Kuan-Nan's fist collided with a resounding impact. In an instant, everyone within the Elder Hall felt the ground tremble violently, akin to the very earth shaking beneath them. Many believed that even if Fang Han were not struck down by Fang Kuan-Nan's blow, he would certainly suffer grievous injury. Yet, unexpectedly, after the deafening crash, Fang Han remained steadfast as a mountain, unmoving and resolute. In stark contrast, Fang Kuan-Nan staggered backward, the bricks beneath his feet crumbling to dust. This spectacle left all present wide-eyed in shock, their minds awash with bewilderment. How could this be? Fang Han was merely a novice martial artist, newly embarked on his journey. How could he possibly repel a martial sovereign? Fang Han was not merely a novice, having defeated Fang Pa, who was sufficient evidence of his status as at least a martial master. Yet even a martial master could not possibly possess such strength, especially when employing only the introductory Meng Fist. Had Fang Han transcended the realm of genius to become a prodigy, perhaps he had simply been dormant until now. In that moment, the elders of the Fang family resumed their discussions, reflecting on their earlier belief that Fang Xiao, whose rise to the status of a novice martial master heralded the family's future. They had held great expectations and praise for him. But now, in the light of Fang Han's brilliance, Fang Xiao, who appeared as a mere dull horse compared to a Qilin, under Fang Han's radiance, Fang Xiao, who was instantly rendered insignificant, akin to a firefly before the full moon. Fang Han, what sorcery is this that you wield? Fang Xiao, who, still prone on the ground, seethed with rage, his eyes wide as he fixed his glare on Fang Han, as if he wished to devour him whole. Before he could finish his words, the strain of his injuries caused him to cough up blood, the vivid crimson staining the ground and creating a starkly jarring contrast, the collateral descendants encircling Fang Jindong. Witnessing this scene, began to feel apprehensive. They understood that if Fang Han truly triumphed over Fang Kuan-Nan, their scheme to force Fang Jindong from his position would be utterly thwarted, and they would face severe retribution from the family. The mere thought of the family's harsh, punitive measures drained the color from their faces, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Fang Han, unfazed by Fang Xiao, whose taunts, simply raised his head slightly, his gaze cold and composed. He stood there quietly, his posture erect as a pine tree, exuding an overwhelming aura. Fang Han, you have concealed your status as a high-level martial master very well. However, I merely underestimated you. You, a mere child, think you can overthrow me. Such a notion is utterly preposterous. Surrender, and perhaps you may prolong your existence for a few more days, Fang Kuan-Nan remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly. A glimmer of malice flashing within, he remained arrogant, viewing Fang Han as nothing more than an insignificant insect. Even with a display of strength, he believed it could not alter the fate of being easily crushed beneath his heel. There is no need for idle boasts. If you possess any true skill, reveal it. Regardless of your tactics, today, I shall teach you a lesson using the Fang family's Meng Fist. Fang Han's tone remained calm, akin to a tranquil lake, unperturbed by the turbulence around him. Such brazen arrogance! Fang Kuan-Nan roared in fury, stepping forward with a force that caused the ground to tremble beneath him. With each footfall, his aura surged violently, unleashing a flurry of lethal strikes from the breaking army fist. As a novice martial sovereign, he was capable of projecting his true energy outward. His true energy coalesced into several massive fists, accompanied by a howling wind, descending upon Fang Han as if to engulf him entirely. His formidable prowess was on full display at this moment. Break! Fang Han utterly disregarded Fang Kuan-Nan's assault, merely responding with a few straightforward punches. However, the moment Fang Kuan-Nan's formidable energy fist approached him, it was effortlessly shattered by a single strike from Fang Han. In an instant, the energy dispersed like razor blades, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. The crowd encircling Fang Jindong bore numerous wounds, blood seeping out and staining their garments. They hastily evaded, and chaos ensued within the Elder Hall. Fang Kuan-Nan was both furious and astonished. Before he could mount another offensive, Fang Han had already flashed before him, delivering a punch aimed squarely at his head. Fang Nan hastily retaliated, yet he was utterly unable to withstand Fang Han's onslaught. Despite the azure glow flickering around his fist, he was forced to retreat repeatedly, each step crushing the thick green bricks beneath him, a testament to the staggering force he was enduring. True to his word, Fang Han utilized only the most fundamental of the Fang family's introductory martial arts, the Meng Fist. Each strike was simple, yet executed with unmatched speed and ferocity, exuding an aura of invincibility. The most ordinary Meng Fist, in his hands, radiated a might surpassing that of the Fang family's ultimate technique, the Pejun Fist. In his grasp, the Meng Fist acquired a peculiar rhythm, almost as if it had been imbued with new life. In reality, the Meng Fist had transformed beyond its original form. Fang Han had made slight modifications to its power, exponentially increasing its effectiveness. This is impossible. Fang Han has actually repelled my father. He must be employing some malevolent sorcery. Fang Pa, who had slowly risen from the ground, though he stood unsteadily, he was incredulous as he witnessed his father, Fang Nan, falter before Fang Han. I could see that moment. Fang Nan was in excruciating pain. Each of Fang Han's punches was extraordinarily fierce, each strike imbued with the weight of 1,000 June, surging forth like tumultuous waves, relentlessly battering him. This force not only possessed tremendous impact, but also harbored an uncanny ability to disrupt the flow of his internal energy. Leaving his breath chaotic and disordered, he sought to counterattack. Yet Fang Han's onslaught was as unrelenting as a tempest, leaving him no opportunity to retaliate. At this juncture, he was nearly entirely suppressed by Fang Han. Relegated to a position of passive defense, as time progressed, his circumstances grew increasingly dire, his breath more labored, and his defensive maneuvers gradually slowed, akin to a solitary ship tossed about in turbulent seas. Ever on the brink of being engulfed by the ocean, just as Fang Nan struggled to hold on, Fang Han suddenly changed his tactics. He leaped into the air like lightning, executing the final move of the Meng Fist. The horse treads on swallows as he descended toward Fang Nan's crown. I could see that moment. Fang Han's eyes gleamed with a cold, piercing light, his entire strength coalescing into that one foot, as though he intended to utterly crush Fang Nan. Seeing this, Fang Nan's heart raced with alarm, and he swiftly raised his arms in a defensive posture, channeling all his true energy into his limbs, attempting to block Fang Han's astonishing strike. Yet that power surged forth like an imposing mountain. With a resounding crash, akin to thunder erupting within the Elder Hall, Fang Nan felt a searing pain in his arms, as though they were on the verge of breaking. His legs buckled beneath him, unable to withstand the immense pressure, forcing him to kneel. The sheer force of this kneeling shattered the thick green bricks of the Elder Hall, sending countless fragments flying. Under the weight of this overwhelming impact, his legs fractured, the sound of breaking bones unmistakable as agony etched itself across his face, culminating in a heart-wrenching scream. Fang Han leaped once more, executing a somersault in midair before bringing down another kick. This strike bore an even greater force, seemingly intent on burying Fang Nan into the very dust. Before Fang Nan could even muster the strength to rise, he was met with this fatal blow. Collapsing to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, the blood gushed forth like a fountain, instantly staining the ground before him, dyeing the shattered bricks a deep crimson. Fang Han had decimated Fang Nan with an overwhelming display of might. Catching everyone completely off guard that it was a one-sided massacre, Fang Nan had almost no opportunity to retaliate against Fang Han. Fang Zhendong, Fang Si-hai, and Fang Qing breathed a temporary sigh of relief, while the elders of the Elder Hall, along with Fang Xiaohu and other collateral descendants, stood in shock. For a martial artist to defeat a martial sovereign was an unprecedented occurrence. Fang Han's prowess was remarkable. It was astonishing to realize that the Fang family's Meng Fist, when cultivated to its utmost potential, possessed such lethality. I feel as though I have wasted 60 years of my life. Today, my eyes have finally been opened. In a battle between martial artists and martial sovereigns, to maintain such a firm grip over the fight, Fang Han had undoubtedly transcended the realm of typical geniuses, rightfully earning the title of prodigy. Fang Han is the future of our Fang family. That brat Fang Xiao who pales in comparison in his presence. While Fang Han had slain Zhao Jian, we could not afford to relinquish him. With his talent, perhaps in 10 years he could stand against Zhao Banshan and Zhao Tiancheng, allowing our Fang family a chance to ascend among the prominent families of Yanming City. Yet, Fang Han had not only offended the Zhao family, but also the Su family. If these two clans joined forces, our Fang family would be utterly defenseless. I fear that our family may not survive even 10 years before being obliterated by the Zhao clan. This indeed poses a dilemma. Fang Han's growth still requires time. The elders began to murmur amongst themselves, their attitudes towards Fang Han having undergone a complete reversal, yet their worries persisted. Meanwhile, Fang Nan and the several collateral descendants he had brought were filled with trepidation. Should Fang Nan ascend to power within the family, they would reap numerous benefits. However, now that he had been defeated, Fang Zhendong and Fang Han would undoubtedly seek retribution against them. Some began to furtively slip away from the elder hall. You scoundrels had better not attempt to flee. Whoever dares to run shall face dire consequences. Yet before they could take more than a few steps, Fang Han's menacing voice rang out. Though he remained atop Fang Nan, he did not pursue the fleeing collateral descendants, who now stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. They had previously regarded Fang Han as nothing more than a useless young master and a fool. But now, witnessing even the initial stage martial sovereign Fang Nan beneath his heel, spitting blood, they dared not oppose him any longer, as they had no desire for death, seeing Fang Han firmly establish his dominance. Fang Zhendong was engulfed in a daze. Fang Han was his son, who had displayed little aptitude for cultivation since childhood. For years, he had shielded Fang Han from adversity. Yet today, it was Fang Han who had come to his rescue. Had it not been for Fang Han's sudden return, his position as head of the family would likely have been precarious. Fang Nan, when the family is in peril, you think only of your own power. Will you relinquish your cultivation, or shall I be the one to intervene? In the next moment, Fang Han lifted his leg, releasing Fang Nan and stepping aside, calmly inquiring, I am merely considering the family's interests. Fang Nan struggled to turn over, initially believing he would surely control the situation today, only to find himself at the mercy of the one he had most underestimated, Fang Nan. You seek to usurp my father's position under the guise of familial benefit. You are truly a hypocrite, inferior even to a genuine villain. Fang Han scoffed coldly, pressing his foot against Fang Nan's dantian. You have crippled my cultivation. My father will kill you for this. Fang Nan screamed in agony, realizing his dantian had been shattered by Fang Han. I knew it. This time you and Fang Xiao, who brought people to the Elder Hall to stir trouble. It was your father Fang Yuan Tu's scheme. Fang Han declared, even if he does not seek me out, I will certainly reckon with him. Just then, the door of the Elder Hall swung open. The family guard, Old Su, rushed in urgently, addressing Fang Zhendong. Family head, trouble is brewing. The Su family has come to attack. Chapter 24. The Impulsive Woman. Now that Fang Sihai is incapacitated, the old family head is in seclusion. And with the Zhao family poised to strike at any moment, the Su family seizing this opportunity to plunder is a dire situation. Many elders in the Elder Hall changed their expressions upon hearing Old Su's words. One elder, in particular, wore a troubled frown, lamenting, this is the proverbial rain on a leaky roof. Under normal circumstances, the Fang family would have no fear of the Su family. Fang Sihai alone could quell them. However, the Su family's sudden aggressive approach during the Fang family's weakest hour created immense pressure. The Su family is attacking? They pretended to offer Su Qianyu to Fang Han for treatment of her Insha condition, then trained Fang Han as a medicinal puppet. It should have been our Fang family bothering them. How shameless of them to come to our doorstep. An elder named Fang Hua spoke with indignation. He was in his 50s and possessed the cultivation of a high-level martial artist. Upon seeing him, Fang Han had to address him as Hua Bo within the Fang family's generational hierarchy. Fang Hua was notably supportive of Fang Zhendong. Previously, some elders had been swayed by Fang Han's instigation, but Fang Hua had remained neutral thus far, observing the developments and awaiting Fang Han's next moves. Like Fang Han, he suspected that Fang Cunnin's actions today were likely orchestrated by that old schemer, Fang Yuantou. Huabo, you may not yet be aware, but the Su family has long colluded with the Zhao family. I have been rendered foolish due to the poison administered by Zhao Jian's sister, Zhao Zi. Moreover, before I publicly annulled my engagement with Su Qianyu, Zhao Jian was already seeking to betroth himself to her. A blatant affront to both me and the Fang family. Fang Han interjected. I severed one of Su Qianyu's hands and demanded that the Su family return tenfold the betrothal gifts within 3 days, along with a public apology to my family. They must also pay a monthly tribute of 100,000 taels of silver and 10 body-refining pills. I could see that moment. Su Qianyu swore an oath to comply, which is why I spared her. Since the Su family refuses to heed my warnings, I shall impart another lesson to awaken them. Elder Fang Hua, you must understand, you are now the pride of our Fang family. In time, U.S. Su AI laughed triumphantly. You have harmed a member of the Fang family. Thus, you shall remain here as a servant to atone for your sins. Fang Han replied indifferently. Initially, he had intended to kill this woman outright, but he suddenly realized that she possessed the rare 9-colored demon body. The 9-colored demon body is exceedingly unique. It could be said that among men, the pure yang sacred body serves as a natural alchemical cauldron, and Fang Han himself possesses this, albeit in a latent form that makes it difficult for others to perceive. Among women, the natural alchemical cauldron is the 9-colored demon body. While this concept might not be prevalent in the Qianquan continent, in his previous life on Tunglong Star, such women existed. Once a cultivator at the martial sect level conquered a woman with a 9-colored demon body, and within a year, he ascended to the foundation establishment stage, thus leaping into a new realm. Acquiring such a woman could be said to be equivalent to at least 10 years of arduous training. Had this been Tunglong Star, Su AI would have long been a target for powerful figures vying for her. Yet in the Qianquan continent, within the Yanlong Kingdom's Tianyuan Prefecture in Yiming City, she could merely be regarded as possessing potential. However, Fang Han's discerning eye saw through her extraordinary nature at a glance. Generally, female cultivators who serve as alchemical cauldrons for men are quickly exhausted within half a month. But the 9-colored demon body is akin to a dominating physique among female cultivators, capable of enduring for at least a year. Such a woman can transfer her exceptionally pure, true essence or true qi to her partner during cultivation. Fang Han, aspiring to forge an unparalleled foundation, could indeed make use of this woman while simultaneously teaching her a lesson and humiliating the Su family. He would never allow himself to develop feelings for such a woman. You want me to be your servant? You foolish waste born as an alchemical cauldron. How naive you are. Su AI exclaimed furiously. You sever my cousin Su Qianyu's hand. Now I shall cut off your limbs, turning you into a human pig. Regardless, becoming a human pig won't hinder you from serving my cousin as an alchemical cauldron. With that, the bloodied long knife in her hand swiftly arced towards Fang Han. She employed the Su family's blood shadow blade technique. As she struck, the knife shimmered with a sanguine glow, evoking a sensation akin to a scorching wave. This blade was no ordinary weapon. It was indeed a magical artifact. Though its rank was not high, it nonetheless illustrated the Su family's regard for Su AI, for magical artifacts were treasures within the Su family. Yet, the moment Su AI moved, Fang Han also sprang into action, unleashing the 8 Desolation Fist, which thunderously collided with Su AI's long knife. This foolish girl was daring enough to withstand Miss AI's moonlight blade with her bare fist. Was she not courting punishment? Indeed, Miss AI's moonlight blade could slice through iron like mud, yet it was merely a low-tier magical artifact. The Su family's experts roared with laughter, convinced that Fang Han's fist would soon be severed by the moonlight blade. What they failed to notice was the faint golden glow that flickered upon Fang Han's fist. However, this time, the Fang family bore little concern for Fang Han's defeat. After all, he had previously incapacitated the newly promoted martial sect member Fang Kuan-nan. How could he possibly lose to an initial stage martial artist? Just as the fist and blade were about to clash, Fang Han executed an extraordinary sidestep, allowing his fist to evade the sharp edge of Su AI's moonlight blade and strike the blade's surface instead. With a resounding hum, the moonlight blade was bent into a bow shape, and Su AI felt an overwhelming force surge from the blade's surface to the hilt, causing blood to erupt from her tiger's mouth. She could no longer maintain her grip on the knife, which flew away uncontrollably. Chapter 25. Like whales drinking water, although Fang Han remained at the high-tier martial artist level, his control over power was already remarkably profound. Once Su AI's moonlight blade slipped from her grasp, it did not carelessly soar away. Instead, it flew directly toward the group of Su family experts. The moonlight blade, in its rapid flight, precisely skimmed past the neck of one expert. The blade, sharp and Su AI was utterly bewildered, her mind a blank slate. She sat dazed on the ground, her gaze vacant and devoid of life, completely engulfed in a state of desolation. She had initially believed that she could easily subdue Fang Han with her strikes. Yet within just 2 moves, her moonlight blade was bent by him, as she found herself incapacitated to add insult to injury. Fang Han had even dispatched 5 formidable experts from the Su family, all of whom are novice martial masters and the backbone of the clan. That it was not only Su AI who was shaken. The majority of Su family's elite were equally terrified, with some of the younger warriors already contemplating flight, sensing the ominous specter of death looming over them. They were all well aware of Fang Han's reputation as a useless fool. Just a few months prior, the family head, Su Yuanda, had proposed the marriage of Su Qianyu to Fang Han, a decision that had left them all baffled, deeming it akin to placing a flower amidst dung. It wasn't until 3 nights ago, when Su Qianyu returned to the Su family with a bloodied severed arm, that they comprehended her intention to marry Fang Han was merely a ruse to exploit him as a medicinal cauldron to cure her Inshai ailment. They also learned that the Su family had allied with the Zhao family, one of the 3 great clans of Yanming City, and under Zhao's machinations, Fang Sihai had not only been rendered useless, but also expelled from the Demon Suppression Division. Feeling emboldened, they, led by Fang Yuanwu, had marched confidently into the Fang family, intent on capturing Fang Han. Yet now, it was Fang Han alone who had subdued them. At the very least, none of the younger generation dared to provoke Fang Han anymore. For Su AI was considered the strongest among them. With her being annihilated by Fang Han, any confrontation with him would be tantamount to courting death. Even Fang Yuanwu and the 2 esteemed guest martial masters, the black and white twins, were greatly alarmed. "The young master is formidable," cried Fang Hua, an elder of the Fang family, his excitement palpable. He felt that the aggressive stance of the Su family was swiftly quelled by Fang Han's might, which was immensely gratifying. Even the collateral descendants recognized Fang Han's performance as more than sufficient to warrant his status as the young master of the Fang family, as he vastly outclassed Fang Xiaohu. "Su Yuanwu, your family truly is ungrateful. For a century, our Fang family has rendered you assistance, yet you have long set your sights on my son, Fang Han, plotting against him. Now, you dare to provoke us?" The family head, Fang Zhendong, stepped forward, addressing Fang Yuanwu. "According to Su Qianyu's promise to my son, if she does not return tenfold the betrothal gifts and pay tribute to our Fang family each month, I shall ensure that your Su family is obliterated." He was not inherently a domineering man, but the actions of the Su family had crossed his threshold, compelling him to declare war. "Obliterate my Fang family? Fang Zhendong, your patriarch, Fang Gaoyang, is already poisoned. Your brother, Fang Sihai, has been rendered useless, and Fang Kuan is plotting against you. Moreover, we are devising a means to reattach Su Qianyu's arm so she may swiftly marry Zhao Jian. Do you truly believe you possess the capability to face us in the current situation?" scoffed Su Yuanwu disdainfully. "Furthermore, the Zhao family has set their sights on your ancestral graveyard. You cannot even defend that. If I were you, I would promptly take my own life as an apology." An elder of the Fang family, in his 60s, expressed disbelief. "The patriarch has been in seclusion. How could he possibly be poisoned? This is all part of the Zhao family's scheme. Your family is on the brink of ruin." Su Yuanwu chuckled. The members of the Fang family were increasingly anxious. The patriarch, Fang Gaoyang, was their stabilizing force, and should anything befall him, they would be utterly defenseless against the united front of the Su and Zhao families. Su Yuan Wu, you think that by allying with the Zhao family, you can carve up my Fang family. You are still unaware, are you? Zhao Jian and his men attempted to seize my family's ancestral graveyard, but I have already eliminated him. Initially, I intended to bloodily cleanse the Zhao family. But seeing as your Su family has chosen to be the scapegoat, I shall commence with your obliteration instead. Yet Fang Han interjected, to annihilate your Su family does not require my father's intervention. I alone am sufficient at AS for my grandfather. He is on the verge of breaking through to the high-level martial sovereign, even the foundation stage, so refrain from spreading falsehoods that in truth, he spoke to stabilize the morale of those around him. For he was well aware that his grandfather, Fang Gaoyang, was most likely under duress. Fang Han, you may boast, but your grandfather is in dire straits, and you are in no position to challenge Zhao Jian. Otherwise, you would have fled by now. Fang Yuan Wu sneered ominously before turning to the two esteemed guest martial masters, the black and white twins, and said, "This boy dares to harm my daughter and slay my kin. I implore you both to capture him. Upon your return, I shall celebrate your success." He lifted his daughter, Su Ai, from the ground, stepping back slightly to grant the black and white twins the stage. At this moment, he no longer regarded Fang Han as a mere waste, thus refraining from recklessly engaging him in a one-on-one bout. The black and white twins, known for their remarkable synergy and ruthless tactics, were confident that with their combined strength, they could subdue Fang Han without issue. The Su family had supported the black and white twins for several years, and he felt it was time for them to truly earn their keep. The black twin and the white twin were oddly matched. Despite being identical twins, their appearances were strikingly dissimilar, one clad in black and the other in white, as if embodying the extremes of day and night. The black-clad one was tall and robust, exuding an ominous aura, while the white-clad one was shorter and leaner, his eyes glinting with cunning and cruelty, resembling a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. The only similarity between them was the snake staffs they wielded, glistening with an eerie light under the sun. Upon hearing Fang Yuan Wu's words, the black and white twins nodded, their lips curling into a cruel smile as they began to advance toward Fang Han. Their steps were slow and heavy, each footfall seeming to bear an oppressive weight, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. So, you wish to outnumber the young master, black and white twins? You must first contend with me. At that moment, dozens of men clad in martial attire surged forward, led by a towering figure, dark-skinned and robust as an iron tower. This man was Zhou Qi, the disciple of Fang Zhendong, known as the Black-Faced Overlord, aged 25. Though not a true scion of the Fang family, he was treated exceptionally well by Fang Zhendong and Tang Yumei, akin to Owen as an orphan. He had adopted the Fang family as his own and regarded Fang Han as his brother. Upon hearing that the Su family dared to invade the Fang family to capture Fang Han, he rushed over without hesitation. Although he lacked the qualifications to participate in the Elder Council meetings, among the younger generation of the Fang family, he and Fang Sihai's son, Fang Qing, were implicitly seen as leaders. Both being high-level martial artists with a strong likelihood of breaking through to the martial master realm within a year or two. Chiga, I'm back to normal now. The Su family members are but mere chickens. I can handle them myself, so you need not intervene. This matter arose because of me. It is only right that I resolve it. Fang Han quickly reassured Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi was imposing and immensely strong. Yet he was still only a high-level martial artist. He would undoubtedly struggle against the two high-level martial masters of the black and white twins. Young master, are you truly capable? Zhou Qi hesitated before asking. Though he had heard that Fang Han's power had greatly surged and that he had slain Zhao Jian, he still harbored some concerns due to Fang Han's previous weakness. Just look at Su Ai and those 5 corpses. I subdued them with merely 2 moves, Fang Han stated. Zhou Qi stepped back. The departing for 3 days warrants a fresh perspective. The young master is no longer the same as before. I have faith he can handle the black and white twins. Elder Fang Hua interjected. Zhou Qi said nothing more and quickly withdrew, for he too sensed that Fang Han had indeed changed. As soon as Zhou Qi stepped back, the black and white twins wielded their snake staffs and lunged at Fang Han. Their staffs pointed directly at him, yet they did not strike. Instead, they activated a mechanism on the staff's point. 2 streams of black smoke shot forth like arrows aimed at Fang Han. The duo, lacking confidence in defeating Fang Han through martial prowess, resorted to their most sinister tactics from the outset. Fang Han, there's poison. Be careful. Both Fang Qing and Zhou Qi warned in unison. However, Fang Han remained rooted in place, unfazed, rapidly channeling his fiancée, Ming technique. The two streams of black smoke were absorbed into his body as if he were drinking water from the ocean, but he was fully aware of the toxicity of the black smoke. Nonetheless, any poison that entered his body could be refined through his fiancée, Ming technique. By doing so, he ensured that the black smoke would not affect the members of the Fang family, preventing widespread poisoning. You wretched boy, you have grown 100-fold in strength, yet you remain a fool. Daring to consume our smoke poison, you will soon find your insides in tatters. Why not kneel and beg us for the antidote? The towering Black Shah erupted into laughter, reveling in his triumph. Initially, he had presumed that if Fang Han had taken precautions against poison, he and Bai Sha would have to engage in a fierce battle to subdue him. However, the current situation required no effort at all. Chapter 26. All kneel as soon as Black Sha spoke. The members of the Fang family, save for those who had allied with Fang Kun Nan in rebellion, turned pale, for Black Shah's words were certainly not mere boasts. Fang Han, overconfident and inexplicably consumed by the toxic smoke of the black and white dual evils, had likely already placed one foot in the abyss of death. Foolish one, did you truly believe I would serve as your maid? Wait until my cousin Su Qinyu refines you. Then you shall become a slave in the Su family, where I shall whip you daily, making you experience a fate worse than death. Su Ai immediately mocked Fang Han. Now that her mind was no longer clouded, she had regained her composure. Earlier, she had harbored doubts about whether the dual evils could indeed vanquish Fang Han, given his formidable strength and bizarrely swift movements. Yet now, she felt a sense of relief. Fang Han, you are a pure young body destined to be nothing more than a medicinal cauldron in this life. Accept your fate, as Yuan Wu sighed in relief, a sinister smile creeping across his face. This man, tall and bearded, appeared intimidating, yet exuded an air of treachery. Fang Han, I will count to 3, and you shall fall. The short and emaciated Bai Sha declared confidently, his voice grating and unpleasant to the ear. Fang Zhendong, Fang Sihai, Fang Qing, Zhou Qi, Fang Hua, and Old Su were all filled with trepidation that if Fang Han were indeed poisoned, the Fang family would be entirely at the mercy of the Su family. They held great expectations for Fang Han, given his previous victories over Fang Xiao, Fang Kuan-Nan, and Su Ai, which had showcased his formidable prowess. How long can you keep this up? Fang Han. Fang Xiao, who sneered, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. I believe that old man Fang Gao Yang is truly poisoned. You and Fang Zhendong are destined for a grim fate. When I reach 3, I will sever your head. Ignoring Fang Xiao, who entirely, Fang Han turned his gaze to Bai Shit. Seems you 1T shed tears until you see the coffin. Soon enough, you will be begging for mercy. Bai Sha snorted coldly and began to count. 1. Simultaneously, he tightened his grip on the snake's staff, bracing for Fang Han's imminent attack. Though poisoned, Fang Han still possessed combat capability. With a flicker of thought, the mysterious iron sword stored within the Songlong ring appeared in Fang Han's hand. In an instant, he lunged forward, striking at Bai Sha with a single, powerful blow. Buzz, the unremarkable dark iron sword emitted a resounding clang. To bystanders, it merely seemed impressive, yet it struck directly at Bai Sha's consciousness. Bai Sha brought his snake staff crashing down to counter Fang Han's strike. He was momentarily stunned by the sword's resonance, his true essence faltering for a fleeting instant. Seizing this opportunity, Fang Han's iron sword met Bai Sha's staff with a resounding clash. Sparks flew as the staff was cleaved in two. Yet the sword's momentum remained unabated, continuing its descent toward Bai Sha. The experts of the Su family gasped in disbelief, not anticipating Fang Han's overwhelming strength. Bai Sha's complexion, already pale, turned deathly white. Devoid of any color, this diminutive figure, quick on his feet, retreated with a single step. However, Fang Han pursued him relentlessly, his speed far surpassing Bai Sha's evasive maneuvers. Before Bai Sha could retreat more than a dozen steps, Fang Han caught up, The blade of the iron sword crashing down upon Bai Sha's shoulder, the spray of crimson erupted as one of Bai Sha's hands was severed with a single strike. Fang Han had dealt a devastating blow. Su Yuan Wu and Su Ai, witnessing this scene, could hardly contain their shock. Especially Su Yuan Wu, who had never anticipated that Fang Han, having ingested the poisonous smoke, could unleash such formidable power. Furthermore, the sudden appearance of the iron sword indicated that Fang Han possessed a spatial storage treasure. Thus, Fang Han's awakening from the state of being a medicinal human was far more complex than mere recovery. He must have encountered other extraordinary fortunes. With Fang Han's prowess, no one in the Su family could stand against him. Earlier, when Fang Han had claimed he would kill Zhao Jian, Su Yuan Wu had dismissed it as mere bravado. But now he began to believe it might actually be true. Fear enveloped him as he contemplated whether to flee with his daughter, Su Ai. Seeking death, Black Sha, witnessing his brother's injury, glared furiously and lunged towards Fang Han. Aiming to strike him down with his snake staff, he realized that if he did not restrain Fang Han, the latter could easily eliminate Bai Sha with a single blow. Better yet, work together. I still limit myself to 3 moves. Within these 3 moves, I shall take down both of you, Fang Han declared, his voice brimming with authority as he pivoted and swung his sword to parry Black Sha's staff. The sound of the sword echoed even louder. In that instant, Black Sha's spirit was struck hard, nearly causing him to stumble. That a glimmer of golden light appeared on the iron sword. In the next moment, a clash of metal rang out as Black Sha's snake staff shattered in response. Black Sha, propelled by his earlier momentum, could not retreat in time, and his fate was far worse than Bai Sha's. After severing the staff, Fang Han's sword continued its arc toward Black Sha's neck. In a final act of restraint, Fang Han refrained from severing Black Sha's head outright, instead deftly slicing through his throat. Vivid crimson gushed forth. Black Sha attempted to utter something, yet the words failed to escape as blood choked his throat. Bai Sha, witnessing this grim spectacle, stood frozen for a moment before fleeing, opting not to confront Fang Han. He understood that in the face of such disparity in strength, resistance would yield no benefit. The only outcome would be his own demise at Fang Han's hands. Though he had lost an arm, survival was preferable to a futile struggle. That he was acutely aware that Su Yuan Wu and the others were no match for Fang Han. If the Zhao family failed to provide assistance to the Su family in dealing with Fang Han, the latter would undoubtedly obliterate the Su family. Bai Sha, despite his severed arm, did not slow his pace, leaping forward and covering dozens of meters. The elders of the Fang family and the younger generation, eager to pursue, were halted by Fang Han's voice. There is no need to chase. With a swift kick, the severed piece of Black Sha's staff shot forth at A. A horrifying scream erupted as Bai Sha was pierced through by the fragment of the staff. Remarkably, he did not fall. Instead, he maintained his forward momentum, running several meters before finally collapsing. Blood trailing behind him, he slowly turned to glance at Fang Han, then at Black Sha, whose throat gushed blood before succumbing to the ground. Filled with unwillingness, the life force of these 2 brothers rapidly waned. They could not comprehend why Fang Han, having consumed the toxic smoke, remained unscathed. Upon realizing the dire situation, Su Yuan Wu hastily supported Su Ai and prepared to flee, disregarding the others he had brought along. The skilled members of the Su family, witnessing their leader's retreat, also readied themselves to escape. Planning to leave? Not so easily, yet the father and daughter were soon intercepted by Fang Han. He brandished the iron sword, declaring, "Whoever dares to flee shall meet their demise." Young master, we were compelled by Su Yuan Wu. We do not wish to become enemies with you or the Fang family. We beseech you to spare our lives. The Su family's experts, devoid of spirit, quickly knelt before Fang Han. Chapter 27. Send this woman to my chambers. The members of the Fang family, witnessing the Su family kneeling, felt a sense of vindication, save for Fang Kun, Nan, and Fang Xiao, who, even the collateral descendants who had sided with Fang Kun, Nan in rebellion, recognized Fang Han's unfathomable strength. They realized that not even the Zhao family could contain him. Previously, they had considered Fang Han's return after slaying Zhao Jian to be a sign of madness, but now, They regretted their involvement in the rebellion. Though collateral descendants, they had generally received fair treatment from the family head, Fang Zhendong. Now, they lamented their misstep, beginning to resent Fang Kuinan and Fang Xiao, who for leading them astray. You pathetic cowards, kneeling before a fool. He has been poisoned by the black and white dual evils and will soon perish, Su Yuanwu, witnessing his followers kneeling before Fang Han, nearly spat blood in fury. He had not come to seek retribution for Su Qianyu, but to endure humiliation, especially after the two most formidable guests of the Su family, the dual evils, had been defeated by Fang Han in mere 3 moves. Fang Han should have died moments ago, yet he remained unscathed. Second Master, you and your daughter are preparing to flee, yet you expect us to confront Fang Han. How can you command our loyalty in such a way? A young expert from the Su family complained while kneeling. Su Yuanwu, usually eloquent, found himself at a loss for words. Truly shameless. Even your own nephew's generation cannot abide your actions. Fang Han slowly approached Su Yuanwu. What do you intend to do? Su Yuanwu exclaimed in terror. Now he understood that Fang Han was a formidable figure. Should he engage in battle, he feared he would not last more than a few exchanges. I am not one who delights in slaughter. Those who kneel before me today shall not meet their end at my hands. Instead, I shall merely strip them of their cultivation. Su Yuanwu. If you wish to preserve your lives, you must kneel before me. Fang Han spoke calmly. With a slight tremor of his arm, the Xian iron sword in his hand emitted a resonant sound. The elite members of the Su family, upon hearing the sword's cry, grew increasingly fearful, collapsing to the ground, paralyzed by their dread. Under ordinary circumstances, should anyone attempt to strip them of their powers, they would fight to the death. Yet now, not a soul dared to resist, fully aware that clashing with Fang Han was tantamount to courting death. Indeed, if their powers were stripped away, they would become true pariahs, yet better to endure a miserable existence than to perish. In this dire situation, salvaging a single life had become their utmost luxury. Fang Han, my Su family is allied with the Zhao family. Do you dare to force me to kneel? Su Yuanwu spoke with a hollow bravado. Kneeling or not is your choice, but my patience is limited, Fang Han replied coolly. An aura of murderous intent enveloped Su Yuanwu, and this was only because this father-daughter duo was not the mastermind behind his transformation into a drug dealer, but mere accomplices. Otherwise, he would have long since extinguished their lives. Fang Han, spare me. The fault lies with my Su family this time. If you do not strip me of my powers or take my life, I will have Su serve as your concubine and attend to you. Look, my daughter is truly a beauty. Su had no desire to kneel. She had assumed her father would display strength before Fang Han. But to her astonishment, she heard a thud as Su Yuanwu knelt before Fang Han. Fang Han, you are magnificent. The Su family deserves to be humbled. Fang Qing and Zhou Qi exclaimed loudly upon witnessing Su Yuanwu's submission. You should kneel as well. Su Yuanwu, noticing Su Ai's reluctance, urgently tugged at her clothing, imploring her to comply. Reluctantly, Su Ai knelt. Yet turmoil surged within her. Could it be that she was truly meant to serve as Fang Han's concubine? The Su family had come in a grand display of power. Yet in an instant, Fang Han had slain 7 of their ranks, leaving the rest prostrated on the ground. This scene left the elders and younger members of the Fang family in shock. They sensed that the Fang family had found hope. In Yinming City, anyone who wished to bully the Fang family would find it no easy feat to serve as my concubine. Surely, you jest. The women of your Su family are treacherous and vile. Even your oaths are as empty as wind. What qualifications do you possess to serve me? Fang Han regarded Su Yuanwu as one might regard a fool. Both Su Yuanwu and Su Ai felt a deep sense of humiliation, yet dared not speak. Having knelt, they had forfeited their dignity before Fang Han. Fang Qing, aside from Su Ai, stripped the cultivation of all the Su family members. Fang Han commanded decisively. Yes, Brother Fang. Fang Qing responded. Moments later, the cultivation of the Su family members, including Su Yuanwu, was entirely obliterated. You may leave now, and inform Su Yuanda, Su Qianyu, and Ouyang Yan to prepare themselves. I shall come to the Su family to claim their lives. Fang Han stated, sheathing his Xian iron sword. Though his murderous intent remained unabated, Su Yuanwu and the others hastily rose, eager to flee. They feared that should Fang Han change his mind, their lives would be forfeit. They had arrived with an air of arrogance, but now they resembled lost dogs, utterly dejected. I, too, prepared to depart. You cannot leave. However, Fang Han obstructed her path. This woman, possessing the 9-colored demon body, still held potential value. I've already knelt before you. Will you not spare me? Su I cried in terror. I previously stated that you must remain in the Fang family as a servant, Fang Han replied with a faint smile. Turning to Zhou Qi, brother Qi, take this woman to my chamber. Yes, young master. Zhou Qi laughed heartily. You have suffered greatly at the hands of the Su family. It is only fitting that their woman attend to you as recompense. Even he believed that Fang Han's intentions were solely to claim Su Ai for himself. Soon, he produced a rope and bound Su Ai like a dumpling, hoisting her onto his shoulder and carrying her toward Fang Han's room. Su Yunwu watched helplessly as his daughter was humiliated, wanting to protest, but found himself too intimidated to speak. Earlier, he had knelt to preserve his life. Now that his powers were stripped away, with his dantian shattered, he had even less recourse. Chapter 28. You must serve me well. Father, save me. Su Ai's voice was filled with terror and despair. She struggled violently in Zhou Qi's grasp, yet to no avail, her cries echoing in the air. A futile plea for help. However, Su Yunwu seemed oblivious to her plight, his face as pale as paper, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he hastily made his way toward the Fang family's main gate. Driven by fear, he pondered anxiously that if he lingered even a moment longer, should Fang Han change his mind, his life would be forfeit. The remaining members of the Su family shared similar sentiments. Hastening to leave, eager to escape as quickly as possible. Stop. Just as Su Yuanwu and the others were about to exit the Fang family's gates, Fang Han's cold voice suddenly rang out, booming like thunder in their ears. Young Master Fang, you must honor your word. Su Yuanwu and the others were instantly stricken with fear, their legs turning to jelly, nearly collapsing to the ground. Now stripped of their powers, they felt like lambs destined for slaughter. Utterly defenseless, I, Fang Han, have always been a man of my word. However, you must take away these corpses. Do not sully the grounds of the Fang family. Furthermore, remember to convey my message to Su Yuenda. While I may spare you, I will not extend the same mercy to him. Fang Han declared coldly, his gaze icy with intent. In times past, such words would have elicited laughter from the Su family, mocking him as a fool unaware of his limitations. Yet now, even with a calm demeanor, he exuded an aura that instilled fear. The members of the Fang family found themselves instinctively obeying Fang Han's directives, treating him as their leader, with even Fang Zhendong refraining from voicing any dissent. When Fang Han signaled Zhou Qi to escort Su Ai to his room, no one questioned the appropriateness of the action. After all, the Su family's previous misdeeds warranted such a punishment, leaving Su Ai to serve as a servant in the Fang family as a form of restitution. This would serve as a constant reminder to the Su family of their place, deterring any further arrogance or overstepping of bounds. Yes, yes. Su Yunwu nodded frantically, then turned to the other members of the Su family. Bellowing, what are you standing around for? Get moving, as young Master Fang instructed. In that moment, he had completely lost his former authority, reduced to a servile figure, bowing and scraping like a dog in front of its master. Su Ai, witnessing this scene, felt her last glimmer of hope extinguished, despair washing over her like a tidal wave. She gradually ceased her cries for help, knowing that any further pleas would only render her a pitiable joke in the eyes of others. Soon, Zhou Qi disappeared from view, carrying Su Ai on his shoulder. The Su family had arrived in grand fashion, only to depart in a hurried, dejected manner, akin to stray dogs. They swiftly took away the bodies of the 7 slain by Fang Han. Were it not for the bloodstains on the ground, silently narrating the brutal events that had just transpired, one might have believed nothing had occurred. Yet the faint scent of blood lingered in the air, a haunting reminder of the harrowing clash that had taken place. Ladies and gentlemen, Fang Kuan-nan and young master who have plotted rebellion, their fate is now laid bare before you, as for your group. You too shall face consequences. After dealing with the Su family, Fang Han's gaze shifted to the collateral members. Each word he spoke struck the hearts of those gathered like a hammer. Though his gaze appeared unremarkable, those upon whom it fell felt as if they were being pierced by needles, their hearts racing with anxiety, none daring to meet his gaze. Having just slain 7 individuals, including 2 high-ranking warriors known as the Black and White Twins. With mere 3 moves, and having consumed toxic smoke without any consequence, the fear of Fang Han spread like wildfire among the collateral members. Young master, we were momentarily blinded by foolishness. I swear, I will never again harbor thoughts of betraying the master or you. I beseech you to show mercy and grant us an opportunity for redemption. That a robust young man suddenly knelt before Fang Han with a thud. His name was Fang Junkai, already possessing the prowess of a mid-level martial artist. His talents standing out among his peers. Among the collateral descendants, he was second only to Fang Xiao, who in prominence, and held considerable respect. In the past, their resentment had festered upon witnessing Fang Zhendong lavish extensive family resources on the so-called waste. Fang Han, which led them to be incited by Fang Kuinan and Fang Xiao, who, however, at this moment, having witnessed Fang Han's astonishing display of power, their previous grievances evaporated like morning mist under the blazing sun. I beseech you, young master, grant us another chance. From this day forth, we shall follow you unwaveringly, willing to brave any peril. As Fang Junkai knelt, the others understood the unspoken sentiment, and they all knelt before Fang Han in unison. Despite the presence of the family head, Fang Zhendong, and Fang Sihai at his side, along with the 10 solemn elders standing nearby, the collateral descendants were acutely aware that their fates hinged entirely on Fang Han's discretion. After witnessing the upheaval in the elders' hall and the fierce clash with the Su family, they had come to a stark realization. The future of the Fang family would revolve around Fang Han. Akin to stars orbiting the moon, you, the participants in this treason, are all outstanding members of the younger generation. Now that you seek my forgiveness, I shall grant it. However, you must bear in mind that should a similar act of treason arise again, you will face inexorable doom, with no hope of salvation. Fang Han gazed down at the kneeling collateral descendants, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. While your death sentences may be commuted, your living transgressions shall not go unpunished. Return now to reflect upon your actions for a time, and once I have concluded my affairs, I shall decide your fate. Thank you, young master, for your mercy. Fang Junkai and the others felt as though they had been granted a reprieve, hastily rising to express their gratitude to Fang Han before departing with no inclination to linger. You too may also leave. Tend to your injuries for 3 days, then return to repair the damaged elders' hall. Fang Han promptly dismissed Fang Kuinan and Fang Xiao, who, the two, filled with resentment, limped away in silence, fully aware that their dantians had been rendered useless, sealing their fates. Fang Han's decision not to execute the collateral descendants garnered the attention of Fang Zhendong, Fang Sihai, and the 10 elders, as it demonstrated his understanding of benevolence alongside strength, as Fang Kuinan and Fang Xiao, who vanished from view. Fang Zhendong eagerly turned his gaze upon Fang Han. Concern and worry etched across his face. His voice trembled slightly as he inquired, "Honor, are you truly unscathed after consuming the poisonous smoke from the Black and White Twins? That smoke is exceedingly perilous." Time slipped away unnoticed since Fang Han had entered the elders' hall, and in that span, various upheavals had left Fang Zhendong frazzled, with little opportunity to converse meaningfully with Fang Han at this moment. He scrutinized Fang Han intently, not wishing to miss any change in his expression, his anxiety akin to a taut bowstring. Fang Han's lips curled into a confident smile as he softly replied, "Father, there is no need for concern. I have become immune to all toxins. That poisonous smoke poses no threat to me. You need not worry." His gaze was resolute and steady, reminiscent of a towering mountain, instilling a sense of boundless reassurance. Hearing this, Fang Qing's eyes filled with admiration and envy as he quickly approached Fang Han, exclaiming, "Brother Han, your current strength is simply astounding, effortlessly defeating even martial sovereigns. Meanwhile, I remain merely a high-level martial artist, still far from the realm of martial masters. It is truly embarrassing." He lowered his head slightly, his tone tinged with discouragement. Fang Han gently patted Fang Qing's shoulder, smiling as he encouraged, "Young brother Qing, do not despair. With me by your side to guide you, how can you not become a formidable expert in the future? As long as you diligently cultivate, I will assist you in overcoming every obstacle." Fang Qing, who had been troubled by the disgrace of his father, Fang Sihai, being stripped of his rank and removed from the Demon Suppression Division, had worn a frown of concern for days. At this moment, hearing Fang Han's encouragement, a long-lost smile finally broke through, and he joyfully replied, "Brother Han, if that is the case, it would be wonderful indeed." Fang Han's smile faded slightly as his expression turned serious. He turned to Fang Zhendong and the elders, stating earnestly, "Father, esteemed elders, we must not delay. You should promptly investigate grandfather's condition. Su Yuan Wu mentioned that grandfather had been poisoned, and I fear there may be substance to this claim. The Zhao family has long coveted our ancestral burial grounds. One cannot rule out the possibility of them resorting to foul play against grandfather." Fang Zhendong nodded slightly, then lowered his voice to ask, "Honor, where is your sister now? Is she safe?" Concern laced his tone. Fang Han leaned closer to Fang Zhendong, whispering, "Father, you need not worry. I placed my sister in an absolutely secure location, where no one can harm her easily. My earlier departure was intentional, allowing the Su family, Zhao family, and the traitors within our clan to reveal their true colors. Everything is now under my control. As long as I am here, the Zhao family will not dare to act recklessly. You need not worry about anything else. I am fully confident in my ability to heal Uncle's injuries. Even if grandfather is indeed unfortunate enough to be poisoned, I will certainly find a way to detoxify him. However, this information must remain confidential for the time being. Do not disclose it to others. When night falls, I will visit Uncle and grandfather to handle everything appropriately." His voice was steady and resolute, each word brimming with an inexhaustible strength that gradually calmed Fang Zhendong's previously frantic heart. In the past, had Fang Han spoken such bold words, Fang Zhendong might have harbored doubts and found it hard to believe. Yet at this moment, for reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable trust welling up within him as he gazed upon Fang Han. It was as if, with Fang Han present, all difficulties and crises would be effortlessly resolved, providing him with a solid support that alleviated his previous panic, since Zhao Jian had perished at Fang Han's hands. Fang Zhendong had been bearing immense pressure, but he understood that the Fang family had plunged into a precarious situation, akin to a solitary vessel navigating a storm, at risk of being swallowed by the tumultuous waves at any moment. He often pondered in silence. If the Fang family were to meet its demise under his watch, he would become an eternal sinner in his family's history, and even in death, he would have no face to confront the spirits of his ancestors. These past days he had been unable to eat or sleep, his mental state teetering on the brink of collapse, especially after Fang Kuinan and Fang Xiao, who led a rebellion with 20-odd experts from the collateral line. The internal situation of the family had spiraled out of control, leaving him feeling as though he were ensnared in an endless abyss of darkness, powerless to turn the tide. Had it not been for Fang Han's timely return at this critical juncture, he might have already been toppled from his position, and the Fang family would undoubtedly have descended into chaos, difficult to salvage, though he remained uncertain about the extent of Fang Han's strength or the reason behind his rapid transformation. At this moment, simply witnessing Fang Han's calm demeanor and hearing his resolute words brought him an inexplicable sense of peace. Moments later, Fang Zhendong arranged for Fang Qing to escort Fang Sihai back to their residence, while he led the elders hastily towards Fang Gao Yang's abode. The news of Fang Han's powerful return spread like wildfire throughout the Fang family. The family, previously fraught with anxiety and unrest due to recent upheavals, now found their spirits buoyed by this news. As if a glimmer of hope had pierced through the darkness, rekindling their faith in the family's future, Fang Han promptly sought out his mother, Tang Yumei. Upon seeing Fang Han, she appeared as if she had been transported to another realm. Both crying and rejoicing, "Honor, can you truly contend with the Zhao family? They are far more formidable than the Su family. You must not be overconfident. A single misstep could lead the Fang family to ruin." Tang Yumei was still deeply concerned for Fang Han. "Mother, rest assured, If the Zhao family dares to trouble our Fang family, their fate will undoubtedly be more tragic than that of the Su family. Fang Han did not engage in lengthy discussions with his mother and returned to his small residence within the ancestral home. He had spent most of his time over the past 3 years in this small building after returning from the Long Yuan Sword Manor. As he approached the small building, he encountered Zhou Qi, young master. You have returned. I place Su AI on your big bed, that I must say, she is truly a captivating beauty. She may not be on the list of stunning maidens in Yanming City, likely due to her younger age, but in reality, she surpasses Su Qinyu in figure. Zhou Qi grinned at Fang Han. Given how the Su family has treated you, you should take Su AI for yourself. It would be a fitting compensation. Without waiting for Fang Han to speak, the dark-faced tyrant departed, likely believing that Fang Han would soon attend to Su AI, thus deciding not to linger and inconvenience matters. Fang Han smiled and ascended the stairs, entering the bedroom. Inside on the grand bed, Su AI was bound like a zongzi. Zhou Qi had indeed not spoken in error. This woman, though only 19, was remarkably well-developed, particularly in all the right places. Moreover, she possessed a delightful fragrance that was utterly intoxicating. Fang Han, you must release me at once. Su AI exclaimed upon seeing him enter. Release you? It seems you are still quite unaware of your predicament. From this moment forth, you shall be my servant, and you are to attend to my every need, Fang Han replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded her. What do you intend to do? Su AI inquired, her heart racing at the intensity of his gaze. She now understood that Fang Han was no fool, but rather a formidable and ruthless figure. Consider this. When a young man finds himself with a beautiful young servant, what might he desire? You are an adult woman. Surely you are aware of the matters that transpire between men and women. You may have even experienced them yourself. Fang Han teased. Before continuing, you have harmed a guardian of the Fang family. And for that, you shall pay a steep price. Not only must you serve me, but you will also serve these guardians. Fang Han, you are deranged. Do not speak such nonsense. I am a woman of dignity. And I remain pure. Su AI retorted angrily. She was not lying. She indeed retained her virginity, unlike foolish women. Yet, as soon as she spoke, her fear only deepened. Did men not find pure girls more enticing? Why had she even mentioned it? Su AI, you seem to have misconstrued the situation. The only person you need to attend to in matters of intimacy is me. Serving the guardians of the Su family merely entails tending to their injuries and assisting them. Your family has benefited greatly from the Fang family over the years, yet you repay kindness with enmity. It is now time for you to repay your debts to the Fang family. I dare say, even a century of servitude would scarcely suffice, Fang Han remarked, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, that in his previous life, he had been the Sword Emperor of Tanglong Star. And psychologically dominating a so-called genius from a minor family was a trivial task. Fang Han, do not act recklessly. The Su family has the means to refine you into a medicinal being and has allied with the Zhao family. We possess our own trump cards that if you kill the black and white twin devils and cripple my father's cultivation, while also taking me by force, the Fang family will undoubtedly become our sworn enemies, leading to your utter ruin. That if you were to return me to the Su family with due respect, perhaps there might still be a chance for reconciliation. Su AI's mind was in turmoil. Yet she feigned calmness, hoping to instill some trepidation in Fang Han. Yet her greatest desire remained to escape, and thus she had been making efforts in that regard. Little did she realize, her feeble attempts were laughable in Fang Han's eyes. He was acutely aware of her thoughts that a trump card. Is this what you refer to as the Su family's trump card? Fang Han chuckled, summoning a short sword that gleamed with a blue light. This sword belonged to Humei, the disciple of Elder Qin Baiyun from the Hahuan sect. It was a superior grade magical artifact, collected by Fang Han after Humei's demise. Furthermore, Qin Baiyun's frostblade, a mid-grade spiritual weapon, had also fallen into his possession. Of course, the moonlight blade, which he had bent with a single punch, had been stored in the Songlong ring. Though merely a low-grade magical artifact, it was of decent quality, albeit the craftsmanship left much to be desired. Had he the chance to reforge it, it could easily attain the level of spiritual weapon in his past life. He was not merely the Sword Emperor. His expertise in weapon forging ranked him among the elite on Tunglong Star. Why do you possess that sword? Su AI trembled at the sight of the short sword, her fear of Fang Han intensifying. Fang Han quickly deduced that Su AI had encountered Humei and was vaguely aware of the Huan sect's affairs, as her reaction indicated. In the next moment, he produced Qin Baiyun as Frostblade. This time, Su AI displayed no extraordinary reaction. It seemed that Qin Baiyun, indeed an elder of the Huan sect, held a status of significance and typically did not leave the sect's stronghold on Yin Yang Mountain. Su AI had only met Humei and not her. Fang Han, with a thought, stored the frost blade away. It appeared that the Huan sect was exceedingly cautious. After all, it was an evil sect that had dispersed years ago, leaving only remnants. With a mere flick of his hand, he could glean a wealth of information that, I must inform you, while you had Humei surveilling the Su family, she has already perished at my hands. I found this sword quite agreeable and thus accepted it with gratitude, Fang Han declared with a smile. Impossible. She was a high-ranking martial master. How could you have slain her? That is absolutely inconceivable. Su AI was increasingly astonished. Fang Han realized that the Su family had entangled themselves with the Huan sect. She understood that not only she but the entire Su family was firmly in his grasp. Should Fang Han report this matter to the City Lord's mansion of Yinming City or the command center of the Demon Suppression Division, the Su family would likely face immediate confiscation of assets. With all members arrested, some would be executed while others imprisoned. What was a high-ranking martial master to him? He could just as easily slay a Foundation establishment expert. Thus, the Su family, and even the Zhao family, were mere jokes in his presence. With that, Fang Han brandished the short sword and began to cut the ropes binding Su AI. In no time, the ropes fell away, and she scrambled up from the bed. However, she did not flee. Fang Han had sealed her acupoints, rendering her weak and powerless. Indeed, even descending from the bed was a struggle for her. Fang Han, please don't be reckless. I would rather die than submit. Su AI cried out in terror, convinced that he intended to violate her. You are now in my grasp, having become the servant of the Fang family. Your fate is no longer yours to decide. Fang Han let out a cold laugh, his large hand pressing against Su AI as he began to activate the melody harmonization technique. This technique, the pinnacle of his cultivation in his previous life, allowed for mutual cultivation without the need for physical union, granting immense benefits to both parties involved. Naturally, Fang Han was the master of this process. He could choose to bestow benefits upon Su AI or withhold them entirely. Exercising complete control over the situation, Su AI, merely his servant, was not entitled to any advantages. The essence within Fang Han surged forth, swiftly entering Su AI's body. Initially inclined to resist, Su AI suddenly found herself enveloped in a wave of comfort. As if she were unadorned and soaking in a hot spring, her mind became a blank slate, overwhelmed by pure ecstasy, leaving her oblivious to any urge to struggle. Fang Han's essence erupted, causing Su AI's garments to disintegrate completely, revealing her flawless figure in its entirety. Strangely enough, despite this exposure, Su AI's visage bore an expression of delight, her beautiful eyes fluttering shut as if she were lost in a dreamlike trance. This woman indeed embodied the seven-colored enchantress physique, her skin as pristine as fresh snow, her form exquisitely proportioned, perfectly balanced, neither overly ample nor too slender. In comparison to Su Qinyu, Su AI exuded a unique allure, yet retained an air of innocence, her physique even surpassing Su Qinyu's in grace. While Su AI's reputation in Yinming City paled in comparison to Su Qinyu's, it was largely due to her being the daughter of Su Yuanwu. While Su Qinyu was the daughter of Su Yuanda, the head of the Su family. Within the Su clan, no woman of the younger generation could overshadow Su Qinyu, especially since her mother, Ouyang Yin, was an elder of the Huan sect. Fang Han's intention in shattering Su Ai's attire was not to revel in her beauty, but rather to observe the flow of essence within her body. Though he had encountered various prodigies and sacred bodies during his reign as the Sword Emperor on Longting's Star, the seven-colored enchantress physique was a sight he had never before beheld. Thus, he resolved to exploit Su Ai while thoroughly investigating the peculiarities of this physique. Having been harmed by women in his past life, he vowed to remain wary and not trust them easily in this life, particularly those related to adversaries. He would solely utilize them for his benefit. He had never been a paragon of virtue, and this lifetime would be no different. Those who genuinely treated him well would not be mistreated. But he would show no mercy to his enemies. As the melody harmonization technique gradually unfolded, the robust essence within Fang Han flowed like a vivacious stream, weaving between his and Su Ai's bodies to establish a remarkably intricate cycle. The essence radiated a subtle golden hue, causing Su Ai's delicate form to appear increasingly translucent, as if she were transforming into a piece of crystalline glass. Every aspect of her being gradually revealing itself in this extraordinary state. The intricate conditions within Su Ai's meridians became increasingly clear to Fang Han's perception. Each vein's texture and the flow of her vital energy were laid bare before him, as if he were observing them in the palm of his hand. In an instant, Fang Han enacted a unique method, slowly absorbing the essence within Su Ai. Before long, he had drawn off a substantial portion of her essence. However, to his astonishment, rather than diminishing to a state of depletion as expected, certain hidden acupoints within her body seemed to awaken under an enigmatic force, vibrating violently and emitting a peculiar rhythmic sound. Subsequently, these acupoints opened wide like famished beasts, voraciously consuming the ambient spiritual energy from the surroundings. In an instant, the once tranquil spiritual energy surrounding the Fang family's ancestral home surged toward the building where Fang Han and Su Ai resided, as if summoned by an irresistible force. The spiritual energy flowed like an unending tide, enveloping the entire structure in a dreamlike mist. As this energy streamed into Su Ai's meridians, it raced through her body like galloping steeds on a broad highway, swiftly circulating along her pathways. During this rapid movement, the spiritual energy underwent a wondrous transformation, gradually converting into pure essence, which then flowed like a gentle brook into her dantian. Previously, Su Ai's dantian had felt somewhat desolate and empty due to Fang Han's earlier absorption, resembling a barren desert. Yet, with the continuous influx and transformation of spiritual energy, her dantian quickly regained its vitality, infused with a miraculous force, bursting forth with renewed life, reminiscent of the vibrant resurgence of nature in spring, brimming with boundless hope and potential. The seven-color enchantress physique truly was an extraordinary marvel. Fang Han's heart swelled with uncontainable elation, and he could not help but exclaim in wonder. His gaze remained fixed on Su Ai. In his eyes, she appeared as an inexhaustible treasure trove. One could even say that this woman embodied a self-sustaining grand formation for gathering spiritual energy. As long as he kept Su Ai by his side, would not the path of cultivation unfold before him like a broad and smooth thoroughfare, remarkably efficient and free of obstacles? Fang Han silently rejoiced that he had not succumbed to a moment of impulsiveness by stripping Su Ai of her cultivation. Nor had he taken her life with a heavy hand. In retrospect, this was undoubtedly an exquisitely brilliant move. The Su family had always regarded Su Qianyu as a rare treasure, nurturing her with utmost care and harboring high hopes for her future. Yet, who could have anticipated that, in comparison to Su Ai, Su Qianyu appeared as a dull, ordinary stone, while Su Ai shone forth like a dazzling and extraordinary jewel. For Fang Han, Su Ai was akin to a mysterious treasure bestowed upon him by the heavens, imbued with unfathomable value and opportunities. Now, having ascended to the status of a high-level martial artist, it was merely a matter of time before he would break through to the martial ancestor realm, an achievement that could occur at any moment. However, he harbored his own long-term plans, deliberately suppressing his cultivation to lay a foundation as solid as a rock, steady as Mount Tai. After all, he understood the principle that towering buildings rise from the ground up. Only with a firm foundation could he traverse further and higher on the path of martial arts. At this moment, as the pure essence refined from Su Ai's miraculous nine-colored demon body melded with the pure yang essence within his own sacred body, an unprecedented and wondrous sensation surged within him, reminiscent of the convergence and clash of yin and yang, engendering a harmonious yet formidable power. This feeling surpassed even the effect he had experienced during his previous life while cultivating alongside several exceptionally gifted and breathtaking companions. Deep within his heart, Fang Han sensed that the assistance and potential of this nine-colored demon body might rival, if not closely follow, the awe-inspiring Tian's sacred body of Dan Tai Chiuyu. Consequently, his curiosity and desire for exploration intensified, leading Fang Han to resolve to delve deeper into the latent potential within Su Ai. To extract her essence, he was immensely eager to discover the limits of Su Ai, and just how many unexpected surprises and breakthroughs she could bring to his path of cultivation. Within the span of an hour, Fang Han absorbed the essence within Su Ai 9 times, at which point her recovery of essence began to slow. Fang Han recognized that he could no longer employ the harmonizing melody technique on her. Otherwise, her meridians would likely not withstand the strain, rendering her incapacitated. Thus, he ceased the operation of his technique. Su Ai remained in a state of exhilaration and illusion. In her dreamlike state, she felt humiliated by Fang Han, who had taken from her that which she held most dear. Furthermore, this man was incredibly fierce, claiming her again and again. Though she wished to resist him, she also found a peculiar joy in the experience, as if she floated on the clouds, reveling in the sensation of being dominated by Fang Han. Chapter 30. A night of unaccountability. The moment Fang Han halted his cultivation, Su Ai fainted. Although she possessed the nine-colored demon body, she could not endure such torment from Fang Han, especially given that her cultivation was merely at the initial stage of a martial artist, and her physical form was not particularly robust. Fang Han procured a cushion and began his cultivation beside the large bed in the bedroom, entirely unconcerned by the fact that Su Ai lay there, utterly unclothed. Though this woman belonged to the Su family, making her an enemy, she was undeniably attractive, and he found her pleasing to the eye. Fang Han first absorbed the essence within Su Ai completely, and then commenced his practice of the wild body refinement technique. The remarkable aspect of this technique was that each advancement expanded the breadth of his dantian, fortifying his meridians and their nodes, while also revealing additional acupoints. Consequently, not only did his physical form receive further enhancement, but the already perfected high-level martial artist realm also presented room for growth. Thus, the combination of the wild body refinement technique with his cultivation of the transformation technique and the harmonizing melody would solidify his foundation beyond that of anyone else in his previous life. When he first embarked on the path of cultivation, he practiced only ordinary techniques and body refinement methods, which prevented his physique from reaching perfection. In this life, armed with experience, his cultivation yielded results with half the effort. Time passed swiftly, and after completing the wild body refinement technique, an hour had elapsed. He then practiced the transformation technique, further refining his cultivation. He could now sense every movement within a radius of several hundred meters with clarity. Had the young master truly become this powerful? He was a good person, but before and after his folly, his cultivation had never exceeded mine. If it were not for the family head sending him to the Longyuan Sword Mansion for training and utilizing special body-refining pills, he likely would never have achieved the rank of an initial stage martial artist. He would have remained an ordinary person throughout his life. This was undeniable. Fang Kuinan and Fang Xiao, who had both broken through to the martial ancestor realm, while the other to the martial artist realm, they incited the collateral family members to rebel, leaving even the family head in a quandary. Yet the young master returned and annihilated them effortlessly. Moreover, when the Su family came to provoke, he easily dealt with them, dispatching the infamous black and white twin killers in just 3 moves. Clearly, with a young master, our Fang family could not only resolve the crisis posed by the joint forces of the Su and Zhao families, but might also rise to become a premier family in Yinming City in the near future. However, it must be noted that the old family head of the Zhao family was a peak martial ancestor, capable of stepping into the Foundation establishment realm at any moment. Even our old family head fell short by one realm. Though the young master had suddenly grown formidable, his strength surely could not surpass that of the old family head. Could it? Thus, it could be said that our Fang family remained in peril. The young master was rather pitiable, having been schemed against by the Su and Zhao families, reduced to folly for 3 years, yet still managing to refine a medicinal being. As Yu Qian, you had frequently visited our Fang family. This woman appeared to be the epitome of a virtuous wife, yet unbeknownst to us, she had long suffered from the insidious Insha disease and possessed a heart as wicked as any. Surviving a great calamity often leads to future blessings. Indeed, the young master had encountered fortuitous circumstances and would undoubtedly become a prodigious talent in the future. Whether he becomes a prodigy remains uncertain. But he has been in his quarters for over an hour now, and I am most concerned about what he is doing. Need I even ask? Su AI is undeniably beautiful, quite voluptuous, perhaps even more so than Su Qianyu. The young master surely intends to take Su Qianyu as his consort, yet having such a beauty as a servant by his side is truly delightful. The young master's actions are merely to humiliate the Su family. Do not misconstrue his intentions. Am I misconstruing? Any young, normal man left alone with a woman like Su AI for such an extended period would be strange indeed if nothing occurred. Speaking of which, the young master is quite adept in that regard. It has been over an hour, and he is yet to emerge. A moment of passion is worth a fortune, even in broad daylight. Fang Han, upon overhearing the comments of the family members and some skilled allies of the Fang family, found himself in a state of bemusement. However, his mindset diverged from that of an ordinary young man. He was entirely unconcerned with how others perceived him, firmly anchored in his own convictions. Meanwhile, Su AI's unique constitution allowed her to awaken after more than an hour of unconsciousness. However, during that time, her sleep had been anything but restful, for she had been immersed in vivid dreams. In her dreams, she and Fang Han engaged in passionate encounters. Initially, Fang Han was the one to take the initiative, but soon she found herself pursuing him, entwining with him again and again. Upon awakening, her entire body was flushed with warmth, with her fair complexion combined with the fact that her garments had been shattered by Fang Han. She lay there in an exceedingly tempting state. As Su AI gazed at Fang Han, rendered speechless. Little did she know that Fang Han had crafted an illusion within her consciousness using the harmonizing melody technique, leading her to believe that these events had transpired in reality. Overwhelmed with shame, she recoiled, feeling a deep sense of guilt. You scoundrel, you have taken advantage of me. Aren't you betrothed to my cousin? Su AI curled up defensively, attempting to shield her modesty. She sought clothing, but her garments had long been reduced to dust. Your cousin is a wicked woman. I shall publicly annul our engagement. You are merely my servant, so do not get any delusions. Fang Han replied nonchalantly. Fang Han, are you toying with me? Su AI glared at him. Indeed, who could blame you? The Su family conspired against me and plotted against the Fang family alongside the Zhao family. You even had the audacity to come with your father to confront me. This is your just deserts, Fang Han retorted. In truth, he had not yet truly toyed with her. He had merely made use of her 7-colored demon body. You. Su AI was so enraged that words failed her. After a long pause, she finally said, You must at least provide me with some clothing. How can I face others in this state? Go take a bath first. I will have someone bring you clothes. Fang Han instructed. From now on, you will remain by my side, and without my permission, you must not stray even a step. Humph. Do not think you can make me submit. Su AI remained obstinate. If news of her becoming Fang Han's servant were spread, it would not only bring disgrace upon herself, but would also tarnish the reputation of the entire Su family. Refusing to submit? Is it the honor of the Su family you wish to protect? Fang Han scoffed. Let us not even mention the fact that your family attempted to turn me into a mere alchemist. The moment I disclosed the Su family's collusion with the remnants of the He Huan sect to the City Lord's mansion, you shall face annihilation. Upon hearing this, Su AI felt a wave of panic wash over her. The conflict between the Su family and the Fang family would likely be overlooked by the City Lord's mansion, but collusion with the He Huan sect was an entirely different matter. She understood Fang Han's words to be true. If City Lord Yichong learned of this, the Su family would be utterly doomed. Young Master Fang, I beg you, do not reveal this to the City Lord's mansion. Su AI implored as she hastily rose from the bed, pleading with Fang Han. In that moment, she disregarded her state of undress and stood before him. Women are often complex beings, despite Su AI's overwhelming hatred for Fang Han. She genuinely believed he had invaded her body, which led to a faint, reluctant attachment forming within her heart. Though she would never admit it, this attachment had already taken root in her soul. You expect me to change my mind with just a single word. How naive you are. Have you ever considered that you ought to offer something in return? Fang Han regarded her as one might a simpleton. What more do you want from me? You've already taken advantage of me. Su AI retorted through clenched teeth. The most loathsome thing for a woman is to be taken advantage of without any sense of responsibility. I desire your willingness to serve as my devoted servant, and you must fulfill my requests unconditionally, Fang Han stated. This includes warming my bed, but I make no promises in return. For now, I shall simply refrain from informing the City Lord's mansion of your family's dealings with the He Huan sect. As for our affairs, I shall personally bring them to a conclusion. Fang Han, I can agree to your terms, but do not become too proud that if you truly believe in your capabilities, then rely on the Fang family's strength to resolve the conflict with the Su family. Should you manage to suppress both the Fang and Zhao families, I will serve you as a slave for life, Su AI declared. This woman was quite formidable. She understood the art of provocation. Powerful men often fall prey to a woman's subtle manipulations. I see your provocation for what it is, but annihilating the Su and Zhao families would be a trivial matter, Fang Han chuckled. You believe your family still possesses trump cards, such as the remnants of the He Huan sect. Furthermore, you think that your connection with the Divine Physician Valley will shield you. You assume that even if I were to subdue the Su and Zhao families, I would still be powerless against the Divine Physician Valley. Su AI's heart skipped a beat, for Fang Han had discerned her innermost thoughts. Indeed, Fang Han, our Su family does have ties to the Divine Physician Valley, and you will not prevail. Your fate is sealed. You are destined to serve as a medicinal cauldron for my cousin Su Qianyu. Yet the woman quickly scoffed dismissively. Then let us watch the unfolding drama unfold. We shall see, Fang Han replied. If I truly lose to your Su family, as well as the Zhao family and the Divine Physician Valley, I will certainly grant you your freedom and will not disclose the matters regarding the He Huan sect to outsiders. He was not acting impulsively. Rather, he intended to avoid alerting the He Huan sect for the time being. After all, in his previous life, he was a renowned sword emperor, and how could he possibly be outmatched by the trifling forces of Yinming City? Very well, let it be as you say. Whoever reneges on this agreement will face divine retribution, Su AI quickly affirmed, even invoking an oath. While she felt disillusioned with her father Su Yuanwu, she believed that with her aunt Ouyang Yan's support, the Su family would surely prevail. She had witnessed Ouyang Yan effortlessly slay a high-ranking martial master before. Ouyang Yan held her in high regard and would undoubtedly find a way to rescue her from the Fang family. Of course, this was the Su family's greatest secret, known to only a few. Many assumed that the most formidable member of the Su family was the patriarch Su Yuanda, a mere high-ranking martial master. Not even a martial sovereign. In reality, the true power behind the Su family was not Su Yuanda or his brother Su Yuanwu, but rather the unassuming Ouyang Yan. Unbeknownst to Su AI, Ouyang Yan was a high-ranking figure within the He Huan sect. She believed Ouyang Yan merely had connections to its members. Ouyang Yan was a master of concealment, far beyond anyone's imagination. Since you insist, then you shall first assist me in taking a bath, Fang Han commanded. You, Su AI, was certainly unwilling. Though she felt she had become Fang Han's woman, he remained her adversary, and she was conflicted within. You would do well to consider your answer carefully, Fang Han warned with a cold snort. Very well. I concede. Su AI ultimately relented, for she wished to keep the Su family's deep ties to the He Huan sect a secret. What followed was a mixture of pleasurable torment, for Fang Han was extraordinarily alluring, and he had to resist her charms, exercising restraint over his desires. However, his interest in Su AI was minimal. He had encountered countless beauties in his past life, and he held a strong aversion to disloyal women. Had Su AI not possessed the rare seven-color demon body, he would have discarded her entirely, leaving no room for her presence. Yet the woman was astute. She recognized that she was currently under Fang Han's control if she wished to navigate her life within the Fang family with greater ease. She must comply with Fang Han's wishes, ensuring his satisfaction. Thus, while assisting Fang Han in bathing, she employed subtle feminine charms. After all, she believed that having been taken by Fang Han, there were certain matters she could overlook. Fang Han was quite pleased with Su AI's service on this occasion. Soon, after completing his bath, he prepared to exit the bedroom. "Do not leave. I require clothing to accompany you. You cannot expect me to go naked." Su AI exclaimed anxiously, "I will wait for you outside. Wan Er will bring you some clothes." Fang Han replied without glancing back. Outside the bedroom stood a girl, a maid named Wan Er, who had faithfully served Fang Han all along. "Young master, is your ailment truly cured?" Wan Er inquired cheerfully upon seeing Fang Han emerge, looking revitalized. Indeed, Fang Han nodded and instructed Wan Er to bring clothing for Su AI. Shortly thereafter, Su AI emerged. "Come, let us visit my grandfather," Fang Han said, leading the way to his grandfather Fang Gaoyang's residence. Earlier, he had overheard members of the Fang family discussing how Fang Kuinan's father, Fang Yuan II, had gone to plead for forgiveness from his grandfather Fang Gaoyang. The average observer, Fang Kuinan had suffered a complete defeat. However, Fang Han sensed a dangerous undercurrent. He realized that Fang Yuan II's sudden plea for forgiveness was likely not genuine, but rather an attempt to gauge his grandfather's condition. This was undoubtedly a scheme. Thus, he felt compelled to act swiftly to avert disaster. If his grandfather had truly been poisoned, his life would be at stake. As Fang Han and Su AI walked together, they overheard some individuals from the Fang family engaged in casual conversation. Among them was the imposing figure known as the Black-Faced Tyrant. Zhou Qi, not only was he built like a towering iron structure, but his voice was equally thunderous. Despite his apparent effort to lower his tone, his words resonated with remarkable volume. Even though Su AI's cultivation and hearing were far inferior to Fang Han's, she grasped every word distinctly. Conversely, Fang Han appeared oblivious to the exchange. Yet Su AI felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She feared that the news of her being bedded by Fang Han and reduced to servitude would spread throughout Yanming City like a tail given wings. Helpless, she could only take small, hurried steps to keep up with Fang Han in the past. She had walked with confidence and poise, but now her demeanor resembled that of a servant, as evidenced by her mincing steps. The realization of this transformation filled her with a mixture of shame and anger. Fang Han soon arrived at a courtyard within the ancestral home, the very place where his grandfather, Fang Gaoyang, resided and practiced his cultivation. Ever since Fang Gaoyang had passed the mantle of family head to Fang Zhendong, he had secluded himself, rarely emerging and largely neglecting the affairs of the Fang family. Only a young attendant remained by his side. Fang Gaoyang understood that the Fang family, positioned in Yanming City, occupied a status that could only be deemed mediocre, barely qualifying as a third-rate family due to the absence of a high-ranking martial sovereign. This was precisely why Zhao Jian, the third young master of the Zhao family, dared to threaten Fang Zhendong, demanding the immediate relocation of the ancestral tomb, for the Zhao family's former patriarch was a high-ranking martial sovereign, and their ties to the Divine Physician Valley were particularly strong. The Divine Physician Valley was the sole sect within Yanming City, primarily focused on alchemy and healing, known for producing body-enhancing and meridian-opening elixirs. With the creation of breakthrough elixirs being exceedingly rare, for those not entirely incompetent in their cultivation, consuming a sufficient quantity of body-enhancing elixirs could lead to becoming a martial artist, while meridian-opening elixirs could elevate one to the rank of a martial master. However, breakthrough elixirs were exclusively crafted for practitioners seeking to ascend to the martial sovereign realm, a feat said to be achievable only by the valley's leader, Mei Ruaha. Thus, the Divine Physician Valley, though relatively small and not quite deserving of the title sect, wielded considerable influence in Yinming City. It was nearly the most formidable force, with all factions bowing to its authority, save for a direct confrontation with the city lord's manor. Not even the foremost Wu family dared to offend the Divine Physician Valley. The average person, the Divine Physician Valley remained shrouded in mystery. Aside from selling elixirs in Yinming City, it seldom involved itself in other matters. In times past, Fang Goyang's secluded retreat was a haven of tranquility, rarely disturbed. Yet at that moment, a considerable gathering had assembled within the old master's courtyard. Fang Jindong, Tang Shumei, the 10 elders of the Elder Hall, and even Fang Sihai had been brought in by Fang Qing in a wheelchair. However, the door to Fang Gaoyang's tranquil abode remained firmly shut. Fang Jindong had requested an audience with the old master, but no response came from within. Even the young attendant who served the old master was conspicuously absent. According to the old master's customary practice, without his express permission, even the current family head, Fang Jindong, could not enter, let alone anyone else. Thus, despite their prolonged wait, everyone could only abide patiently and quietly. As time passed, anxiety mounted for Fang Jindong and Tang Shumei, who understood that the longer Fang Gaoyang remained hidden and barred their entry, the greater the likelihood that he had succumbed to poison. While Fang Han was indeed formidable, he might struggle against a high-ranking martial sovereign like Zhao Banshan. Kneeling at the entrance was a tall septuagenarian. This elder, bald and exuding an air of nobility despite his coarse linen attire, bore a bundle of thorns upon his back. He was Fang Xiaohu's grandfather, Fang Cunnin's father, Fang Yuan too. In his youth he had indulged in gambling with Fang Cunnin, almost leading to a catastrophic error by stealing the Fang family's ancestral alchemical formulas, which resulted in his diminished status within the family, relegated to managing a patch of medicinal fields. This old man was, in fact, a distant cousin of the family head, Fang Gaoyang, and possessed considerable talent in martial arts. Following the downfall of Fang Cunnin and Fang Xiaohu at the hands of Fang Han, Fang Yuan too, rather than seeking revenge for his son and grandson, had come to the old master to humbly seek forgiveness. Brother Gaoyang, it is I. I was completely unaware of my son Fang Cunnin and grandson Fang Xiaohu's coercion of the family head to abdicate. Yet, as a father, I bear the responsibility for my children's misdeeds. I have come to express my contrition, and I beseech you to grant me an audience for this purpose, Fang Yuan said, tears streaming down his face. Witnessing this scene, Fang Jindong, Tang Yumei, Fang Sihai, Fang Qing, and the 10 elders of the Elder Hall believed that Fang Yuan too was genuinely seeking to atone for his past. Everyone was well aware that Fang Yuan too was known for his fiery temperament and typically refused to admit wrongdoing. During the incident years ago, when Fang Gaoyang demanded that Fang Yuan too and Fang Cunnin kneel in repentance, Fang Cunnin complied immediately, whereas Fang Yuan too stubbornly refused to acknowledge his fault, remaining defiant even after enduring punishment. The fact that such a headstrong individual had come seeking forgiveness led Fang Jindong and the others to believe that today's act of treason was solely the scheme of Fang Cunnin and Fang Xiaohu, with no connection to Fang Yuan too. Thus, no one sought to obstruct Fang Gaoyang at My Lord. It seems that Honor has suddenly grown remarkably powerful, and his demeanor has become more assertive than before. Logically, I should feel elated, yet for some reason, I remain filled with trepidation. Tang Yumei remarked softly from behind Fang Jindong that I can only hope that my father has not succumbed to poison. Otherwise, relying solely on Honor may not suffice to withstand the Zhao family, especially with the backing of the Divine Physician Valley. Fang Jindong echoed her sentiments, his own worries evident. Although Fang Han had instilled a sense of security in him earlier, upon further reflection, he realized that despite Fang Han's fortunate encounters, the time had been far too brief. Just over a month ago, when Su Qinyu had taken Fang Han from the Fang family, he was merely a martial apprentice, and even among them, he was considered weak. Now, only a few days had passed, and for Fang Han to have defeated Fang Cunnin, a newly ascended martial sovereign, seemed to be the limit of his abilities. Moreover, having informed Su Yuanwu of Zhao Jian's death, it was likely that news would swiftly reach the Zhao family, and the Fang family would soon face their onslaught. My family is truly in a time of turmoil. What shall we do? Tang Yumei's brows furrowed in concern. We can only take it one step at a time. Fang Zhendong replied quietly, knowing that persuading Fang Han to leave again to evade the Zhao family's pursuit would likely be met with refusal. Just then, Fang Yuan, still bearing his thorns, suddenly rose to his feet. Old master, since you have not denied me entry into your place of seclusion, it signifies your consent. Thus, I shall proceed, he declared boldly. Uncle Yuan, what are you doing? No one may enter my father's sacred space without his permission. We have all been waiting here. Fang Zhendong interjected, sensing the urgency of the situation as Fang Yuan attempted to breach the threshold of the retreat. Family head, I must speak to the old master and seek forgiveness. No one shall hinder me, Fang Yuan insisted, his resolve unwavering. This is unacceptable, Fang Zhendong declared firmly, if my father truly has been poisoned and is undergoing treatment. Fang Yuan's sudden intrusion could pose a significant risk. Family head, I must clarify this matter before the old master, Fang Yuan insisted, growing increasingly agitated. Brother Yuan, you should wait. The old master's seclusion is not a place for loud disturbances. Elder Fang Hua interjected, agreeing that it was inappropriate for Fang Yuan to burst into the old master's retreat at this moment. The old master has not denied me. Therefore, it is tantamount to consent. Your obstruction is quite unreasonable. Fang Yuan's voice grew louder, startling the birds from the trees in the courtyard. His aura radiated power, exuding an overwhelming pressure that could only be possessed by a high-ranking martial sovereign. Have you broken through to the martial sovereign realm? And, as a high-ranking martial sovereign, Elder Fang Hua sensed the formidable aura emanating from Fang Yuan, and he exclaimed in astonishment. Originally, Fang Yuan was at the same level as him, merely a high-tier martial master. However, with Fang Kun Nan having broken through to the initial tier of martial sect, even if Fang Yuan had advanced to the intermediate tier of martial master, it would not have surprised him greatly. But to discover that Fang Yuan had actually attained the status of a high-tier martial sect was a different matter altogether. It is worth noting that in Yanming City, there are only a handful of high-tier martial sections. Fang Zhendong and several other elders of the Elder Hall also felt the overwhelming aura from Fang Yuan and were equally taken aback. Nonetheless, a few elders believed that if Fang Yuan truly cared for the family, having such a high-tier martial sect to oversee the Fang family would enable them to contend with the Zhao family, ensuring they were not without the power to fight back. Indeed, many years ago, my son Fang Nan and I committed a grave mistake. Although I do not admit fault, I felt a deep sense of guilt. Over the years, I have dedicated myself to rigorous training and have finally broken through to the high-tier martial sect. Upon hearing that Fang Han has slain Zhao Jian and that the Fang family is in peril, I would naturally not spare my old bones and would willingly contribute to the family. Fang Yuan nodded in agreement. Brother Yuan, if you can truly think this way, it is indeed a splendid thing. With you safeguarding the Fang family in the future, peace and security are assured. An elder named Fang Feihong immediately remarked. Fang Feihong, several years older than Fang Hua, was already in his 60s. He had shared a good relationship with Fang Yuan in the past, and thus felt a sense of sympathy for him. He believed that it was unjust for someone of Fang Yuan's caliber to be relegated to managing the medicinal fields, yet he had not openly opposed the decision of the family head. Fang Gaoyang, now, with Fang Yuan's breakthrough to high-tier martial sect and his desire to contribute to the family, Fang Feihong felt it was time to grant Fang Yuan an opportunity, especially as the Fang family was in dire need of strong guardians. The Fang family is still under the guidance of the old family head and the current family head, but in the future, whatever tasks the two family heads assign to this old man, I shall not refuse. Now, I wish to see the old family head, Fang Yuan stated earnestly. The old family head may have been poisoned. We are all waiting here. Brother Yuan, please wait a moment. There is no need to rush. Your son and grandson have had their cultivation crippled by the young master, which can be considered punishment. I believe the old family head will not hold you accountable, as this matter does not concern you. Fang Feihong replied. The old family head has been poisoned? How is that possible? Is there any truth to this? Fang Yuantu, taken aback, inquired, seemingly unaware of the situation. Yet within his heart, he felt a sense of triumph. We are also here to verify this matter, but we have been waiting for over an hour, and the old family head has not allowed us to enter. An elder remarked, if the old family head is indeed in danger, what are we waiting for? We must enter immediately. Fang Yuantu declared. As he spoke, he tore off the thorns binding him and prepared to rush into the elegant quarters. You cannot enter. Fang Jindong blocked Fang Yuantu's path. Family head, if your father truly has been poisoned, with my abilities, I can assist in detoxifying him. Fang Yuantu insisted. You are a person bearing guilt. Without my father's permission, you cannot enter, Fang Jindong asserted firmly. At that moment, the wooden door of the elegant quarters suddenly opened, and a youth of around 15 or 16 emerged. Although referred to as a youth, he had already grown into a young man. The boy was named Fang Xiaoyu and was the one who usually attended to the old family head, Fang Gaoyang. Xiaoyu, how is my father? Fang Jindong hurriedly asked the young man. Family head, the old family head has indeed been poisoned. Fang Xiaoyu replied. The old family head wishes for you to come in with me now, but Fang Yuantu need not enter. Is the family head truly poisoned? Then I must see him. After all, he is my brother. Fang Yuantu continued to feign concern. Moving towards the entrance, he exuded a powerful aura that pushed Fang Jindong and Fang Xiaoyu back a few steps. Fang Yuantu, you are already in your 60s. How can you still indulge in such deceptive theatrics? Is this not an act of sheer farce? You merely wish to ascertain whether my grandfather is poisoned to determine if you should usurp my father's position as the head of the Fang family. And yet you continue this charade? Just then, a faint voice interjected, Fang Han has arrived. Chapter 33. Unqualified under the gaze of the crowd, Fang Han entered the courtyard accompanied by Su Ai. Fang Yuantu, the old scoundrel, scrutinized Fang Han intently, glancing at Su Ai, who was clad in coarse clothing. Having crippled Fang Kuinan and Fang Xiao, who he harbored an intense desire to eliminate Fang Han immediately. However, he knew he could not reveal such intentions just as Fang Han had stated. His purpose for visiting the old family head, Fang Gaoyang, was to probe whether Fang Gaoyang had indeed been poisoned and to ascertain if he had made any breakthroughs in his cultivation. He was a cautious individual, orchestrating Fang Kuinan and Fang Xiao, who to force Fang Jindong to step down while keeping himself in the shadows, thereby leaving himself an escape route. Years ago, he had lost the chance to compete for the position of family head, and this moment represented his sole opportunity to assume that role in his lifetime, which he could not afford to squander. Yet he still held some trepidation towards the old family head, Fang Gaoyang. Years ago, Fang Gaoyang had already reached the intermediate tier of martial sect. After years of seclusion, it was entirely possible he had ascended to the high tier of martial sect. Thus, he concocted the scheme of bearing thorns to seek forgiveness, intending to gauge Fang Gaoyang's true condition. The members of the Elder Hall were deceived by Fang Yuantu's ruse, but Fang Han saw through the old man's machinations at a glance. So, the young master has arrived. Your words have wronged this old man. Fang Yuantu's previously tear-streaked face now bore a smile as he approached Fang Han. Fang Kuinan and Fang Xiao, who plotted rebellion and deserved the severest punishment. Yet the young master has only crippled them. I am grateful for your mercy. This is truly due to my negligence and discipline over the years, having been overly focused on my cultivation. However, my loyalty to the family has never wavered throughout these decades. He had been secretly observing Fang Han, and he noted that Fang Han was still merely a high-tier martial master and had not yet become a martial sect. While he himself had already reached high-tier martial sect, he felt confident that eliminating this suddenly ascendant young rival would be a simple task. Moreover, he noticed Su Ai's demeanor. It was evident that she had been captivated by Fang Han. Upon his arrival, he had heard discussions within the Fang family suggesting that Su Ai had been sent into Fang Han's room by Zhou Qi, and after Fang Han entered, he had not emerged for a full hour. He was certain that although Fang Han's strength had surged unexpectedly, the young man was still captivated by feminine allure at such a crucial moment, rendering him unfit for the responsibilities at hand. Fang Jindong's abilities primarily lay in alchemy. Fang Sihai had already been crippled, Fang Xing had yet to mature, and if the old family head, Fang Gaoyang, was indeed poisoned, then today he would undoubtedly force Fang Zhendong to relinquish his position, seizing control of the Fang family's authority. Furthermore, he had secretly gained the support of a mysterious figure, someone who had transcended the martial sect realm. Fang Yuan too. Upon seeing you, I would initially address you as uncle. But given your actions, you are unworthy of such a title, Fang Han remarked. You are already 70 years old. Do you truly believe in the words you speak? I see my grandfather is genuinely poisoned. There is no need to conceal your true intentions behind this visit. Young master, please do not casually label me with accusations that I aired 20 years ago and have since recognized my mistakes. I have now broken through to the high-tier martial sect realm, and should the family require my assistance in the future, I will wholeheartedly oblige, Fang Yuan aside, expressing a visage of regret. Young master. The old man indeed harbors remorse, and our current situation in the Fang family urgently requires his presence. Elder Fang Feihong promptly defended Fang Yuan too. Indeed, young master, if the old family head is truly poisoned, the Zhao family will hold you accountable for Zhao Jian's death, and none of us can withstand that burden. Only Uncle Yuan too can be your support in this matter, another elder added. This moment. Fang Yuan stepped forward to seek forgiveness, and the overt nature of this act was so apparent that it seemed impossible for others to overlook. Fang Han chuckled. I shall not dispute with you, but I can assure you, this old bald head, Fang Yuan too, will soon reveal his true colors. Young master, although you hold the title of young master, you are still a junior and must not speak so disrespectfully to your Uncle Yuan too. Elder Fang Feihong's expression darkened. Ignorant, Fang Han sighed, unwilling to continue the conversation. However, in due time, reality would contradict Fang Feihong's stance. Yet, Fang Feihong felt slighted by Fang Han's apparent disregard, which left him quite displeased. Nevertheless, Fang Zhendong, Tang Yumei, Fang Sihai, Fang Qing, and Elder Fang Hua did not harbor any dissatisfaction towards Fang Han. This since that Fang Yuantu's sudden appearance was somewhat irregular. Moreover, with Fang Yuantu having attained the status of a high-tier martial sect, they felt an immense pressure. Should Fang Yuantu attempt to seize power, both Fang Han and the old family head, Fang Gaoyang, might find themselves unable to manage the situation. The Fang family had yet to recover from the repercussions of the Su family's retaliation and the Zhao family's pressure. And now they faced the threat of internal strife. Their hearts grew increasingly troubled. Just then, a cough echoed through the air, followed by an elderly figure slowly emerging from the elegant quarters. This elder, leaning on a cane, walked unsteadily. His complexion was notably poor, his hair almost entirely white, and his face appeared quite dark. He was tall, but exuded an air of frailty. Father, what has happened to you? Fang Zhendong hurried over, supporting the elderly man. This elder was none other than Fang Gaoyang, the patriarch of the Fang family, and the father of Fang Zhendong and Fang Sihai, making him the grandfather of Fang Han. Upon seeing his grandfather, Fang Han immediately recognized that the old man had indeed been poisoned. In his memories, his grandfather was strict with other family members, but was always gentle with him. Fang Yingxue and Fang Qing. Despite Fang Han's lack of talent for cultivation, his grandfather had never looked down upon him. Coupled with the attentive care from his parents, Fang Zhendong and Tang Yumei, he had not experienced any unfair treatment within the Fang family. Had he been born into another clan, a waste such as him, unable to refine his body even after consuming a body-quenching pill, would have long been scorned and treated with disdain. However, after discussions, his grandfather and father had still invested considerable resources to send Fang Han to Longyuan Sword Academy. At a renowned alchemist there crafted a special body-quenching pill for Fang Han, allowing him to step into the realm of martial artists and embark on a path of cultivation. Even after he was covertly poisoned by Zhao Zi and turned into a fool, his grandfather had repeatedly checked on his health, seeking out famous doctors, and had never given up on him. Thus, his feelings were not limited to his parents and sister. He also harbored affection for his grandfather, uncle, and cousin Fang Qing. Now, witnessing the once towering figure of his grandfather reduced to such frailty, even appearing somewhat emaciated, he felt a heavy discomfort in his heart. Yet simultaneously, a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. He was determined to unearth the perpetrator of this poisoning. Once he identified this individual, it would not merely be a matter of stripping them of their cultivation. He would ensure they paid with their head. I've been poisoned for several days, and during this time, I've been desperately trying to detoxify myself, that I nearly departed this life, never to see you all again. Fang Gaoyang spoke, his breath unsteady, vitality all but extinguished, devoid of any semblance of a martial sovereign. Fang Han noticed this, and observed a flicker of excitement in Fang Yuantu's eyes. He understood that this old schemer was about to reveal his sinister intentions. Master, it seems your Fang family is on the verge of collapse, that I suggest you release me and promise not to disclose our Su family secrets regarding the Huan sect. Perhaps I could persuade my Su family to spare a life for the Fang family. Su Ai, who had remained silent until now, whispered into Fang Han's ear this moment. She was secretly delighted, having used the Huan sect to compel Fang Han to comply. Now she sought to threaten him with the impending downfall of the Fang family to secure her own escape. She had discerned that, like her, Fang Han placed great importance on family. You also believe Fang Yuantu's act of seeking forgiveness is feigned, while his ambition to ascend is genuine? Fang Han, unperturbed, whispered back to Su Ai. Indeed, he has reached the high ranks of martial sovereign, and your grandfather is poisoned. Although you are formidable, you are not his match at present. The internal strife and decline of the Fang family seem inevitable. Su Ai replied with a light laugh that I know what you are thinking. Just wait and watch how I deal with Fang Yuantu and unmask the poisoner, Fang Han declared. The two appeared to be exchanging sweet nothings. Yet they were engaged in a subtle clash. Meanwhile, Tang Yume approached Fang Gaoyang, supporting him. Father, how could you be poisoned? During this time, no one has come near you, and the guards around your residence are always of the highest caliber. Fang Zhendong inquired, bewildered after the initial shock. Father, you are the true pillar of our Fang family. Now that you are poisoned, what shall we do? Fang Sihai added. With the pillar of the Fang family toppled, they genuinely felt a sense of panic. Sihai, not only am I poisoned, but I have also lost all my cultivation. We are both suffering from the same affliction, Fang Gaoyang replied, leaning on his cane. Unsteadily moving to Fang Sihai's wheelchair, grasping his hand, I sense that both your attack and my poisoning are the result of someone's deliberate design. Indeed, it is too suspicious. I have been pondering for the past few days who has schemed against me. I have several suspects, yet no solid proof, Fang Sihai said. Moreover, I have been expelled from the Demon Suppression Bureau, leaving me unable to leverage their power to investigate this matter further. Instead, I am now a sinner in their eyes. Even a disgrace that it seems the Fang family is destined for decline. Fang Gaoyang sighed heavily, seeing the once foremost and second foremost experts of the family reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. The elders were gripped with panic, for the Fang family had truly been wounded at its roots. Some even speculated that the family would soon have to entrust leadership to the newly elevated Fang Yuantu. Otherwise, it would collapse immediately. Brother Gaoyang, how could this be? What poison have you fallen victim to? I have come today to atone for my son and grandson, even if it costs me my cultivation. I must find a way to detoxify you. Fang Yunu hastily approached Fang Gaoyang, preparing to check his pulse. At this juncture, there was no need for him to test the waters with Fang Gaoyang, for the old man was exceedingly weak and could not maintain any pretense. He intended to seize Fang Gaoyang's pulse point and directly shatter his internal meridians, leaving him with no hope of recovery. This man was exceedingly cautious and ruthless. He would not strike unless he intended to eliminate all possibilities. Fang Yuantu, do not approach my grandfather. Who knows what your intentions are? Just then, Fang Han intervened, blocking Fang Yuantu's advance. Young master, what are you saying? I am merely intending to check your grandfather's health. Fang Yuantu replied, momentarily taken aback, that in truth, he had already harbored murderous thoughts against Fang Han. Fang Han was the most useless individual among the younger generation of the Fang family. After all, it had taken considerable effort for Fang Han to succeed in body refinement, while other young members had effortlessly done so to become martial artists. He had never anticipated that today he would be the one to cripple Fang Kuinan and Fang Xiaohu. Now, with Fang Han exhibiting the highest vigilance, he thwarted Fang Yuantu's attempt to deal with Fang Gaoyang. Fang Yuantu perceived Fang Han to be a stumbling block in his ambitions for control over the Fang family, and thus he resolved to eliminate this obstacle. Young master, the Fang family will soon rely on your uncle Yuantu. Why speak to me in such a manner? Elder Fang Feihong began to express dissatisfaction with Fang Han. You elders, while you may be my uncles, should any of you dare to act against my grandfather, my parents, or my uncle's family, do not blame me for being ungracious. Fang Han shot back, a cold smile on his face. Fang Yuantu is about to reveal his true colors, and you still defend him? Are you conspiring with him? Preposterous. Elder Fang Feihong grew displeased. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Fang Yuna burst into laughter, releasing a powerful aura that shook the branches of nearby trees, causing the windows of the villa to rattle ominously, as if they might shatter. Brother Yuantu, what brings about your mirth? Several elders from the elder hall turned their gazes toward Fang Yuantu, with Fang Feihong inquiring in confusion. Fang Han, I never expected you not only to have regained your wits, but to have made significant progress in cultivation and heightened vigilance as well. Fang Yu disregarded Elder Fang Feihong and instead addressed Fang Han. Since you have seen through my motives, I shall no longer feign innocence. Let me clarify for everyone. Today it was I who orchestrated the scheme against Fang Zhendong, compelling Fang Kuinan and Fang Xiaohu to pressure him into relinquishing his position. That I thought that eliminating Fang Zhendong would not require my direct involvement, but I never anticipated that you, fool, would return and cripple my son and grandson's cultivation. Consequently, you can only await your demise, for your grandfather is poisoned and unable to assist you. His words caused the faces of Fang Zhendong, Tang Yumei, Fang Sihai, Fang Han, and Elder Fang Hua to shift dramatically. While they suspected Fang Yuantu of harboring treasonous intentions, they were not entirely convinced. Deep down, they hoped he would not rebel, for if he sought to assume control, the Fang family would descend into chaos. Fang Yuantu, you wish to kill me. You are not worthy. Fang Han retorted, unfazed. Is that so? Fang Yuantu smirked. Ignorant wretch, you shall soon learn of my formidable power. With that, he channeled his true energy, unleashing a punch. This old man finally shed his disguise and struck directly. His true energy manifested as a massive azure fist. Enveloping Fang Han, he intended to kill Fang Han with a single blow, avenging Fang Kuinan and Fang Xiao. Chapter 34. True Dragon. As a beginner martial sovereign, he had transformed his true essence into true energy, and being a high-level martial sovereign, Fang Yuantu could naturally convert his true energy into a fist for long-range attacks. The azure fist, formed from condensed true energy, whistled through the air, its mere presence instilling terror. Fang Yuantu's strength had surpassed that of the old man before his poisoning. This old scoundrel had been honing his skills for years, and ultimately, the Fang family was destined to be destroyed by his hands. Seeing Fang Yuantu strike, Fang Gaoyang's face turned ashen as he sighed. I lament that had I dealt with this old fool's missteps back in the day, either by stripping him of his cultivation or even executing him outright, today's chaos could have been averted. He also believed that Fang Han's sudden rise, despite his youth, could not possibly make him a match for a high-level martial sovereign. It is worth noting that he himself was 75 years old, having practiced martial arts for 70 years, yet he had still not managed to break through to the high-level martial sovereign realm. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuantu's overwhelming punch had already thundered towards Fang Han, who braced himself with his bare fist against this colossal surge of true Q. Suai, standing beside Fang Han, along with the elders of the Elder Hall, who were positioned a little farther away, hurriedly sought cover. They had already begun to feel overwhelmed by Fang Yuantu's released pressure. Should they be struck by the residual force of his true chi punch, they would likely suffer injuries. Honor, do not act recklessly. Fang Zhendong immediately rushed forward, intent on rescuing Fang Han. Fang Yuantu's true chi punch, imbued with a sense of annihilation, was far too domineering. He understood that his strength might not exceed that of Fang Han at this moment. But Fang Han was his son, and he had to save him. Even if it meant sacrificing himself, he would do so. Meanwhile, Tang Yumei's complexion turned pale, her heart racing in terror. Boom! However, in the next moment, a glimmer of golden light erupted from Fang Han's small fist, causing the seemingly overpowering Azure true chi punch to shatter instantaneously. Strangely, the energy did not disperse. Instead, it vanished as if a clay ox had sunk into the sea. This astonished everyone present, particularly the old man Fang Yuan-tu, who sensed something amiss. Little did he know that Fang Han's punch merely employed the technique of dissipating energy from the Eight Desolations fist, neutralizing the force of his true chi punch to prevent harm to those around him, especially his mother, Tang Yumei, and Fang Sihai. After all, his mother had no cultivation, and Fang Sihai was already incapacitated. Had he not dissipated the energy, a single punch shattering Fang Yuan-tu's true chi would undoubtedly have injured his mother and Fang Sihai, not to mention everyone else nearby. Grandfather, mother, uncle, everyone, please step aside so I may deal with this old man. Fang Han declared promptly, having effortlessly neutralized Fang Yuan-tu's punch. Father, madam, Sihai, esteemed elders, let us retreat a bit. Fang Zhendong, still in shock, quickly urged Fang Gaoyang and the others before he could even attempt to rescue Fang Han. Fang Han had already countered Fang Yuan-tu's attack, and he felt that Fang Han might create yet another miracle. Fang Han, you have endured so many tribulations, and upon returning to normalcy, you shine so brilliantly. My Fang family is destined to produce a true dragon, and there is hope yet, the astonished Fang Gaoyang exclaimed repeatedly. People thrive in joyous occasions. He had previously been engulfed in a profound gloom. Yet now he radiated a hint of vitality. He understood that Fang Han's ability to dissipate Fang Yuan-tu's punch indicated that Fang Han had already attained the capability to contend with a high-level martial sovereign. Soon, Fang Gaoyang and the others stepped back, leaving only Fang Han and Fang Yuan-tu. Fang Gaoyang, do you truly believe this little brat can contend with me? Fang Yuan-tu sneered coldly. Once I kill this brat, I will then deal with you, old fool. Brother Yuan-tu, do not err. You are now a high-level martial sovereign and can ascend within the Fang family, but you must not harm the family head and the young master. Elder Fang Feihong, who had previously supported Fang Yuan-tu, sensed a shift in the atmosphere and hastily cautioned. Fang Feihong, what are you? Do you think you are worthy to call me brother from now on? All of you in the Elder Hall will address me as family head, kneeling before me in reverence. Fang Yuan-tu snorted coldly, suddenly shifting his form and advancing. His speed was such that he appeared before Fang Feihong in an instant, delivering a resounding slap. Fang Feihong had not anticipated Fang Yuan-tu's assault. He was overwhelmed by Fang Yuan-tu's pressure and, caught off guard, could not evade the vicious blow. Though he was also a high-level martial artist, he was sent flying by the slap, crashing to the ground and spitting out blood, 2 teeth lost in the process. Fang Feihong clutched his mouth, silenced by the murderous intent he saw in Fang Yuan-tu's eyes. He suddenly realized that supporting Fang Yuan-tu in Fang Gaoyang bore witness to the scene before him, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. Yet, within the resonance of his laughter lay an unmistakable trace of exhaustion and age. His breath wavering precariously, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. At that juncture, Fang Zhendong, Tang Xiumei, along with Fang Sihai, Fang Qing, and 10 elders, observed Fang Han's remarkable performance, and they all exhaled softly in relief. Their perceptions of Fang Han underwent a monumental transformation at that moment, shifting from initial skepticism and disdain to awe and satisfaction. Meanwhile, Su Ajai was utterly astounded by the spectacle before her. Her eyes wide and mouth slightly agape, a visage of disbelief etched upon her face. In her view, Fang Han's ability to vanquish the formidable duo of the black and white twin killers was already an unimaginable miracle. Yet now, the fact that he could repel Fang Yuan-tu, a high-ranking martial sovereign, transcended her comprehension, leaving her in a state of incredulity. This fellow was far from the rumored wastrel. He was not a fool, but rather possessed a terrifying strength. Su Ai's gaze remained fixed on Fang Han, an unusual expression flickering in her eyes. She realized that her understanding of Fang Han was woefully superficial. He now resembled a shroud of mist, increasingly inscrutable. Young man, what rare elixir did the people from the Divine Doctor Valley and Su Qinyu infuse into you to render you so formidable? Fang Yuantu was evidently unwilling to concede defeat so easily. He forcibly steadied himself, stamping his feet on the ground to halt his retreat. Then, glaring fiercely at Fang Han, he declared, "Today, I shall slay you here, no matter the cost, for I cannot allow you to grow stronger. Otherwise, you will become a grave threat in the future." "You speak too much," Fang Han retorted coldly, disinterested in further discourse with Fang Yuantu. Like a leopard, he lunged forward with astonishing speed, emanating an overwhelming aura. He then unleashed the breaking army fist, a relentless barrage of strikes following one after another, each punch accompanied by a howling wind, as if it could rend the very air, surging toward Fang Yuantu. Perceiving Fang Han's ferocity, Fang Yuantu speculated that such explosive power must arise from some secret technique, achieved through the consumption of his own true essence. He was convinced that as long as he could withstand Fang Han's tempestuous onslaught of over a dozen strikes, Fang Han's power would inevitably wane as his true essence depleted that moment. He could easily counterattack and vanquish Fang Han. After all, as a high-ranking martial sovereign, it would be a tremendous humiliation to evade a confrontation with a junior. Initially, he had envisioned his opponent to be a family powerhouse like Fang Gaoyang or Fang Sihai, but the capriciousness of fate had led him to face Fang Han, once deemed a waste. "I will surely extinguish you," Fang Yuantu roared within, mustering his courage to launch himself at Fang Han once more. In an instant, the two exchanged a flurry of punches, battling fiercely for a brief moment. Fang Han's momentum grew ever more ferocious, each punch surging like a tumultuous tide, relentless and increasingly powerful, imposing great pressure upon Fang Yuantu. After just a few exchanges, Fang Yuantu found himself struggling to hold his ground. With Fang Han's fists continuously bearing down upon him, he was forced to retreat repeatedly. Yet Fang Han pursued him relentlessly, shattering the stones beneath their feet with each step. This is the true essence of the breaking army fist. Fang Han reflected, recognizing that his understanding of the technique surpassed even that of his elder. Fang Gaoyang, observing Fang Han's strikes, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Soon, Fang Yuantu found himself thoroughly suppressed, utterly incapable of countering. As the old man grew anxious, he awaited Fang Han's power to diminish. However, Fang Han only seemed to grow stronger, igniting a sense of urgency within Fang Yuantu. Suddenly, Fang Han shifted tactics, effortlessly bypassing Fang Yuantu's defenses, landing an elbow strike to his heart. Fang Yuantu was sent flying, crashing to the ground several meters away, spewing blood in his defeat. Defeated, a high-ranking martial sovereign has fallen to Fang Han. Sui Ai could scarcely believe her eyes. "You little wretch, it seems you wish to force my hand," Fang Yuantu grunted as he struggled to rise, producing a pill and swallowing a hold in his grasp. A gleaming broadsword materialized, radiating a cold glimmer. Unmistakably a magical weapon. Fang Yuantu, you possess a mid-grade magical weapon, a recovery pill, and even a spatial artifact. It seems someone is aiding you in your ascent within the Fang family, Fang Han observed, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Young man, I never anticipated you to be so astute," Fang Yuantu sneered. 3 years ago, I was merely a high-ranking martial master. Now, I stand as a high-ranking martial sovereign. Without the backing of a powerful ally, how could I have achieved this? This esteemed individual has long surpassed the realm of martial sovereigns and has entered the true martial realm, at least a foundation establishment or even a divine mind-level powerhouse. Fang Yuantu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned coldly. "You have indeed grown formidable, but alas, you shall still perish at my hands today," upon hearing Fang Yuantu's words. Fang Han chuckled. "Old fool, if you have the ability, then reveal your benefactor. Once I slay you, I shall settle accounts with them." He had surmised that Fang Yuantu's benefactor was likely from the Su or Zhao families. However, he was taken aback to discover that these factions had begun plotting to usurp the Fang family 3 years prior. "Fang Han, you are not worthy to know the name of that great figure. Moreover, even if you did, it would be of no consequence, for you are about to be captured by me and meet a most untimely demise." As Fang Yuantu channeled energy into the recovery pill, hastily replenishing his strength, he reflected on the preciousness of the pill, far more valuable than any body refining or meridian opening elixirs. comparable to a chi transformation pill. The mysterious benefactor had provided him with 2 chi transformation pills and 1 recovery pill to ensure his loyalty. The chi transformation pill enabled the transformation of true essence into true chi, allowing a high-ranking martial master to break through to the realm of martial sovereign, while the recovery pill replenished the consumption of true chi and healed injuries. Proving extraordinarily effective in battle, Fang Yuantu had envisioned effortlessly dispatching Fang Han, only to find himself wounded by the young man. Moreover, he sensed that Fang Han's breaking army fist was unlike the traditional version passed down in the Fang family. The family S technique, being merely a profound grade martial skill, was only sufficient for sustaining a martial sovereign. Yet he suspected that Fang Han's version surpassed the profound grade and had likely reached the earth grade level. Furthermore, Fang Han must have cultivated an extraordinary technique. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for a high-ranking martial master to injure a high-ranking martial sovereign. This realization prompted him to shift his strategy, opting to capture Fang Han rather than eliminate him outright. He intended to extract the secrets of Fang Han's cultivation from him. Soon, under the influence of the recovery pill, Fang Yuantu not only fully healed his injuries, but also felt his aura surge. It was evident that he was now at the pinnacle of his power. Fang Yuantu, make your move. If you wish to engage in swordsmanship, I shall entertain you, Fang Han declared, summoning a black iron sword into his hand. You indeed possess more than just the energy of a pill. You've encountered fortuitous circumstances. However, your techniques, this sword, and your spatial artifacts shall all belong to me. Fang Yuantu's eyes gleamed with greed as he contemplated the possibilities. Fang Han's rapid ascendance from a novice to a high-ranking martial master in a mere month intrigued him. If he were to acquire all of Fang Han's resources, he believed he could surely break through to the foundation establishment stage or even the divine mind stage. Emerging as a true powerhouse, Fang Gaoyang, Fang Zhendong, Tang Yumei, Fang Sihai, Fang Qing, and the elders in attendance recognized the significance of Fang Han's spatial artifact, affirming that he had indeed undergone a momentous transformation. No longer the simpleton he once was, Suai was equally astonished. She had heard from Su Qianyu that Fang Han had suddenly regained his faculties and attained cultivation. Yet, during his time of folly, someone had been closely monitoring him. Where then had Fang Han's cultivation and spatial artifact originated? Old man, let us see if you have the capability to seize them, Fang Han replied coolly. The ice sword technique. Fang Yuantu, upon hearing the words, let out a furious roar. He suddenly channeled his energy, and the true chi within him surged forth like a raging tide, swiftly flowing into the broad sword held in his hand. In an instant, the blade was enveloped by a thick layer of white mist, which seemed to possess a life of its own, constantly rolling and twisting. Immediately thereafter, a white sword energy, exuding a chilling aura, burst forth from the sword like a nimble white serpent, slicing through the air with a fierce intent, aimed directly at Fang Han. The power of this sword energy was astonishing wherever it passed. The surrounding air felt as if it had been instantly frozen, the temperature plummeting dramatically, akin to a sudden, sweeping cold wave that a thick frost rapidly formed upon the branches and leaves of nearby trees, sparkling with a cold brilliance under the sunlight. Even those who had retreated to a considerable distance to observe, such as Fang Zhendong and others, could clearly feel a chilling sensation despite the distance. As if the cold could penetrate their garments and pierce to their very bones at that moment, the intensity of the battle was so great that it acted as an invisible summons, drawing nearly all members of the Fang family to the scene. From afar, they witnessed the might of Fang Yuantu's strike and were profoundly shaken. The Fang family swordsmanship was traditionally known for its fierceness, with their highest technique being the Liang sword technique, which was used in conjunction with the fierce flame formula. Yet the sword move executed by Fang Yuantu was chilling to the core, starkly contrasting with the family's conventional sword style. Although the onlookers were not fully aware of the situation, the unusual nature of the sword technique led them to surmise that the old patriarch, Fang Gaoyang, had likely been poisoned, and that Fang Yuantu had significantly advanced in cultivation. Harboring ambitions for ascendance, Fang Zhendong's disciple, Helian Bawang, was consumed by anxiety, eager to rush in and assist Fang Han. However, Upon sensing the immense power contained within Fang Yuantu's sword energy, he was rendered paralyzed. He understood that with his current strength, should he charge forward, he would undoubtedly be mere cannon fodder, contributing nothing to the fray. Reluctantly, he, like the other disciples of the Fang family, took a distant stance to observe the battle. Despite their separation from the battlefield, the overwhelming cold still surged towards them like a tidal wave, forcing everyone to mobilize their energy in a bid for self-preservation. Yet, Fang Han remained unfazed by Fang Yuantu's lethal strike. He mused to himself, "This old fellow's sword technique bears a resemblance to that employed by the elder Qin Baiyun of the Huan sect. Could it be that the manipulative force behind Fang Yuantu is the enchanting woman of the Huan sect?" As this thought flitted through his mind, he continuously infused his true essence into the Xian iron sword. He raised the sword high and, with a forceful swing, unleashed a strike that sent a howling wind roaring through the air. Although he had yet to break through to the martial sovereign realm and could not release his true chi externally, the might of this strike, bolstered by his exquisite swordsmanship and robust true essence, remained formidable. Furthermore, under the infusion of his true essence, the blade of the Xian iron sword gradually turned a fiery red, resembling a weapon heated in a forge, radiating intense warmth. Soon, the Xian iron sword clashed with the white sword energy in the air. "Ha ha! Fang Han, you little brat, prepare to be frozen solid." Fang Yuan chuckled with confidence. This time he employed the ice sword technique, and the might of this sword energy was extraordinary. Even if Fang Han managed to shatter it, he would inevitably be immobilized by the frigid power contained within. However, at the very moment the Xian iron sword struck the chilling sword energy, an astonishing scene unfolded. The now red-hot Xian iron sword plunged into the icy expanse like a blazing torch, causing Fang Yuantu's sword energy to dissolve and dissipate as if it had encountered flames. The once torrential cold wave vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed. How is this possible? Fang Yuantu, his eyes wide with disbelief, was utterly stunned by the unfolding events. "Fang Yuantu, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Do you think that just because your puppet master taught you a modicum of swordsmanship, you can run rampant? Today, I shall ensure you meet your end with full conviction." Fang Han spoke with an unruffled demeanor, his tone calm. "You insolent child, I shall now show you." Fang Yuan snorted coldly. His form suddenly leaping into the air, he resembled a ferocious eagle, pouncing towards Fang Han with the weight of a mountain bearing down in mid-air. Leveraging his downward momentum, he swung his broad sword with ferocity, the blade crackling with the force of wind and thunder, producing a series of resounding booms. Fang Han, undeterred, planted his feet firmly on the ground, gripping the Xian iron sword tightly, and countered with a powerful swing. In that instant, the two combatants exuded an aura akin to two volcanoes on the verge of eruption, their energies swelling. The surrounding air seemed to be stirred by invisible hands as fierce winds whipped through, causing their garments to flutter wildly. Even the nearby flora bowed under the force of the powerful gusts, large trees swaying, their branches rustling in response. The two swords finally engaged in a fierce confrontation in the air. The sounds of metal clashing resonating continuously, sometimes clear and melodious like the chimes of temple bell at dawn, other times heavy and muffled, reminiscent of thunderous summer storms. The cacophony reverberated in the ears of the onlookers, leaving those with slightly lower cultivation unable to bear it, clutching their ears in pain. Moreover, each clash of the swords unleashed waves of energy that rippled outward like a tidal surge beneath their feet. The ground trembled as if caught in a violent earthquake, imparting a sensation of impending disaster. As they battled, they moved, leaving devastation in their wake. Fang Gaoyang's elegant residence, unable to withstand the force of their clash, collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending clouds of dust into the air. Fang Han executed the Eight Desolation sword technique, a style that shared its roots with the Eight Desolation fist, embodying boundless power. Each move radiating grandeur, as if capable of reshaping the heavens and altering the skies. Given Fang Han's current level of cultivation, this sword technique suited him perfectly, akin to a dragon finding water or a tiger returning to its forest. In this moment, as he faced Fang Yuantu, both martial artists swiftly unleashed their swords, vying for dominance. Initially, their exchanges were evenly matched. However, as time passed, Fang Yuantu's broadsword gradually fell to the disadvantage, suppressed by Fang Han's swordsmanship. Fang Han's 8 Desolation sword technique excelled in creating overwhelming momentum, each wave of energy stronger than the last, endlessly cascading forward. As Fang Han's sword momentum grew increasingly powerful, nearing a state of perfection. The pressure bearing down on Fang Yuantu felt as heavy as Mount Tai, nearly suffocating him. The Xian iron sword in Fang Han's hand now seemed to contain the weight of 1,000 pounds. Each strike summoned howling winds, causing Fang Yuantu's arms to quiver slightly. The force felt as though it threatened to penetrate the sword and strike deep into his heart, evoking a profound sense of helplessness within him. Who on earth is this fellow? He is simply a freak. Fang Yuantu silently exclaimed in alarm, his expression grave that he realized that Fang Han's swordsmanship had grasped the essence of sword momentum, a level of mastery that typically required a foundational expert to attain. Yet he was merely a mid-tier martial master. How could he be so powerful? Fang Yuantu gritted his teeth, desperately channeling his true qi to invoke the ice sword technique, attempting to reverse his declining fortunes. His broadsword shimmered with an eerie, icy glow, emanating coldness as his strikes grew increasingly fierce. However, Fang Han's sword momentum surged like a relentless river, unstoppable, no matter how hard Fang Yuantu struggled to break free from the net of sword energy pressing down upon him. An unsettling anxiety spread like wild grass within Fang Yuantu's heart. Meanwhile, Fang Han's Xian iron sword danced with increasing swiftness, the sword shadows overlapping like a towering mountain, bearing down upon Fang Yuantu with immense pressure. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Fang Yuantu inwardly lamented. He understood that distancing himself from Fang Han and returning to a long-range strategy was a futile dream at that moment. A fleeting thought of escape crossed his mind. He knew well that as long as the Green Hills remained, there would be no shortage of firewood. Yet he felt an overwhelming reluctance. He had schemed throughout his life, so close to usurping Fang Zhendong. If he were to be defeated today by this junior, all his past efforts would be in vain. Moreover, if he fled, what would become of his son Fang Kunan and grandson Fang Xiaohu? They would surely find themselves in a dead end. With these thoughts in mind, Fang Yuantu gritted his teeth, a resolute determination rising within him, and continued to wield his broadsword, entangled in a desperate struggle with Fang Han. I am no longer interested in playing this cat-and-mouse game with you. Fang Han suddenly emitted a low grunt, a sound akin to a resounding bell, reverberating through the surrounding air. Following this, he unleashed a sword strike with a ferocity that seemed to cleave through the very fabric of the void, its power significantly surpassing that of his previous attacks, exhibiting a force more than double in strength. The speed of the sword was akin to a flash of lightning, aiming directly for Fang Yuantu's throat, reminiscent of a venomous serpent striking with lethal intent. Fang Yuantu found himself with no means of evasion, compelled instead to brace himself and raise his broadsword, exerting all his strength to parry Fang Han's exceptionally fierce blow. In that instant, a deafening clang resonated, reminiscent of a mighty bell tolling, sparks flying vividly in all directions. Amidst this violent clash, Fang Yuantu's sword was cleaved in two, gazing at the broken blade in his hand. His expression turned ashen, akin to lifeless ASH that moment. Fang Han's sword, with its momentum unyielding, continued to thrust toward his throat. The searing sword wind rushed toward Fang Yuantu, and he could distinctly sense the breath of death drawing near, a profound sense of despair enveloping him. However, just as Fang Han's sword was about to graze his neck, that overwhelming force suddenly receded, as if a tumultuous tide had instantaneously retreated. The sword, firmly poised against his neck, did not even break the skin. Fang Yuantu could feel the scorching blade pressed against his throat, yet there was no pain. This young man's attack was so ferocious, yet he wielded his strength with such finesse. Evidently still holding back his true capabilities, Fang Yuantu inwardly sighed, consumed by despair. He realized that today he had been utterly defeated, with no chance of retaliation. Chapter 38. Extracting more from her tonight, the onlookers were left in stunned silence, their eyes wide with shock at the heart-stopping scene, particularly given that Fang Han had been regarded as a fool and a waste just over a month prior. Even Fang Jindong and Tang Xuemei, who had always placed their trust in Fang Han, found it difficult to believe. Previously, everyone had been on edge, their breaths held tight in anxiety. Now, witnessing Fang Han's sword resting at Fang Yuantu's throat, they collectively exhaled, their anxieties dissipating. The young master had triumphed. Zhou Qi was overwhelmed with excitement, unable to contain his exhilaration, and he was the first to shout aloud. Every display of prowess from Fang Han today had been akin to a bombshell, deeply shaking the spirits of all present. The elders and younger members of the Fang family gazed upon Fang Han with expressions filled with reverence and adulation. They privately mused that the once derided Fang Han had undoubtedly transformed into the unrivaled prodigy of Yinming City. Now, can we speak? Who is the mastermind behind this? Fang Han's voice, frigid as ice, pierced through the air near Fang Yuantu's ear. His tone was soft, yet imbued with an overwhelming pressure. Fang Yuantu. Whether I speak or remain silent, death awaits me. Why should I bother? However, you believe you are not a match for that mysterious figure. If you kill me, you too shall perish, Fang Yuantu retorted with a bitter smile. If that mysterious individual was truly formidable, they would not have allowed you to poison my grandfather, but would have intervened personally. Tiomi, that so-called enigmatic figure, is merely a rat lurking in the shadows. Fang Han leaned in, his voice barely above a whisper. In truth, even without your words, I already know who provided you with those resources for cultivation, as well as this broadsword. You have become utterly useless to me. Now, I shall send you on your way. His tone remained remarkably calm. In Yinming City, a high-ranking martial sovereign was indeed a notable figure. Yet to him, they were inconsequential. Although his own cultivation was just beginning, he could easily vanquish these individuals with a mere stroke of his sword, of course. He had to settle scores with his enemies, for cultivation was not solely about refining techniques and physical prowess. It also encompassed the tempering of one's mindset. A true cultivator must reach a state of mental clarity. Only through the enjoyment of retribution can one attain such clarity. The more placid Fang Han's tone became, the more anxious Fang Yuantu grew. This old man, having reached 70, should possess remarkable psychological resilience and be adept at the games of wit and cunning. Yet now he found himself entirely at Fang Han's mercy. Having traversed the Dragon Star for millennia in his past life, Fang Han had encountered all manner of individuals. Those true prodigies had been thoroughly vanquished before him, and it could be stated that even the most formidable figures in Yinming City were no match for his psychological prowess. Impossible! That mysterious figure has always concealed their identity. I have no knowledge of who they are. How could you know? Fang Yuantu exclaimed, his voice tinged with trepidation, as he feared he had become a liability. The sword poised at his neck meant that should Fang Han release his true essence, his head would surely roll. He had heard tales of Fang Han's mercilessness in dispatching members of the Su family, killing 7 in mere moments. Since you are unaware, then there is no reason to keep you alive, Fang Han sneered. Young master, please, spare me. I will kneel before you, Fang Yuantu implored, his voice urgent, as he prepared to bow before Fang Han. However, the sword at his throat remained unmoved, rendering him incapable of kneeling. This scene left the onlookers, particularly the elders, utterly dumbfounded, for the arrogance that Fang Yuantu had displayed earlier was now replaced with abject humility. A few elders had believed that Fang Yuantu was the only one capable of rescuing the Fang family. Yet now they felt ashamed for having harbored such thoughts, in comparison to Fang Han. Fang Yuantu paled significantly. Fang Han was a prodigy awakened overnight, while Fang Yuantu harbored treacherous intentions. 20 years ago, you committed a grievous error. My grandfather spared your life, yet you showed no remorse. Instead, plotting revenge. How could I possibly allow you to live? Fang Han's voice grew ever colder. You cannot kill me. I am your uncle. Fang Yuantu pleaded, genuinely frightened at by lineage that may be true. But your intentions toward the Fang family are treacherous. I cannot allow you to live. Slaying you serves as a warning to others. Fang Han remained unmoved. Just as Fang Yuantu was about to utter more, Fang Han's hand pressed firmly against his head. channeling the Qinsa He Ming technique, but he intended to absorb this old man's cultivation. With a sword at his throat, Fang Yuan too dared not move. The next moment, he felt his true essence surging uncontrollably toward Fang Han's hand. "What have you done to me?" Fang Yuan too gasped in horror, attempting to harness his energy to resist, yet his inner strength had become entirely unmanageable. His body grew weak and feeble, as if caught in a dream, unable to resist. Fang Han had swiftly completed the absorption of qin by Yun's cultivation at Yinyang Mountain and compared to Fang Yuan too. The disparity was vast. Within a mere few breaths, Fang Yuan too had lost all his cultivation. Thus, Fang Yuan too was rendered utterly valueless. With a flick of his wrist, Fang Han's sword swiftly severed Fang Yuan too's head from his shoulders, blood splattering forth as he fell lifeless. "I must hasten my cultivation to reach the martial sovereign realm, and then refine my spiritual consciousness, for only then can I control the minds of others. In the future, interrogating anyone will be a far simpler endeavor." Fang Han felt no remorse for Fang Yuan too. Today, he had to make an example of him. He was confident that news of Fang Yuan too's collusion with outsiders and the poisoning of his grandfather would soon circulate throughout the Fang family, ensuring that no one would dare regard him as a fool or a waste again, nor would they challenge his father. The issue of family unity had been swiftly resolved in his hands. "Young master is formidable." Fang Yuan too's treachery warranted his demise. Zhou Qi and others began to cheer. They believed that with Fang Han, the suddenly awakened prodigy, the Fang family would soon rise to prominence. "Honor, you have grown." Fang Gaoyang, the elder, was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. He had initially thought the Fang family was doomed, yet he never anticipated that Fang Han would not only shed his foolishness, but also attain such formidable strength. "Zhou Qi, please arrange for the body and the collapsed villa to be cleared away," Fang Han instructed. Zhou Qi promptly attended to Fang Han's request. "Su AI, please return to my residence and await me." Fang Han dispatched Su AI before turning to Fang Gaoyang. "Grandfather, I apologize for the destruction of your villa in my pursuit of Fang Yuan too. We should find another place to converse." There were certain secrets he did not wish Su AI to learn, nor did he want the elders or the younger members of the Fang family to be privy to them. A single villa was inconsequential compared to securing the foundation of the Fang family. Sighing, Fang Gaoyang remarked, "Honor, the future of the Fang family rests upon your shoulders." Soon after, Fang Gaoyang decided to temporarily reside in the largest mansion of the Fang family, which was also where Fang Zhendong lived. After all, Fang Zhendong's residence was the grandest, containing numerous rooms. Not long after, Fang Han personally escorted Fang Gaoyang to one of the rooms within the grand estate. The others discreetly withdrew, including Fang Zhendong and Tang Yumei, as well as a young boy named Fang Xiaoyu who usually attended to the elder, leaving only the two of them. "Grandfather, allow me to examine you to determine what poison you have been afflicted with." Fang Han, after inviting Fang Gaoyang to take a seat, commenced the delicate practice of pulse diagnosis. The elder gentleman did not question Fang Han's capabilities. Yet despite the extraordinary display of talent exhibited today, he harbored little hope. After all, his meridians had suffered significant damage, and merely preserving his life was a formidable challenge, let alone restoring his cultivation. Fang Han swiftly activated the harmonious resonance technique, channeling a thread of true essence into the venerable patriarch's body. The potency of the poison was indeed formidable. The elder's meridians had atrophied, and his dantian was also compromised. If left untreated, he would likely succumb within a few days. Soon, an idea blossomed in Fang Han's mind. Fortunately, the harmonious resonance technique, a rare skill he had painstakingly developed over millennia in his previous life, could absorb the opponent's cultivation and achieve superior results without any intimate relations with women. Naturally, this remarkable technique could also refine toxins and mend damaged meridians and dantian. Had Fang Han still been at the initial stage of a martial artist, attempting to cure his grandfather would have been an arduous task due to insufficient cultivation. However, now that he had attained the high ranks of martial artistry, and having absorbed the essence of Qin Baiyun and Fang Yuan too, he was more than capable of accomplishing this. "Grandfather, focus on your dantian. I will purge the poison from your body." Fang Han instructed with assurance, continuing to wield the harmonious resonance technique. Although doubt lingered in Fang Gaoyang's heart regarding his grandson's ability to detoxify, the unwavering determination reflected in Fang Han's gaze compelled him to comply, and he gradually closed his eyes, directing all his thoughts toward his dantian. Moments later, a miraculous phenomenon unfolded. The rampant toxins within the elder's body seemed to be drawn forth by an invisible force, first seeping out like a gentle stream from the intricate network of minor meridians, then gradually converging, flowing along the extraordinary meridians, ultimately being absorbed into Fang Han's own body like a great whale drinking water. As time passed, approximately half an hour later, through Fang Han's relentless efforts, the menacing toxins had been nearly eradicated from the elder's body. Yet, Fang Han did not cease his work. He understood that the damage to the meridians would severely impact his grandfather's health. Thus, he immediately set about mending the injured meridians. Another half hour slipped by quietly, and under Fang Han's meticulous care, the elder's severely damaged meridians had recovered significantly. At this juncture, Fang Han gradually withdrew his energy, releasing a sigh of relief, and inquired with concern, "Grandfather, how do you feel?" Fang Gaoyang slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with astonishment and gratitude, exclaiming, "Fang Han, you are truly remarkable. I feel I've regained about 70% of my strength." At that moment, the elder radiated a renewed vitality, the previous frailty having dissipated, replaced by an invigorating energy that seemed to emanate from within, as if he had rediscovered his erstwhile vigor and robustness. "Fang Han, I sense that you have absorbed the toxins into your own body. This will not adversely affect you, will it?" Fang Gaoyang soon grew concerned for Fang Han's well-being. "Oh, not worry, grandfather. I have acquired a technique that can neutralize any poison." Fang Han reassured him. "However, for the time being, I must trouble you to continue feigning illness and refrain from venturing outside. Tomorrow, I shall treat you again and restore your meridians, and you will return to your former self." "Fang Han, are you worried that others in the Fang family might still be under the influence of that mysterious mastermind?" Fang Gaoyang comprehended Fang Han's intentions. "Grandfather, I still need to attend to Uncle Sihai's meridians. However, please keep the news of your and Uncle Sihai's recovery from outsiders. We must also keep the news of my slaying Fang Yuantu, who has become a high-level martial master, under wraps that I wish to see if anyone else dares to act against our family." Fang Han stated decisively, "You are right. Uncle Sihai's attack and subsequent removal from the Demon Suppression Department were undoubtedly orchestrated by someone." Fang Gaoyang nodded in agreement. "Is Fang Xiaoyu trustworthy?" Fang Han inquired further. For Fang Xiaoyu was in service to the elder. If he were unreliable, it could lead to complications. "He is dependable," Fang Gaoyang affirmed. Trusting his grandfather's judgment, Fang Han engaged in brief conversation before taking his leave. Subsequently, he briefed his parents, Fang Jindong and Tang Yumei, on certain matters before heading to Fang Sihai's residence. Fang Sihai had not been poisoned, but his dantian and meridians had been completely destroyed, given Fang Han's current level of cultivation. It would take him half a month to restore Fang Sihai. Thus, after employing the harmonious resonance technique to treat him once, he managed to repair some of the meridians within Fang Sihai. Yet the dantian remained irreparably damaged. Nevertheless, Fang Sihai was overjoyed, for he had glimpsed the hope of recovery. Initially believing he would be incapacitated for life, he now anticipated that, at this rate, he would return to the initial stage of a martial master within half a month. After treating Fang Sihai, dusk had descended. Fang Han shared dinner with his parents, discussing various matters before returning to his own quarters. Fang Han deliberately sent away the maidservant Wanner, as he aimed to unleash the full potential of the harmonious resonance technique, which required him to break through to the martial master realm. With his current accumulation, he could achieve this at any moment. However, he needed to cultivate the wild body refinement technique to a minor completion to establish the most robust foundation. Therefore, he resolved to make good use of Sue AI, who possessed the 7-colored demonic body. That very night, he estimated that if he could exert himself several times with Sue AI, he would reach minor completion in the wild body refinement technique. "Fang Han, you great deceiver, you didn't take my virtue. You merely used an illusion to make me believe I had succumbed to you." As soon as Fang Han entered his spacious bedroom, Sue AI glared at him. asserting, "I see that after being transformed into a medicinal person, you're no longer capable of being a man." The woman had regained her composure, realizing she remained intact. Not capable of being a man? Fang Han scoffed coldly, promptly sweeping Su Ai into his arms, declaring, "Then tonight, I shall ensure you cannot rise from bed tomorrow." Chapter 39. I will satisfy you, Fang Han. Do not frighten me. I heard from my cousin Su Qinyu that a few days ago. On that night, you suddenly ceased to be foolish. You also rendered her unconscious, yet you did not take advantage of the situation. Su Ai, held captive in Fang Han's embrace, found it difficult to resist. A hint of fear surged within her, but she quickly adopted a mocking tone. "This indicates something, and I am still intact, which sufficiently proves that you have lost the ability to be a man. You merely understand some illusions." Fang Han chose not to respond. This woman doubted his manhood. He would let his actions serve as proof. In his previous life, he was never one for excessive words, especially in the presence of women. It is actions that truly conquer women, not mere words. The power of his harmonious resonance technique lies in the ability to cultivate through a woman's body without needing to become true partners. This surpassed any dual cultivation technique by leaps and bounds. By occupying a woman's body, he could further enhance his cultivation. In this life, he was reluctant to engage casually with women, having been betrayed by 8 extraordinary female companions in his past. Therefore, he was no longer easily trusting of women. However, with someone like Su Ai, he had no intention of developing feelings. He could engage without responsibility. Su Ai attempted to say more, but Fang Han unceremoniously tossed her onto the grand bed. With a swift motion, he tore apart her coarse garment, revealing her nearly flawless form before him. This woman was only 19 years old, 3 years younger than Su Qinyu, yet her figure was equally impressive, if not more so, with more voluptuous curves and alluring lines. Furthermore, due to her 9-color demonic body, she emitted a faint fragrance that was particularly enticing to men. Now, as Fang Han prepared to conquer this woman, he saw no need to suppress his desires. He found that women with a 9-color demonic body were exceptionally captivating. Were it not for his previous life, he might have been infatuated and treated such a woman with genuine care. However, in this life, he resolved to treat any woman disloyal to him as mere playthings, regardless of their beauty or unique qualities. Moreover, this woman belonged to the Su family, and his impression of the entire Su family was far from favorable. "You pretended to be strong. Just this afternoon, you shattered all my clothes. Yet in that situation, you didn't commit any heinous acts. You are nothing but a waste. You expect me to be your servant? You have no right to demand that of me." Su Ai's initially flustered heart now steadied, and she looked at Fang Han defiantly, stating, "If you are capable, then do not render me unconscious that I wish to see what you can do to me." She perceives that the more ostentatious a man behaves, the more he seeks to mask his own ineptitude. Her body, after all, has already been seen by Fang Han. During her afternoon bath, all that was meant to be touched was indeed touched. She is no ordinary woman. Having come to this realization, she is no longer hesitant. Thus, she stands before Fang Han, allowing him to gaze upon her. Fang Han's insistence that she serve as a maid is intended to humiliate her, to disgrace the Su family. Yet now, she seeks to turn the tables and humiliate Fang Han instead, demanding her release in the Su household. She is a distinguished young lady. The resources she enjoys within her family are nearly equivalent to those of her uncle, the head of the Su family, and his 2 daughters, Su Qinyu and Su Chun. How could she possibly resign herself to being Fang Han's female slave? "Su, hey, it seems you are willingly offering yourself. Originally, I had no intention of monopolizing everything about you, but now I have decided to fulfill your wishes," Fang Han said with a faint smile. Fang Han was not the least bit angered. Rather, his calm demeanor flustered Su. She instinctively covered certain parts of her nearly flawless body with her hands, stammering, "Why you mustn't act recklessly. I am merely here to serve you as a maid. Not to warm your bed. I must prove myself. Otherwise, if word spreads that Fang Han is incapable of treating women with humanity, how will I ever marry and have children? Besides, were you not rather arrogant just now? I take great pleasure in diminishing the arrogance of others. You are now my servant. And if you dare to speak to your master in such a manner, it is only fitting that I teach you a lesson, lest you become too bold and threaten me daily." Fang Han remarked, "Rest assured, this time I will not render you unconscious." With that, he suddenly approached and touched several points on Su's body, not to seal her meridians, but to invoke the melody of the zither and the harp technique, thereby awakening her energy points as a form of prelude. "Fang Han, I was wrong. I take back what I said." Ai realized she was playing with fire. If she did not extinguish the flames now, the situation would soon spiral beyond her control. An arrow is drawn and must be released. Discussing it further was futile. Fang Han let out a cold laugh. I wished to flee, but at that moment, she was completely unclothed. Where could she possibly run? Furthermore, given that Fang Han could slay even high-ranking martial masters, she, as a novice martial artist, would be unable to withstand even a single strike from him. Though she had previously regarded Fang Han as a fool and a waste, she now comprehended the terrifying strength he possessed. The combined forces of the Su family, aside from his hidden aunt, Ouyang Yin, were insufficient to contend with Fang Han. She now understood why Fang Han had the audacity to demand an apology from Su Qianyu after severing her hand. Fang Han's melody of the zither and the harp technique could induce comfort in women, rendering them non-resistant, even leading to amnesia. It could also provoke women to take the initiative. This was neither a seduction technique nor a charm spell. It was a legitimate path of cultivation, yet no woman could escape its influence. The touches Fang Han had just administered to Su were an application of this very technique that would incite her initiative. However, Su remained blissfully unaware of this fact. Yet soon, a wave of heat enveloped her entire being. Although she wore nothing, discomfort began to swell within her. That moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to leap upon Fang Han. "What is happening to me? This man has killed several members of my family, yet why do I still wish to approach him?" Since her own anomaly, she struggled to maintain control, yet found herself unable to resist as she lunged toward Fang Han, embracing it. "Do you understand now? If I wish to possess you, it would be an effortless task, and it would require your own initiative." Fang Han stated, "Originally, I held little interest in you. I merely desired you to be my maid, but you should not have provoked me. Fang Han, you scoundrel, what have you done to me?" Ai spoke softly. Although she still harbored some resistance internally, her hands did not falter as they began to unfasten Fang Han's azure robe. Moreover, her voice had transformed from a cold, questioning tone to one imbued with allure. This woman, possessing the unique nine-colored demon body, inherently exuded a distinctive charm. As she loosened Fang Han's robe, her delicate, boneless hands ventured inside. Upon making contact with Fang Han's firm physique, her mind went blank. At that moment, she thought of nothing else but to engage in some intimate exchange with him. She felt as if she were ablaze, every fiber of her being igniting with desire. Chapter 40. Unfathomable joy at this juncture. Ai seemed to be ensnared in a valley shrouded in dense fog, utterly lost in herself. Her distinctive nine-colored demon body appeared akin to an ancient tome, preordained with esoteric knowledge. Instinctively aware of certain intimate matters, thus, her soft, boneless hands possessed an uncanny ability to stir the dormant desires hidden deep within a man's heart. Fang Han, who had navigated through countless women in his previous life, had never truly possessed a woman in this new existence. Now, as Ai tantalized him, the long-dormant strings of emotion within him were subtly plucked, creating ripples of feeling. After all, he was a man of flesh and blood, filled with passions and desires, and at the tender age of 20, he was in the prime of his vigor. In an instant, the air within Fang Han's bedroom became thick with an intoxicating and ambiguous atmosphere, akin to a quietly unfurling painting, rich with enchanting scenes. Fang Han immersed himself in this ambience, reveling in the experience. However, he was not merely indulging in fleeting pleasure. He was cultivating. His Chinese Himing technique continued to operate silently. This time, Ai remained lucid, neither fainting nor hallucinating. She felt as though she were soaring into the heavens, enveloped in boundless joy. The ecstasy she had experienced earlier that afternoon induced by Fang Han's technique. Paled in comparison to the sensation she felt now, a bold yet shy thought quietly flitted through her mind. She wished to embrace Fang Han tightly, unwilling for this exquisite moment to pause, even for a heartbeat. Seizing upon this intimate moment, Fang Han began to draw the pure essence from within Su AI, akin to a spring of untainted water. The essence contained within her nine-color demon body was as pure as untainted jade liquid. And with a slight adjustment of his internal technique, he could effortlessly purge the impurities, transforming it into a nourishing spring for his meridians and acupoints, ultimately converging in his Dantian. Su AI was akin to a mobile gathering array for spiritual energy. Even as Fang Han siphoned her essence, she could quickly replenish it. As night descended, Fang Han commenced his practice of the Qin Se Himing technique, continuing until the late hours before gradually concluding. This session of cultivation spanned 7 cycles. This moment, the essence within him surged like an unbridled ocean, vast and boundless. Meanwhile, Su AI resembled a butterfly that had exhausted all its strength. Languidly sprawled across the bed, her delicate form devoid of any energy to move, that on the sheet lay a vivid stain of blood, reminiscent of a blooming red flower upon a pristine blanket of snow. Silently proclaiming her former status as an untouched maiden in the past, she had indeed been pure and untainted, but now everything had changed in silence. She had been thoroughly claimed by Fang Han. She lay quietly there, her eyes gently closed, her heart a tempest of conflicting emotions, a myriad of unspoken words buried deep within. She secretly regretted provoking Fang Han in the first place, leading her to this predicament. Yet amid that profound regret, a faint whisper of relief began to take root. She understood that Fang Han was a true prodigy, akin to a radiant star ascending in the sky, destined to achieve greatness. If she could follow him, perhaps one day she could soar like a phoenix reborn from the flames, escaping the shackles of an ordinary fate. However, Fang Han paid her no heed, not even casting a glance in her direction. Rising from the bed, he strode steadily towards an adjacent room. This room, even in daylight, exuded tranquility, and now, under the cover of night, it was even more serene. He gently closed the door, dedicating himself to his cultivation. The barbaric body refinement technique he practiced was on the verge of reaching a minor accomplishment, yet he still lacked that final push. This technique was profound and mysterious, fraught with challenges and obstacles, requiring countless trials of body refinement and tempering to attain any level of success. Fang Han understood that only by successfully reaching this minor accomplishment could he smoothly break through to the martial sovereign realm. This breakthrough held profound significance for him, transcending mere enhancement of strength. Once he ascended to the martial sovereign status, he could swiftly heal his grandfather Fang Gaoyang and his uncle Fang Sihai's injuries. Furthermore, becoming a martial sovereign would grant him access to a broader realm of cultivation, enabling him to begin training his divine consciousness and exploring various arcane techniques and talismans. His combat prowess would multiply exponentially. And in Yinming City, he would no longer be constrained by the influence of the Su family, Zhao family, or even the renowned divine physician Valley, which boasted deep roots and a formidable reputation. He would become a war god, commanding authority and respect within the land of Yinming City, truly able to traverse and conquer. This moment, the essence within Fang Han surged like a raging river, brimming with boundless power that he inhaled deeply, initiating another round of the barbaric body refinement technique, embarking on a new journey of body tempering. As the technique flowed through him, his body trembled slightly, every inch of skin and muscle enduring the refining and cleansing from the technique. Time gradually passed, and after a full hour, he suddenly opened his eyes, their brilliance sparkling like the stars in the night sky. Rising slowly, he radiated an aura of formidable might, this presence rolling outward like surging waves, seemingly capable of distorting the very fabric of space. Strangely, a faint metallic sheen emerged on his skin, cold and mysterious, resembling an impenetrable armor. He lifted his arm slightly and threw a casual punch forward. The motion appeared effortless, devoid of any reliance on his inner essence. However, the sheer force of the punch tore through the air like a roaring tiger, producing a series of explosive sounds. This power did not stem from his essence, but was purely a manifestation of his physical strength, showcasing the sheer might and terror of his corporeal form. My physical body possesses the strength of 10,000 pounds, and my defenses are equally astonishing. Even a top-grade spiritual weapon would struggle to inflict harm upon me, let alone mere physical attacks. Fang Han was filled with elation. Compared to his past life, he was significantly stronger within the same realm in this life. The path of cultivation he had traversed before had been fraught with obstacles and setbacks, causing his foundation to be unstable and his progress slow. Yet in this life, his foundation was constructed with unwavering solidity, ensuring that he would advance further in his cultivation journey than ever before. It was time to break through to the martial sovereign realm. Without a hint of hesitation, Fang Han continued to sit cross-legged, preparing for the final push towards his breakthrough. That moment, Su Ai entered, clad only in a blood-stained blanket. Fang Han, I become your woman. Will you take responsibility? How about this? I will marry you in place of my cousin Su Qianyu, and we can resolve the grievances between our families. A glimmer of tenderness flickered in Su Ai's gaze. Chapter 41. A letter from the Su family, you wish to marry me. Fang Han paused his cultivation and looked at Su Ai, saying, remember, you are merely my servant, not my woman. What right do you have to speak to me in such a manner? Moreover, it was you who invited me to your bed, not the other way around. As for the grievances between me and your Su family, I offered them a chance, yet they seem unaware of the gravity of the situation. Now, wash these sheets and replace them. You may return to your room and not disturb my cultivation. His tone bore no trace of emotion. You, Su Ai, stamped her foot in frustration. After all, she was a young lady of the Su family, pursued by many suitors in Yinming City, not fewer than those who sought after Su Qianyu. Yet now, she felt as if she were nothing more than a mere shoe in Fang Han's presence. How should a servant address their master? Do you need me to teach you? Fang Han's expression darkened. Reluctantly, Su Ai took the blood-stained sheets to wash them. This was the first time she had performed such menial labor. However, due to the collusion between the He-Huan sect and the Su family, she found herself completely at Fang Han's mercy. Originally, she had not truly warmed Fang Han's bed. Her impulsive provocation had now led her to this outcome. Who could she blame for that? Fang Han paid no heed to Su Ai's feelings, resolutely continuing his cultivation. The transition from martial master to martial sovereign was monumental, marked principally by the compression of true essence into true qi, which could be unleashed to harm foes in Yinming City. A martial sovereign was regarded as a top-tier figure. Many minor families lacked even a single martial sovereign among their ranks. Any family possessing a martial sovereign was considered a third-rate family in Yinming City, while those with high-level martial sovereigns undoubtedly ranked among the elite. Fang Han, seasoned in breaking through realms, was well-versed in the process, and with the supreme creation technique as his guiding method. Though he was still in the first layer, his recent accumulation had been sufficient. Having devoured the true qi of the Elder Qin Baiyun from the He-Huan sect and Fang Yuan too, he now found that this breakthrough required no external spiritual energy to convert into true essence. As he channeled the supreme creation technique, the true essence within him began to tremble violently. Akin to a wild stallion poised to break free, he activated his profound skills, guiding the true essence to gradually coalesce at the core of his dantian. With each compression, its hue transformed from a pale golden to a brilliant gold, a purer and more powerful force gestating within. Suddenly, the fully compressed true essence erupted explosively, morphing into wisps of true qi that swirled like smoke. These tendrils of true qi seemed to possess life, rapidly coursing through his meridians, widening them with each passage, while his physical strength visibly escalated, bones resonating with thunderous cracks. His aura surged, instantly shattering the shackles of the martial master realm. And a formidable pressure characteristic of a martial sovereign emanated from him. Fang Han slowly opened his eyes, their depths flashing with a piercing brilliance. In an instant, a majestic purple aura surged from his being, unfurling like a celestial canopy. exuding an imposing presence as if it were destined to soar through the heavens. Startled, Fang Han swiftly reigned in this fierce aura, fully aware that if left unchecked, it could easily obliterate the roof of his dwelling. The path of breaking through the realm appeared deceptively smooth for Fang Han. However, the entire process consumed a full 2 hours. As night gradually faded, the eastern horizon began to blush with the first light of dawn. Fortunately, his residence was situated in the most secluded corner of the Fang family's old estate, and having previously dismissed his personal attendant, Wan Er, the tremendous commotion of his breakthrough went unnoticed, save for Su Ai. After cleansing the bloodstained sheets, she lay upon Fang Han's grand bed, her mind in turmoil, unable to find rest. The earth-shattering force accompanying Fang Han's breakthrough surged like a tidal wave. And sensing it, Su Ai hastily rushed to investigate. Upon witnessing the purple aura swirling around Fang Han, resembling a celestial canopy, she stood frozen in shock. It was said that those who broke through to the martial sovereign realm emitted a purple glow, a phenomenon attributed only to the fabled children of fortune. Fang Han was no longer the foolish and despised outcast of yore. This transformation was somewhat acceptable. That he, as a high-level martial master, could slay a high-level martial sovereign was credible. Yet, to become a child of fortune, how could that be possible? Su Ai was overwhelmed, struggling to accept the reality. She recalled Su Qinyu mentioning that just days prior to awakening, Fang Han was merely a lowly novice martial artist. Yet in a mere span of days, he had traversed multiple realms to become a novice martial sovereign, a rate of advancement that was nothing short of astonishing. What are you gazing at? With my current strength, if I were to march upon the Su family, who could possibly stop me? Fang Han's gaze swept indifferently towards Su Ai, his tone calm, yet laced with a chilling undertone. Fang Han, I advise you to handle matters with the Su family peacefully, lest we both suffer devastating losses. Su Ai urged softly. She was acutely aware of Fang Han's formidable prowess, especially now that he had successfully broken through to become a martial sovereign. The extent of his combat ability now difficult to gauge. Nonetheless, she felt certain that Fang Han, in the martial sovereign realm, would be nearly invincible. Although she knew her aunt, Ouyang Yin, might be a powerful entity beyond the martial sovereign realm. Whether she could subdue Fang Han remained uncertain. Should Fang Han attack the Su family while Ouyang Yin was absent, the family could plunge into a blood-soaked abyss, facing utter annihilation. Mutual destruction? Does the Su family even deserve such a fate? Fang Han scoffed, then turned away, immersing himself once more in his cultivation to solidify his newly attained realm. Su Ai hesitated, her words caught in her throat, ultimately deciding to return to Fang Han's bedroom. Are you truly planning to stay in my room for an extended period? Remember, you are merely my servant. You may only occupy my bed when I have need of you, Fang Han stated coldly. There is an empty room down the hall. You shall reside there. Fury welled within Su Ai, yet she dared not reveal it. She thought bitterly, having surrendered my innocence to him, he treats me thus. It is hardly the conduct of a gentleman. Before long, Su Ai returned. Fang Han, that room is cramped and unfit for habitation. The maidservants who attended you in the past resided in spacious quarters. Her eyes widened in indignation, her heart seething with resentment, feeling that Fang Han was continually imposing difficulties upon her. Wan Er is a maidservant who has cared for me as family. It is only natural for her to occupy a larger room. You, however, are merely my foe. Sparing your life and allowing you to serve as a maid is already a tremendous mercy. Fang Han retorted with a derisive laugh. I am currently engaged in cultivation. Do not disturb me unless summoned. Fang Han, you are truly a heartless and ungrateful person. Su Ai sighed softly. You believe that because we shared an intimate bond, my treatment of you is unjust. Fang Han raised an eyebrow. Let's not forget, it was you who willingly surrendered yourself to me. With that, he waved his sleeve lightly, true chi slicing through the air like a blade, delivering a stinging slap to Su Ai's face. Staggered by the blow, she nearly fell but dared not retaliate, leaving with a heart full of grievance. As Fang Han had just broken through, he needed to concentrate fully on stabilizing his cultivation. Only by doing so could he maximize the efficacy of healing his grandfather Fang Gaoyang and uncle Fang Sihai's injuries. Thus, he resumed his training. An hour slipped silently by in the tranquil night. And as dawn's light began to illuminate the horizon, Fang Han quietly rose and hurried toward Fang Sihai's quarters. Upon entering, he wasted no time and employed the harmonious resonance technique to treat Fang Sihai's wounds. His true qi, delicate and flowing, gently permeated Fang Sihai's body. "You have already reached the novice martial sovereign level," Fang Sihai exclaimed, astonished by the rich and pure true qi Fang Han was infusing into him. A far cry from the past. It was only last night that Fang Han had been merely a high-level martial master, and in the brief span of a single night, he had ascended to the rank of novice martial sovereign. Such an astonishing rate of advancement was unprecedented and left him utterly stunned. "Uncle, indeed, I broke through an hour ago." Fang Han nodded slightly, his expression calm, but his voice imbued with confidence. "Focus on your dantian. Within 3 days, both you and grandfather will not only fully recover, but also see an increase in your cultivation." Fang Sihai, upon hearing these words, felt an overwhelming surge of joy within his heart. He was acutely aware that his injuries were no mere coincidence, but rather the result of a sinister plot against him. On that fateful Yinyang mountain, he had witnessed the brutal slaughter of several of his loyal subordinates, while he himself had been stripped of his cultivation. This profound enmity burned within him like an unquenchable flame. He silently vowed that once he recovered, he would leave no stone unturned in uncovering the identity of the treacherous individual who had orchestrated this insidious ambush. However, at this moment, he stifled his inner turmoil and fury. Adhering to Fang Han's advice, swiftly calming his spirit and focusing on his dantian, fully cooperating with Fang Han's healing efforts, Fang Han, having successfully transcended to the realm of martial sovereign, possessed a level of cultivation and quality of true energy that was incomparable to his previous state. During this healing process, the powerful and pure true energy surged into Fang Sihai's body like a roaring river, expertly mending his damaged meridians and organs with remarkable efficacy. Approximately half an hour slipped by in this serene yet tense healing session, and Fang Sihai's injuries had already healed by at least 50% at this juncture. Fang Han sensed that although his true energy had been depleted, it was far from exhaustion, and his vitality remained abundant. Thus, he did not hesitate to seek out the elder Fang Gaoyang, preparing to treat his injuries as well. Once he successfully completed the healing for Fang Gaoyang, Fang Han finally let out a slight sigh of relief. Nevertheless, he understood that he could not afford to let his guard down in the slightest. Cultivating one's spiritual consciousness in this vast and boundless world of cultivation is an endeavor that most practitioners cannot undertake unless they ascend to a level beyond the foundation establishment stage. This is a nearly ironclad rule within the cultivation community, akin to a towering mountain that looms before countless practitioners, an insurmountable barrier. However, Fang Han practiced the enigmatic Tao of transformation, which contained a specialized section for cultivating spiritual consciousness. This unique technique provided him with an unparalleled path of cultivation. As soon as he became a martial sovereign, he would be able to cultivate his spiritual consciousness. In the coming days, he aimed to grow increasingly powerful, awaiting the inevitable retaliation from the Su and Zhao families, ready to strike back fiercely, having already killed several members of the Su family and deliberately spread the news of slaying Zhao Jian, the third young master of the Zhao family. He anticipated that the Zhao family would soon seek vengeance, that yesterday's lack of action from the Zhao family had surprised him, but he surmised that today would likely bring them to his doorstep. Sitting cross-legged on the meditation mat in his room, Fang Han maintained a dignified posture, his 5 hearts directed skyward, and began to cultivate the Tao of Transformation section on spiritual consciousness. Spiritual consciousness is birthed from the sea of awareness, located between the brows. Initially, his sea of awareness resembled a primordial chaos, a vast expanse of swirling mist. As he gradually operated the cultivation technique, it resonated within him like the tolling of celestial bells. Strands of peculiar energy, elusive yet profound, flowed like spring water through his meridians, surging into the sea of awareness. This energy, though tangible, was also elusive, akin to a nimble and cunning spirit serpent, coiling and weaving within the sea of awareness. Stirring up waves of dreams and illusions, Fang Han focused intently, guiding this power with utmost precision. Gradually, a magnificent surge erupted within the once placid sea of awareness, as if a formless yet mighty force was striving to break through ancient and steadfast shackles. Suddenly, deep within the sea of awareness, a flickering light, as faint as the last flicker of a candle, emerged, like the first star born in endless darkness, small yet imbued with an indomitable vitality. As energy continued to pour in like a relentless tide. It gradually grew stronger, its brilliance akin to a rising sun dispelling the surrounding gloom. At this moment, Fang Han's spiritual consciousness seemed to take on a tangible form, transforming into a colossal, invisible golden hand that carefully cradled this radiant light. As if it were the most precious treasure in existence, as time flowed gently by. The glowing orb endured trials and tribulations, ultimately taking shape as a crystalline pearl of spiritual consciousness, radiating an ethereal blue light. It hovered serenely at the center of the sea of awareness, resembling a dazzling star, its soft halo rippling like gentle waves, illuminating the entire sea of awareness, akin to a realm of crystal-clear beauty. He had successfully cultivated his spiritual consciousness, but of course, his spiritual consciousness was not yet formidable. For instance, he was still unable to wield a sword or control a mysterious iron sword to vanquish foes with it. In the days that followed, Fang Han devoted himself to healing his grandfather and uncle, followed by his own cultivation. After 3 days, both Fang Gaoyang and Fang Sihai had fully recovered from their injuries. Fang Han also transmitted the 8 Desolations technique, 8 Desolations fist, and 8 Desolations sword technique to them, which they treasured greatly and diligently practiced. Subsequently, Fang Han arranged for the preparation of vermilion wolf hair brushes and crafted numerous talismans. He stored a portion of these talismans in the Zonglong ring and laid several talismans within the Fang family's ancestral home. Additionally, he bestowed some talismans to Fang Gaoyang, his parents Fang Zhendong and Tang Yumei, as well as to his uncle Fang Sihai and his cousin Fang Qing, and even to his most trusted ally, Zhou Chi in the event that he was absent during a crisis at the Fang family. These talismans would empower his relatives to eliminate formidable adversaries. Originally, he had anticipated that the Su and Zhao families would come to the Fang family within the next few days, yet as time passed, there was not a whisper of activity. However, he had no intention of waiting idly. Young master, the Su family has sent a letter requesting your personal attention that on a morning 5 days later, as Fang Han stepped out of his quarters. The guard Lao Su hurried over with an envelope in hand. Fang Han took the letter and immediately tore it open, eager to discover its contents. Chapter 42. The first brothel. Fang Han unfolded the letter and began to read. The characters were small yet vividly penned, flowing like a dragon in flight. Dear son-in-law Fang Han, upon receiving this letter, I hope you are well. The Su and Fang families have been friends for generations, and it is regrettable that matters have escalated to this point, which was never our intention. Your transformation into a medicinal puppet was not orchestrated by your fiancée, Su Qinyu, but rather due to her being manipulated by external forces. We cordially invite you to meet at the Linine Pavilion today at noon to clear up this misunderstanding. The arm that you severed from our daughter has been reattached through our efforts. She harbors deep remorse towards you and still wishes to marry you as an act of atonement for her actions. The letter was succinct, concluding with the signatures of her parents, Su Yuenda and O Yang Yan. After reading the letter, Fang Han's expression remained unchanged, but a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. The Su family was clearly unwilling to offer any restitution and was up to some sort of trickery. Young master, how dare the Su family still have the audacity to send a letter? What does it say? Lao Su, the messenger, could not contain his curiosity. The Su family has requested a meeting, Fang Han replied. You must be cautious. Those from the Su family are not to be trusted, Lao Su warned after a brief pause. Fang Han found it surprising that the Su and Zhao families had not banded together to retaliate. Given that Fang Han had killed Zhao Jian, the third young master, he was certain that Zhao Tiancheng, the head of the Zhao family, would seek revenge personally upon learning of his son's demise. Rest assured, Lao Tzu, Fang Han nodded. The Fang family, aside from a faction that had rebelled, treated him quite well, providing him a warmth he had never experienced in his past life. Lao Tzu recognized that his concerns were somewhat unfounded, especially since he had witnessed Fang Han slay Fang Yuan II, a high-ranking martial sovereign, with his own eyes. Now, Fang Han stood as the foremost expert of the Fang family, their pillar of strength, if he could not resolve an issue. It was unlikely that anyone else could. The Su family truly does not know the depth of their folly, Lao Tzu muttered as he departed. Fang Han mused to himself that even if the meeting at Lenin Pavilion were indeed a trap set by the Su family, he was still inclined to attend. The morning passed swiftly as Fang Han continued with his cultivation, entirely disregarding Sai. However, he planned to take her to Lenin Pavilion at noon. This woman, who had always held herself in high regard, would soon witness how he would humiliate the Su family. Time spent immersed in cultivation always seemed to fly by. By the time Fang Han rose from his meditation mat, it was nearly noon. He informed his parents of his departure and prepared to set out. Honor, should you not take more people with you? The Su family surely harbors ill intentions. His mother, Tang Yume, expressed her concerns. Mother, the Su family cannot harm me. Fang Han replied that I end this era of great strife. Strength reigns supreme. I implore you to diligently practice the 8 desolations technique I bestowed upon you, especially you, Father. Focus on comprehending the 9 turns Danjing. The strength of a family, of course, cannot solely rely on its own power. With his rapid cultivation speed, he is likely to soon depart from Yanming City to venture into the vast world. And perhaps one day, he will leave the Qiankuan continent to return to Tunglong Star, seeking vengeance against those 8 stunning female companions. Therefore, he must cultivate a cadre of true experts for the family, ensuring that the Fang family can establish its presence in the Qiankuan continent. Over the past few days, aside from his own cultivation, he has imparted the Ba Huang Jing to the core members of the family. This Ba Huang Jing is no ordinary text. It encompasses the Ba Huang Ju technique, the Ba Huang fist, and the Ba Huang sword. The Ba Huang Ju begins with body tempering, suitable for all cultivators. As long as one diligently practices, they can ascend from a martial apprentice to a martial master, then to a martial sovereign, and subsequently break through to the foundation establishment realm, the divine sense realm, and the Yuan Dan realm. Upon reaching the Yuan Dan stage, one could walk with confidence not only in Yanming City, but even in Tianyuan County, no longer a nameless individual in the Qiankuan continent. For cultivators, unless they are exceptionally gifted, it is quite challenging to achieve Yuan Dan generally speaking. Those in the Yuan Dan realm possess a lifespan of 1,000 years, even in some ancient families. They are esteemed figures that a family that can produce a single Yuan Dan expert can ensure its prominence for a millennium. Thus, having the Ba Huang Jing for the Fang family members to cultivate is already sufficient. Moreover, Fang Han's status as a third-rate family member in Yanming City is largely attributed to his ability to refine elixirs, although the Fang family can only concoct inferior body-tempering pills. The demand for such pills is immense in the Qiankuan continent, where everyone cultivates, even in small places like Yanming City. The inferior body-tempering pills have brought substantial income to the Fang family each year. Furthermore, once Fang Zhendong comprehends just a fragment of the Jiu Zhuan Dan Jing, he will be able to refine superior body-tempering pills and even superior channeling pills that, in the future, concocting transformation pills and even foundation establishment pills will be effortless. Honor, the Jiu Zhuan Dan Jing is truly exquisite. I have been immersed in it these past few days and cannot extricate myself, to the extent that I have scarcely practiced the Ba Huang Jing. Fang Zhendong exclaimed with great excitement that he recognized that both the Jiu Zhuan Dan Jing and the Ba Huang Jing far surpassed the cultivation and alchemical texts currently possessed by the Fang family. He was confident that as long as the Fang family faced no setbacks in the coming years, they would surely rise to become a powerful family in Yanming City and even Tianyuan County. Father, enhancing your cultivation is beneficial for alchemy. If you do not reach the divine sense realm, lacking divine sense, you can only refine body-tempering pills, channeling pills, and transformation pills. Therefore, martial arts and alchemy must progress in tandem. Fang Han articulated. Time was of the essence. Fang Han, accompanied by Su AI, rode towards Lin Yin Pavilion as he was mounted on the magnificent black horse he had seized from the foot of Yin Yang Mountain. This steed, despite carrying two individuals, galloped with remarkable speed, swiftly bringing them to Lin Yin Pavilion by the banks of the Bai River. The Lin Yin Pavilion is no ordinary establishment. It is undoubtedly the premier venue for indulgence in Yinming City. It features a casino, brothels, and dining, all of which are the highest caliber in Yinming City. It is said that reserving a riverside private room here for a meal costs at least 1,000 taels of silver. Although Fang Han is considered the young master of a third-rate family in Yinming City, he had only passed by this place and had never ventured inside to partake in its offerings. However, Zhao Jian, the third young master of the Zhao family whom he had slain, frequently visited this establishment, drawn by the allure of its brothel, rumored to house the most enchanting women in Yinming City. Consequently, Lin Yin Pavilion has garnered the clandestine title of the premier brothel among certain debauched individuals. Zhao Jian once had a record of staying here for 10 days, making him one of the establishment's most valued patrons. As he gazed at the tallest building in Yinming City, standing by the Bai River, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. After dismounting, Fang Han extended his divine sense towards Lin Yin Pavilion. Having practiced the divine transformation section of the Transformation Sutra these past few days, he had begun to notice considerable progress, enabling him to sense the slightest movements within a radius of several hundred meters. It was no wonder that no one dared to cause trouble here. Powerful figures from the Divine Sense and Foundation establishment realms were stationed within, alongside 4 martial sovereigns, truly remarkable for even the foremost family in Yinming City. Before long, Fang Han detected several formidable auras. However, he remained uncertain whether these strong presences belonged to Lin Yin Pavilion or the Su family. To him, martial sovereigns were no great concern. He could easily eliminate them. Yet, should the Foundation establishment and Divine Sense experts join forces, resolving the situation without employing martial arts secrets would prove somewhat challenging. Typically, even at midday, the top private rooms overlooking the Bai River at Lin Yin Pavilion would be fully booked. Yet today, Fang Han only noticed a single occupied room. Strangely, there were neither gamblers nor patrons seeking pleasure entering or exiting the establishment today. Realizing that the Su family had made grand arrangements to summon him for a meeting, he understood that such an undertaking would require significant financial resources. Fang Han, why have you brought me here? Su AI inquired, clearly displeased. She thought to herself that Fang Han could not possibly be seeking frivolous entertainment in such a place. If word got out that she had become his servant, her reputation, and that of the Su family, would be irreparably tarnished. It is the Su family that invited me to meet here, Fang Han replied. Meet here? Su AI was taken aback, unsure of the Su family's intentions. Moreover, she had anticipated that the Su and Zhao families would undoubtedly seek trouble with the Fang family in recent days. Yet there had been no disturbances whatsoever. Fang Han chose not to respond further to her inquiries, instructing a servant at the entrance of Lin Yin Pavilion to tie up the horse before preparing to enter. Isn't this the foolish waste of the Fang family? What brings him to our Lin Yin Pavilion? Just as he was about to step inside, a guard blocked his way, sneering, only esteemed guests are allowed entry here. Are you certain? If I were to turn and leave, you might find your position as a doorkeeper quite precarious. Fang Han replied coolly, barely sparing the slightly overweight guard a glance. You foolish lad. You're not even a guest here, and you dare threaten me? How laughable. The plump guard chuckled derisively. Indeed, a mysterious figure has reserved the entirety of Lin Yin Pavilion today. Ordinary guests are not permitted entry. Yet this fool believes himself to be someone of importance. The other 3 guards joined in mocking Fang Han. From their taunts, it was evident that they were unaware that the Su family had booked Lin Yin Pavilion today. After all, the Su family was not even considered a third-rate family in Yinming City, falling behind the Fang family, and was unlikely to patronize such an establishment, let alone reserve the entire venue. Lin Yin Pavilion boasted not only a main entrance, but also a secret passage. Fang Han surmised that the Su family had likely entered through the latter. The facade of the Su family assisting the Fang family over the years belied the depths of their true power. Otherwise, they would struggle to maintain their foothold in Yinming City. that if not for Fang Han's capture of the two enchanting disciples from Huan's sect at Yinyang Mountain, he would remain oblivious to the Su family's intricacies. Undoubtedly, the Su family harbored secrets yet unknown to him, that if someone invited me here, but no one is here to greet me, then I, Fang Han, shall take my leave, he declared, unperturbed by the guards, and turned to exit. His voice, though not loud, resonated throughout Lin Yin Pavilion, ensuring that anyone within earshot, including the owner and the Su family's representatives, could hear him. That fool is quite the sight, but with such foolish words. He is beyond redemption, one guard remarked. Indeed, he still harbors hopes of being welcomed. What an absurdity! A waste who has been a fool for 3 years. He will remain a waste in Yiming City for life. If he does not leave, I shall certainly break his legs, the plump guard and his companions laughed. Fang Han continued his retreat, intending to retrieve his black horse. Su AI watched him, uncertain whether to follow. Aware that the Su family's members were within Lin Yin Pavilion. Young Master Fang, please hold. At that moment, an elderly man clad in black emerged from Lin Yin Pavilion. This elder appeared to traverse great distances in an instant, swiftly positioning himself before Fang Han. Who are you? Fang Han regarded the black-clad elder with indifference. I am Shang Qiyuan, a steward of Lin Yin Pavilion. These guards are lacking in decorum. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Today you are our esteemed guest, and I request that you accompany me, the elder said, bowing respectfully. Although he feigned courtesy, his demeanor conveyed no genuine respect for Fang Han. To him, Fang Han was merely a fool. Had it not been for the mysterious individual who reserved the entire pavilion, the proprietor would not have sent him to invite Fang Han, lacking in decorum. Is that all it takes to excuse their behavior? Fang Han replied coolly. What does young master intend to do? The elder asked, momentarily taken aback, that I demand they kneel and apologize, and they must learn to manage their tongues, that if they speak recklessly again, I shall not hesitate to tear them apart. Fang Han spoke faintly. You foolish lot, demanding an apology from us, and yet wishing to silence our voices. Have you not the sense to look at your own reflection in a puddle? At that moment, the slightly plump guard burst into laughter. Shang steward, this fellow is nothing but a foolish wastrel. How could he possibly be a distinguished guest of our Lin Yin Pavilion? Do not let him deceive you. Another guard chimed in. Young Master Fang, I've already extended you a way out. Please accompany me, Shang Qiyuan said, gazing at Fang Han with a slow exhale. He felt a sense of displeasure, given his status. Inviting Fang Han to Lin Yin Pavilion should have sufficed as an honor for him. Yet here was Fang Han, showing no gratitude and demanding the guards to kneel and bow. What do you mean by not understanding the situation? Just because you offer me a way out, must I take it? Fang Han replied coolly. If your Lin Yin Pavilion does not welcome me, then I shall not enter. With that, he began to untie the reins of his black steed. Preparing to leave, he could choose to meet the Su family or not. If he wished to annihilate them, he could simply do so directly. The old man in black, Shang Qiyuan, grew increasingly irritated at Fang Han's demeanor. Were it not for someone wanting to see Fang Han, he would have dealt with him directly. A mere Fang family was hardly worth his attention. Shang steward, I instructed you to welcome young Master Fang into the pavilion. Is this trifling matter beyond your capabilities? These 4 rascals dared to mock young Master Fang. If he demands they kneel and apologize, then they shall do so immediately. Just then, another figure emerged from within Lin Yin Pavilion. A tall, middle-aged man with an imposing presence appeared, reprimanding Shang Qiyuan upon his entrance. This man was the owner of Lin Yin Pavilion. Shang Qiyuan attempted to speak, but dared not utter a word. While the 4 guards turned pale, silenced in fear, they could not fathom why the owner would extend such courtesy to this fool, Fang Han. Something is amiss. To have the owner personally intervene for me to enter Lin Yin Pavilion. It seems the Su family's influence exceeds our expectations. Fang Han thought to himself. Chapter 43. The young ladies attend to the young master steward. Shang Qiyuan found it difficult to digest the owner's words. Shang steward, what are you still doing standing there? Hurry and apologize to young Master Fang. The owner of Lin Yin Pavilion narrowed his eyes, his voice chillingly authoritative, laced with an undeniable command. I could see that moment. Both Shang Qiyuan and the 4 guards were gripped by fear. They understood the owner's habits. A narrowed gaze typically signified impending violence. Young Master Fang, I apologize for my previous attitude that I am truly sorry. Shang Qiyuan, reacting swiftly, approached Fang Han and bowed deeply. His demeanor had transformed entirely. He bent so low his forehead nearly touched the ground. If anyone were to witness this scene, their eyes would surely widen in disbelief. After all, as steward of Lining Pavilion was an untouchable figure in Yanming City. Yet here he was, apologizing to a fool. Moreover, word had spread throughout Yanming City that the Fang family's patriarch, Fang Gaoyang, had been poisoned, his cultivation lost, and was nearing his end. Additionally, Fang Sihai had sustained injuries on Yinyang Mountain, rendered powerless by a beast attack, and subsequently expelled from the Demon Suppression Department. News that was rampant. Many believed that Su Qinyu would never marry this fool, Fang Han, as the Fang family was on the brink of collapse. Previously, the Su family relied on the Fang family. But now the Fang family was akin to a clay idol, unable to protect itself. Yet now, the mysteriously influential Lin Yin Pavilion, which commanded respect even from the city lord and the foremost family. The Wu family was treating Fang Han with such deference. Even Shang Qiyuan had bowed before Fang Han, leaving the four guards trembling in fear. Young Master Fang, we were blind and disrespectful to you earlier. We humbly seek your forgiveness. The four men exchanged glances. Almost in unison, they knelt before Fang Han, offering their apologies. You lot are nothing but ingrates that I warned you that if I were to leave, you would lose your livelihoods, yet you chose not to believe me. Fang Han did not deign to look at Shang Qiyuan, but sighed at the four guards. Shang Qiyuan remained bent in his position, too afraid to stand upright. Yet internally, he was seething. Had he been bowing to a true figure's stature, he would have accepted it, but to bow to a fool and a wastrel like Fang Han, who was beneath him as a mid-tier martial master, was an unbearable insult. Did this not imply he was inferior even to this fool? He harbored thoughts of killing Fang Han, planning strike as soon as Fang Han departed from Lining Pavilion. Young master, I have been lax in my management. Please forgive me that I hope you do not feel discontented by our earlier actions. Today, you are our esteemed guest. I wish to provide you with an experience of utmost hospitality. The owner of Lin Yin Pavilion stated, gesturing for Fang Han to enter. AI. Witnessing this scene from the side, felt incredulous. The sudden rise in Fang Han's status seemed unknown to anyone in Yanming City. Lin Yin Pavilion's deference was excessive. To say the least, it was known that only the city lord, Yi Chong, warranted such personal attention from the owner of Lin Yin Pavilion. You are the owner here? I have heard that in Lin Yin Pavilion, any matter that does not endanger the pavilion is met with neutrality. Fang Han stated coolly he had discerned the owner's remarkable abilities. This individual had transcended the master realm and entered the foundation establishment stage, marking him as a true cultivator. Previously, Fang Han had sensed two powerful auras within Lin Yin Pavilion, one at the divine sense stage and another at the foundation establishment stage. Now he realized that the latter belonged to the owner of Lin Yin Pavilion. That is indeed the case, the owner replied, momentarily taken aback by Fang Han's inquiry. He was uncertain of Fang Han's intentions behind the question. That I hope you remember this statement. Fang Han continued, his words tinged with an air of veiled threat. The owner of Lin Yin Pavilion chuckled inwardly. He had secretly assessed Fang Han's cultivation level, discovering it to be merely at the initial stage of martial master. Although Fang Han's strength exceeded the rumors, he still did not regard him highly, for Lin Yin Pavilion had 3 high-tier martial masters, and he himself was beyond that. For instance, Shang Qiyuan, the steward, was a mid-tier martial master, and the owner believed he could easily best Fang Han. Were it not for the strong individual insisting he invite Fang Han into Lin Yin Pavilion, he would not have given Fang Han a second glance. His courtesy was not for Fang Han, but rather for that enigmatic figure. Otherwise, he would never have allowed someone like Fang Han to enter Lin Yin Pavilion. Soon, Fang Han, accompanied by Su AI, stepped into Lin Yin Pavilion. The owner arranged for another female steward, Lu Qingyan, to lead the way. Lu Qingyan, in her 30s, was in the prime of her life, her figure exquisite and alluring. Owner, why must we show such respect to this wastrel? Once Fang Han and Su AI had distanced themselves, Shang Qiyuan quietly inquired of the owner. That mysterious strong individual instructed me to use any means necessary to escort Fang Han into the pavilion's top private room. The owner explained. You all must endure for now. This boy, Fang Han, will not survive the day. Even if the Su family does not eliminate him, I will permit you to do so, he added. Thank you. Owner, Shang Qiyuan and the 4 guards rejoiced, each eager for Fang Han's demise. Owner, who is this mysterious figure? How can they command us at Lenin Pavilion? Shang Qiyuan hesitated before voicing his curiosity. She is a powerful figure at the divine sense stage, the owner replied. Shang Qiyuan was taken aback, daunted by the revelation. Inside Lenin Pavilion, the decor was opulent and sophisticated. The steward, Lu Qingyan, donned a Chong Sam, her movements graceful and captivating. Fang Han followed behind Lu Qingyan, unable to resist admiring her beauty. He even wondered if this steward was the courtesan of Lenin Pavilion, for her demeanor was simply enchanting. That is she truly that beautiful? Su AI remarked quietly, noticing Fang Han's gaze. The maid could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy. For after all, Fang Han had taken her innocence. Furthermore, in the nights that followed, Fang Han had relentlessly taken advantage of her. She could not discern whether Fang Han's actions were genuine or mere illusions. Regardless of her resistance, she had already come to regard Fang Han as her man. Hence, the thought of marrying Fang Han for the sake of reconciling the Fang and Su families had taken root in her mind. Am I not allowed to admire beauty? As for you, a mere servant, speak out of turn again, and you may find my hand across your cheek. Fang Han's expression turned cold. Su AI immediately fell silent, acutely aware that Fang Han was truly ruthless when it came to violence. Just a few days prior, she had felt the brunt of his released chi, receiving a stinging slap that still lingered painfully in her memory. The Lenin Pavilion loomed majestically, soaring 9 stories high, with the first-class private room occupying the top floor, exuding an aura of boundless luxury and mystery. The spatial layout of that floor was remarkably unique. Apart from meandering corridors, it housed but a single private room. This room could be described as the epitome of opulence, sprawling over 500 square meters. Upon entering, one was struck by the resplendent decor. Various rare materials dazzling in harmony, with every detail reflecting an unparalleled level of refinement and meticulousness. Young Master Fang, there awaits someone in the private room for you, that I shall not intrude. Everything inside has been prepared meticulously. Lu Qingyan said softly, as she approached an ancient wooden door radiating a rustic charm. Her voice was gentle and melodious, like a whispering breeze. Fang Han nodded slightly, his demeanor calm, and upon witnessing this, Lu Qingyan gracefully turned and descended the stairs. Fang Han slowly extended his hand to push open the heavy door. What lay before him was less of a private room and more akin to a grand hall. Inside, a young woman sat poised, her delicate fingers gently plucking the strings of a guqin, the ethereal notes floating like celestial music, wafting throughout the entire space. The private room boasted an excellent view. Gazing out, one could behold the vast, boundless Baijiang River. The rushing waters shimmered, adding an expansive backdrop to the luxurious room. In one corner, a masked woman sat serenely upon a sandalwood armchair. Her posture was elegant. Though her features were concealed by the mask, she emanated a unique air of mystery. Seated beside her was Su Qianyu's father, the head of the Su family, Su Yuandi, in his 50s. He was tall and thin, his face slightly gaunt, with the passage of time carving lines upon his visage, which only added to his maturity and authority. Within the private room, there were also numerous young women. Counting them, there were no fewer than 8, clad in sheer veils. Their garments floated like mist, nearly translucent, revealing their graceful figures without reservation. The room was filled with fragrant breezes, an intoxicating aroma lingering in the air. Captivating the senses, Fang Han, you've arrived. I have been waiting for you for quite some time, Su Yuanda exclaimed with a broad smile upon seeing Fang Han. However, when his gaze inadvertently flicked to Su AI trailing behind him, a fleeting, imperceptible change crossed his eyes. He was well aware that Su AI had previously been captured by Fang Han and reduced to servitude. In his memory, Su AI was headstrong and should have been the type to resist to the death. Yet now she obediently followed Fang Han, which truly surprised him. Su Yuanda, What brings you to seek me? Fang Han's tone was icy, akin to the waters of a frozen pond, devoid of warmth. It was Su Yuanda who had initially proposed Su Qianyu's marriage to him. Who could have anticipated that such a suggestion concealed a long-concocted conspiracy as a reincarnated sword emperor? He had nearly become Su Qianyu's furnace, facing the brink of death. How could such an experience not kindle his desire for vengeance? My dear son-in-law, I understand that your heart is filled with indignation at this moment. Today, I have specifically arranged this banquet to clarify matters with you. After all, the Su family and the Fang family have long-standing ties. It would be a shame to let a mere misunderstanding sour our relations. Su Yuanda said earnestly as Yu Qianyu was manipulated, her mind controlled, leading her to attempt to turn you into a medicinal being. The true orchestrators of this are the divine healer valley, with little to no connection to my Su family. Although you previously killed 7 of my family's masters, I still earnestly wish to betroth Su Qianyu to you. She is currently recuperating after reattaching her severed arm. Hence her absence. However, I have brought you 10 beautiful maidens. Once Qianyu marries you, these 10 maidens will serve as your bed warmers. It is lunchtime. Let's enjoy a meal while we converse. With that, Su Yuanda lightly clapped his hands. The 8 young women in sheer veils moved in unison, gracefully retreating to the inner chamber, and soon emerged with a round table. Upon the table lay a beautiful woman, unclad. Her skin was as pure and delicate as mutton-fat jade, gleaming alluringly under the light that on her exquisite figure numerous meticulously arranged dishes lay, filled with an array of exquisite, fragrant delicacies. Fang Han's eyes flickered slightly, stirring a wave of emotion within him. In his previous life on Tung Long Star, he had experienced a similar banquet. Think that in this life, on the Qian Kuan continent, this man who was on the verge of becoming his father-in-law would employ the same method. Previously, he had been puzzled by Su Yuanda's claim of bringing 10 beauties. Now, everything became clear. The woman playing the guqin, along with the 8 veiled women, plus the unclad beauty on the table, amounted to precisely AI also caught sight of the woman on the table, her eyes filled with shock. She had not anticipated that the Su family would resort to such an outrageous tactic to curry favor with Fang Han. Could it be that Fang Han's true strength had already been discerned by the Su family, to the extent that even her formidable aunt, Ouyang Yin, lacked the confidence to defeat him? Fang Han, please take a seat, Su Yuanda said with a smile, gesturing for Fang Han to sit. In his view, such a banquet of beauties was irresistible to anyone. Su Yuanda, spare me your self-deceiving words. You are unworthy of being my father-in-law, and I shall not accept a woman as malicious as Su Qianyu. Your Su family colluded with the Zhao family 3 years ago to poison me, rendering me foolish. You orchestrated all of this to turn me into a medicinal being, sacrificing my life for her cure from the Insha affliction. Fang Han replied calmly, I merely eliminated the Insha from Su Qianyu. I merely severed one of her hands as a lesson. Yet your Su family not only failed to apologize or compensate, but even came to my door seeking vengeance. Furthermore, Su Qianyu intended to marry Zhao Jian, who I have since killed. It is time for our affairs to reach a conclusion. Fang Han, please hear me out. Su Yuanda's expression changed, hastily interjecting, Su Yuanda, you need not say anything further. You are not in charge today, Fang Han interrupted, turning his attention to the masked woman seated in the sandalwood chair. I wish to hear your perspective. I asked the Su family planning to confront the Fang family. Or will you choose to submit? This woman possessed profound cultivation. In the Qian Kuan continent, strength was revered. Fang Han understood that today, Su Yuanda was merely a bystander. This woman was the true party seeking the meeting. Fang Han, you possess keen insight. The masked woman chuckled. Today, your father-in-law has prepared 10 young maidens for you, which certainly indicates a desire for negotiation. These 10 women are our Su family's compensation to you. What do you think? Moreover, regarding your request for the Su family to contribute 100,000 taels of silver and 10 body refinement pills monthly, we can certainly comply. After a brief pause, she addressed the veiled maidens. Ladies, attend to our guest's meal. At her command, the 8 women, excluding the one playing the guqin, immediately surrounded Fang Han. their youthful figures pressing closely against him. In this resplendent private room. The veiled maidens stood gracefully. Though they appeared shy and delicate, each of them concealed formidable prowess, all being high-level martial artists, their skills and strength rivaling that of Fang Yuanda, the head of the Fang family. Fang Han stood quietly, showing no resistance to the advances of these young women. At this moment, his cultivation of the savage body refinement technique had reached a modest level of achievement, rendering his physique formidable. Even if he stood motionless, allowing these beauties to unleash their full prowess upon him, they would struggle to leave even a scratch. He resembled an indomitable mountain, unyielding. Point two of the women, like nimble sprites, gracefully entwined themselves around Fang Han's arms, their supple forms pressed against him without reservation. As they wore garments as sheer as a cicada's wings, Fang Han could distinctly sense the alluring resilience of their bodies, as if an invisible force were gently tugging at his heartstrings. Yet he remained as unmoving as a cold statue, steadfast in his stance, with eyes reflecting depth and tranquility. "Young master, please," one of the tallest women leaned slightly, her fragrance wafting softly in Fang Han's ear as she whispered. Her gaze resembled a serene pond, flowing with an innate, indescribable allure that seemed capable of ensnaring one's very soul. "May I serve you some dishes?" Her voice was soft and melodious, akin to the sweet serenade of a nightingale. "Young master, you should agree to mend ties with the Su family. By doing so, not only would you be able to embrace the unparalleled beauty that is Sister Su Qinyu, but you would also gain the affection of us 10 maidens. Look, the sister over there playing the zither and the one at this dining table are both gazing at you with eager anticipation, longing for the chance to serve you. Truly, young master, you are a remarkable talent. Who among men does not yearn for such a rare opportunity to be in your company?" The other ladies began to gather around, each vying for your attention with sweet words and flattering gestures. These women possessed not only enviable figures, but also spoke with a grace that was music to the ears, exuding charm with every movement. Remarkably, they bore none of the worldly airs typically associated with courtesans. It was evident that they were not mere women of the brothel. A single glance from Fang Han was enough for him to discern that these women were still pure, untouched by any in an instant. Fang Han felt as though he were immersed in a gentle sea, surrounded by waves of alluring softness. Such exquisite temptation was nearly insurmountable for any man. Each of these beauties had the power to ensnare one's heart, and the presence of an entire entourage of such enchanting maidens was overwhelming. With a stunning beauty playing the zither nearby, and another with alabaster skin and voluptuous curves at the table, accompanied by 8 other heavenly maidens dining alongside, the lavishness of this experience rivaled even that of the highest emperor. Yet, Fang Han remained steadfast as a rock, showing no sign of wavering. His gaze drifted past the crowd to the masked woman before him, his expression calm as he spoke lightly. "Do you find this charade amusing?" In his previous life, he might have succumbed to such alluring charms. But in this life, forged by trials and growth, he was no longer easily swayed by feminine allure. This was evident in his treatment of Su Ai. Despite her possessing the rare 9-colored demon body, she remained merely a servant in his eyes, never regarded as a woman of his own. "Fang Han, do you not find this enticing enough? Perhaps it feels too abrupt. Shall I have them perform a dance for you? A little foreplay?" The masked woman chuckled lightly, her laughter ringing like a clear bell. Enchanting and ethereal, akin to celestial music that ensnared the senses. Before Fang Han could respond, she clapped her hands, the sound echoing in the space. "Ladies, showcase your most exquisite celestial dance for young Master Fang to enjoy." "Yes," the 8 stunning maidens chimed in unison, their voices sweet and delicate, before gracefully dispersing like butterflies around Fang Han. The woman who had been playing the zither suddenly shifted her technique, beginning to play a different melody. The initial notes were soft and flowing, reminiscent of a gentle stream babbling through the mountains, whispering endless sentiments. Gradually, the rhythm infused with a surge of energy, quickening with passion, akin to the racing hearts of lovers upon seeing one another. Amidst this lively and fervent music, one maiden began to unfold her form, dancing gracefully. The delicate white fabric of her attire fluttered like ethereal clouds, revealing glimpses of her long, slender legs, adding an air of mystery and seduction. The enchanting melody, combined with the dreamlike setting and the ethereal dancers, along with the gentle breeze wafting in from the river beyond the window, rendered the scene utterly enchanting, like a paradise one could easily lose themselves in. Yet, within this seemingly harmonious atmosphere, Su AI felt a restless anxiety akin to ants on a hot pan. She pondered the implications if Su Qinyu were to marry Fang Han, accompanied by these 10 maidens. What would become of her? Deep within her heart, a powerful desire began to blossom, to replace Su Qinyu and become Fang Han's wife. She had come to realize that Fang Han was truly a favored child of destiny. Given enough time, he would soar to greatness like an eagle taking to the skies. "Young master, would you care to join us?" At that moment, a dancing maiden extended her delicate hand, beckoning Fang Han with a playful finger. Her flirtatious gaze was irresistibly shyt o Fang Han. These women appeared to dance in sheer gossamer. Yet gradually, the fabric seemed to vanish before his eyes, listening to the music and watching the alluring dancers. Fang Han felt a sudden surge of heat within him. Though Fang Han was typically composed, he now found himself ensnared in an illusion. The private chamber of the Lin Pavilion had been transformed into a web of seduction by the masked woman. The orchestrator of this enchantment, with the zither player and the dancers all part of her intricate scheme. Silently, they had ensnared Fang Han within their allure. Chapter 45. Playthings. Fang Han, tantalized by these seductive women, found himself irresistibly drawn towards them. His gaze was entirely captivated by their voluptuous forms, each one a delectable temptation waiting to be savored. As Hu Yuanda observed Fang Han's entrancement with a satisfied smile. As if he had been awaiting this moment, he understood that at this juncture, Fang Han could only hear the ethereal strains of the zither, oblivious to the words or actions of the writhing beauties surrounding him. It could be said that Fang Han's senses were ensnared within this beguiling web. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Su AI inquired softly. Approaching Su Yuanda, she sensed something was amiss. Fang Han was not a man easily ensnared by feminine wiles. Yet he appeared utterly entranced. The unfolding situation made her uncomfortable. Deep down, she believed she was the one destined to be Fang Han's woman. "Uncle is merely working to resolve any misunderstandings with Fang Han and to mend our ties with the Fang family." Su Yuanda replied with a slight smile. "I intend to bring Fang Han back to the Su family soon, allowing him to wed your cousin, freeing you from your servant's role. This matter has yet to become public, so it will not tarnish your family's reputation. But uncle, it seems you are using some form of enchantment to control Fang Han," Su AI retorted. "From my interactions with him these past few days, I know his animosity towards the Su family is not easily dispelled. Are you concerned that Fang Han might turn against us again after today?" Su Yuanda chuckled. "We shall bring him back to the Su family. And once your sister Qinyu has refined him, what value will he have left? A fool and a waste, dreaming of becoming my son-in-law. Last time, all your sister did was share a bath with this fool in the grand cauldron. And she was rid of her dark aura that, if she were to refine Fang Han, she would surely ascend from a high-level warrior directly to a martial master, perhaps even to the realm of martial genius." Upon hearing Su Yuanda's words, Su AI was taken aback. She suddenly realized that the head of the Su family was indeed quite cunning. Initially, she had thought that the Su family had invested heavily in Lin Yinlu to mend their relationship with Fang Han. But to her astonishment, it appeared they were actually plotting against him. In the past, she wouldn't have viewed the Su family's actions as particularly problematic. After all, a fool would muddle through life, and if they could save Su Qinyu, who was plagued by sinister energies, it would be a death worth dying. However, now that Fang Han had transformed from a fool into a genius, indeed a prodigy, it was excessive for the Su family to scheme against him. Yet, Su AI refrained from advising Su Yuanda as a member of the Su family. She knew that her words would fall on deaf ears when it came to the interests of the family. Nevertheless, she felt that if they truly intended to capture Fang Han and treat him as a furnace, leading to his demise, it seemed rather cruel. Su Yuanda was about to say more, but the woman in the mask let out a cold snort, causing him to hesitate and ultimately refrain from speaking further. To Su AI turned her gaze towards the masked woman. Initially, she had assumed this woman was her aunt, Ouyang Yen, but since Ouyang Yen had a slightly plump figure and this woman was slender, she became curious about the woman's true identity. She discerned that Su Yuanda was not the decision-maker in this plan. Rather, the true orchestrator was the masked woman. Fang Han had long sensed this, yet he remained ensnared by the seductive formation. Su AI recognized that this masked woman was no ordinary individual. She recalled that the owner of Lin Yin Pavilion had instructed his subordinate, the steward Shang Qiyuan, along with 4 guards, to apologize to Fang Han and invite him to the prestigious Box 1. Likely due to this woman, the ability of this woman to command the renowned Lin Yin Pavilion's mysterious owner was indicative of her immense power. Her curiosity about the masked woman's identity intensified. At this moment, Su Yuanda had fallen silent, while Fang Han had already embraced the slender waist of one of the women. The masked woman and Su Yuanda both felt a sense of relief. They understood that the suddenly formidable Fang Han would not regard the Su family with any seriousness and would undoubtedly come to their rendezvous. At last, they felt they had a handle on Fang Han, the key player in their scheme. However, unbeknownst to them, the seductive formation could not truly restrain Fang Han. He was merely feigning captivity. He had heard every word exchanged between Su AI and Su Yuanda, as well as the masked woman's cold snort. It became clear to him that today's so-called beauty banquet was not merely a trap, but rather a deadly banquet. The Su family intended to have Su Qinyu refine him. Although Fang Han was still engaging in a charade with the alluring dancers, his heart was already filled with murderous intent. Initially, he had planned to make the Su family subservient to the Fang family. But now that the Su family was courting death, he resolved to eradicate them, lest these ants continue to scurry about. Upon contact with the 8 dancing women, he quickly discerned their connection to the Harmony sect, not only because they wielded seductive techniques, but also due to the similarity of their cultivation methods to those of the deceased Harmony sect Elder Qin Baiyun and the Enchantress Humei. Since the masked woman regarded him merely as a plaything, he decided to indulge the women for a while. As he embraced one beauty's delicate waist, he secretly activated the melody of the Qin and say. Now, having ascended to the initial stage of martial sovereign, his strength had increased significantly, allowing him to better harness the power of the melody of the Qin and say that a strand of his true energy entered the beauty's body, instantly stirring her internal essence in mere moments. Her true essence was largely absorbed by him, yet she remained blissfully unaware, lost in a euphoric state. Fang Han did not completely drain her essence, leaving just enough for her to avoid collapsing. Meanwhile, under the influence of an illusion, she continued to dance, appearing utterly normal. After consuming the essence of one woman, he proceeded to the next, rapidly draining 6 in total. Su AI observed with jealousy as Fang Han cozied up to one woman after another. Acutely aware that he was in genuine danger, she felt an urge to cry out to warn him, but was paralyzed by fear of the masked woman and the family head Su Yuanda. She sensed the masked woman's intense gaze upon her. Any sign of unusual behavior on her part could provoke this woman into a lethal response. Girls, it's time to reel him in. If this continues, you will be completely consumed by Fang Han. Just as Su AI was engulfed in turmoil, the masked woman issued her command. Chapter 46. 10 beauties resolved at once within the opulent yet treacherous confines of Lin Yin Pavilion's Box 1. The atmosphere was taut, akin to a bowstring on the verge of snapping. The masked woman exuded palpable disdain, hardly considering Fang Han a threat. In her view, capturing him was as effortless as taking candy from a child. Before she could finish her thought, Fang Han moved, reaching out with both hands in a gentle yet firm embrace around the waist of the 2 dancing women whose essence he had yet to absorb. It must be said that these women's figures were exquisite, their garments delightfully sheer, providing a tactile warmth akin to jade that stirred desire within him. Though Fang Han found himself in such intimate proximity, his composure remained unshaken, undeterred by the allure surrounding him. Meanwhile, the 6 other women were deeply ensnared in the illusion he had crafted, continuing their dance as if entranced. Although their movements appeared enticing, they were in fact mere shells devoid of consciousness. The 2 women in Fang Han's embrace attempted to break free. Their intent to resist was swiftly quelled by the melody of the Qin and say. rendering them utterly compliant to his will. Thus, none of the 8 women could muster an attack against him. The situation was decidedly bizarre. Despite the masked woman's murderous intent, Fang Han and the women continued to dance, engaged in seemingly joyous revelry. What are you all standing there for? Do you truly intend to engage in dual cultivation with him? Though he's a pure yang sacred body, he belongs to Miss Su Qianyu, and you have no part in it. Should anyone dare defy my orders, do not blame me for enforcing the sex rules. Seeing the unfolding situation, the masked woman's demeanor shifted slightly, her icy voice slicing through the air like a blade. Yet the 8 dancing women appeared oblivious to her commands, lost in their own world. This abnormality did not escape Su Yuanda's notice. His gaze shifted anxiously toward the masked woman, desperate to ascertain the situation. Could it be that Fang Han had not been ensnared by the seductive formation? Such a notion seemed implausible. Even those at the spirit sense stage would fall victim to its allure, let alone someone merely at the initial stage of martial sovereign. The masked woman murmured softly to herself. Although she sensed something amiss, she found it hard to believe that her meticulously crafted formation would fail against Fang Han. Yet, the sight of Fang Han seemingly enmeshed with her subordinates suggested otherwise. Elder, time is of the essence. Please act swiftly, Su Yuanda urged, his anxiety palpable. The masked woman merely scoffed in response. I shall personally play the zither to amplify this seductive formation. Yuanda, just wait and observe. Within my formation, no man can remain indifferent to women, unless he is a eunuch, and I assure you, Fang Han possesses the qualities of a man with strong desires. With that, she gracefully moved towards the location of the zither player. Enchantress, there is no need for such elaborate schemes. I could see that moment. Fang Han's lips curled into a cold smile, with a powerful shake of his hands. The 2 women he had embraced were sent flying like kites with severed strings. In an instant, he summoned his Xiantai sword, which appeared in his grasp like a serpent emerging from its den. With a swift motion, he wielded the Xiantai sword, executing the 8 desolation sword technique, unleashing a fierce sword aura that sliced through the air like a dragon emerging from a sea. Targeting the 6 other women, in an instant, crimson lines appeared at their throats, blood poised to erupt. After 2 muffled thuds, the 2 women hurled by Fang Han crashed heavily before the masked woman, their bodies already lifeless. The 6 remaining women, their throats gushing blood, slowly collapsed to the ground, their breaths extinguished in an instant. But a fleeting moment, Fang Han mercilessly dispatched all 8 women. His mind was as clear as a mirror, fully aware that these 8 were the confidants of the masked woman, far from ordinary courtesans of the Linene Pavilion. Thus, he exhibited no hesitation or softness in his actions, nor did he harbor any sense of guilt. After all, had he not covertly controlled these 8 women with his melodic manipulation technique, but instead succumbed to the enchantment, he would now be the one imprisoned. Fang Han's sudden eruption of violence left the masked woman in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief, while Su Ai, and Su Yuanda were equally astonished. They could hardly fathom that the very man who had appeared so intimate with these 8 women moments before was now ruthlessly striking them down without warning. The woman playing the guqin and the one sprawled on the dining table sensed the impending danger. One swiftly drew a short sword from beneath the guqin, while the other retrieved a dagger from under the table. In a flash, they leaped towards Fang Han, intent on vengeance. The remaining 2 young women, knowing the prowess of Fang Han, naturally aimed to retaliate for their fallen sisters. Clad in a long dress, one of them brandished a palpable aura of murderous intent, while the other, stark naked, exuded equal ferocity. Seeking death, Fang Han barked coldly, his Xian iron sword slicing through the air with casual precision, unleashing 2 streaks of sword energy like lightning. Now at the martial sovereign realm, his true energy could extend beyond his body to strike from a distance, with the Xian iron sword in hand. His combat prowess had escalated tremendously. Before the 2 women could close the distance, they found their heads severed by the swift sword energy. Blood erupted like a fountain, missing Fang Han entirely, yet splattering Su Yuanda from head to toe. His complexion turned ashen, while Su Ai paled at the gruesome spectacle, her body trembling slightly. Fang Han's decisive killings and formidable strength instilled a profound terror deep within their souls. Fang Han, I had intended for you to fully experience bliss before being refined by Su Qianyu. But since you are so oblivious to your fate, I shall now send you to your demise. The masked woman seethed with rage, her piercing gaze radiating lethal intent as her icy voice seemed to freeze the very air around her. No sooner had she spoken than her delicate jade hand waved gently, summoning a verdant sword that materialized in midair. The sword glimmered with an ethereal green light, seemingly infused with boundless mysterious power to go. With a soft command, the emerald sword shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards Fang Han. In an instant, the wind from the blade howled, and an overwhelming pressure surged like a tidal wave. The entire Lin Yin pavilion trembled under the weight of this formidable force, the walls creaking as if on the verge of collapse. Chapter 47. Tear down the Lin Yin pavilion. Fang Han quickly discerned that the masked woman was a formidable presence at the spirit thought realm. Such a level was far from ordinary. In the path of cultivation, above the martial sovereign lies the foundation establishment realm. The proprietor of Lin Yin Pavilion he had previously encountered was already a master of this realm. Foundation establishment cultivators could liquefy their true energy, significantly increasing both the quantity and purity of the energy they could store, thereby amplifying their offensive capabilities. Above the foundation establishment realm lies the spirit thought realm, an enigmatic domain. Those of this caliber could cultivate their spirit thoughts within their consciousness, manipulating weapons with an invisible thread, rendering their attacks unpredictable and nearly impossible to defend against. Moreover, spirit thoughts could assist in alchemy and artifact forging, and even in casting various spells. In short, a spirit thought realm cultivator stood at the pinnacle of power within Yanming City, their reputation resounding even throughout the entire Tianyuan prefecture. The sword launched by the masked woman sped with unparalleled swiftness, reaching Fang Han in the blink of an eye. A typical individual, confronted with such a fierce assault, would likely be completely overwhelmed and rendered motionless, merely awaiting the inevitable doom of being pierced through the heart. However, Fang Han wielded his Xian iron sword with the grace of a dragon emerging from the sea, countering the relentless onslaught of the masked woman with deft precision. With a thunderous hum, the Xian iron sword collided with the verdant blade. Sparks erupted, and a powerful shockwave rippled outward. The emerald sword was sent reeling back, trembling as if it were a wounded creature. The ensuing clash unleashed a torrent of sword energy, rampaging through the surroundings like a surging flood. This scattered energy, sharp as a blade, mercilessly slashed at the walls of the private room. In that moment, faint runes glimmered upon the walls, remnants of the protective enchantments of the Lin Yin Pavilion attempting to stave off the overwhelming force. Yet despite the rune's guardianship, the walls struggled to withstand the violent impact of the sword energy. Cracks began to mar the walls of the premier private room, spreading like a spider's web. Fang Han, I have ascended to the spirit thought realm. I never expected that you, at the initial martial sovereign level, could withstand my strike. That a talent such as yours is indeed rare. It would be a pity to kill you. Today, I shall capture you. After Su Qianyu refines you, I shall dissect your body to uncover what sets you apart from the ordinary. The masked woman's voice grew increasingly frigid. She had assumed that even if her strike did not kill Fang Han, it would subdue him. Yet to her surprise, she had suffered a minor setback. It is crucial to note that she towered over Fang Han by two major realms. The martial sovereign realm still belonged to the realm of mortals. Although a significant figure in Yanming City, he remained within the realm of the ordinary, while she had transcended to become a true cultivator at the spirit thought realm. With a mere flick of her spirit thought, the emerald sword surged forth once more, enveloped in an inexhaustible wave of power, aiming directly at Fang Han. The sword's phantom expanded, casting an overwhelming shadow over him, its speed unfathomable. Almost simultaneously, it was as though thousands of swords struck at various points on Fang Han's body, dazzling and elusive, leaving no room for defense. This was the awe-inspiring prowess of a spirit thought realm cultivator. After all, no matter how swift a mortal's strikes may be, they pale in comparison to the speed of a spirit thought. Yet, In the face of this tempestuous onslaught, Fang Han's eyes bore no trace of fear. Instead, a spark of exhilaration glimmered within them. In his past life, he was a renowned sword emperor, but in this life, due to various circumstances, many of his exquisite martial techniques had yet to be fully honed and executed. Encountering the enigmatic masked woman, a spirit thought realm cultivator, was undoubtedly a serendipitous opportunity for him to refine his skills. With unwavering resolve, he unleashed the 8 Desolation sword technique, his Xian iron sword dancing fluidly to counter the masked woman's relentless barrage. In that instant, the premier private room became a veritable ocean of swords, with blades intertwining and crossing in a dazzling display. Each clash between their swords resonated with a thunderous sound, echoing within the room and reverberating painfully against their eardrums. As the fierce battle raged on, the entire Lin Yin pavilion seemed to be engulfed in a terrifying tempest, shaking violently. The walls bore the brunt of the conflict, marred by a myriad of sword scars like grotesque wounds. The cracks that had already formed widened further under the relentless assault, resembling ravenous mouths poised to devour the very room. Witnessing this breathtaking spectacle, Su Ai's once rosy cheeks turned ghostly pale. Devoid of color, in her understanding, spirit thought realm cultivators were akin to towering mountains, lofty and unattainable. Yet now, she could hardly believe that the man she had deemed mediocre, even worthless, could stand toe-to-toe with a spirit thought realm powerhouse and withstand such a fierce assault. How has this boy grown so strong? Su Yuindo was equally taken aback, his face etched with disbelief. His eyes widened as he fixed his gaze intently on the two combatants engaged in fierce battle. Muttering to himself, in his memory, Fang Han had always been a trivial existence, a complete waste in his eyes. Yet at this moment, Fang Han blazed forth like a suddenly erupted brilliant star, unleashing a staggering display of combat prowess. He pondered secretly. If he were to face Fang Han in battle, with his own high-tier martial artist skills, he would likely be unable to withstand even a single strike from Fang Han's sword. Swiftly defeated or even killed in an instant at this juncture, both Fang Han and the enigmatic masked woman exhibited extraordinary speed, engaging in a fast-paced duel, utilizing his exquisite swordsmanship and agile movements. Fang Han commanded his sword with his mind, each strike executed with lethal precision. The mysterious masked woman, in turn, wielded her sword through the mystical power of her consciousness, her sword shadows flickering and unpredictable. The two fought fiercely for an extended period, locked in a stalemate, the situation hanging in delicate balance. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the Lin Yin pavilion, the pavilion master and 4 attendants, including Shang Qiyuan and Lu Qingyan, were present. The 2 attendants were elderly men with white hair, their strength surpassing that of Shang Qiyuan and Lu Qingyan. While Shang Qiyuan and Lu Qingyan were mid-tier martial sovereigns, these 2 old fellows were high-tier martial sovereigns. Their auras as imposing as mountains and seas. Yet at this moment, the 4 attendants trembled slightly. Pavilion Master, they have engaged in combat. The commotion is quite significant. Surely, they want to bring down our Lin Yin pavilion. Lu Qingyan remarked. Despite her evident concern, her voice retained a captivating allure as she spoke to the pavilion master. It should not be the case. The Lin Yin pavilion has been reinforced with runes by a master of the consciousness realm. So collapse is unlikely, the pavilion master replied, furrowing his brow slightly. However, I must admit I have misjudged. That young scoundrel Fang Han is actually capable of battling against that inscrutable powerhouse of the consciousness realm for such an extended duration. If this child continues to grow, he will undoubtedly become a formidable presence in the future. Upon hearing this, attendant Shang Qiyuan's face turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he inwardly exclaimed. I was planning to settle scores with Fang Han once he left the Lin Yin pavilion. This would be courting death. This Fang Han is truly a hidden gem. If I provoke him, I might not even know how I met my end. There is no need for concern, in my humble opinion. Even if Fang Han is formidable, he shall not escape death today. Another attendant, the white-haired elder, spoke slowly. He held a staff of ancient design, his tall, slender figure adorned with cascading white hair that fell like a waterfall, his beard extending over a foot, exuding an air of ethereal elegance. Such words are misguided, my friend. Do not underestimate the youth. The fact that Fang Han has yet to be captured by that mysterious strongman makes it exceedingly difficult to predict the outcome of today's battle," retorted the stout attendant, the silver-haired sword demon, with a deep voice that he was robust and tall, carrying an oversized, weighty sword on his back, emanating an aura of dominance. "How about we place a wager today, my friend?" The white-haired elder suddenly perked up, his eyes sparkling with a competitive gleam, staring directly at the silver-haired sword demon, his intent to challenge evident. The two, being attendants of the Lanning Pavilion, had always been at odds. The white-haired elder was cunning and often plotted schemes, viewing himself highly. In contrast, the silver-haired sword demon was straightforward, with a fiery temper, never mincing his words. At this moment, the rivalry between the two reignited. "A wager? Have you not suffered enough defeat at my hands? With your meager resources, I find it hardly worth my while to bet against you," scoffed the silver-haired sword demon, crossing his arms dismissively. "This time, I wager 10,000 gold coins," the white-haired elder declared, raising his voice defiantly, seemingly attempting to assert his resolve through the lofty stakes. 10,000 gold coins. That is equivalent to 100,000 taels of silver. "You old fool. Can you truly muster such a sum? Don't resort to tricks when you inevitably lose." The silver-haired sword demon widened his eyes, skepticism etched across his face as he regarded the white-haired elder. Boom! Just as they were embroiled in their dispute, the Lanning Pavilion suddenly trembled violently. The shaking was fierce, magnitude stronger than the earlier quakes. The pavilion master and the four attendants were left stunned by this unexpected turn of events. Before they could regain their composure, bricks and stones began to rain down from above, smashing through the windows of the floor they occupied and creating a gaping hole. The entire structure quaked increasingly violently. "This is dire. If this continues, the Lanning Pavilion will be destroyed," Shang Qiyuan exclaimed. Now he understood that Fang Han was far from the waste and fool he had presumed. He was a true powerhouse, at least on par with the pavilion master, if not stronger. "Pavilion master, should we intervene?" Lu Qingyan inquired urgently. She and Shang Qiyuan often referred to the pavilion master as boss. However, the white-haired elder and the silver-haired sword demon preferred to address him as pavilion master. "I underestimated Fang Han. It seems that as a foundational realm cultivator, I am likely no match for him, that we should refrain from taking side for the time being," the pavilion master mused after a moment of contemplation. Then the Lanning Pavilion shook violently once more, with more bricks falling. "We should ascend and take a look," the pavilion master said, growing anxious that he knew the first-class box must have been destroyed, meaning the roof and walls of the top level were likely torn off. If Fang Han and that powerhouse from the consciousness realm continued their battle unchecked, the entire Lanning Pavilion might very well collapse. The losses would be substantial. After all, the Lanning Pavilion was a gold mine. He needed to devise a way to bring this battle to a swift conclusion. At that moment, Fang Han and the masked woman were locked in an intense confrontation. The walls surrounding them had ceased to exist, obliterated, and the roof had long been blown away. Most of the debris had fallen into the Baijiang, creating massive splashes. This was the might of true power, shaking the earth and mountains. My heavens. It seems a powerful being is battling atop the Lanning Pavilion. Even the runic-imbued walls have been shattered. All we can see are two streams of sword-light clashing, yet the combatants remain obscured. Murmured onlookers, their voices rife with concern that we should make haste. If the Lanning Pavilion collapses, we might be crushed. The pavilion master, reputed as one of the strongest in Yanming City, had never been challenged within the Lanning Pavilion. Yet witnessing the current scene, he feared that today would spell catastrophe. On the banks of the Baijiang and on various boats, many had already noticed the terrifying circumstances, engaging in animated discussions. "What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Feel free to unleash them." Fang Han suddenly spoke after more than 100 exchanges with the masked woman. He had nearly grasped her sword techniques. "Little brat, you are on the verge of collapse. Aren't you? You are merely at the initial stage of martial sovereignty. You must have employed some secret method, burning your own true energy to match me. Once your true energy is depleted, let us see what you can do against me." The masked woman remained haughty, believing her victory over Fang Han was assured. With a flick of her consciousness, Her verdant sword surged forth, striking towards Fang Han once more. Is that so? Fang Han responded with a faint smile as he invoked the 8 Desolation sword technique. Given the disparity in realms, he indeed found it challenging to slay this woman. However, should he opt for a different sword technique, the outcome could be quite different. Without hesitation, he shifted his sword intent and unleashed the creation sword technique. As the creation sword technique manifested, golden streams of light shimmered upon his fiancée sword, forcefully repelling the woman's incoming strike. How is this possible? The masked woman was taken aback, astonished that Fang Han had previously held back. Reserving his full strength. She wielded her sword through her consciousness. This unexpected turn had shaken her mind, nearly causing her to stumble. Su and Su Ai were equally startled. They had previously believed that no matter how strong Fang Han was, he could not possibly withstand a powerhouse from the consciousness realm for long. Yet they were astounded to witness Fang Han's ability to counterattack. At that moment, the pavilion master, along with Shang Qiyuan, Lu Qingyan, the white-haired elder, and the silver-haired sword demon, arrived on the scene. Senior, I implore you to capture Fang Han swiftly, or else the Lining Pavilion shall be destroyed, the pavilion master urged, bowing respectfully to the masked woman. His voice laced with urgency. Although he was unaware of her identity, he sensed her cultivation was divine, believing her to be a figure of seniority. Of course, they were also taken aback to see the corpses of 10 beautiful maidens strewn across the ground. For Fang Han had managed to kill so many before the masked woman, indicating that he was not necessarily at a disadvantage. I was merely toying with this brat earlier, within 10 moves. I shall subdue him, declared the masked woman. With a wave of her hand, her sword returned to her grip. Instantly, her true essence surged into the verdant sword, causing frost to crystallize upon its surface. With a swing of her sword, a blade of sword energy sliced through the Su hurriedly pulled Su back a considerable distance. The sword energy surged forth. A bone-chilling cold enveloped the surroundings. Quickly retreat. The Lord of Lin Pavilion became acutely aware of the imminent danger and immediately urged the 4 attendants behind him. However, they were a moment too late. A chilling aura, akin to a violent snowstorm, swept through the air, instantly freezing everything in its path. Except for the masked woman herself, all others were encased in ice. Each individual had been transformed into a frozen statue. Fang Han was no exception. Ice suddenly crystallized around him, forming a thickness of nearly a foot, while his fiancée sword became ensnared as well. Rendered immobile, he was sealed in place. Chapter 49. The beautiful young woman, the masked woman, had mastered the ice sword technique. And with her mid-grade spiritual weapon in hand, the execution of this formidable skill was immensely powerful. At this moment, Fang Han was immobilized by the ice, utterly devoid of combat capacity. She sensed that the situation was firmly in her favor and let out a sigh of relief. She first approached Su Yuanda and Su Ai, placing a finger on the ice sculptures that encased them. The ice shattered, dissipating into mist and vanishing. Su Yuanda and Su Ai gasped for air, trembling from the cold. Clearly, after being frozen into statues, they had to endure not only the extreme chill, but also the lack of breathable air. Had the masked woman not dispelled the ice, they would have likely suffocated before freezing to death. Elder, should the people of Lin Pavilion assist in breaking the ice? If the Lin Pavilion's upper level now lay in utter ruin, a scene of chaos wrought by the actions of the formidable young woman before him, which made trust seem an unattainable luxury. At this moment, he was genuinely enraged, especially considering he had just narrowly escaped death. Teetering on the brink of the underworld, of course, his audacity to speak so frankly to the enchanting yet powerful woman was fueled by his observation of Fang Han gradually gaining the upper hand. Thoroughly suppressing her, he surmised that Fang Han was likely to emerge victorious in this confrontation. Moreover, the resentment brewing within him was simply insufferable. Lin Xuanhuan, do you truly dare to act so brazenly before me? In my eyes, you are but a trifling insect, and extinguishing your life would be a trivial matter. A cold smirk curled at the corner of the beautiful woman's lips, her gaze brimming with disdain and contempt. Senior, You indeed possess the ability to easily take my life, but it seems you hail from neither a great power nor a prominent sect. Your mannerisms bear the mark of someone from the sinister sections. If I were to report this to the city lord, he would undoubtedly lead the city guard to hunt you down, and perhaps even the Demon Suppression Bureau would intervene, spoke Lin Xuanhuan. The master of Lin Yin Pavilion, with an air of calm, he was acutely aware that this striking woman, despite appearing to be in her 30s, was surely far older, undoubtedly a figure of seniority. Though she was undeniably powerful, the presence of Fang Han at her side tempered his fear. As the proprietor of Lin Yin Pavilion, he was known to many in Yinming City, yet very few were aware of his true name. Lin Xuanhuan, Fang Han, at least, was oblivious to it. Lin Xuanhuan, once I capture Fang Han, I shall come for your life. The beautiful woman seethed, her eyes gleaming with a ferocity that seemed capable of consuming Lin Xuanhuan whole. You should first attend to your own well-being, Fang Han retorted with a cold snort, his 9-yang sword technique becoming increasingly fierce, the sword's momentum crashing forth like relentless waves, an intense heat radiating that warped the very air around them. The beautiful woman struggled valiantly to withstand Fang Han's Xiantai sword, yet her effort was palpable, each parry appearing exceedingly arduous, as though she might falter at any moment. This was originally an excellent opportunity to capture Fang Han, given that he had come alone, but who could have anticipated that it would devolve into such a predicament? From now on, Fang Han would undoubtedly be on guard, and her chances of capturing him again would be minuscule. Furthermore, Fang Han's cultivation speed was akin to a rocket. One could only imagine how formidable he would become by their next encounter, a thought that sent a shiver down her spine. Fang Han, I shall fight you to the bitter end, the beautiful woman bellowed, her aura surging dramatically as she seemed to gamble everything, prepared to unleash some secret technique in a desperate battle against Fang Han. Fang Han, however, paid no heed to her struggles. The 9-yang sword technique continued its unrelenting assault, each move methodically suppressing the beautiful woman, as he aimed to crush this opponent with decisive strength. Suyuna had referred to this woman as an elder, and Fang Han speculated that she might, like Qin Baiyun, also be an elder of the Huan sect. After enduring more than a dozen exchanges, the cracks in her defense began to show. Seizing the moment, Fang Han thrust his Xiantai sword like a bolt of lightning through the gap. If all went well, this strike would surely inflict severe injury upon the beautiful woman. Yet, at that critical juncture, an unusual radiance suddenly emanated from her chest, as a tortoise shell slowly materialized, rapidly expanding into a black armor that enveloped her form entirely. Fang Han's Xiantai sword struck heavily against this black armor, creating a shower of sparks and a resounding clang of metal that echoed around them. The black armor had miraculously withstood the ferocity of his blow. Immediately after, the ice sword beside the beautiful woman seemed to respond to some unseen call. Soaring into the air, she deftly leaped onto the flying sword, guiding it to escape the battlefield with grace. As a practitioner of the divine sense realm, her mental prowess was formidable, making sword flight a trivial feat. Fang Han had anticipated that she might possess such an escape method, and had considered obstructing her flight, yet he had not foreseen that she would conceal such a powerful defensive artifact. The Xuanwu armor. Fang Han, no matter how formidable you may be, you are ultimately not a practitioner of the divine sense realm. Your cultivation level is still too low to truly harm me. But mark my words, your fate is destined to be that of a furnace cauldron, that I will surely capture you, and have Su Qinyu refine you, the beautiful woman proclaimed as she soared on her ice sword, her voice ringing out as she fled. However, she did not dare linger in the air, swiftly darting westward. Fang Han did not pursue her, as he was still merely a novice martial sovereign, although he had begun practicing the Divine Transformation Sutra's God-forging chapter. His mental force was not yet sufficiently robust to maintain a stable sword flight. Even if he caught up, he would struggle to subdue her. Yet, as the beautiful woman spewed her threats moments ago, Fang Han discreetly formed a seal, silently activating a tracking talisman. This talisman followed her as silently as a shadow, trailing closely behind the fleeing beautiful woman on her sword. Fang Han calculated that there was no need to rush. He could track her gradually. This beautiful woman would undoubtedly remain within his grasp. such as the might of a practitioner of the divine sense realm. They can fly on their swords, traversing great distances in an instant. Lin Xuanhuan, the master of Lin Yin Pavilion, murmured as he watched her depart. His four attendants, Qi Yuan, Lu Qingyin, the white-haired old man, and the silver-haired blade demon, could only stare in awe and reverence to Tio them. A practitioner of the divine sense realm appeared as an exalted, unreachable celestial being. Yet the astonishment was not confined to those at the heart of the battle. In fact, numerous eyes around Lin Yin Pavilion and in various corners over the Baijiang River were captivated by the fierce clash. The tumult of their battle spread like a surging tide, waves of sound echoing outward, making the intensity of the conflict palpable to all. However, due to distance or angle limitations, they could not discern the extraordinary life and death struggle unfolding atop the Lin Yin Pavilion, shrouded in sword energy. Yet, when the top of the Lin Yin Pavilion collapsed with a thunderous roar, crumbling into countless bricks and stones that rained down, the onlookers were left stunned, frozen in disbelief. Their eyes widened, mouths agape, faces etched with incredulity, and soon after, when a figure soared on a flying sword, cutting through the dust like a shooting star, their astonishment reached its zenith, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. It was evident that the news of this battle would spread like wildfire through the streets and alleys of Yinming City, becoming a hot topic for the townsfolk in their future conversations. After all, such a breathtaking spectacle was not something one could witness every day. Indeed, the various factions within Yinming City would seek to uncover the terrifying events that had transpired atop Lin Yin Pavilion that day. At that moment, amidst the wreckage of the battlefield, 10 cold corpses lay strewn haphazardly, their faces still bearing the terror and despair of their final moments. Surrounding these lifeless bodies was a group of survivors, their eyes still filled with lingering dread. Among them, the most agitated was Su Yuanda, the head of the Su family. His complexion was as pale, however, he dared not pause even for a moment. As if only through relentless exertion could he slightly alleviate Fang Han's murderous intent. This scene left Su Ai utterly astonished. She could scarcely fathom that her uncle, who usually stood high and mighty within the family, exuding authority, would now find himself in such a pitiful state, begging for mercy like a spineless wretch. Her heart was a tumult of emotions. On one hand, she felt shame for her uncle's cowardice, while on the other, she was struck by the formidable power Fang Han now displayed. Young Master Fang, we at Lin Yin Pavilion were also coerced by that woman. She is an expert in the realm of divine consciousness, and we are simply no match for her. Reluctantly, we had no choice but to cooperate and lead you to the VIP room number 1, Lin Xiaoyao, the owner of Lin Yin Pavilion, said as he cast a meaningful glance at his four attendants. Subsequently, he was the first to kneel slowly before Fang Han, his face a mask of servility and fear. The four attendants, Shang Qiyuan, Lu Qingyin, the white-haired old man, and the silver-haired blade demon, exchanged anxious glances, each perceiving deep-seated unease in the other's eyes. They were acutely aware that if their master had already knelt, remaining standing would surely provoke Fang Han's ire. Thus, without hesitation, they also knelt in unison. They could hardly believe that the once infamous fool and waste in Yinming City, Fang Han, was no longer foolish, but had become so powerful that even experts in the realm of divine consciousness could only flee in disarray before him. They understood all too well that should Fang Han choose to hold Lin Yin Pavilion accountable for cooperating with that mysterious beauty, their lives would undoubtedly be forfeit. Particularly, Shang Qiyuan trembled the most, recalling his previous disdain and arrogance towards Fang Han, even having entertained thoughts of killing him. Regret washed over him intensely. Fang Han stood there quietly, his gaze coldly sweeping over the prostrate figures before him. Yet he remained silent. His eyes were deep and calm, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. Meanwhile, Su Ai remained rooted in place, her mind a chaotic whirl, akin to a muddled mass. The formidable strength Fang Han exhibited had utterly shattered her previous understanding. To her, experts in the realm of divine consciousness had always been regarded as almost mythical beings, exalted and unattainable. Yet now, Fang Han, wielding a seemingly inconspicuous sword, had subdued an expert to the point of helpless retreat. All of this felt like an absurd and bizarre dream. Young Master Fang, I, Lin Xiaoyao, have erred and am fully prepared to accept punishment. Henceforth, half of Lining Pavilion's profit shall be tribute to you, and any task you require us to undertake will be met with unwavering compliance, as long as it lies within our capacity. Lin Xiaoyao continued. He understood that failing to offer any benefit to Fang Han would render his plea for mercy insincere. He had no desire to follow in the footsteps of the Su family. This was not mere opportunism. He recognized the peril of offending a powerhouse like Fang Han, who, in Yinming City, had become an unrivaled force. He sought to secure his position alongside Fang Han as swiftly as possible. Chapter 51. Constantly overbearing Fang Han stood still, his demeanor tranquil, yet exuding an air of sternness. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoyao's remarks, his heart stirred unexpectedly. He mused that Lin Xiaoyao possessed a modicum of insight. Although previously manipulated by the mysterious beauty to ensnare him, he now recognized Fang Han's strength and sought to align himself with this formidable force, even offering compensation, which indicated a degree of wisdom. Unlike the Su family, who had already crossed his bottom line, yet showed no intention of repentance, repeatedly trampling upon his principles, an act he found utterly detestable. However, Fang Han, inherently cautious, would not easily place his trust in the owner of Lining Pavilion. Master Lin, should you wish to cling to my side, it is not impossible, but you must first present your loyalty. Fang Han's voice was cool, akin to a mountain spring, its calmness laced with an undeniable authority that resonated through the air. Young Master Fang, I understand, Lin Xiaoyao replied decisively, then rose and walked steadily towards the prostrate Sunda. As a foundation-building expert, though he had yet to cultivate divine consciousness, his hearing was extraordinary. He had overheard every word exchanged between Fang Han and Su Yuanda, fully aware of the Su family's transgressions against Fang Han. Seeing Su Yuanda's wretched kneeling form further illuminated Lin Xiaoyao's understanding of Fang Han's demand for loyalty. As Lin Xiaoyao approached Su Yuanda, his gaze turned icy, akin to a cold star, and he spoke in a chilling tone. The Su family, marrying Su Qinyu to young Master Fang, initially moved me, as I thought you were honoring the long-standing ties between our families to uplift the ailing young Master Fang. Yet I never anticipated that your actions would be so despicable, attempting to turn young Master Fang into a mere tool for your gain. With each word, his murderous intent surged forth, threatening to engulf Su Yuanda. In response, Su Yuanda, terrified, leapt to his feet like a startled rabbit, his eyes wide with fear as he stammered, What do you intend to do? Naturally, to rid young Master Fang of your shameless presence, Lin Xiaoyao coldly replied, each word piercing Su Yuanda's heart like an icy blade. You dare to kill me? My Su family possesses an expert in divine consciousness. Killing you would be as easy as squashing an ant. Su Yuanda stuttered, attempting to invoke the family's might for his protection. Though his body trembled uncontrollably from fear, he could hardly believe that Lin Xiaoyao would act against him on behalf of Fang Han. It seemed that Lin Xiaoyao was resolutely committed to aligning himself with Fang Han. He understood Lin Xiaoyao's temperament. Once he had set his mind on a course of action, he would not easily waver. Initially, Lin Xiaoyao had opposed their plan to confront Fang Han, but the revelation of the mysterious beauty's strength had quelled his objections. Now, Lin Xiaoyao's stance clearly indicated his belief that the Su family was no match for Fang Han and his disdain for their treacherous actions, leading him to sever ties with them in favor of ingratiating himself with Fang Han, an expert in divine consciousness. When faced with young Master Fang, they have long since fled in disgrace. Do you truly believe that such a threat can intimidate me? Lin Xiaoyao scoffed dismissively. You cannot kill my uncle. Su AI, sensing the impending danger, rushed forward like a bolt of lightning, positioning herself before Lin Xiaoyao. This young woman held family honor and dignity above all else. To protect the family's interests and the patriarch, she would not hesitate to sacrifice her own life. Su AI, are you seeking death? Lin Xiaoyao's icy gaze fixed on her, for he saw that if aiding Fang Han meant eliminating the Su family, killing one more Su AI would not be a concern. She is now my servant. You cannot kill her. Though the Su family has crossed my bottom line, it is not your place to take their lives. Fang Han suddenly interjected, halting Lin Xiaoyao's intent to strike. With that, he slowly advanced toward Su Yuanda. The Su family's actions had thoroughly disappointed him, and he was resolute in making them pay a painful price, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Fang Han, you cannot kill my uncle. Su AI, disregarding Fang Han's obstruction, once again charged forward to block his path, arms outstretched. You are merely my servant. How dare you obstruct me? Fang Han's expression darkened, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. With a dismissive wave of his sleeve, a surge of profound energy erupted like a dragon breaking through the sea, delivering a sharp slap to Su AI's face. She staggered back like a leaf caught in the wind. Retreating to the side, Fang Han, wielding the Xian iron sword, its blade gleaming with a cold light capable of cutting through the void, stepped forward with unwavering resolve, each stride seeming to tread upon Su Yuanda's heart. The torment he had endured over the years was not solely due to Su Yuanda, yet he was undoubtedly one of the principal culprits. Moreover, having already severed Su Qianyu's hand, the Su family remained unrepentant, intent on continuing their pursuit to capture and refine him. Such heinous acts could not be forgiven. He must deliver a lesson that would leave an indelible mark upon the Su family. Fang Han, spare me. I promise that everything belonging to the Su family, including Su Qianyu, shall be yours if only you grant me my life. Su Yuanda, recognizing the inevitable doom, pleaded desperately, his voice filled with despair and helplessness. He yearned to escape this perilous situation, yet upon surveying his surroundings, he found no avenue of escape. The floor of Lining Pavilion lay in ruins, and the heights below resembled a bottomless abyss. He dared not leap. The exit was firmly guarded by the 4 esteemed attendants of Lining Pavilion: white-haired old man, silver-haired blade demon, Shang Qiyuan, and Lu Qingyan. Each of these experts could easily subdue him with a single move. At that moment, his only glimmer of hope lay in pleading for mercy from Fang Han that he was acutely aware of Fang Han's deep affection for Su Qianyu during his foolish days. Believing that the conditions he offered would be enticing enough for Fang Han, I have no interest in the women of the Su family. Look at Su AI. She is only fit to be my servant. Fang Han scoffed at Su Yuanda's pleas, disdain evident in his voice, that Su Qianyu is the most vile. I will slay you first, then annul her, and finally take her life. Fang Han, should you truly take my life, rest assured, you shall not escape your own demise. My lady will undoubtedly seek vengeance for me. Upon hearing Fang Han's resolute declaration, Su Yuanda trembled violently, as if he were a leaf caught in a fierce wind. He realized that pleading for mercy was futile, and thus he resolved to stand, yet the terror within him surged like a tidal wave, nearly suffocating him. Very well, I shall await her arrival for retribution. Fang Han replied, his expression remaining calm and his voice steady. Fang Han, do not be so naive as to think that the powerful figure of the divine thought stage was the secret weapon of the Su family. I have a daughter named Su Chun, a true prodigy who has already entered the Wuji sect and become one of its disciples. If you take my life, Su Chun and the Wuji sect will undoubtedly eradicate you and the Fang family. You would do well to consider this carefully. Su Yuanda, in a state of utter panic, clung to his last shred of hope, revealing all his cards in desperation. Fang Han was well aware of the Su family's connections, knowing that Su Qianyu had a sister named Su Chun, yet he had not anticipated her enrollment in the Wuji sect. It is important to note that the Wuji sect is no ordinary faction. The Wuji Academy serves merely as its institution in Tianyuan County, established to select disciples. Only those who excel at the Wuji Academy are granted the opportunity to step through the gates of the Wuji sect. Once one becomes a disciple of the Wuji sect, they gain access to profound techniques and abundant resources that in the past, the Su family had claimed that Su Chun's maternal grandparents had no children and lived in solitude in their old age. Thus they entrusted Su Chun to them. However, it appears that the situation may not be as straightforward as it seemed. Do not think that Su Chun is merely a disciple of the Wuji sect. Even if she were an elder or the sect leader, what could she do to me? Fang Han's lips curved into a slight smirk, and with a confident tone, he declared, the more you threaten me, the more I shall ensure that you meet an untimely end. With that, he swung his Xian iron sword with force, unleashing a fierce sword aura that sliced through the air like a rainbow piercing the sun, precisely severing Su Yuanda's head. His head flew off like a kite with a cut string, landing right before Lin Xuanhuan, the master of Lin Yin Pavilion. Su Yuanda's eyes widened in shock and disbelief, his face a mask of astonishment and regret, clearly unable to accept his fate. He could never have imagined that today, despite meticulously planning to capture Fang Han and use him as a vessel for his daughter Su Qinyu, Fang Han would overpower a master of the divine thought stage with his initial level martial sovereign strength. Such a monstrous existence, not only in Yinming City, but even in Tianyuan County, was unprecedented. His head rolled away, yet his body remained upright for a moment, as if it had yet to accept the reality of death. After a brief pause, as if a towering building had lost its support, his body finally crumpled to the ground. Fang Han, you have killed my uncle and the head of the Su family. From this moment forth, you shall be my family's mortal enemy. I stumbled towards Su Yuanda's lifeless body, slowly crouching beside it, her trembling hands caressing the corpse. She then raised her gaze, tears streaming down her face as she glared at Fang Han, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Your family has trampled upon my boundaries first. Do not think for a moment that I will spare any members of the Su family, not even Su Yuanda, the direct lineage that I will ensure total annihilation. Of course, if you are willing to serve as my maid, I might spare the lives of those collateral relatives who had no hand in my suffering. Fang Han replied with disdain, his voice cold. He then turned to Lin Xuanhuan, the master of Lin Yin Pavilion, and commanded, Master Lin, since you wish to pledge your loyalty, take Su Yuanda's head and body, box them separately, and deliver them to the Su family that I will pursue that master of the divine thought stage. As you wish, young Master Fang. Lin Xuanhuan, visibly relieved, responded respectfully. To this moment, he was certain that Fang Han's combat prowess was unparalleled in Yinming City. Moreover, given Fang Han's rapid rise in strength, his future achievements would undoubtedly be limitless. By aligning himself with such a powerful figure, he might reap significant benefits in the days to come. Su continued to weep, while Lin Xuanhuan hastily instructed Shang Qiyuan to prepare wooden boxes. Su come with me, Fang Han said, casting a glance at her with an authoritative tone. If you refuse to accompany me, be prepared to face the consequences. She hesitated momentarily, wiping her tears. After a moment of contemplation, she chose to follow Fang Han. She did not wish for her family to be annihilated, and thus had no choice but to comply. In truth, she was unaware of Fang Han's intentions of keeping her by his side as a maid. Her father, Su Yuanwu, had already been crippled by Fang Han, and her uncle had been slain by him as well. With Fang Han's current strength, it would be an effortless task to humiliate the Su family or even bring about their destruction. Initially, she thought Fang Han's desire to keep her close was driven by a lust for her beauty and a desire to mock the Su family. Yet now, as the Su family faced annihilation, the humiliation seemed to hold no significance. Although Fang Han had taken her innocence, it was a consequence of her own misjudgment, believing he could not be a man. Afterward, it seemed that Fang Han had not truly taken advantage of her, but rather tormented her with illusions. She felt that she held little allure for him. Little did she know that she was the nine-colored demon body, and Fang Han was utilizing her for his cultivation, making remarkable progress in the process. Soon, Fang Han and Su descended the stairs, while the white-haired elder and the silver-haired knife demon also made their way down, bringing individuals to set up defenses against any intruders at Lin Yin Pavilion. With the significant events that had transpired today, it was imperative to seal off the information that, you know who that woman is? Fang Han inquired of Su Ai as he mounted the black horse. I do not know. I have never seen her before, Su Ai replied. She felt a twinge of resentment as she climbed onto the horse. She believed that Fang Han had only brought one horse along to deliberately tease her at all times. The woman is a master of the divine thought stage, wielding a sword. Do you think you can catch up to her? Su, it could not help but mock Fang Han that I can certainly catch up. For while the monk may run, the temple cannot flee. Fang Han laughed. It was left speechless, entirely perplexed by Fang Han's words, unaware that he possessed tracking talismans, a miraculous tool. Giddy up, Fang Han suddenly shouted. The black horse surged forward with incredible speed. This was a true steed, swift as the wind. I leaned back, and had she not clutched Fang Han's waist tightly, she would have surely fallen off. Just as they departed, a group of over a dozen riders, exuding a fierce aura, arrived at the entrance of Lin Pavilion. Leading them was a young dandy in his 20s, none other than Yinming City's most notorious playboy. Yi Qinxiu, he was the elder brother of Yi Qianqian, and the black horse Fang Han rode had originally been his mount. Previously, beneath the Yinyang Mountain, he had attempted to capture Fang Han, believing him to be a demon, only to have Fang Han seize his steed. For the past few days, he had been searching for both the horse and the thief, but to no avail, until recently he was informed that the black horse had been spotted near Lin Pavilion, prompting him to rush over with his men. Chapter 52. Cultivating together in the cave as noon approached, Yi Qinxiu arrived at Lin Pavilion in a state of great agitation, his thick brows knitted tightly, and his countenance was dark and foreboding. Behind him trailed a dozen subordinates, each emanating a palpable aura of menace. Yi Qinxiu squeezed his legs against the horse's belly, yanked the reins with force, and galloped around Lin Pavilion in a desperate search, yet found nothing. With a long, frustrated neigh, he dismounted, carelessly tossing the reins to a nearby subordinate. He waved his hand, leading his entourage into the depths of Lin Pavilion. He was a revered regular at Lin Pavilion. In the past, he had always been greeted with smiles and warmth upon his arrival, basking in the glory of his status. However, today was a stark contrast. The guards at the entrance wore expressions of palpable tension, showing no inclination to welcome him, instead blocking his path. What is the meaning of this? You dare deny me entry. Are you looking to get yourselves killed? Yi Qinxiu's eyes bulged with fury. My apologies, young master. But today, Lin Pavilion is not receiving guests, stammered a slightly plump guard, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his legs trembling slightly. This guard had previously mocked Fang Han when he attempted to enter Lin Pavilion. Slap! Yi Qinxiu showed no mercy, delivering a resounding slap to the guard's face. The guard was sent sprawling to the side, a vivid red handprint blossoming on his cheek. Yi Qinxiu continued his advance, his usual arrogance on full display. After all, his father was the lord of Yinming City, and he had never faced such indignity. Even Lin Xuanhuan, the master of Lin Pavilion, would treat him with deference. What brings you here, young master? Lin Pavilion is currently dealing with some matters, and our master is occupied. You cannot enter for the time being. That moment, the white-haired elder and the silver-haired knife demon hurried over, standing side by side to block Yi Qinxiu's path. Under normal circumstances, they would never dare to obstruct him, but given the unusual circumstances, they had no choice but to stand their ground, even at the risk of offending him. What are you two old fools doing? Could it be that something unspeakable has transpired within the Lin Pavilion? To be frank, I've come in search of my horse, my black steed, a magnificent creature, has been stolen. I have received word that this very horse was seen here previously, and I strongly advise you to surrender the individual who has taken my horse without delay. Yi Qinxiu was taken aback, but did not lose sight of his purpose for being there. Upon hearing his words, both the white-haired elder and the silver-haired knife master were startled, and the four guards exchanged glances, their faces betraying their fear. They had previously overlooked the black horse ridden by Fang Han. But now it dawned on them that if this black horse did not belong to Yi Qinxiu, then to whom could it possibly belong? Yi Qinxiu was the son of Yi Chong, the lord of Yinming City, and should a conflict arise between him and Fang Han, the consequences would be unimaginable. They stood there, caught in a dilemma, uncertain of which side to lean towards. While Fang Han was undeniably formidable, he was the sole representative of the Fang family. In contrast, Yi Chong was not only a powerful foundation-building expert, but was also rumored to have significant ties with the northern king of the Yanlong Kingdom. This very reason led Lin Xuanhuan, the master of Lin Pavilion, to hold Yi Chong in high esteem, despite having comparable abilities. Although Lin Xuanhuan was formidable in his own right, he lacked a powerful background, which explained his desire to ally with Fang Han. Just as the white-haired elder and the silver-haired knife master hesitated to reveal that it was Fang Han who rode the black horse, Lin Xuanhuan hurriedly emerged. Young Master Yi, Indeed, there was a person on a black horse who visited Linene Pavilion earlier, but I must inform you that today we are closed and did not permit him entry. However, I am familiar with your black steed. It is far more majestic than the one that visited here. Had I seen anyone riding your horse, I would have already dispatched someone to inform you. The master of Linene Pavilion stated, "There's been an incident today, so I advise you not to enter." "Then I must insist on entering to take a look," Yi Chinchou retorted defiantly. Although he was a reckless young lord, he was fully aware of Lin Xuanhuan's prowess, which ranked among the top in Yanming City. Possibly even within the top 3, the fact that someone could cause Linene Pavilion to close its doors only intensified his curiosity. "Young Master Lin, if you wish to enter, by all means, but I must ask that you keep what you see today confidential," Lin Xuanhuan said after a brief hesitation. "Your subordinates may rest in the private room on the first floor." Yi Chinchou nodded slightly and then strode into Linene Pavilion. Upon reaching the top floor and entering the once-renowned Tianzi No. 1 private room, he was left utterly speechless by the scene before him. The walls of this floor had completely vanished, and the ground was strewn with the corpses of women and bloodstains, the acrid scent of blood permeating the air and inducing nausea. "What on earth is happening?" Yi Chinchou exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock, that he understood that the Tianzi No. 1 private room was not merely a place for enjoyment. It was also a venue for settling scores, reinforced by runes inscribed by a rune master, rendering it remarkably sturdy, capable of withstanding even the most formidable attacks from high-level martial artists. Yet now, it lay utterly devastated. The aftermath of an earth-shattering battle was evident. The mysterious master had booked Linene Pavilion and arranged a meeting with another enigmatic figure in the Tianzi No. 1 private room, resulting in a confrontation that led to the destruction of the premises. Lin Xuanhuan, the master of Linene Pavilion, sighed helplessly. His words are like a veil of mist, shrouded in ambiguity and difficult to decipher. He was keenly aware that he could not allow Yi Chinchou to discover that it was Fang Han and members of the Su family who had engaged in a breathtaking conflict here. Otherwise, should Yi Chinchou catch even a hint of the truth, it would lead to endless troubles. Having navigated the treacherous waters of life for many years, Lin Xuanhuan was shrewd and experienced, but he was not the sort to abandon his principles or act as a spineless opportunist. Since he had resolved in his heart to ally himself closely with Fang Han, investing his future and destiny in that connection, he would undoubtedly keep all information regarding Fang Han tightly sealed, never to divulge even the slightest detail. Previously, he had discreetly instructed his men to carefully conceal Su Yuanda's body, ensuring that nothing leaked. Therefore, as Yi Chinchou searched throughout Linene Pavilion, he found no trace of Su Yuanda's corpse and, consequently, did not harbor any further suspicions or inquiries. At this moment, Yi Chinchou's gaze was magnetically drawn to the 10 exquisite and lifeless beauties scattered across the floor. They lay in disarray, yet their breathtaking beauty and graceful figures remained undeniable. "Master Lin, are these maidens from your Linene Pavilion? They are true paragons of beauty. Yet, I have never seen you summon such high-caliber attendants to serve me before." Yi Chinchou bent down to examine each maiden closely, his eyes reflecting both awe and an undercurrent of dissatisfaction and anger. Suddenly, he straightened up and turned to Lin Xuanhuan, questioning him with evident displeasure. "Young Master Yi, you misunderstand. The 10 women who perished are not from my Linene Pavilion. As you know, our policy is to refrain from intervening in personal disputes that are resolved here. These individuals were brought by those who booked Linene Pavilion, but they were all killed. Ultimately, 2 formidable experts leaped away from Linene Pavilion, leaving behind this mess, and I am quite troubled by it." Lin Xuanhuan stepped forward, bowing slightly, his face a mask of contrition as he explained. "It is truly a pity. These 10 beauties were genuinely extraordinary, and each one was untouched by the world, pure as jade." Yi Chinchou clicked his tongue, lamenting with a face full of regret, his gaze still lingering on the lovely maidens with an air of longing. This simple-minded young man, coupled with the seemingly sincere and logically coherent words of Lin Xuanhuan, was easily swayed and believed every word. He was not adept at discerning the intricacies of human nature or detecting lies, often acting on impulse and emotion. "Master Lin, it seems this place will need to undergo renovations. I shall take my leave for now." Please keep an eye out for me, should you see anyone riding my black horse. Inform me at once. Why Chinchio held his head high, his hands clasped behind his back, his tone rife with authority, as if it were a given that Lin Xuanhuan would serve him. Certainly, young Master Yi. Rest assured that the moment we receive news about the Black Steed, I will dispatch someone to inform you without delay. Lin Xuanhuan replied, his face brimming with obsequiousness. I end this chaotic time. I cannot keep you here. Once renovations are completed, I shall ensure a selection of stunning beauties is reserved for your exclusive use of the Tianzi No. 1 private room. He was eager for this arrogant young lord to depart quickly. Haha, splendid. I have a particular fondness for first encounters, especially when it comes to a woman's first time. The experience is truly intoxicating. Upon hearing this, Yi Chinchio's eyes shone with excitement, the gloom on his face dissipating in an instant. His boisterous laughter reverberating through Lining Pavilion as he swaggered away. However, as soon as he exited Lining Pavilion and rode a short distance, the pent-up frustration stemming from the failure to apprehend the horse thief engulfed him like a tidal wave, darkening his mood to the point of despair. You wretched thief! The city defense army witnessed you riding my black horse into the city, yet no one has seen the horse leave these past few days. It must still be hiding within Yinming City. Humph! Yi Chinchio will turn this city upside down to unearth you, you scoundrel. Yi Chinchio muttered to himself, fiercely cracking the whip in a bid to vent his anger. Little did he know that the horse thief was none other than Fang Han, the very individual his sister Yi Qianqian had been pining for, had he been aware of his sister's interest in the so-called waste and fool from the Fang family. He would likely have been driven to madness. Just then, a figure clad in the uniform of the city defense army galloped towards him, kicking up clouds of dust like an arrow released from a bow. The sound of the horse's hooves beat like a war drum, shattering the surrounding silence. Young Master Yi, the great black horse has appeared. Someone just rode it out of the city, the man shouted at a distance. Clearly, Fang Han had left the city with Su Ai in pursuit of the mysterious beauty, and this soldier, as a member of the city defense army, was hastily delivering the news. Could it be that I was mistaken? Earlier, someone informed me that there was a rider on my horse outside Lining Pavilion, which turned out to be a mixed dash-up. Yi Chinchio's heart jolted, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a boulder, sending ripples across his composure. Yet he followed with skepticism. In recent days, the theft of his magnificent black steed had left him in a daze, unable to savor food or sleep, as it had become a source of deep humiliation for him. After all, in Yinming City, he was accustomed to walking with an air of superiority. Never had anyone dared to so openly seize his possessions. He silently vowed that he would not rest until he found this horse thief and exacted his revenge. Young Master Yi, rest assured, the members of our city defense army have seen clearly. It is indeed your great black horse, without a doubt. The soldier who had come to deliver the news rode in quickly, pulling on the reins with a sudden jolt, causing the horse to whinny loudly, its front hooves rising high before it came to a steady halt. Who were the riders? Yi Chinchio inquired impatiently. Both the man and the woman were masked, rendering their identities unrecognizable. The messenger soldier hastily replied, I will take my men to pursue the horse immediately, if you are not mistaken, and we capture that rascal. I shall reward you handsomely. However, if you have erred, I will have your eyes gouged out. Yi Chinchio's eyes widened, and he let out a hoarse roar. Follow me. His words were not mere empty threats to the messenger. Given his usual arrogant and reckless demeanor, he was fully capable of such cruelty. In an instant, Yi Chinchio's followers surged after him like a tidal wave. The thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoed as they sped towards the city gates, leaving a trail of swirling dust in their wake. By the afternoon, Fang Han, riding on a magnificent black horse with Su Ai, had arrived at the foot of Yinyang Mountain. What have you brought me here for? Su Ai inquired, perplexed. Though that beautiful woman has fled, I can pinpoint her location. She has already escaped to this Yinyang Mountain, Fang Han explained. Even if she's trying to escape, she wouldn't come to a place like this. Would she? I have heard that there are numerous demon beasts within Yinyang Mountain. Your uncle, Fang Sihai, was ambushed here along with the personnel from the Demon Suppression Division in Yinming City. Su Ai retorted, clearly skeptical. The mysterious beauty flew away on her sword. How could you possibly trace her? She deemed Fang Han's claims to be mere bluster. My uncle's incident was orchestrated by the Zhao family. And perhaps your Su family had a hand in it as well. Fang Han replied nonchalantly, but he had no desire to elaborate further, securing the black horse in an inconspicuous spot and laying down several talismans he had drawn recently around the area, ensuring that even if someone passed by, they would find it difficult to detect the horse's presence. Subsequently, Fang Han led Su AI up Yinyang Mountain. However, the weather took a strange turn, dark clouds suddenly gathering. Fang Han realized rain was imminent and decided to take the woman, who bore the 9-colored demon body, to the cave where they had previously cultivated together. The chaotic and dense yin-yang energy within the mountain, combined with her presence, would surely expedite his cultivation. Chapter 53. The enchantress Fang Han guided Su AI along the winding mountain paths, hastening their pace. As the sky darkened, the inky clouds swirled ominously, suggesting a torrential downpour was on the verge of commencing. Fortunately, both of them possessed cultivation abilities, allowing them to move swiftly and reach the cave where Fang Han had previously immersed himself in cultivation just before the rain began to fall. Outside the cave, chaos reigned. Remnants of a fierce battle littered the ground. Here was the very site where Fang Han had fought to the death against Elder Qin Baiyun of the Huan sect and the demoness Humei. The fierce battle had long since subsided, leaving only these traces to silently narrate the brutality of that day. Both Qin Baiyun and Humei had long turned to dust, and the harrowing tales of what transpired here were deeply buried, known only to the winds. At this moment, Yinyang Mountain was shrouded in thick mist, creating an ethereal atmosphere with minimal visibility. Within the fog, the chilling roars of demon beasts mingled with strange, indistinct whispers, creating an eerie symphony that echoed through the silent mountains, heightening Su AI's fear. What exactly do you intend to do by bringing me to this cave? Surely, the powerful figure summoned by my Su family isn't hiding here. Su AI's voice trembled slightly, tinged with trepidation. Were it not for her awareness that her family's fate rested entirely in Fang Han's hands, she would never have followed him into such a foreboding place. Although she recognized that some of her family's past actions were less than honorable, her resentment towards Fang Han remained palpable. After all, he had personally crippled her father, Su Yuanwu, and had killed her uncle, Su Yina. Moreover, his earlier advances while on the black horse pricked her heart like a thorn that's about to rain heavily. We are merely seeking refuge in the cave, and we can also cultivate together here. Fang Han stated calmly, as for that young woman, she is certainly not in this cave, but she cannot escape. His words carried a tone of mockery directed at Su AI, infused with absolute confidence. You seem exceedingly familiar with this place, Su AI thought, a blush creeping to her cheeks as she recalled some inappropriate thoughts. She vaguely sensed that Fang Han's suggestion of cultivating together might have implications akin to dual cultivation. Little did she know that Fang Han's mastery of the Qinsa Himing technique was unparalleled and infinitely variable, far surpassing any dual cultivation method known in the Qiankuan continent. After my uncle was ambushed, I sought refuge here from the rain, only to encounter a demoness from the Huan sect who was sent by your Su family to monitor me. However, I have since dispatched her. Fang Han recounted as he pulled Su AI into the cave without further ado. Just as they stepped inside, a tremendous rumble echoed outside, followed by torrential rain, swiftly enveloping the world in a curtain of water. Fang Han, unfazed, held a tracking talisman, confident that he would locate the beautiful woman of the divine sense realm. At this moment, he eagerly anticipated the cultivation experience with Su AI, endowed with the 9-colored demon body. To see what marvelous and powerful effects would arise from combining the Qinsa Himing technique with the chaotic yin-yang energies and her unique physique, an outcome he himself could scarcely predict. Before long, Fang Han produced a fire starter and torch from his Tsanglong ring, blowing gently to ignite the flame, illuminating the previously dark cave. He then affixed several talismans at the cave entrance, effectively isolating their auras from the outside world. Even if formidable demon beasts or other powerful beings passed by, they would remain oblivious to the presence of the two individuals hidden within. Su AI, experiencing such desolation for the first time, felt a surge of fear as the thunder roared deafeningly outside. In this isolated and helpless situation, Fang Han had become her sole reliance. Yet, her feelings towards him were exceedingly complex. Both love and hate intertwined within her heart, creating a turbulent conflict. Remembering the time she had been taken by Fang Han, she felt a mix of shame and an undeniable pleasure that had etched itself deep within her soul. She feared she might never forget this man or accept another. What are you still hesitating for? Hurry and undress for your master, Fang Han commanded without any regard for her feelings. Even if I am her maid. I am certainly not a tool for your dual cultivation, Su AI retorted, her face flushed with indignation. You are the one who initiated our previous encounter. Surely, you haven't forgotten in just a few days? Moreover, your Su family sought to turn me into a medicinal being, treating me as a furnace. If I were to view you merely as a tool for dual cultivation, what could be wrong with that? Fang Han sneered, continuing, besides, I have not drained your essence nor caused you any harm. In fact, you have gained some benefits and improved your cultivation if I had fallen into the hands of others from your Su family. Such as Su Qinyu, you would have long been refined, your essence consumed, meeting a tragic end. You should be grateful for my treatment of you. Furthermore, during our earlier interactions, who was it that insisted we continue? And who was it that sought more? Su AI found herself momentarily speechless, her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. She knew Fang Han spoke the truth. The Su family's past deeds were indeed disgraceful. Yet she struggled to reconcile Fang Han's vengeance against them. Outside the cave, the wind and rain raged as if intent on sweeping away everything in their path. Yet within the cave, an altogether different warmth flourished. Though Su AI was reluctant, every encounter with Fang Han drew her deeper into a web she found increasingly difficult to escape. This time, as Fang Han employed the wondrous Qinsa Himing technique. It was no longer mere illusion, but a genuine cultivation journey. The yin-yang energies of the world seemed to respond to him, flooding into his body with fervor. Subsequently, this energy followed a unique cyclical path, gradually flowing into Su AI's being. As Fang Han's body returned once more, it had astonishingly transformed into a purer essence of true qi, its purity far surpassing that of his solitary cultivation. His training had persisted for a full 2 hours this moment. Twilight was descending, and the wind and rain outside the cave had ceased, revealing a myriad of twinkling stars, as if they were peering into the events unfolding within this mountain refuge. This session of cultivation yielded abundant gains for Fang Han, that he secretly contemplated that if he could cultivate alongside Su AI, who possessed a 7-colored demon body, for half a month in this place, he might leap from a novice martial zone to an intermediate martial zone, achieving a qualitative enhancement in strength. Fang Han was already dressed and prepared, while Su AI slowly awakened from her stupor, only to realize, to her astonishment, that she was clad in nothing. Memories of her earlier proactive behaviors during the cultivation process flooded back, rendering her face crimson with embarrassment and her heart filled with shyness and guilt. She distinctly sensed that although her body felt weak and feeble, Fang Han had not absorbed her true qi or primal yin in this regard. Fang Han indeed exhibited greater integrity and humanity than the members of the Su family. Stay here and do not wander off, Fang Han commanded Su AI before striding towards the cave entrance. I could see this moment. He felt invigorated and was preparing to pursue the enchanting young woman. What are you going to do? Su AI inquired, her heart brimming with confusion, unable to restrain her curiosity. Matters concerning my master are not for you to inquire about, Fang Han replied coldly, his tone leaving no room for argument. And with that, he swiftly turned away. Do not leave. Su AI cried out in a sudden panic. She was acutely aware that the Yin-Yang Mountain was far from a safe haven. Legend spoke of countless ferocious beasts lurking within, some colossal, others cunning and vicious, and even more alarmingly, innumerable vengeful spirits and phantoms roamed the mountains, their eerie presence saturating the very soil. A frail young girl. The thought of remaining alone in this foreboding cave filled her with an overwhelming dread, as if she could already envision herself being consumed by darkness, terrified to the point of having her heart quail. In her extreme fear, she disregarded her lack of clothing and rushed towards the cave entrance without hesitation. At that moment, a singular thought consumed her: to closely follow Fang Han, for only by his side could she find a modicum of safety. However, as she reached the cave's mouth, an invisible force suddenly struck her, as though she had collided with a translucent yet resilient net. Simultaneously, a flurry of mysterious runes illuminated the air, their brilliance blinding. And a powerful rebound force surged forth, instantly propelling her back with great force. AI tumbled to the ground, momentarily ignoring her bodily pain as she quickly raised her gaze towards the outside, only to find no trace of Fang Han. Beyond the cave lay a realm of profound darkness, eerily silent, as if Fang Han had vanished without a trace. "What a scoundrel!" AI exclaimed, torn between anger and fear, muttering to herself as she weakly sank to the ground. At that moment, a howl erupted from an unseen beast outside, its sound long and terrifying, echoing through the stillness of the mountains. Further amplifying her terror, she understood clearly that Fang Han had inscribed runes at the cave's entrance, forming a formidable barrier that confined her within. The prospect of exiting was more daunting than ascending to the heavens. With no other choice, she resigned herself to remain in this place, facing the unknown darkness alone amidst her ceaseless fear and anxiety. Night had now silently enveloped the world. Under the starry yet sparse moonlit sky, Yinyang Mountain was shrouded in a veil of mist, rendering everything around it indistinct and elusive. Moreover, as night fell, the yang energy within the mountain appeared to be devoured by darkness, rapidly dissipating. And the entire forest gradually became suffused with a chilling aura, as if countless hidden eyes were watching the world from the shadows. However, this eerie environment had no effect on Fang Han. Utilizing the subtle traces left by the tracking talisman, he keenly sensed that the enchanting woman of the divine mind realm was now less than 10 miles away. The vast expanse of Yinyang Mountain stretched endlessly for dozens, even hundreds of miles. Seeking a person amidst such vastness would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet, Fang Han possessed the means to track her, a fact that the alluring woman had likely never anticipated. At present, she was probably still reveling in her narrow escape from Fang Han's pursuit. Just as Fang Han hastened up the mountainside, he suddenly halted, his gaze drawn to a towering peak nearby. Atop that peak, clouds billowed and colors radiated, a brilliant light soaring skyward, resembling flames fiercely ablaze, casting half the horizon in a fiery glow. Such a sight indicated the emergence of heavenly treasures. Fang Han's heart stirred with excitement, a fervent glimmer igniting in his eyes. He understood that the appearance of heavenly materials was often accompanied by significant opportunities, yet such chances were fleeting. One had to seize them with utmost swiftness to have any hope of claiming them. Thus, he unhesitatingly altered his course, accelerating to the utmost speed, no longer following the winding mountain path, but instead lightly leaping from tree to tree, using their momentum to traverse towards the majestic peak. His figure darted through the forest like a streak of black lightning, slicing through the night sky of Yinyang Mountain. His reckless dash naturally startled some of the beasts within the mountains. Soon, a pack of moonlight spirit wolves appeared before him, blocking his path. These wolves, under the moonlight, exhibited speeds far exceeding their daytime capabilities, ferociously fierce, though they were merely beast general level, equivalent to a human martial zone. 100 of these moonlight spirit wolves attacking simultaneously could easily intimidate even the most skilled Foundation establishment expert into retreat. Nevertheless, Fang Han remained undaunted. His Xian iron sword materialized in his hand, and he charged directly into the wolf pack without hesitation. The moonlight spirit wolves, known not only for their swiftness, but also for their exceptionally sharp claws and their emerald green eyes glinting with sharp fangs, would typically instill terror in others. Yet before Fang Han, they were utterly inadequate, for in just a few exchanges, dozens of their corpses lay strewn across the ground. The pack, now intimidated, ceased their assault and parted to grant Fang Han a clear path. He continued onward towards the peak, where clouds billowed and colors danced. Soon, a mysterious and grand Taoist temple emerged in the distance. Situated at the most perilous point of the mountain, ascend the highest peak of Yang Mountain. Entry into this temple was imperative. Even from a considerable distance, Fang Han could hear the alluring cries of a woman emanating from within the temple. Chapter 54. Enchanting Souls. Fang Han quickened his pace. Racing like a tempest towards the enigmatic temple, the moonlight, like flowing water, illuminated his path, casting fleeting shadows as he sped by. In the public perception, temples were places where devoted practitioners immersed themselves in cultivation. Contemplating the Tao, within, fragrant incense wafted, and practitioners clad in robes either chanted scriptures or meditated, seeking spiritual transcendence amidst serene tranquility. However, this world had long since changed. Since centuries past, the Taoist sect had gradually fallen into decline. The once glorious splendor fading like a wisp of smoke. In Yinming City, temples were nearly extinct, the former prosperity and vibrancy now but a distant memory. Fang Han raced onward, his figure a blur beneath the moonlight. As he drew nearer, the outline of the temple became increasingly distinct. It was a grand structure, occupying a vast expanse, with several towering ancient trees standing sentinel before it, akin to loyal guardians watching over this ancient yet dilapidated edifice. Time's erosion had left deep scars upon the temple. Its walls were mottled and worn, with one wall having already collapsed, remnants of shattered masonry scattered about, as if silently recounting tales of past grandeur and solitude. As Fang Han approached the temple, he could distinctly perceive a potent aura of malevolence wafting through the air. He understood that within this temple, it was likely that no true practitioners remained. After all, Yang Mountain had always been regarded as a place of malevolence, fraught with danger. How could a genuine temple be situated here? Hidden within were undoubtedly secrets unknown to the world. Just as Fang Han was about 1,000 meters from the temple, a valley suddenly appeared before him. In the valley, a breathtaking scene unfolded. A pack of enormous leopards surrounded a dozen muscular men, issuing a chorus of roars. These leopards were no ordinary beasts. Each measured a staggering 3 meters in length, their bodies cloaked in sleek black fur patterned with bizarre purple lightning. As they roared, the lightning flickered with dazzling radiance, as if the immense, thunderous power within them surged forth, instilling a sense of dread. These were thundercloud leopards. Fang Han's heart stirred at the sight of the group of leopards. He had perused the tomes detailing the monstrous beasts of the Qianquan continent. Thus he was well acquainted with such creatures. The eyes of the thundercloud leopard gleamed with a bright golden hue, sharp as lightning, as if capable of perceiving all. Its limbs were muscular and robust, radiating a sense of power, with claws that were exceedingly sharp and imbued with terrifying lightning energy. Generally speaking, a martial artist below the martial sovereign realm would meet a grim fate if caught by the claws of a thundercloud leopard. These thundercloud leopards were primarily at the level of battle generals, their strength comparable to that of human martial sovereigns, and should not be underestimated. Among this pack, one particularly massive specimen stood out. Measuring 4 meters in length, it majestically perched atop a boulder in the valley, exuding authority, yet with an air of leisure, clearly the leader of the group. That moment, it commanded the other leopards to tightly encircle a dozen men, seemingly regarding them as prey, delectable morsels that could not escape. Upon closer inspection, Fang Han was taken aback. The men surrounded by the thundercloud leopards were, in fact, the same group he had encountered on his last return from Yang Mountain. The robust black steed was the very one he had seized from the leading man, Yi Chinxiu. Fang Han had been foolish for several years, initially unfamiliar with Yi Chinxiu. However, after the horse theft, Yi Chinxiu, furious and humiliated, had boasted of his lineage, revealing himself to be the son of Yi Chong, the lord of Yinming City. Nevertheless, in Fang Han's eyes, Yi Chinxiu was merely a spoiled scion of Yinming City, and he paid him no mind. He understood that as long as his cultivation continued to rise, not only would Yinming City be insignificant, but no one across the entire Qianquan continent would stand as his equal. This time, it was evident that Yi Chinxiu had tracked Fang Han down. Little did they expect, before they could locate him, they were met with a torrential downpour. Unwilling to yield, Yi Qianqiu pressed on with his subordinates into Yinyang Mountain after the rain ceased. Unfortunately, they crossed paths with this pack of thundercloud leopards, plunging into dire straits. The tea present, Yi Qianqiu, clutching a long knife, appeared pallid. Despite being shielded by his subordinates, his legs trembled uncontrollably. Previously, they had attempted to break free, with several of Yi Qianqiu's men wielding their long knives to strike at the thundercloud leopards, only to be easily ensnared by the leopard's claws in an instant. Those men were struck as if by lightning, letting out a shriek as they collapsed to the ground. They did not perish immediately, but their appearances were ghastly. Their clothes and hair singed by electricity, their bodies mangled and bloodied, writhing on the ground in agony, their pained moans echoing through the valley. Fang Han silently lamented the twisted fate he shared with the Yi family on the night of his awakening. He had encountered Yi Qianqiu's sister, Yi Qianqian, and had nearly found himself in an inappropriate situation with her, who had been afflicted by a love poison. Subsequently, he had clashed with Yi Qianqiu that he surmised that Yi Qianqiu's appearance at Yinyang Mountain was most likely to track him down. After all, Yi Qianqiu was renowned in Yinming City as the foremost wastrel at the very spot where the leader of the thundercloud leopard had just stood. A moment later, it was struck heavily by a bolt of uncontrollable lightning. In an instant, dust and debris were sent soaring, creating a deep pit over a meter in depth and spanning an area of about 10 feet. Moreover, the surrounding earth and stones, scorched by the searing heat of the lightning, were all charred black, emanating a pungent odor reminiscent of a charred wasteland of hell. The leader of the thundercloud leopard, still shaken, let out another roar. Yet this time, the roar was evidently not a war cry, for it had already bolted out of the valley in a frenzied escape, desperate to flee this perilous place. Observing their leader's flight, the other thundercloud leopards hastily followed suit, rushing out of the valley like a tide. The previously tense atmosphere, thick with the threat of violence and death, dissipated in an instant due to the panicked retreat of the thundercloud leopards. Yi Qianqiu, witnessing this, finally allowed his tightly wound nerves to relax slightly, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto a large stone, gasping for breath. His face was as pale as a sheet, beads of sweat rolling off his forehead. He had thought he would meet his demise at the jaws of the thundercloud leopard that night. But unexpectedly, a masked strongman had appeared at the critical moment. Moreover, this formidable figure had effortlessly frightened away the thundercloud leopards, an occurrence bordering on miraculous. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for saving my life. May I inquire your name?" Once Yi Qianqiu regained his composure, he mustered the strength to stand and, with a respectful gesture, inquired of Fang Han to him. This masked man exuded an air of mastery, and he believed that forging a connection with such a figure would undoubtedly yield immense benefits in the future. However, Fang Han seemed oblivious to Yi Qianqiu's inquiry. His mind was solely focused on the mysterious Taoist temple. With a light tap of his toes, he soared into the air like a great rock taking flight, effortlessly gliding over the valley and continuing his journey towards the temple. Such was the demeanor of a senior-level cultivator. As Yi Qianqiu gazed at Fang Han's receding figure, his heart brimmed with awe and admiration. Oblivious to the fact that Fang Han had no intention of saving him, still feeling an overwhelming gratitude towards him. "Young Master Yi, what should we do now?" Yi Qianqiu's subordinates, still shaken, looked at him, their eyes filled with confusion and fear. They were acutely aware that had it not been for the sudden appearance of the masked strongman, they surely would have met their end in the jaws of the thundercloud leopard, becoming vengeful spirits in this valley. What to do? We must hasten our descent from the mountain. This Yinyang Mountain is far too sinister. It has left me with psychological scars. I shall never return to this cursed place again. Yi Qianqiu declared. Soon, under the protection of his subordinates, he descended the mountain with utmost urgency. Meanwhile, Fang Han had already arrived at the Taoist temple. Inside the vast temple, there was a man and a woman. The man, in his 40s, was clad in black armor, wielding a long spear. Both the spear and armor stained with blood. Scattered across the ground were numerous corpses, both male and female. Behind him stood a young girl, dressed in a white dress, radiating purity, yet her figure had matured, appearing quite alluring. Jinbei Wang, You ought not to have come to this Yinyang mountain. Now, do not resist, but rather indulge in ecstasy with my subordinates. As for your sister, the Princess Qingwan, I assure you she will be treated with tenderness," a black-robed elder said to the 40s man and the young girl with an indifferent tone. Additionally, 5 women in sheer fabric continued to dance. Their movements seductive, their voices weaving an enchanting melody that captivated the soul. Chapter 55. The pinnacle of mastery earlier. Even from a considerable distance, Fang Han had caught the sound of the alluring cries of the young women. Their voices were sweet and delicate, echoing through the serene forest. Originating from the 5 women in sheer veils, he moved like lightning, leaping a few times until he lightly landed atop the temple roof. Akin to a feather falling silently, the people within the temple were engrossed in their own conflicts and had not noticed his stealthy arrival. After all, humans often lack the acute perception that demonic beasts possess. With their innate sensitivity, demonic beasts can discern the slightest changes in their environment, far surpassing human capability. From his vantage point, Fang Han quickly spotted the besieged man in black armor and the stunningly beautiful young girl. Momentarily taken aback, filled with astonishment, the man clad in black armor, brandishing a spear, was none other than Prince Xiaozhan, the Jinbei Wang of the Yanlong Kingdom. Jinbei Wang Xiaozhan was a figure of great renown. He commanded not only the Jinbei army stationed in the northern border of the Yanlong Kingdom, but also served as the chief of the Jinyao Division, under the direct command of the illustrious Dan Tai Chiuyue. The supreme leader of the Jinyao Division in Tianyuan County, he was undoubtedly a top-tier figure in the entire Yanlong Kingdom. As for the young girl, Fang Han had not met her before, but he had certainly heard of her, for Jinbei Wang Xiaozhan indeed had such a sister. Fang Han had not anticipated that he would unexpectedly encounter the Jinbei Wang siblings in this Yinyang mountain. Looking down at the temple courtyard, several armored guards lay sprawled across the ground, presumably the fallen protectors of Jinbei Wang Xiaozhan. In addition, there were numerous corpses of men in black clothing, clearly belonging to the black-robed elder and the women in sheer fabric. It seemed that during the chaos of battle, they had been slain by Jinbei Wang Xiaozhan. This moment, both Jinbei Wang Xiaozhan and his sister, Xiao Qingwan, found themselves in dire straits. "You old rascal, you dare to covet my attention. Do you wish for death?" The young girl, Xiao Qingwan's face flushed crimson, her delicate finger angrily pointing at the black-robed elder as she scolded. "My brother commands 100,000 Jinbei soldiers, along with the forces of the Jinyao Division. Even if you hide in this Yinyang mountain, we can still trample your Huanhe sect into the ground. I advise you to reconsider the consequences. If you cease your attacks now, we may find a way to negotiate. Princess Qingwan, while outside the Yinyang mountain, my Huanhe sect would naturally not dare to provoke you and your brother. But unfortunately, within this Yinyang mountain, even a great army cannot enter, let alone your few guards, who have already been slain. You are now like fish in a barrel, utterly powerless." The black-robed elder laughed heartily, his voice dripping with arrogance. "You little darling, how dare you threaten me? Once I capture you, I shall ensure you experience the full extent of my prowess. You may wish to kill me now, but once you have tasted the pleasures of intimacy, you will seek my guidance endlessly." Yet despite his brash words, he refrained from launching an attack on Jinbei Wang Xiaozhan. Jinbei Wang Xiaozhan was a formidable opponent, having reached the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Although he bore hidden injuries, the black-robed elder was also at the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm. If they were to engage in a life-and-death struggle, it was likely that both would suffer devastating losses, making the elder somewhat wary. "You old fool, I will fight you," Princess Xiao Qingwan declared, her face flushed with rage, her eyes ablaze as she prepared to rush out from behind Jinbei Wang to confront the black-robed elder. "Qingwan, do not act rashly." Jinbei Wang Xiaozhan urgently pulled his sister back. His voice was grave and serious. "If you fall into the hands of this old scoundrel, I would be forced to tread carefully, and we would have no hope of escaping." Listening to her brother's words, Xiao Qingwan suppressed her anger, slowly retreating behind Jinbei Wang Xiaozhan. In truth, had it merely been Jinbei Wang Xiaozhan surrounded by the members of the Huanhe sect, with his strength and combat experience, he might still have had a chance to break free. However, With his younger sister Xiao Qingwan by his side, as an elder brother, how could he bear to abandon her, to flee alone? Jinbei Wang, even if you wish to protect Princess Qingwan, how long can you do so? You yourself are on the verge of collapse. Soon you'll be joining my 5 disciples in seeking pleasure. I advise you to give up. The black-robed elder smirked, a triumphant smile on his face, though his eyes held a glimmer of cunning. You old man, you have lived for 70 or 80 years and are a well-known figure. I see that you do not dare to face me alone. You are truly a coward that a man like you. Even if you survive for 200 years, what is the point? Jinbei Wang Xiaozhan retorted coldly, his voice deep and steady, laced with palpable killing intent and unmasked sarcasm. Yet at this moment, he was already splitting his focus too much, struggling against the seductive melodies of the 5 women in sheer fabric. Their voices were like an invisible enchantment, weaving into his mind, gradually corroding his will, putting him at constant risk of being ensnared by the alluring charms of these 5 dancers. Once he lost his mental fortitude, he would drop his spear, shed his armor, and indulge in carnal pleasures with those women, ultimately meeting a tragic end as his essence was drained. Jinbei Wang, you should know well the modus operandi of my Huana's sect. We never act recklessly, but rather rely on cunning to achieve victory on the battlefield. You are a god of war, yet when faced with our alluring maidens, you can only bow before their charms. The elder in the black robe erupted into laughter once more. Indeed, I have long been renowned, yet I am not one to cling to my pride, as long as I can seize you, regardless of the means, and deliver you to the sect leader. It would be a significant achievement for me. His strategy was glaringly apparent, to ensnare the king of Jinbei with those 5 veiled maidens. While he intermittently launched assaults against him, as for Princess Xiao Qingwan, she was merely a high-ranking martial artist with limited combat prowess, still in need of the king's protection. Thus, despite the king's formidable strength, he found himself ensnared in a dire predicament, with no hope of escape. Black Robe, I did not anticipate that you, old rascal, would reappear after decades of absence, and what is more, that your sect of harmonious union still harbors so many remnants. Entrenched within these Yinyang mountains, were it not for my injury, I would have eradicated you scoundrels on the spot. A hint of sorrow flickered across the face of King Xiaozhan. Nevertheless, he steadfastly gripped his spear, his resolute stance betraying no intention of relinquishing the fight. Yes, a soldier. He had long cast aside the fear of death, ready at any moment to perish on the battlefield. Yet, the thought of his younger sister, Xiao Qingwan, falling into the clutches of this black-robed fiend, filled him with a dread he could not bear to contemplate. King of Jinbei, as a commander of troops, you should know that this world is devoid of what-ifs. You have come to the Yinyang Mountains seeking treasures of heaven and earth, thus making yourself an enemy of our sect of harmonious union. Moreover, given your nature, even if we spared your life, you would undoubtedly return with forces to annihilate us. Therefore, today, you must perish, the elder in the black robe declared with a leisurely demeanor. Indeed, they were members of the sect of harmonious union, and it was evident that treasures lay hidden within these mountains, which had become their lair. Fang Han, observing this scene, began to grasp the unfolding situation. The king of Jinbei, Xiaozhan, likely sought to heal his hidden wounds, accompanied by his sister Xiao Qingwan and several guards, venturing into the Yinyang Mountains in search of these treasures. Unbeknownst to them, they had encountered the remnants of the sect of harmonious union. Recognizing the black-robed individuals as remnants of the sect, a fierce battle erupted amidst the dilapidated temple, with both sides sustaining injuries. Fang Han chose not to rush to their aid, opting instead to watch from the sidelines for a moment. He pondered silently. Originally, he had a debt of gratitude to the Supreme Commander of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Dantai Chiyue, if it were to rescue the king of Jinbei now, it would surely ease the resolution of the injustice faced by his uncle, Fang Sihai. Previously, he had saved Qinqiu purely by chance, as he had no genuine desire to assist the young scion and had even wished for the lightning cloud leopard to devour him. However, his presence at the temple was unavoidable, and Yi Qinqiu had merely stumbled upon good fortune. Fang Han was acutely aware that Yi Qianxiu would inevitably seek him out for trouble in the future, and he could always teach him a lesson then. Meanwhile, the 5 veiled maidens continued to dance gracefully in the courtyard. The elder in the black robe circled around the king of Zhenbei and Princess Qingwan. The silver moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the exquisite and voluptuous figures of the 5 maidens, casting an ethereal beauty through the interplay of light and shadow. This hazy allure stirred the hearts of men, igniting their excitement. Each maiden exuded a delightful fragrance, which intensified with their movements in truth. This aroma was a potent aphrodisiac, capable of stifling the flow of true energy within a person. As such, the longer the situation dragged on, the more unfavorable it became for the king of Zhenbei and Princess Qingwan. Soon, Princess Qingwan sensed an unusual sensation spreading within her, rendering her increasingly weak. As if countless delicate threads were entwining her limbs, gradually siphoning away her strength. Furthermore, a wave of heat surged within her like a torrent, swiftly enveloping her entire being. An inexplicable impulse arose in her mind, compelling her to join the 5 maidens in their dance beneath the moonlight. That moment, the veils adorning the 5 maidens seemed to be drawn away by an unseen force, revealing their pristine forms to the onlookers. Swaying enticingly before the king of Zhenbei, like enchanting specters, King Xiaozhan understood that, given his prowess, he could have wielded his spear to slay these maidens on the spot. However, the black-robed elder was exceedingly cunning, perpetually circling him like a wolf poised to strike, ever ready to pounce upon his sister. He could only adopt a defensive stance, unable to take the initiative, and the situation grew increasingly perilous. He had already discerned that his sister Xiao Qingwan was in a most troubling state. The sword, once tightly gripped in her hand, now hung limply, and her formerly neat attire had been loosened, revealing a small patch of fair skin. Her face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, radiating a captivating allure. King Xiaozhan realized that if this stalemate continued, they would be akin to frogs boiling in warm water, helplessly awaiting their demise. Young ladies, you are simply too beautiful. Come, play with this king. After a moment, King Xiaozhan's gaze grew increasingly dazed, seemingly ensnared by the seductive arts of the maidens and the intoxicating aroma wafting through the air. His steps became unsteady, akin to a drunken man, as he staggered towards the 5 maidens. Within his eyes burned a fervent desire, eclipsing his former composure and authority, without the veils to conceal them. The maidens appeared even more alluring. Their graceful forms and enchanting curves resembled celestial beings descended to earth, or beguiling fairies captivating the hearts of men. Their melodious laughter, sometimes ringing like silver bells, intertwined with soft, alluring calls, acted as an invisible comb, gently teasing at the heartstrings of all present, inciting an irrepressible longing. Your Highness, come. Whichever sister you capture, that sister shall accompany you. One particularly slender and exquisite maiden Ku the elder in the black robe was taken aback. Gazing at Fang Han, adorned with a mask, instilled a sense of caution in him, for he sensed that Fang Han had not merely arrived here recently. Yet he was unable to detect Fang Han's presence, which was enough to indicate that Fang Han was an extraordinary master. In Chapter 56, titled Spring Nights Are Brief and Bitter, Fang Han's words resonated like the tolling of a great bell, reverberating in the ears of the nearly submerged king of the north and Princess Qingwan, jolting their consciousness as if they were forcefully pulled back from an endless abyss of darkness, instantaneously awakening them to clarity. Instinctively, the king of the north tightened his grip on the spear that emanated a chilling light, his knuckles whitening from the exertion, as if he were channeling all his strength into it. Meanwhile, Princess Qingwan, who had been unbuttoning her garment, abruptly halted, her fingertips trembling slightly, her face betraying a blend of embarrassment and panic. Old fool, you inquire about my identity. Fang Han's cold gaze pierced like a torch, locking onto the elder in the black robe and the 5 female disciples beside him. His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable determination as he stated, I am the one who slays treachery and evil. You remnants of the Hahuan sect, I have come to Yinyang Mountain solely to eradicate you. The entanglement between him and the Hawan sect had a long history, with both parties having clashed numerous times. Particularly, the collusion between the Hawan sect and the Su family was complex and deeply intertwined, eliciting Fang Han's profound disdain. "Sir, it would be wise for you not to meddle in my affairs. Depart swiftly," the elder in the black robe scoffed, his voice akin to an icy blade slicing through the air, chilling to the bone. Initially wary of Fang Han, like a startled bird on the alert, he was now keenly aware that Fang Han was merely at the initial stage of a martial artist's realm, and his trepidation ebbed away like the tide, replaced by a burgeoning contempt. No longer perceiving Fang Han as a threat to his existence, his words were mere intimidation. Should Fang Han choose to turn and leave, he would undoubtedly strike covertly to eliminate him. After all, the knowledge of the Hawan sect's remnants hiding within Yinyang Mountain was akin to a bomb poised to detonate, a secret that must not be divulged if the news were to leak. The Hawan sect could very well meet its end. "You Hawan sect are exceedingly arrogant. I am resolute in my actions today," Fang Han replied indifferently to him. The elder in the black robe was nothing more than a mid-stage foundation cultivator, a being whose strength resembled that of an ant, insufficient to warrant his full effort in obliteration. "You dare to meddle in the affairs of my Hawan sect? Then let me send you to meet the king of hell." The elder roared, his hands sweeping violently with the black staff adorned with a fearsome dragon head. In an instant, a formidable surge of true energy surged forth like a tumultuous black tide, aimed at Fang Han to strike him down. This true energy was akin to an unparalleled blade, its sharpness evident, tearing through the air with a piercing howl. Even the hardest boulder, should it be struck, would surely be reduced to powder, vanishing without a trace. The elder believed wholeheartedly that with this move, he could effortlessly annihilate Fang Han. Yet, Fang Han remained composed, refraining from drawing the mysterious iron sword from his Tsanglong ring. Instead, he merely lifted a hand and lightly sliced through the air, unleashing a stream of azure true energy that surged forth like a spirited dragon, swiftly coalescing in midair, transforming into a blade of icy blue light. This blade seemed to possess intelligence of its own, darting forward like an arrow released from its bow, colliding with the elder's black true energy. The moment they met, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. The azure blade, with unstoppable momentum, shattered the elder's seemingly indomitable black, true energy into mere wisps, dissipating into the air. However, the might of this azure blade did not diminish. Its residual force remained fierce, akin to a flash of blue lightning, laden with immense pressure, continuing its assault towards the elder in the black robe. The elder's face paled in horror, his eyes wide with fear and confusion. In his panic, he could only instinctively raise his dragon-headed staff to defend himself. Boom! The deafening sound echoed like the collapse of the heavens, causing the entire temple to tremble violently, though the elder barely managed to fend off Fang Han's casually unleashed blade. His body was sent hurtling backward like a kite, with its strings severed. He crashed heavily against the temple wall, which had already succumbed to the ravages of time, collapsing under the tremendous force in an instant. Countless bricks and stones rained down like a torrential downpour, completely burying the elder beneath. The 5 women, originally draped in sheer veils, now stood exposed in mere undergarments, their faces drained of color at witnessing their master being grievously wounded by Fang Han with a single strike. Yet, they quickly exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing among them. "Please, noble sir, spare our master. We 5 sisters are willing to serve you well." The tallest among them, a graceful figure with alluring curves, approached Fang Han. She resembled a beguiling peony, swaying in the night, exuding an enchanting aura. With a gentle sway of her slender waist, she moved gracefully towards Fang Han. "Noble sir, I implore you," she pleaded, her ruby lips parting, her voice melodious like a nightingale's song, imbued with endless yearning and allure. The night enveloped the world like a vast expanse of black satin, and within this darkness, she appeared even more resplendent, each step stirring a subtle fluttering in the heart, her captivating fragrance wafting like delicate wisps of smoke. Simultaneously, the other 4 women mirrored her movement, stepping lightly with their enchanting forms, as if they were ethereal sprites emerging from the depths of the night, all converging upon Fang Han. Their voices carried a unique allure, like invisible threads capable of ensnaring a man's heart and soul with just a few simple words, drawing him into this gentle trap. Moreover, it was not merely one woman wielding her charm, but rather five, united in their efforts, the potency of their allure surging like relentless tides, unwavering and ceaseless. Together, they unleashed their seductive arts, a force nearly impossible to resist. The surrounding air seemed to shimmer with a suggestive haze, as if countless invisible hands were gently tugging at the strings of one's heart. Young brother, they are employing seductive arts. You must be cautious. The king of the north urged anxiously, his voice raised in warning. Moreover, their fragrance contains love poison. A flicker of trepidation crossed his face, evidently a man who had suffered greatly at the hands of these five women. Were it not for their covert scheming, he believed he could have fought the elder in the black robe without hesitation. Given his prowess in battle honed through countless life and death encounters, having slain many formidable foes stronger than himself. Fang Han's sudden appearance was like a ray of dawn, instantly rekindling the nearly extinguished flame of hope within the king of the north, especially given the incredible strength Fang Han had displayed, far exceeding his expectations. The king of the north understood well that to defeat the elder in the black robe, he would likely have to endure a grueling battle, exhausting both body and mind to determine the victor. Yet, Fang Han had merely executed a casual strike, inflicting severe injury upon the elder, clearly demonstrating the disparity in their strengths. He felt assured that as long as Fang Han remained unaffected by the seductive poison of these five women and was not ensnared by their charms, he would surely lead himself and his sister to safety from this perilous predicament. Rest easy, king of the north. These five women, along with that elder in the black robe, are but clowns in my presence. Fang Han merely smiled indifferently, a smile imbued with unparalleled confidence and composure. His gaze betrayed no hint of turbulence, evidently dismissing the five women entirely. Moreover, in the presence of their longing eyes, his gaze remained resolute and unwavering, akin to a majestic mountain, steadfast against the tempests of wind and rain. The five women understood that Fang Han was undoubtedly a formidable adversary, not to be trifled with lightly, as they swayed their bodies gracefully. The scant fabric of their attire seemed to be delicately undone by invisible hands, cascading slowly to the ground. The moonlight, like liquid silver, spilled over the earth, illuminating five exquisite beings, as pure and flawless as white jade. They approached slowly, the scene reminiscent of a breathtaking painting filled with allure and danger, enough to stir the blood and provoke fervor in any ordinary man. Soon, these five women, like ethereal phantoms, found themselves beside Fang Han. Their figures were graceful, their steps light, as if they were shadows weaving through the night, exuding an aura that was both perilous and enchanting. They were acutely aware of Fang Han's prowess, hence they refrained from recklessly attacking him. After all, Fang Han had previously dispatched their master, the old man in black robes, with but a single stroke of his energy blade, his formidable might looming like a towering mountain before them. They knew well that should they truly engage Fang Han in combat, their combined strength would be akin to eggs striking against a stone, utterly insufficient to challenge a this moment. They had already invoked the five elements enchantment. Once this enchantment was cast, the surrounding air seemed infused with a peculiar magic, turning thick and ambiguous. They firmly believed that no matter how formidable Fang Han might be, nor how steadfast his will, once ensnared within the five elements enchantment, he would inevitably be enveloped by the layers of seductive power, ultimately left at their mercy. Consequently, they no longer feared the king of the north or Princess Qingwan. After all, both had inhaled the exotic fragrance emanating from them, and had long succumbed to the poison of passion. This passion poison was insidiously potent should the king of the north attempt to channel his vital energy. The toxin would only accelerate its onset, rendering him incapable of posing a threat to them. My lord, let us first entertain you with a dance, and afterward we shall attend to your needs. The foremost woman, the most alluring and statuesque among them, began to sway her serpentine waist, leading the others in a graceful dance around Fang Han. Her movements were light and beguiling, each gesture seemingly narrating endless temptation. As the remaining 4 women followed suit, forming a peculiar formation around him, their eyes sparkled with alluring light, akin to the brightest stars in the night sky, attempting to draw Fang Han's very soul into their orbit. Observing Fang Han's immobility, merely watching the 5 women, the king of the north felt a surge of anxiety. He understood well the potency of such enchantments, having been a victim himself, and sensed that Fang Han's vital energy was beginning to stagnate. He feared that Fang Han might also struggle to withstand the onslaught of seductive power surging towards him. That, in his view, not only he and Xiao Qingwan, but even the formidable Fang Han might meet his demise tonight. Ensnared in this endless trap of tenderness, unable to extricate himself, suddenly, the collapsed pile of bricks began to tremble slightly, and shortly thereafter, a figure emerged from within it. It was none other than the old man in black robes. His body was marred with blood and tattered clothing, appearing quite disheveled, yet he bore no fatal wounds. His gaze still held a glint of ruthlessness and cunning, his formidable combat prowess lurking like a beast in the shadows, poised to erupt at any moment. Upon seeing Fang Han entangled with his 5 female disciples, seemingly beginning to succumb to the enchantment, he let out a sigh of relief. Fang Han's previously displayed strength had been overwhelmingly formidable, instilling fear in him, for he knew he was no match for Fang Han. If they were to engage in a genuine battle, he doubted he could endure more than 10 moves before being utterly defeated. However, with Fang Han trapped within the 5 elements enchantment, he would then be at his mercy. Have you not grown weary of dancing for so long? Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the next moment, Fang Han erupted into laughter, a smile laced with mockery and disdain. Though it was still early autumn, the mountain nights were rather chilly. Why are you undressing before me? Surely you do not believe I would find your willow-like figures appealing. Moreover, the women of your Huan sect have served countless men. Any normal man would surely find you repugnant. Fang Han's words cut through the sultry atmosphere like a razor-sharp blade, resonating like a thunderclap above the heads of the 5 women and the old man in black. Impossible, impossible! The 5 elements enchantment cannot fail against him. The old man in black was instantly dumbfounded, his eyes widening in disbelief. At that moment, his heart was thrown into disarray, contemplating whether to seize this opportunity to flee. For if even the 5 elements enchantment proved ineffective against Fang Han, he truly had no other tricks left. Although he was a mid-stage foundation-building expert, he understood that in a life-and-death struggle, the gap between himself and Fang Han was akin to that between heaven and earth. He was far from Fang Han's equal, that if you have any tricks left, now is the time to reveal them, or you shall find no opportunity to strike. Just then, Fang Han's icy words echoed through the temple. My lord, the spring night is fleeting. Do not waste it. The 5 women continued their dance, putting forth their final efforts. Their eyes shimmered as if charged with electricity. Yet suddenly, they felt Fang Han's gaze pierce through them like a blade, blindingly bright. At the same time, his eyes became a deep vortex, drawing their very spirits into its depths. Their eyes began to bleed. Chapter 57. The yin-yang fruit. What is happening? I can't see. The tall, voluptuous woman cried out in a panic, her voice tinged with desperation. Her once lively eyes were now shrouded in blood, leaving her engulfed in darkness. Her enchanting visage twisted in fear, blood trickling down her smooth cheeks, staining her alabaster skin with vivid crimson blooms. I can't see either. You bastard! What have you done to us? Another woman shouted in anger and confusion, her hands flailing in the air as if trying to grasp something to restore her vision. Master, save me! The remaining women cried out in alarm, their bodies trembling slightly, their delicate forms appearing particularly helpless. They were all in the same plight, their eyes ensconced in darkness, while a sharp pain pierced through their vision like needles, rendering them nearly unbearable. The 5-element enchantment was already exceedingly intricate and exquisite. Its power lay in their adept positioning within the realms of yin and yang. With their alluring, sinuous dance, they captivated the heart and soul. Combined with their soul-stirring voices, reminiscent of nightingales yet laced with bewitching melodies, and their seductive gazes, they could ensnare one's very spirit. However, They never anticipated that their usual success with this enchantment would meet with failure today. As the saying goes, one who hunts geese all day may find themselves pecked in the eye. After losing their sight, how could they maintain their enchanting dance? Their steps became disarrayed, like beasts lost in the darkness. The once enchanting sounds of their dance ceased abruptly, replaced by painful moans and frantic cries. Thus, the five-element enchantment was shattered by Fang Han's gaze. Having cultivated his spiritual consciousness, although he had not yet reached the profound level of flying with the sword. Dispelling the enchantments of these enchantresses was as effortless as taking candy from a child. His gaze, imbued with the essence of blades and flames, pierced through them like a fierce lightning bolt, blinding them in an instant. Of course, such a method was not commonplace. Many strong practitioners of spiritual consciousness might wield immense power, yet few could achieve such a decisive and swift result. You enchantresses, beguiling the hearts of men, your hands stained with blood, today marks your demise, Fang Han stated coldly, his voice devoid of pity or hesitation, akin to a decree from the depths of hell. The king of the north. Witnessing Fang Han remain entirely unaffected by the enchantment and swiftly subdue the five enchantresses, felt a surge of elation. Yet his body involuntarily grew slightly heated. After all, he too had inhaled the intoxicating fragrance from the five women and had succumbed to the passion poison. Nevertheless, he understood that with Fang Han present, his life was likely secure today. You little brat, dare you speak so boldly? My master, the black-robed elder, will kill you. The tall and voluptuous enchantress spoke fiercely, her eyes brimming with resentment and unwillingness. Her ample bosom rose and fell dramatically, as if to vent the fury that simmered within her. She was acutely aware of her master's myriad of cunning methods, despite having suffered a grievous blow from Fang Han previously. She knew he must possess a means to counter him, having somehow escaped from the ruins of devastation. Are you known as the Black Robe Lord? Fang Han, however, seemed oblivious to the enchantress's venomous words, his gaze bypassing her entirely to settle upon the blood-soaked, yet unwaveringly determined, figure of the elder in the black robe, who gripped his dragon-headed staff tightly. Indeed, I am known as the Black Robe Lord. An elder of the Huan sect, the elder replied warily, his expression tinged with caution. You, esteemed one, must be a formidable spirit realm expert. My Huan sect is not without its own spirit realm powerhouses. This time, I have offended you, and I implore you to spare the lives of my disciple and me. This moment, he understood all too well Fang Han's extraordinary strength. After all, Fang Han had managed to injure his 5 female disciples with a mere glance. Such prowess could only belong to a mid-level spirit realm expert. He recalled his prior disdain for Fang Han, having dismissed him as a mere novice martial artist, weaker than any of his own disciples. And regret flooded his heart. He was painfully aware that in the presence of a spirit realm expert, even the slightest attempt to flee would yield a success rate of less than 1 in 1,000. Given the dire circumstances, he dared not take risks, opting instead to lower his head in submission before Fang Han, while subtly indicating the power of the Huan sect, hoping Fang Han would refrain from forging an irreconcilable enmity over an unrelated individual. He was convinced that Fang Han had no prior acquaintance with the Northern King or the Princess Qingwan. However, he had severely underestimated Fang Han's cultivation level. Fang Han was indeed merely a novice martial artist, not concealing his true abilities. Rather, his exceptional combat prowess stemmed from the cultivation of the Creation Sutra, the harmonious melody technique, and the savage body refinement method. Release you, to allow you to harm others once more? Fang Han scoffed coldly, his laughter laced with mockery and resolve. I have come to Yinyang Mountain specifically to hunt down members of your Huan sect. Upon hearing this, the Black Robe Lord's face drained of color, panic gnawing at his insides. Since Fang Han already harbored a grudge against the Huan sect, it was clear that he and his companions were doomed and would receive no mercy from Fang Han. Nevertheless, a flicker of hope stirred within him. He had pressed a mechanism hidden within the dragon-headed staff, quietly releasing a colorless and odorless gas. This was a deadly poison, and once inhaled, it would guarantee death without exception. Esteemed one, perhaps there are those in the Huan sect who have offended you, but I have not wronged you. The Black-Robe Lord continued to plead desperately, his mind racing to buy time. Knowing that the longer he delayed, the deeper Fang Han would fall into the poison's grip, he had always been cautious and meticulous, never relinquishing a glimmer of hope until the final hour. The Black-Robe Lord believed his plan was flawless. The silent release of the gas from the dragon-headed staff was executed without a trace of detection. He felt a swell of pride. Convinced that his scheme for survival and reversal was on the brink of success, a cunning glint flashing momentarily in his eyes. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Fang Han's spirit consciousness had already enveloped him like an invisible net. Capturing every one of his movements, that a glint of chilling light flickered in Fang Han's eyes, and a surge of murderous intent rose within him like a tumultuous tide, growing ever stronger, in his view. Members of the Huan sect were all insidious and treacherous, guilty of numerous misdeeds, and such villains must not be spared. Enough of this chatter. I shall grant you one last opportunity to strike. Fang Han stated with a calm demeanor, his gaze resting on the Black-Robe Lord with an air of undeniable authority. Esteemed one, you are indeed powerful, yet you are overly confident and underestimate your opponent. The Black-Robe Lord smirked, a triumphant smile creeping across his face. Previously, you were the butcher, and I was the meat, but now the tables have turned. You have already fallen victim to my Huan transformation powder. You can no longer circulate your true energy. That if you doubt this, try striking me. Standing tall, his words oozed certainty as he envisioned Fang Han and the Northern King captured before him. Upon hearing this, the Northern King felt a wave of dread wash over him, as if he had plunged into an endless ice cellar. He was already burning with heat from the fragrance exuded by the 5 enchantresses. Fully aware that he had succumbed to love poison. Now, learning he had also been affected by the Huan transformation powder, despair engulfed him. He knew that without the antidote from the Huan sect, he and his frail sister, Princess Qingwan, were doomed. He hastily attempted to channel his true energy, but found that although his dantian brimmed with power, his meridians felt ensnared by countless fine threads, completely obstructed and unable to move even a fraction. Stumbling, he barely managed to steady himself with his spear, preventing a humiliating fall. Meanwhile, Princess Qingwan appeared even more fragile. Her once immaculate hair had come undone, cascading messily over her shoulders, her complexion flushed, eyes dazed. And she sat weakly on the ground, devoid of the strength to even stand. The Huan transformation powder, such a lowly concoction, could never affect me, Fang Han retorted, maintaining his composure, his demeanor unperturbed. Esteemed one, do not feign ignorance. You are devoid of combat capability now. This Huan transformation powder can only be resisted by those who have reached the Yuan Dan realm, the Black-Robe Lord declared confidently, his gaze filled with greed and anticipation. Capturing you and the Northern King, such powerful figures, would be a monumental achievement for me to present to my sect master. Black-Robe, you are indulging in fantasies. Fang Han laughed coldly, his mirth slicing through the Black-Robe Lord's dreams like a razor. He raised his hand casually, and a brilliant blade of energy surged forth like a silver lightning bolt, slicing toward the Black-Robe Lord with a fierce momentum. The Black-Robe Lord's complexion turned ashen, as if covered by a layer of frost, his earlier confidence and arrogance evaporating in an instant. He thought to himself that having withstood such a ferocious assault, Fang Han must have been severely weakened, his combat prowess diminished to the point of being negligible. Yet the sight before him left him utterly stunned. The energy blade Fang Han unleashed was exponentially more powerful than the one that had previously sent him crashing away. A chilling aura crashing over him like a tidal wave, he was not unprepared, but the suddenness of the event left him reeling. Fang Han's blade surged forth like a tempest, and in his panic, he hastily raised the dragon-headed staff, desperate to mount a final defense. The loud crack echoed as the seemingly indestructible dragon-headed staff shattered before Fang Han's energy blade, crumbling like dried twigs. The Black-Robe Lord, in a frantic attempt to evade, was ultimately a beat too slowed. A blinding flash of crimson erupted as the energy blade severed his arm cleanly at the shoulder, blood spraying forth like a fountain, instantly staining the ground beneath him. The Black-Robe Lord could not contain a cry of agony and despair. Just moments ago, he had been certain of his victory, viewing Fang Han as nothing more than a fish on his chopping block. Yet now, disarmed and incapacitated, he felt reduced to a mere shell of his former self that a surge of primal survival instinct ignited within him, and despite the excruciating pain, he leaped into action, intending to flee. However, just as he vaulted onto the rooftop of the temple, a dark sword appeared out of thin air, blocking his path like a specter. Its cold blade glimmered with a chilling light, seemingly heralding his doom. This sword, the Xiantai sword, was now under Fang Han's formidable spirit consciousness. Moving with the grace of a dragon, as the black-robed lord darted left, the sword shadowed him as he veered right. The sword followed suit, granting him no opportunity for escape. Esteemed one, do not kill me. I am willing to produce the antidote for the Hahuan transformation powder. The black-robed lord pleaded, terror-stricken, his voice trembling with desperation. At this moment, confusion clouded his mind. He could not fathom how Fang Han could still unleash such powerful and terrifying strength. Little did he know, Fang Han possessed the harmonious melody technique, an extraordinary and inscrutable skill that allowed him to absorb any toxins infiltrating his body into his meridians, skillfully transforming them into his own true energy. For Fang Han, the poison of the Hahuan transformation powder was merely child's play, a trivial poison. Do I truly need an antidote? Fang Han replied coldly, a hint of disdain gracing his features as he continued with composure. Besides, after I eliminate you, what antidote could I not find on your person? Esteemed one, I do not possess the antidote on my person. You cannot kill me. The black-robed lord, still clinging to hope, attempted a final struggle. That's so. Fang Han let out a cold snort, his gaze betraying a hint of impatience and murderous intent. With a subtle movement of his mind, the Xiantai sword sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at the black-robed elder. I could see that moment. The black-robed elder found himself bereft of the dragon-headed staff, which had shattered and fallen to the ground. He was utterly powerless to fend off Fang Han's inevitable strike. To end desperation, he could do little more than evade with frantic agility, his form flitting across the rooftop like a specter. Yet ultimately, he was a spent force. After only a few desperate maneuvers, the Xiantai sword pierced his heart with unerring precision. His eyes widened in terror and disbelief as he locked his gaze on Fang Han. Struggling to utter a few words, who exactly are you? If you dare to kill me, the Hahuan sect will not let you go. He could distinctly feel his vital energy dissipating rapidly, the breath of life flickering like a candle in the wind, and he was acutely aware that his end was nigh. Yet, the fire of his unwillingness blazed within him fiercely. Soon, his body collapsed to the ground like a kite severed from its string. Lifeless. Master, what has happened to you? The 5 women, whose eyes Fang Han had rendered blind, now stood trembling with profound fear, akin to startled birds. Initially, they had harbored hopes that the black-robed elder would turn the tide and vanquish Fang Han, but they could not have anticipated the sheer terror of Fang Han's might. Fang Han showed no mercy. He sent these 5 enchantresses to meet the king of hell. Searching the black-robed elder yielded nothing of value. Zhenbei Wang, Princess Qing Wan, why are you here? Fang Han inquired, turning his attention to Zhenbei Wang. Senior, I bear an old injury and have sought a remedy for a year without success. However, I recently heard a rumor that Yinyang Mountain holds the Yinyang tree, which bears the Yinyang fruit. This fruit possesses the ability to restore vitality and enhance one's innate qualities. It is truly a superior elixir. Thus, I came in search of it, only to encounter the likes of the black-robed elder and his minions. Zhenbei Wang sighed. He did not conceal anything from Fang Han. It seemed that the extraordinary treasure anticipated to emerge from Yinyang Mountain was indeed the Yinyang fruit. Fang Han felt a stir within. In his previous life on Tunglong Star, he had heard of the Yinyang fruit, but had never laid eyes upon it. He had not expected to find it on the Qian Kuan continent. He was eager to witness it for himself. Chapter 58. The Mindless Lowly Princess in the Yanlong Kingdom. Zhenbei Wang Xiaozhan held an esteemed position. He was undoubtedly a figure of immense power, capable of shaking the very earth with his presence, leaving many to gaze up in admiration. For someone of such stature, News of his need for a healing elixir would inevitably incite various factions to stir with ambition. After all, if one could seize the opportunity to forge a connection with Zhenbei Wang by presenting the precious medicine he sought, the rewards reaped in the future would be immeasurable. Whether for familial glory or personal advancement, countless sycophants would expend their utmost efforts to seek out the fabled healing elixir, all in the hope of winning a modicum of favor from Zhenbei Wang. However, the yin-yang fruit was no ordinary item. It was a treasure that could only be encountered by chance. Zhenbei Wang believed that this information must not be allowed to reach outsiders. Even the slightest whisper of the secret could trigger a bloody battle for supremacy. Consequently, he resolved to act with caution, bringing only a few trusted confidants as he stealthily set out to investigate the yin-yang fruit on Yin-Yang Mountain. As for Xiaoqing Wan, the beloved princess, upon hearing of her brother's expedition to Yin-Yang Mountain, insisted on accompanying him. Zhenbei Wang was initially reluctant to allow her to face such peril, as the journey was fraught with danger and uncertainty, and a moment's carelessness could cost them their lives. Nevertheless, Xiaoqing Wan employed her ultimate weapon, weeping and wailing. Her tear-streaked visage softened the heart of Zhenbei Wang, a battle-hardened man known for his iron will. How could he bear to see his sister unhappy? Reluctantly, he acquiesced to her request and took her along on this uncertain journey. Now, standing upon this battlefield, recently ravaged by fierce conflict, Zhenbei Wang Xiaozhan felt a tumult of emotions within. This valiant warrior, who had always charged fearlessly into battle, was now experiencing an unprecedented sense of trepidation. Had Fang Han not appeared as if descending from the heavens, wielding his formidable strength to turn the tide and slay the black-robed elder and his 5 female disciples, both he and Xiaoqing Wan might have long since perished. Given the brutal methods employed by the minions of the Huan sect, the 2 siblings would likely have endured unspeakable humiliation before meeting a painful end. The mere thought of such despair and terror sent a chill down Zhenbei Wang's spine. In the depths of his heart, Fang Han had become their savior, a debt of gratitude as monumental as a towering mountain. Out of appreciation and trust for Fang Han, he did not hesitate to reveal the secrets of the yin-yang tree and the yin-yang fruit. The vast world, boundless and expansive, contains wonders that far exceed the imagination of ordinary beings. Even someone as knowledgeable and worldly as Fang Han, who had once been a sword emperor in his previous life, could not help but acknowledge that the marvels of the myriad realms would take a lifetime to fully comprehend. He had begun to sense that the presence of the Huan sect on Yin-Yang Mountain was no mere coincidence. Although this place was infested with ferocious beasts and rarely trodden by humans, and its environment was exceedingly harsh, the growth of the yin-yang tree within these mountains was likely the most crucial factor. The Huan sect had once been a renowned sect, and though its glory had waned, from the words of the black-robed elder, it could be inferred that its master still lived, despite the sect's stronghold having been destroyed years ago and suffering a severe blow. If the master were to secretly gather the remnants and conceal themselves in the yin-yang mountain, leveraging the seclusion of the area and the power of the yin-yang fruit, they could gradually recuperate and expand, inevitably returning to prominence. Zhenbei Wang, your injuries are indeed old wounds, likely sustained on the battlefield, but they can be cured without much difficulty. There is no need for the yin-yang fruit at all. Fang Han raised his head slightly, casting a calm and confident glance at Zhenbei Wang Xiaozhan as he spoke. Not difficult. Sir, your words are rather bold. Are you not afraid that the wind will cause you to trip over your own tongue? Just as Zhenbei Wang was about to respond, Princess Qing Wan interjected, her bright yet somewhat stubborn eyes fixed on Fang Han, her tone laced with skepticism and discontent. Your martial prowess is indeed impressive. I cannot deny that. However, high martial skills do not necessarily equate to high medical expertise in our Yanlong kingdom. There are countless skilled healers, each with exceptional medical skills, yet they have been powerless against my brother's hidden ailment. You speak so casually of an easy cure. Is that not a touch presumptuous? She crossed her arms defiantly, raising her chin slightly, resembling a proud peacock. Princess, are you belittling my medical skills? Rest assured, I do not require your brother's treatment. Fang Han replied coolly, casting a fleeting glance at Xiaoqing Wan. Inwardly, he mused This little lowly princess is indeed breathtakingly beautiful, akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, enough to captivate the hearts of most men. Yet, regrettably, her intellect seems somewhat lacking, hinting at a rather brutish disposition in the eyes of Princess Qingwan. If others had the chance to curry favor with her brother, Zhenbei Wang, and become his savior, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity like ravenous wolves, employing any means necessary to ingratiate themselves. Yet Fang Han was different. He acted solely according to his conscience and would not engage in such machinations for personal gain. His decision to eliminate the black-robed elder and the 5 disciples of the Hahuan sect stemmed from their numerous heinous acts, deserving of death, rather than any intention to rescue the siblings. Sir, please do not take offense at my little sister's words. She has been spoiled and speaks without thinking. Zhenbei Wang quickly interjected, a hint of apology and concern etched on his face. Given Fang Han's effortless defeat of the black-robed elder, Zhenbei Wang naturally assumed that Fang Han was a formidable figure of the mind realm. In his understanding, such a powerful being would surely be principled and not prone to idle boasting. He had initially intended to beseech Fang Han to treat his hidden ailment at the appropriate moment, as he was well aware that the yin-yang fruit was not easily obtained. And perhaps with Fang Han's assistance, there might yet be a glimmer of hope. Brother, are you implying that I lack intelligence? How could you say such a thing about your own sister? I am indeed afflicted, feeling a burning sensation throughout my body, but my mind is perfectly fine. Princess Qingwan not only refused to keep silent, but also cast a piercing glare at the northern king, Xiaozhan. Her eyes brimmed with grievance and discontent, as if reproaching her brother for his lack of faith in her. In the presence of the formidable northern king, whom everyone else revered, this sister exhibited no restraint, freely voicing her thoughts without regard for the occasion or the feelings of others. Observing this scene, Fang Han said nothing, merely letting out a soft sigh within his heart. He understood well that Xiaozhan, the northern king, was indeed an extraordinary individual. At the relatively young age of around 40, he had already reached the mid-stage of foundation building, a level of talent and power that was exceedingly rare throughout the Yanlong Kingdom. His ability to rise above numerous formidable figures and securely occupy the throne of the Northern King was no mere coincidence. Yet, Princess Qingwan was far too self-assured, clearly spoiled by her indulgence. Noticing Fang Han's silence, she mistakenly believed her words had struck a chord, growing ever more convinced that Fang Han, despite his formidable combat prowess, was merely a charlatan in the realm of medicine. She stumbled toward the corpse of the black-robed elder, her mind fixated on a singular thought, to find the antidote for the love poison and the He-Huan transformation powder on the elder's person. Her steps betrayed a hint of panic, her eyes reflecting a surge of urgency and anxiety. She crouched down, meticulously searching the elder's body, her slender fingers exploring every corner of the black robe, leaving no stone unturned in her quest for any potential hiding place for the antidote. However, to her dismay, after thoroughly examining the old man's garments, she found nothing that, as time passed, the effects of the love poison and the He-Huan transformation powder intensified within her. She began to feel increasingly anxious. The combination of the two toxins was exceedingly potent, rendering her incapable of circulating her true essence and leaving her utterly weak. Even her thoughts became sluggish. Hallucinations began to creep into her mind, ethereal visions flickering before her like phantoms, instilling fear and unease in her. She was acutely aware that without the antidote, Fang Han would be her only salvation that night. Yet, the so-called method of rescue was predicated on the most primal of human connections. The mere thought of her, a dignified princess, potentially becoming Fang Han's woman, filled her heart with resistance and resentment. Even though she was now succumbing to the poison, racked with unbearable pain, she was resolute in her refusal to yield. Gritting her teeth against her discomfort, she hastily sought the dragon-headed staff that Fang Han had severed from the black-robed elder. In her mind, she speculated that the antidote might indeed be concealed within this weapon.